This is a world no longer simply about working, reproducing, and enjoying life. This is because in this world 100 years ago, the boundary between reality and games was broken, monsters from the abyss were rampant, evil gods invaded, and humans entered an era of universal job transfer. As long as they reach adulthood, everyone can awaken their profession, improve their strength, plunder everything, and eventually reach the top of the world. I used to be a doctor on Earth. I was stabbed 3 times in a medical accident and died in a coma. When I opened my eyes again, I came to this strange world. With unremitting efforts, I became a top student in Nanjiang No. 1 High School and got full marks in all subjects. My classmates and teachers all call me the person with the greatest hope of awakening a super powerful combat profession. However, the truth surprised them. My awakened profession was not a warrior, but a support profession. Those who used to curry favor with the powerful began to laugh at me. I can only stay in the rear for the rest of my life, will never be worthy of fighting alongside them, and can only fight with dogs. But they don't know that I have another secret. I have activated a talent skill, Angel Spokesperson. Every second, I will get a skill point bonus. As time passed, the demon of the abyss invaded again, and the world fell into endless darkness. At this moment, I soared up from the crowd, raised my hands to the sky. Then a colorful divine light streaked across the sky. The abyss demon thought that I was assisting it, and that I had betrayed humanity, and surrendered sincerely. However, the next second, the abyss demon god dissipated between heaven and earth. Before dying, it shouted in astonishment. "No way, your milk is poisonous! You killed me in an instant with just one mouthful of milk?" At this moment, on the playground of Nanjiang No. 1 High School, the atmosphere in the audience was quietly changing. I stared at the panel in front of me, rubbed my eyes, and muttered to myself, "This is really outrageous." As we all know, the improvement of skills, except for some special props, can almost only be achieved through the continuous accumulation of proficiency. Only by constantly killing monsters and releasing skills day after day can the skill level be slowly improved. This process is bound to consume a lot of time and energy. However, the level of a skill directly determines the strength of the effect after the skill is released. Take my only skill, bathing in light, for example. The healing effect of low-level bathing in light is significantly different from that of high-level healing. It can be said that skill level is the core yardstick for measuring the strength of awakeners of the same profession. But now, I have such a powerful, golden finger in my hand, and my growth rate will be greatly improved. As long as I awaken a new skill, my level can be maxed out instantly. The time saved from boring leveling is simply incalculable. Sure enough, a life with cheats is awesome. I didn't dare to think about it anymore and just tried to calm myself down. However, when my classmates standing on the playground saw my performance, their eyes had various interpretations. There is a saying that goes, "Comparison kills." Hua Manqin, who had just awakened the rare swordsman class, was originally my competitor. And now, as the top student in the grade, with high hopes placed on me, I actually awakened an ordinary auxiliary priest. This undoubtedly disappointed those who had high expectations of me, while some people secretly rejoiced. How could this happen? Ruby gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly, obviously speaking up for me. Wei ran in the front row, a die-hard fan of Hua Manqin and also my No. 1 anti-fan, couldn't help but sneer. Alas! There was a loud thunder just now, and I thought our grade No. 1 would awaken some awesome profession, but it turns out he's just a secondary priest, not even as good as me. How boring! Wei Ran spread his hands and a smug smile appeared on his face. In fact, Wei Ran and I don't have much friendship. It's just that during this period of time, everyone always compares Hua Manqin with me, which makes Wei Ran feel a little inferior. Now that my awakening has failed, it has undoubtedly hurt his little thoughts. But before he turned around, Ruby's huge body was already in front of him, full of oppression. Boy, you are just a mage, and you dare to laugh at my brother? Ruby's eyes were sharp, with a hint of dominance in his words. He grabbed Wei Ran with his right hand and lifted him up directly. There was an immediate uproar around, and everyone was surprised. Put me down! Have you forgotten this is class 4? Wei Ran's face was grim, and he suddenly shouted, Let's go together! As he spoke, he waved his hand and activated his newly awakened basic skill Ice Magic. A beam of icy light shot out and instantly froze Ruby's feet. Although the ice magic was only of the first level and had limited effect, and could only trap Ruby's legs, it still played a significant role. At the same time, 6 students from Class 4 who had awakened combat professions rushed towards Ruby. Damn it! Ruby gritted his teeth and wanted to fight back, but found that he couldn't move at all and was about to be beaten up. My eyes narrowed and I pointed 2 fingers at him. You dare to touch my brother? Swish! Ruby's whole body was instantly enveloped by a layer of dazzling light, and the ice under his feet melted instantly. What shocked him even more was that the energy surged in like a tide, filling his entire body with an endless sense of power, as if his entire body was sublimated. This is... Huamanchin and several leaders on the podium were all surprised. Bathing in light! As expected, this was not an ordinary priest skill, but an effect enhanced by some special aura. Enough! The principal's cold shout interrupted everything, and the scene became quiet in an instant. Only Huamanchin and the tester who was looking after the light bead kept their eyes on me for a moment. Was that the bathing light technique just now? Huamanchin raised her eyebrows slightly, and her eyes became deep. I smiled calmly, knowing in my heart that this scene probably meant something to her. The principal sighed and looked at me slowly. Student Mu Qin, your grades are excellent, and you are the best student of this class. However, job transfer itself is full of randomness. Auxiliary professions also have strong combat potential, and your future prospects are limitless. I smiled slightly. Principal, don't worry, I understand. After getting off the platform, Ruby and I walked back to the team side by side, still maintaining a leisurely pace. Although there were many complicated looks from the side, I didn't care. At this moment, I actually have a sense of satisfaction that others cannot understand. What's wrong with being a priest? Who says that only combat professions can shine? In the near future, I, the father, will definitely make a big splash. You're finally back, kid. What profession have you awakened to? Second uncle walked over from afar, his eyes full of anticipation. Pastor, I answered calmly, looking into my uncle's eyes, and clearly saw his moment of loss. Haha, that's not bad. You're treated as a combat employee and don't have to be on the front line. It's really easy. My second uncle patted my shoulder and smiled happily. Although he said this, the warmth and concern in his eyes were still self-evident. In this parallel world, although my parents had divorced long ago and my second uncle raised me, no matter where I am, he is always my only relative. Come on, let's go inside and have some drinks. I nodded, with a hint of warmth in my smile. Changing careers is the key to life for every young person, and at this moment, I feel more of the expectation for the future. The next day, I woke up with a splitting headache. Oh right, the light bathing technique. I slapped my head. Bang! With a halo, the tiredness instantly disappeared and I was refreshed. The dad's skills are really useful in life. Look at the panel and see what it says. Name, Mukin, awakening profession, priest, current level, 0, health, 500/500, energy, 100/100, 5-dimensional attributes, affects growth, current remaining attribute points, 0, strength, 5, body, 10, endurance, 8, agility, 3, mental strength, 8, skill points remaining, 172,500. Skill, bathing in light, first level. Looking at the data on the panel, I felt excited. It seems that I don't have to worry about insufficient skill strength anymore. I quickly locked onto the Bath of Light skill, and the related skill interpretation emerged. Light Bath, the core skill of priest-type awakeners. Restores the target's health by 3%, grade bonus 0%. Currently required skill points to advance, 500. I gasped. I heard from Ruby that in the early stages, even a hardcore combat awakener can only gain dozens to hundreds of skill points a day. At this rate, if I only rely on leveling up to improve my skills, it will take me forever to max out my core skills. But now, I can gain several days' worth of other people's skill points by just taking a nap without doing anything. The value of this cheat code is getting higher and higher. I rubbed my hands with excitement, and my eyes were fixed on the function of adding points. No nonsense, just get started. First upgrade to a level to try the effect. Ding! consuming 500 skill points. Congratulations to the host, the light bathing technique has been upgraded to the second level. Congratulations to the host, the light bathing technique has evolved the light of the soul. Oh? After the core skills were upgraded, there was a qualitative change. This unexpected surprise stunned me. I quickly locked onto the introduction of the inner light skill. Light of the soul restores the target's HP by 7%. Increases the caster's basic defense. The effect lasts for 3 minutes. Reduces physical damage taken. And has a 10% chance of being immune to the enemy's critical hit skill effect. Oh my god! This skill not only doubles the healing amount of Bath of Light, but also comes with triple effects such as increased defense, reduced damage, and immunity to critical hits. It's simply too amazing. And this is just a transformation after an advanced level. This is incredible! I murmured. I am usually calm and composed, but at this moment I could hardly suppress the excitement in my heart. Keep upgrading! At this moment, I was completely immersed in the joy of cheating, and there was only one thought in my mind: keep upgrading. I couldn't wait to see how high the Bath of Light could go. Ding! Consuming 2,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host, the light of the soul has been upgraded to the second level. Congratulations to the host, the light of the soul has evolved Holy Light Prayer. Ding! Consuming 5,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host, Holy Light Prayer has been upgraded to level 3. Congratulations to the host, Holy Light Prayer has evolved into Ancient Hymn. Ding! Consuming 50,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host, the Holy Spirit Contract has been upgraded to the 6th level. Congratulations to the host, the Holy Spirit Contract has evolved Glory of the World. As the core skills continued to transform, a peaceful atmosphere filled the room. Outside the window, birds continued to gather, and the grass and trees in the yard become more lush and vibrant. My second uncle, who was forging iron, wiped his sweat and looked up. His eyes lit up when he saw the faint light filling the room. This breath is so clear. The furnace doesn't seem so hot anymore. At the same time, I felt my limbs and bones become stronger, and my perception of light became sharper. 7th level of light bathing technique. I finally stopped with satisfaction and used up all my skill points. To transform to the 8th level, the required skill points are as high as 450,000. The core skills of the Awakener can only be transformed to the 9th level at most. For me, level 9 is already the limit. However, now, on the second day of my job change, my bathing in light technique has reached the 7th level of strength. This is simply horrifying. I took a deep breath and suppressed the smile in my heart. After all, the priest's core skills are among the few percentage bonus skills. As my skill level increases, my role will only become more and more significant. Imagine, when this high-level light bathing technique is used on a high-level warrior, a single cast can restore thousands or even tens of thousands of HP. This is simply terrifying output. Compared to those combat skills that can easily destroy the world, my ability is the real foundation of the team. Because only living people can output. Feeling happy, I walked out of the room, basked in the sunshine in the courtyard, stretched myself lazily, and looked up at the sky. In the sunlight, the faint outline of an angel appeared again. Ding! The angel of light is awakening. Charging! I was stunned. Behind me, 2 silver-white angel wings slowly condensed, as if they were in harmony with the outline of the angel in the daylight. I checked the panel again and was shocked to find that all the text had turned golden. What's going on? Could it be that my profession has a hidden form? Is it related to the angel totem in the sky? It was getting more and more incredible. My face was slightly red, and my heart was filled with shock. Unfortunately, I still couldn't master the method to trigger this hidden power. Xiaochen, what are you doing? My second uncle was forging iron and looked at me in confusion. In his eyes, I exuded a sacred aura from the inside out. I didn't look like an ordinary child at all, but more like a child from an aristocratic family. I smiled indifferently, and with a casual stroke of my hand, the dazzling light bathing technique actually emitted a light golden halo. In an instant, second uncle's arms became extremely powerful, and crisp echoing sounds resounded in the air. Ha! Boy, your skills are too strong! I've been forging iron for the whole morning, and now I suddenly feel like I have endless energy. At this rate, I can forge 10 weapons a day without any problem. Looking at my second uncle's smile, my heart feels warm. Is this true? Uncle, how about helping me make a set of armor? Ruby suddenly appeared, grinning, carrying a large box of materials, and waving at me in the yard. Brother Chin, why didn't you go level up? Many of the awakened combat professions have started to kill monsters. I smiled faintly and shook my head, jokingly saying, I'm a dad, there's no need to rush, it's the same sooner or later. Ruby came up to him and started to fool him. Don't! You can't be a slacker even if you work hard. As long as you work hard, your skills and levels can be improved. You are still the cornerstone of the team. I smiled faintly and thought, I wonder what Ruby's expression will be when he sees the level of my light bathing technique. At this moment, a row of black luxury cars stopped outside the gate. The owner of the car, the man in a suit and sunglasses, walked up to the second uncle, carrying a large gold-plated box. Excuse me, is this the blacksmith shop of the Mukin family? The second uncle was stunned and nodded quickly. Yes, you are. The man in the suit handed over the card and said in a low voice, Help me make 3 swords. The materials and drawings are in the box. The card contains the deposit. I will come to pick it up in half a month. After that, the man in the suit and his group left quickly. It was the first time we had seen such a magnificent row of luxury cars. Ruby was shocked. Damn, which nobleman placed the order? This is so shocking! The second uncle took the card and swiped it through the machine, with a look of astonishment on his face. 5 million! Ruby and his second uncle looked at each other, too shocked to speak. I looked at the backs of the vehicles with clear eyes. There was an indescribable fragrance in the air. This scent, could it be her? Ruby only stayed at my house for half an hour before he formed a team through the high school's official task exchange group and started killing monsters. This large group includes almost all students who have successfully awakened combat professions. More than 90% of the group have already taken action and are unwilling to fall behind. And I was lazily lying on the armchair in the yard, drinking tea, basking in the sun, and browsing the chat records shared by my classmates in the group. Wan Taichu Archer of Class 3, Brothers, the coordinates of the Angry Birds boss have been found. It refreshes about every 2 hours. An experience pill just exploded, and it rewards me with 30 skill points. Li Erniu, Axe Warrior, from Class 6, shocked. 30 skill points? This reward is too much. I spent the whole morning at the sheep herd and only got 18 skill points. Wiping sweat. Class 8 Wang Jiani, Fire Mage. Wow, classmate Wang is so strong. He was able to kill the angry birds so quickly? I remember that was a level 4 monster group, and the strength of the boss was even higher than level 5. It's really too much for a top student. He started killing level 5 boss the day after he changed his job. Looking at the students in the group discussing, sharing and complimenting each other enthusiastically, I couldn't help but smile. Opening the panel, I took a look at the skill point balance, 87,530. This cold number made me feel confused. Suddenly, I seemed to understand. It turns out that after traveling to this world, the confusion felt by those young and wealthy CEOs was not just a show-off, but a real one. Others cannot understand it because their strength is simply not on the same level as the big guys. At this moment, I can relate to you. Watching my classmates in the group trying their best on the novice map for a few dozen skill points, I actually felt a little guilty about my current comfortable life. Damn capital! It smells so good! I muttered to myself as I refilled my cup of tea and urged my second uncle. Uncle, work harder! We have too many orders these days. We can't delay delivery. We have to protect our family's reputation. I want to be the first generation of rich people, and I rely on you. My second uncle was wiping his sweat and preparing to complain, but I accidentally poked him with 2 fingers. Swish! A light golden halo descended from nowhere and instantly covered the whole body of second uncle. The strength attribute of this level 15 blacksmith immediately doubled. With the help of various powerful aura buffs, second uncle was instantly filled with violent power. 2 transparent red flame halos ignited around his arms, as if all the strength in his body was about to burst out at any time. Damn it, you're second uncle, am really destined to work like a slave. I can't stop at all." As he said that, the second uncle changed to a sledgehammer, waved it with both hands, and smashed the iron block in front of him. The hammering efficiency instantly increased several times. "That's right. I'm in my 40s, the age for hard work and struggle." I stretched myself and basked in the sun. It was so comfortable that I gradually dozed off. Before I knew it, I fell into a deep sleep. In my dream, I seemed to see the totem of the Angel of Light becoming clearer and clearer deep in the scorching sun in the sky. With unspeakable pressure, it approached me quickly like a god descending to the earth. However, when I instinctively wanted to see the face clearly, I found that it was gradually distorted and became hideous and terrifying. The golden wings suddenly turned blood red, as if the howling of an evil spirit was quietly approaching in the cold night. The angel with glory fell into Shura in this endless darkness, and became the abyss of nightmare. Ding! Achievement achieved, Dark Knight Shura. Reward skill points, 200,000. Knight Shura state activated, charging. I suddenly woke up from my dream. My forehead was covered with cold sweat. My second uncle's blanket fell to the ground, and I was the only one lying on the rattan chair in the yard, surrounded by the long and silent night sky. Knight Shura. I recalled the scene in my dream, immediately opened the panel, and found a shocking scene. Sure enough! The panel turned blood red. It's different from the golden panel during the day. Could it be that during the day, I am protected by the totem of the Angel of Light? And at night, the angel turned into Shura, and I also entered the Shura form? I immediately locked onto the skill area and discovered that the core skill, Bathing in Light, that originally belonged to the priest class had evolved into the 7th order, Bright Life, and had been replaced by a brand new skill. Bloody Shura, passive. When the host releases any skill, there is a 10% chance to absorb 2% of the target's current health. Shura Mark, passive. When the host releases a skill in the Night Shura state, the target will gain a layer of Shura Mark. Note, this skill is only activated in the Night Shura state. The skill strength is affected by the evolution strength of the Shura totem. Blood Killing Technique. Level 1. Burn 3% of your own health to launch a spell attack. Make the target lose blood continuously. Add a layer of Shura Mark. It's actually a second, completely independent set of panels. In other words, I have awakened 2 hidden professions, Angel and Shura, corresponding to the 2 forms of day and night respectively. So this is the real power behind my identity as a dad. I clenched my fists, feeling extremely excited. Who says that a nanny is a support profession? Who says that a priest has no offensive ability and can only rely on others? What will it be like if a nanny also has the ability to attack and kill? Perhaps, in this endless battlefield of this parallel world, the monster's true nightmare has already arrived. Without further hesitation, I waved my arms and continued to squander skill points on my second set of panels. Ding! Consuming 2,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host. The blood killing technique has been upgraded to the 2nd level. Congratulations to the host. The blood killing technique has evolved Nightmare Cage. Ding! Consuming 5,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host. The Nightmare Cage has been upgraded to the 3rd level. Congratulations to the host. The Nightmare Cage has evolved into the Sickle of Judgment. Ding! Consuming 50,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host. The Judgment of Death Light has been upgraded to the 7th level. Congratulations to the host. The Judgment of Death Light has evolved into the Soul Blasphemy. With a series of skill evolutions, a murderous storm suddenly blew up in my courtyard. Dark clouds covered the radiance of the waning moon, and the night was so lonely that it was chilling. The black hunting wind mixed with a faint smell of blood enveloped the entire yard. At this moment, no one noticed that under the night sky, my eyes had turned as red as blood. Why is the wind blowing suddenly? Inside the house, my second uncle sat up and was about to close the window when he saw a pair of black and red wings stretching out from behind me. That is... how is it possible? On the outskirts of the Nanjiang safe zone, the closest leveling site is the Overwatch Ranch, a place most frequented by novice players. Usually, awakened people who have just changed their jobs will fight monsters here, and their levels are between 1 and 10. Especially those players who have changed their jobs for a week and have a stable team, they can usually easily reach level 5 within a week. Some top teams, due to their diverse professional combinations and abundant resources, can even quickly kill the boss and reach level 8. There are only a handful of such highly efficient teams in the entire Nanjiang, and only a gifted girl like Hua Manxin can reach such a level. At this time, although I am only a level 0 awakener, with the help of the powerful system, my 7th level skills make the monsters in the Overwatch ranch unable to meet my needs. If I want to fight, I will fight on higher end maps. I opened the map and headed straight for the deeper 2nd level map Silent Valley. The monster levels here are mostly between 11 and 20, and there are as many as 8 common monster types, and their names are displayed in red. Red-named monsters mean that they can automatically sense human presence and take the initiative to attack. Although they are very dangerous, the experience and rewards after defeating them are also extremely rich. An hour later, I passed through the novice area and stepped into the outskirts of the Silent Valley. The air was filled with a murderous atmosphere. The strong smell of blood was just right for my current state as the Knight Azura. Sure enough, this is a more challenging place than the novice map of the ranch. Without relaxing at all, I took out a tube of red potion from my backpack and drank it happily. Instantly, a red light flashed. Ding! Drink the primary tonic. The host's HP limit increases by 300, and the duration is 30 minutes. I looked at the panel and my health quickly reached 600. Fortunately, there are no fake potions in this parallel world. I couldn't help but smile, and felt more confident. At this time, I turned into Shura, unable to use the light bath, and the skill consumed health instead of energy. As a priest, the most important thing to understand is that you can only output if you survive. I walked slowly into the valley, through the dense forest, across the gurgling stream, and came to a quiet lake. The moonlight was thin and visibility on the lake was extremely low, so ordinary people could not detect the dangers hidden under the water. But my Knight Shura state gives me super night vision. Through the dim lake water, I saw 2 huge crocodiles with ferocious and blood-red eyes lurking at the bottom of the lake. Level 13 Beast, Bloodthirsty Crocodile. You came just in time. I pretended not to see it, and stood by the lake quietly waiting for the prey to take the bait. Whoosh! The bloodthirsty crocodiles remained motionless, and after locking onto their target, they rushed over swiftly. Just as I was about to make a move, a beam of light arrows suddenly shot out from the jungle behind me and accurately hit the head of a bloodthirsty crocodile, killing it. I turned around and saw 2 young awakeners. The man was tall and had a bow and arrow on his back. The woman looked like a support type and had no weapon. The 2 of them quickly ran in front of me and formed a protective formation. The woman waved her hand and released a beam of white light, illuminating the lake, while the man quickly bent his bow and shot an arrow, killing another bloodthirsty crocodile. What are you doing? I was about to speak, but the male awakener looked scared. Little brother! How can you, a level 0 priest, appear in Silent Valley? This place is too dangerous for you, leave now. The woman also said seriously. Yes, if it weren't for us, you would have been attacked by that bloodthirsty crocodile just now. I was a little helpless. How could you, Shura, a master with the 7th level core skills, need your protection? But these 2 are kind-hearted, so I naturally won't care and responded with a smile. I appreciate your kindness. But these bloodthirsty crocodiles may not pose a threat to me. After saying that, I turned and walked towards the deeper valley. Brother, wait a minute! The man wanted to dissuade her, but his female companion stopped him. Never mind, there's something unusual about that boy. Did you notice his aura? Yes, his eyes are actually red. The man pondered. Could it be a special profession? Even if they are special professions, I have never heard of anyone daring to break into the Silent Valley alone. They shook their heads and left. However, less than 2 minutes after the 2 left, I encountered an even more terrifying enemy, 3 level 15 soul-eating cheetahs. They stood on the forks of 2 big trees, their cold eyes fixed on me, and they let out low roars. Is the group here? Then fight with me. I stood still, not panicking at all, and whispered provocatively. 3 spirit-eating cheetahs pounced over quickly, opened their mouths, revealing their bloody mouths, and moved at an astonishing speed. Instantly, a sense of crisis filled my heart. This was the first time I left the safe zone and faced such a real and ferocious creature. However, I was not afraid at all and said calmly, Forbid! He put his 2 fingers together, and 3 blood-red halos descended instantly, and the 3 spirit-eating cheetahs were imprisoned instantly. They struggled and screamed. The oppression and despair deep in their souls made them completely helpless. "That's all?" I sneered, then waved my hand and issued another order. "Explode!" 3 blood-red lights burst out instantly, and the 3 cheetahs immediately turned into blood mist and dissipated. A level 0 priest defeated 3 soul-eating cheetahs attacking together by himself. Is this still a nanny? At this moment, 3 blood-red dots flew towards me and merged into my body. The passive skill Bloodthirsty Shura was triggered, and the 80 blood points just consumed were instantly restored. Ding! Achievement achieved. First character upgrade. Reward: Advanced Experience Guide *3. For newbies only, gain 2,750 experience points. Gain 875 extra experience points. Gain 3 leopard prints. Gain 3 broken leopard bones. Congratulations to the host, the character level has been upgraded to level 3. 15 character attribute points are awarded. Swish! A colorful halo descended quickly, and a sense of joy and advancement swept through my body. I've leveled up. And I've leveled up 3 times in one go. I didn't expect that the experience of leveling up to kill monsters would be so refreshing. You know, for safety reasons, Ruby and his friends could only guard the level 0 alpacas and kill monsters on the pasture during the day, and it took them 4 hours to reach level 3. On my side, with just a wave of my hand and a few kills, the gap was eliminated. This is just the beginning. As a priest, every time I level up, my base health will increase by 50 points. It will directly break through from 600 points to 750 points. Not enough. Without hesitation, I invested all 15 attribute points into my health. Ding! Adding points successfully. The host's basic health points increased to 750 points. A sudden increase of 300 HP. With the effect of the primary tonic, my HP limit has exceeded 1000. What I didn't realize was that this HP value far exceeded that of any combat profession at the same level. Even Ruby, the blood-buying warrior, only has 800 health at level 3. The improvement before my eyes was so obvious. I savored the pleasure of the upgrade, and felt more resolute with every step in this quiet valley. Thick blood, full of confidence. With the passive blood-sucking talent of Bloody Shura, I am confident that as long as I don't encounter a group siege or face a high-level boss, even if I am alone, I will not easily encounter life-threatening danger in this valley. After completing the point-adding operation, I took out an advanced experience guide book and lit it. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Within 1 hour, the character experience points gained by killing monsters will increase by 30%. This achievement reward is quite practical. All of the items given are good for accelerating growth. If I continue like this, I should be able to get through the novice period soon. With a slight smile on my face, I continued to go deeper into the valley and started a new round of monster killing mode. Ding! Gained 300 experience points. Gained 100 extra experience points. Gained 450 experience points. Gained 150 extra experience points. As my experience continued to accumulate, I quickly cleared the soul-devouring leopard and the level 13 red monster armored bear, and successfully reached level 4. The whole process took about half an hour. As the level increases, the speed of upgrading gradually slows down. But even so, this speed is enough to make the students in the group far behind. Whoosh! One after another, red blood light merged into the body. The passive skill of Bloody Shura is taking effect. My blood volume is constantly recovering, and a hot force is surging in my body. Ding! The Night Shura totem has been charged. Waiting for activation. Huh! I stopped and opened the panel in confusion. At this moment, I found that a blood-red light appeared on the upper edge of the panel interface, and it was flashing continuously, with a frequency synchronized with the heartbeat. At the same time, I felt my desire to kill monsters become stronger than ever. Activate! The next moment, the Shura wings behind me suddenly emitted a dazzling blood light. A nearly 3-meter-high Shura totem slowly condensed behind me. Its appearance was exactly the same as the Shura outline I had seen in my dream. However, unlike the existence in the dream that oppressed all living beings, The Shura totem in front of him was more like a newborn larva, waiting to grow. Even so, its aura was still enough to shock the entire valley. Wow, is this really the true form of the martial soul? I turned around and looked at the huge Shura totem behind me, and instantly remembered a classic scene from an anime in my previous life. The ferocious face, violent aura, bloodthirsty eyes, and the striking Shura mark on the forehead. At this moment, it seemed to have become the master of this valley. Is this also considered a special ability in Shura form? Charging and activating, is it through the passive skill of Bloody Shura, absorbing blood power to summon the totem to descend? It does look quite powerful, but how do I use this thing? I opened the panel again, and sure enough, I saw the totem's exclusive attribute interface in the skill bar. A Shura totem, activating. Killing intent burning state, 959. Evolution strength, not evolved. HP, 30,000. Energy, none. Strength, 300. Body, unknown. Endurance, 300. Agility, 300. Mental power coverage area, 10 meters in radius. Skills, Bloodbath. Lord of the Night. Domination. Undead Puppet. Currently unavailable. Bloodbath, passive Shura totem has a Bloodbath skill. After killing monsters, it absorbs blood power and strengthens itself. Domination domain. The area covered by mental power is expanded, all dangerous targets in the area are suppressed, and the Shura mark is applied. Night Lord. Shura totem can enter exploration mode and actively attack any dangerous targets that enter the coverage area. 30,000 HP? I couldn't believe the number in front of me. Isn't this an AFK artifact? With such a high HP, it also comes with the Bloodshot talent, which can suck blood while killing monsters. Most importantly, it can kill monsters automatically. This is too powerful. Shura totem, enter exploration mode. I couldn't wait to give the order. Boom! The murderous aura exploded instantly. The blood-red light in the eyes of the Shura totem became more dazzling. The next moment, it broke away from behind me and quickly moved towards the depths of the valley. Faintly, I saw a circle of blood-red halo with a radius of 10 meters surging under the feet of the Shura totem. That was the range of the dominance domain. Let's follow and see. I was determined in my heart and followed closely, wanting to test the combat effectiveness of the Shura totem. Soon I caught up with the totem and entered a wide open plain in the valley. The plain was full of red monsters marked on the map. The spirit-eating leopards, blood-eating crocodiles, and armored war bears we had encountered before were all there, and their number was at least close to 100. I immediately stopped and hid under a big tree, observing quietly. I didn't dare to rush in rashly. However, instead of slowing down, Shura totem rushed into the group of monsters with even more excitement. Boom! A strong wave of air exploded, and the Shura totem took the initiative to release the domination domain. The domain aura expanded rapidly, and wherever it went, all monsters, whether active or passive, rushed towards the totem. Boom! The Shura totem let out a deafening roar, and quickly condensed into a 2-meter-long blood-red sickle, waving it wildly, and began to harvest these vulnerable prey. Ding! Gain 3,750 experience points. Gain 1,250 additional experience points. Gain 2,700 experience points. Gain 900 additional experience points. Gained 1,800 experience points. Congratulations to the host, the character level has been raised to 5. Gained 5 attribute points. Congratulations to the host, the character level has been raised to 6. Gained 5 attribute points. Congratulations to the host, the character level has been raised to level 9. Gained 5 attribute points. This is unbelievable. I stood there in a daze, unable to move. The upgrade reminders that kept ringing in my mind made me fall into a brief numbness. In just 1 minute, I reached level 9? Looking at the monster corpses scattered all over the plain, I couldn't help but pinch my face. I confirmed that I was not dreaming. So, upgrading can be so simple? I muttered to myself thoughtfully as I opened the panel again. Name Mukin. Awakening occupation Priest. Current level 9. HP 1350/1350. Temporarily increase the upper limit by 300. Energy 0. 5-dimensional attributes. Affects growth, Current remaining attribute points 30. Strength 20. Body 27. Endurance 15. Agility 10. Mental strength 15. Skill points remaining 35,200. Skills: Shura Totem, activating, Blood Killing, Nightmare Cage, Judgment Scythe, Death Ray, Dead Soul Desecration, Bloody Shura, passive, Shura Mark, passive. Keep maxing it out. I suppressed the urge to smile and added all 30 attribute points to physical strength without hesitation. Ding! Adding points successfully. The host's basic health points increased to 1650 points. When the health is close to 2000 at full power, it feels so good. I looked at the health indicator on the panel, which showed 1950, and I finally felt relieved. It's not that I'm timid, but although this world looks like a huge battlefield, you only have one life. If your health reaches 0, everything will be gone. As a time traveler, I understand the truth that stability leads to longevity. The way to go is to develop slowly. The panel data of Shura Totem has changed. Murderous Intent Burning State, 949. HP, 32,250. Undead Puppet, currently available. Seeing these 3 changes, I have a deeper understanding of Shura Totem. Sure enough, the so-called burning state of killing intent should be the duration of the Shura Totem. Such a powerful existence cannot last forever. However, the blood-sucking effect of the bloodthirsty talent should help replenish the killing intent. As long as you keep killing monsters, the existence time of the totem will be extended. Moreover, part of the blood swallowed will be fed back to itself, and the totem's combat power will be further enhanced. It seems that its size has also grown. Looking at the totem's increasingly large figure, my heart was filled with surprise and satisfaction. Undead Puppet, burn part of the totem's health to revive the beasts with the Shura mark that were killed in the master's domain, making them followers. The Shura mark disappears and the puppet is destroyed. Release the puppet! With full of expectations, I gave the order again. Buzz! Instantly, the mark on the forehead of the Shura totem on the battlefield emitted a brilliant blood-red light. The totem let out a roar, and the blood light spread again. The corpses of ferocious beasts lying all around, and the mark between his eyebrows also glowed at the same time. Immediately afterwards, the pupils of all the corpses turned scarlet, and they stood up and gathered around the Shura totem. Health, 24,550. Oh my God! I actually turned the monster I killed into a puppet. The cost was just a loss of some totem health. This means that Shura Totem can grow his team while killing monsters. If the totem lasts long enough, the entire Silent Valley may become my territory. Thinking of this, my heart suddenly jumped, and I, who was always calm, couldn't help but get excited. Who would have thought that I would awaken such a heaven-defying professional ability? Dark Knight Shura. It's really terrifying. Isn't this the scenario of a young dragon slayer who eventually becomes a dragon? So exciting. Night Lord exploration mode continue. Endless killing. Tonight I will see if I can rule the entire Silent Valley. As the command was given, the spiritual power of the Shura totem vibrated violently throughout the entire Silent Valley. All the beasts with the Shura mark roared in response. At this moment, the battlefield in the valley was filled with the roars of beasts, shaking the entire night sky. At the same time, on the south side of the Silent Valley, about 2 kilometers away from me, a nimble woman in black was moving flexibly in the dense forest. She held 2 short silver blades in her hands, and every time she came into contact with a ferocious beast, she would cut its throat instantly. Under the dim light of the night moon, her face is clearly visible. Hua Manchin. Level 7 Swordsman. Leveling time is 13 hours and 38 minutes. Among the many combat awakeners, she ranks 3rd in real time. The sudden roar of an animal interrupted her rhythm. Where is the roar coming from? She leaned against a big tree alertly, replenishing her supplies and refreshing her ranking data. That guy is still at level 0. He's not really planning to give up, is he? He gave up so easily. I thought he was a strong rival. Humph. She looked at my name that was still not online, feeling dissatisfied and a little disappointed. Such a strong smell of blood. Hua Manchin stood up and glanced sharply towards the north. A large number of ferocious beasts should have been killed. Could it be that the protectors of a powerful force took action? She was curious and chanted a few words in a low voice. After a while, more than a dozen pink and white fluorescent psionic butterflies flew out. This is the guardian pet that only the heirs of the upper class have. Go and take a look at the situation over there. Huamanshin waved her hand, and the spirit butterflies quickly flew to the north. As the beasts roared, the bloody smell in the air became stronger. Soon, all the Psylocks flew back in a hurry, their wings trembling. They were obviously feeling uneasy, and no longer dared to go deeper. There's a big terror? How is that possible? This is just a second-level map. There shouldn't be any powerful protectors. Let's go and take a look. 5 minutes later, Huamanshin finally broke through the jungle boundary and entered the plain battlefield. The scene before her completely stunned her. The shock on her face was clear. Oh my god, what the hell is that? The huge Shura totem has grown to more than 5 meters tall. The aura emanating from its surroundings has turned into a terrifying black-red color. The huge blood-red sickle was swung mercilessly in his hand, killing the ferocious beasts on the plains. What is even more puzzling is that these killed beasts can be resurrected and become his puppets. This is simply a moving netherworld purgatory. Huamanshin's face turned pale. She originally planned to continue observing, but suddenly she felt a strong sense of oppression and fear. Oh no, it's coming towards me! Run! This was her only instinctive reaction. She originally wanted to take a picture of this scene and send a screenshot to her family elders, but now, she clearly realized that her life was seriously threatened. Where the hell did this thing come from? How can a low-level training area allow forbidden monsters to appear? I have to escape from here and can't let it, and those puppets catch up with me. Huamanshin muttered to herself as she ran wildly. At the same time, on the other side of the valley, the couple who had previously stolen my bloodthirsty crocodile were witnessing all this. Oh my god, husband, what kind of monster is that? It's scarier than the boss. This should be a forbidden monster, why is it here? There are so many small monsters around, is it a riot of ferocious beasts? The man remained calm and began taking pictures, frowning. We have to notify the garrison. We can't let them continue killing. The guards on duty moved quickly to check the situation. Someone triggered the red signal? What's going on? Report to the commander. A suspected forbidden creature has been found in Silent Valley and is advancing towards the inner area. The leader's expression instantly became serious. Zoom in. When the Shura totem appeared on the screen, the awakened people in the duty room were shocked. What the hell is this? Commander Lee, this big guy is so scary. Officer Lee hesitated for a moment and said sternly, This is Shura. What? There was deathly silence in the duty room. Chapter 8, 1000 Slashes Achievement Completed. Alarming the Garrison Area Boss. Shura! Isn't that an epic character that only appeared in the ancient mythological era? Could it be that he really exists? Yes. Besides, even if these taboos really appear, there is no reason for them to come to a second-level battlefield like this where novices gather. Oh my god! This thing is Shura? Who can beat it? The awakened ones started shouting at each other. Commander Lee sternly rebuked. All right, go back to your posts and be on standby. Don't rest tonight, cheer up and be ready for battle. Xiao Wang notified the chief guard of Silent Valley, Su Yang, to immediately seal off the 4 entrances and not allow anyone to enter. Clear! Everyone took action. The middle-aged man rubbed his flat head and stared at the Shura totem on the screen. Looking at this state, it should not be the real forbidden incarnation, but some kind of totem or summoned creature. But I haven't heard of anyone in Nanjiang who has the ability to summon Shura, a taboo. Forget it, let's go over and take a look first. I hope there won't be any serious trouble. Hurry up, everyone! Can you afford it if something happens? At this time, at the western entrance of the Silent Valley, the person in charge, the level 48 blood warrior Su Yang, shouted anxiously with a red face. As soon as he received the order from Commander Li Ming, he immediately mobilized people and took action. Outside the entrance, the special armored vehicle drove over. Su Yang was about to get into the car when a large ice-blue bird flapped its wings and rushed towards him in the distance. The man on his back was none other than the middle-aged man with a flat head, Li Ming, a level 62 axe warrior. Mr. Li, why did you come here in person? Su Yang had a very kind expression on his face, which was completely different from the way he treated his subordinates. Bullshit. If you don't come, can you bear it? What's going on inside? Give me first-hand data. Su Yang tried to smooth things over with a playful smile. Boss Li, aren't you making things difficult for me? That's Shura. The detection equipment we have here is completely useless. We have to go in and see the specific situation in person. Li Ming didn't waste any time. He picked up Su Yang with one hand and threw him on the back of his bird. He accelerated at full speed and flew into the Silent Valley. Everyone stand by. Do not leave without permission. Yes. 10 minutes later, the big blue bird carried the two of them and approached the depths of the valley. From a long distance, they saw the huge totem that had expanded to 8 meters and was still slaughtering all kinds of ferocious beasts. Faintly, the two discovered that a few dozen meters behind the Shura totem, there was a figure shrouded in a faint blood-red light. If it's not Mukin, then who else could it be? Su Yang looked serious and lowered his voice. Shit, was he really summoned by someone? Boss Li, when will a big boss who can summon Shura appear in Nanjiang? Li Ming rolled his eyes in annoyance. Who told you it must be from Nanjiang? This Shura totem has a health bar of at least 80,000. It should be above level 80. That figure is probably not a big shot we can afford to offend. Master Duo? Level 80. Su Yang shivered. You know, he has changed his job for more than 10 years and is only in his 40s. An awakener above level 80. According to the strength level classification given by the Awakening Alliance, he is at least a 5th level, or even 6th level boss. Rank is actually equivalent to the medal of the Awakened One. It is also the most intuitive symbol of the status of the Awakened in this field. The requirements for upgrading the rank are very strict. Take Li Ming, who is at level 62, for example. He is considered a high-level figure in the entire Nanjiang Security Zone management system, but he is only at the peak of the 4th stage. Generally, Awakeners must reach level 65 before they can participate in the 5th stage promotion assessment. What is the concept of a 6th stage Awakener? His power and status are almost equal to that of the governor of Nanjiang. Such a big guy comes to the 2nd level map to kill monsters? Su Yang was really unsure of what was going on. Li Ming sighed and said solemnly, One reasonable interpretation I can think of is that this mysterious strong man should be the guardian of a large family, and he is collecting some kind of props or skill books for the family heir. If that's the case, then his target must be the boss in the core area of Silent Valley. Looking at the path they are taking, they probably aren't in the outer security zone. We don't need to worry too much about security threats for now. Upon hearing this, Su Yang nodded wildly like a chick pecking at rice. That makes sense, Mr. Li. I feel relieved when you say that. But then again, if there really is an invader, we won't be able to stop an existence of this level. Boom! Below, Mukin was still controlling the Shura totem, advancing steadily towards the inside of the valley. Up to now, the number of undead puppets controlled by this man and his totem has reached nearly 1,000. Ding! Gained 3,350 experience points. Ding! Gained 1120 additional experience points. Ding! Gained 2,400 experience points. Ding! Gained 800 additional experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement of killing 1,000 people. Reward, an achievement gift pack. Oh? I killed 1,000 monsters so quickly! There are gift bags available. This is really generous. Mukin was just a street urchin at this moment. You don't have to do anything, just follow the Shura totem to plunder the loot, gain experience, and receive rewards. It just so happens that this guy who was lying down had already been promoted to level 14. Where the hell can I go to seek justice? You know, the person currently ranked first in the group level ranking is only at level 8. If Mu Chun was more high profile, he would turn on the online function of the large group and share his level data. It would only take a moment for a large group of people to explode. Keep pushing forward. Mu Chun took the map and observed it for a while, then updated the instructions of the Shura totem again. This time, his target is the strongest person in Silent Valley, the central area boss Tarzan. As Myoken and a large group of undead puppets moved away completely. A couple of awakened people, a man and a woman, ran out of the inner circle in panic, and suddenly felt like they had survived a disaster. Phew! I finally got away with it. I was so scared. The woman kept stroking her chest to calm her restlessness. The man was more alert. He saw the blue bird approaching in the sky and quickly raised his arms and called out. Hey! Boss, requesting support. Quick, draw your bow and shoot that bird. Afterwards, Li Ming observed the two people below, controlled the flying bird guardian spirit to land, and came to the two of them. It's Commander Li! Great! We are saved! The woman cheered excitedly. The awakened people in Nanjiang are not unfamiliar with the identity of this middle-aged man with a flat head. Li Ming asked seriously. You were also targeted by that Shura-like monster? The man shook his head hurriedly. It was almost locked. Commander Li, that big guy is still growing while killing monsters and sucking blood. It hasn't reached its limit yet. What did you say? At this moment, Su Yang's face next to him also changed drastically. Hasn't reached the upper limit yet? How is that possible? The couple nodded frantically, their faces filled with fear. It's true. We didn't dare to move rashly, fearing that we would be locked by the aura of that giant. We have been observing and collecting its data. Now that big guy's health has exceeded 100,000. Li Ming was also panicked now, and said fiercely with his brows tightly furrowed. Trouble! The person who controls the Shura totem may be a Grand Master Summoner. What? Su Yang and the couple were horrified. Grand Master level Awakener, above level 100, a 7th level giant. Chapter 9 Grand Master level evidence. Officer Li panicked. The so-called Grand Master. As the name suggests, it is the group of people who stand at the top of the pyramid in the field of awakeners. A true watershed for the awakened. In a third-tier city like Nanjiang, with a population of tens of millions and nearly 100,000 combat awakeners, there is not even one Grand Master. It is conceivable what a level 100, 7th stage Grand Master Summoner means. Myoken could not have imagined that the Shura totem he summoned had a hidden professional talent, and its value was still increasing. He clearly didn't do anything, but he had already turned the entire Nanjiang upside down. Duty office? I'm Li Ming. Activate the Silent Valley area alarm immediately. Notify all awakened people in the area to leave the battlefield immediately. A suspected unidentified Grand Master level Awakener has appeared. Nanjiang Security Zone, enter level 1 alert. Li Ming gave an order, and Su Yang and the couple in front of him looked at each other, extremely serious. Soon, an extremely shrill alarm sounded over the Silent Valley. Hua Manqin, who was hiding deep in the valley, felt her emotions, which had just calmed down, become heavy again. It's actually level 1 alert, regional alarm. Could it be because of the appearance of that big guy just now? No, we have to contact our family immediately. Hua Manqin wiped the sweat from her forehead and took out her cell phone. She had just broken free from the aura of the Shura totem domain, and suddenly felt a little regretful for coming in alone at night. Damn it! I was planning to use experience books to catch up with my progress at night, and reach level 8 to compete in the leaderboard, but I encountered something like this. Bite. Just then, someone in the first group started sending messages. At everyone, what's going on with the door? Why did the level 1 alarm go off out of nowhere? My second brother is on duty in the safe zone. I heard something happened in Silent Valley. It seems that a 7th level summoning master has arrived. He created a huge monster, it seems to be called Shura, and it's killing people indiscriminately. If you run into it, you'll die. I'm so depressed, JPG. Fuck. Is this true? Is the person above bragging? Grandmaster? Why did he come to our Nanjiang? There is not even one level 100 Grandmaster in the entire city of Nanjiang. Shocked. That's right, it's not that serious. It's probably just a riot of ferocious beasts. It's no big deal. Pouting. Hua Manqin looked at the discussion information that was refreshing frantically in the group, and couldn't help but muster up her courage again, and groped towards the central area. Is he really a 7th level Grandmaster? No. Impossible. If there really was a level 100 boss coming to Nanjiang, Grandpa would never have no reaction. He should have sent someone to contact me long ago. The family hasn't made any moves, which proves that they are not truly powerful. But how do you explain this totem? Hua Manqin suddenly remembered the figure following the Shura totem that she saw when she was hiding just now. Because it was too dark at night, she couldn't see Mukin clearly. Coupled with the protection of the blood-colored wings in the Shura state, Mukin looks particularly mysterious. After eliminating the biggest threat, Hua Manqin was once again filled with curiosity. Follow and take a look! This time, she put away her double blades, summoned Psylocke to guard her, and took out her cell phone to turn on the video recording function. At the same time, Mukin also controlled the Shura totem and came to the center of the empty and quiet valley in the central area. What this place actually looks like is a huge hollowed-out stone mountain. It is very similar to the hinterland of the mysterious island in the previous life movie called King Kong. Empty, solemn, and mysterious. Deep in the hinterland, there is a deep ancient jungle, but no breath fluctuations of the boss can be detected. Mu Qin carefully looked at the map several times, and after confirming that the coordinates were correct, he raised his head and frowned slightly. Is Taishan sleeping? Why is there no movement at all? Suddenly, at this moment, countless ancient vines spread out from both sides of the area where Mukin and the group of ferocious beast undead puppets were located. It spread all over the sky and formed a huge net. It seems to want to completely surround all the living things here. Mukin regained his usual wisdom and calmness, and snorted with a laugh. Mystification. Mukin was not in a hurry and immediately started chanting on the spot. Clang! In an instant, the Shura marks on the eyebrows of thousands of undead puppets were lit up at the same time. The purple halo, like a star-studded purple galaxy, came together to form a huge light array covering an area of hundreds of meters around. At this moment, Li Ming and his companions who were observing the situation here from the sky happened to see a bird's-eye view of the battlefield. Looking down from the air, all the purple mark light spots formed an extremely huge and complete Shura mark. It was actually ignited along the trajectory of the formation. Wow! What a beautiful trajectory! Is this a formation pattern? It should be an enlarged version of the mark. On the back of the big bird, the couple whispered. Only Li Ming frowned and fell into deep thought. This is not good, go! Suddenly, Li Ming dug out a taboo knowledge from his memory, and his face turned pale with shock. Quick! Xiaolan, evacuate at full speed! It's going to explode down there! When Su Yang and the couple saw Li Ming like this, they were scared to death. What's going on, Mr. Li? Li Ming yelled and cursed. It can be confirmed. It's a true 7th level forbidden spell. If we don't leave now, we might be in danger. Boom! After Mukin finished chanting, the blood-red light in his pupils turned into the fuse of a huge mark array. The entire formation was ignited instantly. Dead soul blasphemy! Fry! Boom! In an instant, under the activation of Mukin's 7th level skill, Soul Desecration, the marks on the eyebrows of all the undead puppets were detonated at the same time. A single spark can start a prairie fire. The local forces released by each mark merged together to form a catastrophic vortex that swept across the periphery of the entire valley. The devastating explosive force completely destroyed all the surrounding vines. Deep in the vast valley, the sleeping Mount Tai finally awakened at this moment, and slowly walked out of the dark shadows. The 5-meter-tall Silent Valley Central Area boss, Taishan, the strongest person in the entire 2nd-level map, standing in front of the Shura totem, humbled like a child. Tarzan? That's it. Mukin stared blankly at the little fellow who was only as tall as the Shura totem's waist, and fell into deep thought. The huge Shura totem, which was more than 10 meters tall, also fell silent. As for Tarzan, it beat its chest desperately, and without saying a word, it turned around and ran away. Taishan never expected in his dream that when he woke up, the sky would fall down. It turned out that the vines outside were the hunting net he had set up. Any intruder will be blocked and surrounded by vines and fall into the trap. But he never expected that this time, he would catch a big Shura. And at this moment, in a corner hundreds of meters behind Mukin, Miss Wamanchin, who was already covered in dust and dirt, took a huge risk, took out her mobile phone, and took a photo of this extremely precious scene, and sent it to a group message of number 1 middle school. Fuck! Campus Beauty, you are actually here? Oh my god! What is this? Shura! Is it true that the Grand Master of Summoning has come to Nanjiang? Is this the Grand Master's summon? How terrifying! A large group of people in the middle school were completely furious. The young minds of the awakened rookies who had just changed jobs were greatly shocked. But they could never imagine it in their dreams. The mysterious master on the screen, Wamanchin, who is being revered as a god. He was simply the level 0 dad who had fallen from grace in their eyes, Mu-chin. Chapter 10 Boss drops, solid as a rock. Eradicate it! Mukin stared at Taishan's fleeing back and gave orders coldly. The next moment, the huge Knight Shura totem waved its giant arms and grabbed Taishan's head with one hand. He can manipulate the strongest boss of the entire Silent Valley Level 2 map at his fingertips. Taishan's 5-meter-tall figure roared and struggled hysterically. The tragic sound shook the entire valley. Outside, Wamanchin, who was secretly filming this scene with her mobile phone, was even more terrified. Too terrible! Is this the power of forbidden methods? The dominant boss in the second-level battlefield has no room for resistance at all. Bang! Mu-chin waved his hand and cooperated with the Knight Shura totem to release the blood spirit technique. But in a flash, Taishan's head shattered directly. It turned into a pool of blood and merged into the totem and Mukin's body at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have completed the first boss kill achievement. Get achievement package 1. Ding! Gain 30,000 experience points. Ding! The host has reached the highest level of the current rank and cannot gain experience points. It is recommended to complete the rank promotion task as soon as possible. A series of prompt sounds rang out, but Mukin's attention was obviously not on this. He saw a crystal with a pale yellow light flickering above Tarzan's corpse. Shipped. Players in the gaming world all know that the rewards dropped from killing a boss are definitely much richer than those from small monsters. Now is the most exciting moment to lick the bag. Look what it is! Mukin moved forward excitedly. I was immediately attracted by the bright light. Wow, so many rare materials dropped. The parts of this Tarzan alone can be sold for a lot of gold coins. Mukin waved his hand and collected them all. What is this? Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the skill book solid as a rock. Mukin's face immediately showed joy. Big harvest! Not to mention how strong this skill is. Any skill book dropped by a boss is the most sought-after item in the auction house. High-end skills are in short supply and cannot be bought even with money. Because of the low explosion rate and wide audience, it definitely brings top-level returns. However, because the growth cycle of most awakeners is too long and the resource benefits are limited, it is impossible to develop multiple professional skills at the same time. Therefore, most of the skill books that are revealed are put on auction houses. But for Mukin, there is no problem of insufficient skill points. Shield skills! Good news for auxiliary combat! Without saying a word, Mukin ate the book on the spot. Congratulations to the host, you have mastered a new skill solid as a rock. Initial endurance increased by 20 points. Solid as a rock, the chosen one gains a 15% endurance boost. Professional limited, universal. Duration, 600 seconds. Release conditions 50 energy. Cooling time, 60 seconds. Effective range, group. Mukin quickly understood the properties of this skill. It's not a rare skill. A relatively common auxiliary combat buff. But for the nanny who is a priest, it is definitely a great choice to enrich the skill tree. Nowadays, almost all high-level awakeners possess several different types of abilities. For example, priests, when they reach a higher level, must have other types of enhancement abilities. It can only add blood, and at most you can play in ordinary maps to get supplies. Expedition teams, world boss teams, and even elite priests of high-level guilds all possess fairly comprehensive auxiliary capabilities. Now that he has mastered the rock-solid basic skills, Mewkin is confident that he can gain extraordinary defense enhancement capabilities in the shortest possible time. After looting the bag, Mewkin opened the panel. I've reached level 20 so quickly. It's so fun to hang up and kill monsters. The curve of Mewkin's mouth was really unstoppable. On the second day of job change, I was promoted to level 20. What concept? In the whole Dacia, perhaps only a few important cities and the descendants of the giants of those mysterious hidden families have such an upgrade speed. The family sent out a 5th and 6th level awaken senior to personally lead the team to clear the high-level dangerous maps. Max out all kinds of amplification scrolls and potions. That was pure takeoff. But the starting point for someone like Mewkin, who came from an ordinary family, was a priest who specialized in auxiliary combat and fought alone. I want to reach level 20 in one day. No one will believe me if I tell them. Compared with his level, the so-called level ranking among the large group of awakeners is simply a joke. What's the point of ranking and comparing a bunch of rookies who can't even reach double-digit levels? The original intention was to motivate everyone to work hard and become top players as soon as possible. But what about now? Mewkin, a fallen genius who had given up on himself in everyone's eyes, had reached a level that they could not even dream of overnight. This was ironic. Afterwards, Mewkin directly added all the attribute points to blood volume. Name Mewkin. Awakening profession priest. Current level 20. HP 2750/2750. Energy 0. 5-dimensional attributes. Effects growth. Current remaining attribute points 0. Force 42. Body 89. Resistance 65. Min 27. Mental strength 40. Skill points remaining 267,250. Skills: Shura totem, activating, blood killing, nightmare cage, judgment scythe, death ray, dead soul desecration, bloody Shura, passive, Shura mark, passive. General skill: solid as a rock. Very good. If the primary potion is included, the health can exceed 3,000. This way, even if I venture into a tier 4 map, I won't have to worry about being killed instantly. Blood volume is confidence. Mewkin now is full of confidence. There are 2 more achievement packages. Let's see what they are. Out of curiosity, Mewkin directly opened the 2 achievement gift pack rewards he had obtained before. Open achievement gift pack 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a skill point reward of 200,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a random guardian spirit 1. Swish! A light flashed. A khaki guardian spirit puppy appeared out of thin air beside Mewkin. It looks like a 3-month-old puppy. It was somewhat cute and adorable, rubbing against Mewkin's feet and sniffing his scent. This thing can be a guardian spirit? Isn't it just a pet dog? Just when Mewkin raised the question, the little guy Tuzai ran to the edge of the valley and kept barking at Mewkin. Could it be that there is something else in here? Go in and take a look. Mewkin followed Tuzai, and the man and the dog carefully moved forward towards the inside of the crevice in the valley. Huamanchin, who was standing outside, also looked curious. The boss has been killed, why do we need to go in? Could it be that this mysterious boss came here just for this valley? Is there an unknown treasure in it? When this thought arose, Huamanchin also became restless. Just as she was hesitating whether to follow up. Boom! The spiritual power of the Night Shura totem swept over, immediately interrupting Huamanchin's thoughts. This totem is too powerful. I am no match for it. I need to retreat first. After saying that, Huamanchin quickly left the battlefield and soon disappeared. Little did they know that after going deep into the valley, Mewkin made a great discovery. Chapter 11, Limited Purchase Store? It's always fun to spend money. Woof woof! Tuzai jumped to the edge of a mountain stream and stopped in front of a wet depression. Mewkin took a closer look. Is this a crystal? A product left behind by the boss's life source? Even if you haven't eaten pork, you must have seen a pig running. Mukin understood that the so-called crystallization was based on the same principle as the clam pearls in the parallel world of his previous life. Every kind of boss has its own crystallization of life essence. But this material is quite rare and hard to come by. I didn't expect to run into him, this European emperor. This is good stuff. Mukin directly dug out 3 crystalline stones with an earthy yellow glow, and put them into his pocket. Comfortable. Mukin let out a long sigh. This time, the Silent Valley was worth it. I got the skill book, unlocked the guardian spirit, and now I got the crystal stone. Pets, strength, and funds blossomed on 3 fronts. A sure win. Mukin's first monster-killing expedition ended successfully. It's time to go back. If it's too late, my uncle will get anxious. I have to hurry up and get the rank promotion mission later. As the light flowed, Mukin disappeared right where he was. At the same moment, the Night Shura totem disappeared, and Mukin lifted the Night Shura's awakening state. Little did they know that Mukin just walked away. Several entrance and exit areas of Silent Valley have been on high alert, with defense strength at full capacity. Li Ming, Su Yang and the couple walked out of the exit safety zone with lingering fear and breathed a sigh of relief. I'm scared to death. Mr. Li, what the hell is that monster? Why is it so scary? Li Ming snorted unhappily. Taboo exists. Do you think this is a joke? Don't worry about it for now. I will notify the higher-ups and ask them to send high-level experts to support us. Let's see if we can negotiate with them and find out why they entered the country. You don't have to worry too much. From what we have just observed, the other party has no malicious intent in entering the country. They should have some special purpose, and they will not pose too much of a threat to Nanjiang. The guards all breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yang pouted with a bitter look on his face and said, I hope so. The next day, Mu Qin didn't even have breakfast and went straight to the auction house. Today he has 2 purposes. The first is to sell the monster materials I got yesterday to replenish my wallet. Secondly, I plan to go to the registration office to apply for a promotion. The auction house is the busiest place in the commercial street of the city's safe zone. Mukin strode up the stairs, and after registering his information, he was led to the treasure identification area. Crystal stones are rare items dropped by bosses, and their quality and properties vary greatly, so they need to be identified before being priced and sold. The appraiser in front of him had white hair and beard, and looked like an old scholar. He took the 3 crystal stones and carefully examined them for a long time. Little brother, your crystal doesn't look like a product of a boss in a first-level safety zone. Mukin smiled calmly and said, Master, you have a good eye. This is the shipment from the Valley Crypt of the final boss of Silent Valley, Taishan. What? The old man was stunned on the spot, with an expression that almost made him explode with anger. He looked at Mukin's identity registration information again. Are you sure? You've only changed your job 2 days ago? Auxiliary Combat System, level 20? The old man felt that his cognition had been refreshed. I've lived to this age and I've seen many strong people. However, in Nanjiang, there are not many big families with names to speak of. This was the first time he had encountered a combat assistant priest who had the background to reach level 20 in 1 day. Good boy, the young are to be feared. The old man took off his glasses, and he looked much more excited. He wrote as he spoke. What you dug is Taishan's crystal, which is more valuable than ordinary crystal stones. If you put it up at the auction house directly, you will lose at least 10 times its value. I'll register it for you. You can take this card to the treasure consignment area inside to sell it. It will probably sell for around 800,000. 800,000. As calm as Mukin was, he couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips. You know, even if my second uncle works as a blacksmith for a month and works himself to death, he can't earn 50,000 gold coins. I just went down to the battlefield and killed a boss casually, which was more than what my second uncle earned in a year. It really is a world where strength is respected. No wonder everyone wants to be an awakener and a combat profession. Killing monsters and getting equipment and supplies, this money comes too easily. 10 minutes later, Mukin was escorted out by 2 seductively dressed bunny girls. Dear Black Gold Card user, your transaction has been completed, and all funds will be credited to your account within 3 minutes. Next time you make a transaction, you can go directly to the VIP Gold channel without queuing, and receive one-on-one service from the Bunny Girl team. Mukin looked at the flattering smiles on the two young girls and nodded calmly. Thank you both. Ding! Transaction completed. Amount received, 760,000 yuan. Ding! Achieved a special achievement. The first single transaction income exceeded 500,000 gold coins. System function is being upgraded. Ding! Unlocked new function. Skill point package limited purchase mall. Oh? There is actually a good thing about welfare upgrades? Mukin decisively opened the panel and indeed enabled the new function option of the limited purchase mall. After clicking to enter, 6 bright gift packages appeared. Wow! I can actually use gold coins to purchase extra skill points. This is just the right time to help. Mukin was overjoyed. I have the experience of upgrading the priest and Shura skill levels in seconds. Now he can't wait to max out his rock-solid skill. Yesterday, because he didn't have enough points, Mukin had to stay up all night. Now, the Krypton Gold system is online. As a top player of a game produced by a certain Tencent company in his previous life, Mukin was very familiar with the words. Paying the bills. Not enough skill points? Just spend money. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Spent 50,000 gold coins to purchase one gift pack of 50,000 skill points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Spend 100,000 gold coins to purchase 120,000 skill point gift pack 1. Mukin curled his lips and complained in his heart. Is this system produced by some goose? The methods of stimulating consumption are the same. For the same mall limited gift package, the more expensive the package, the higher the discount amount. For a top-level Kryptonian like Mukin, there is only one sentence. Clear the shelves. Buy. Ding! Consumption amount 50,000. Current card balance 710,000. Ding! Consumption amount 100,000. Current card balance is 610,000. The corner of Mukin's mouth twitched, and he felt a little painful. I just became rich, and just now I realized that half of the money in my card has been cleared. However, after seeing the panel data, I felt comforted. Current skill points remaining, 525,430. Not bad. It's fun to spend money, it's fun to keep spending money. Man, what's wrong with spending some money? Now that the skill points are in place, the next step is the exciting upgrade phase. Mukin locked onto the rock-solid skill. It seems like you have to order a lot without spending any money. Ding! Consuming 3,000 skill points, congratulations to the host, solid as a rock has been upgraded to the 2nd level. Ding! Congratulations to the host, solid as a rock has evolved Echo of Thorns. Ding! Consuming 6,000 skill points, congratulations to the host, the Thorn Echo has been upgraded to the 3rd level. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Echo of Thorns has evolved Divine Protection. Ding! Consuming 80,000 skill points, congratulations to the host, the Lava Barrier has been upgraded to the 7th level. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Lava Barrier has evolved into the Battle Spirit Monument. Chapter 12 Old Land, Monument to War Spirits. Seeing the increasingly lush skill tree and new branches sprouting, Mukin felt particularly satisfied. One defensive skill after another continued to evolve and generate, enriching his professional foundation. This means that from now on, Mukin will be able to open up new space in terms of strengthening and assisting defensive attributes. It can be better used in conjunction with the priest's core recovery skills. More comprehensively improve the strength of team attributes, and greatly enhance survivability. Among these, the two skills that made Mukin most happy were the Echo of Thorns and Monument of War Spirit. Echo of Thorns. The target is covered with thorns, reflecting 20% of the attacker's physical attacks back to itself. Professional Limited, Universal. Duration, 900 seconds. Release conditions, 80 energy. Cooling time, 300 seconds. Effective range, 5 meters around the target, up to 5 people. Anti-injury skills. It is said to be one of the rarest functional protections in the auxiliary combat category. It is no exaggeration to say that the independent Universal Skill Book of Echoes of Thorns can be sold for at least 5 million at the auction house. And it is a percentage-based anti-injury effect. Once you fight a high-intensity boss, with this layer of skill protection, even the frontline characters such as auxiliary combatants or blood warriors can contribute a very high percentage output effect. Just thinking about it makes me excited. As for the highest level of rock-type skills that have evolved so far, Battle Spirit Monument, it has an even more amazing effect. War Spirit Monument, a monument that descended from the sky and sealed a trace of the war spirit of the old land war spirit. It will become a guide to awaken the unyielding will. Gives at least 6 friendly targets increased resistance shield. Reduces own magic damage by 30%. Randomly revive ancient war spirits and grant special enhanced forms. Professional Limited, Universal. Duration, random. Release conditions, 100 energy. 50 points of mental strength. Cooling time, 30 minutes. Action range, lock onto the target within a radius of 100 meters. Old soil. When Mukin saw these 2 words, he was already full of anticipation for this magical skill. In our cognition, anything related to these 2 words is shrouded in mystery. The so-called Old Land is the ancient history of this parallel world tens of thousands of years ago. Perhaps no one can give a clear answer to what happened in that era of war among the gods. Perhaps we have to wait until Mukin becomes a high-level awakener before we can find more answers. Summon the power of the old Earth war spirits to intervene on the battlefield. Whether it is a simple attribute enhancement, defense improvement, or external intervention that can affect the direction of the battle. They will all be important chips to tip the balance of victory. Looks very strong. The more Mukin stared at the panel, the more excited he became. Can't wait to go to the battlefield for the second time. Unfortunately, I haven't completed a promotion task yet, so no matter how many monsters I kill, I will not gain anything. Thinking of this, he instinctively changed direction and headed towards the rank management agency. Even though this was Mu Chen's first time here, the destination was easy to find. Because this is the only tower-shaped building in the entire Nanjiang city. It has a name full of glory, Tower of Promotion. In a social system where the awakened are respected, its status can be imagined. Almost all the people who come here are the most prestigious people in society. When Mukin arrived at the door, he could hear people talking and chatting nearby in the alley. Oh my God! Such a young awakener? He looks like a high school student. Judging from his appearance and temperament, he is most likely the heir to a large family. It would be great if he could be my son-in-law. Forget about it. How could a young man like this lack admirers? Mukin took these admiring looks and discussions in stride and headed for the door. There is a strict hierarchical management system in the Tower of Promotion. Just to work as an attendant here, one must have the status of an awakened person. Soon Mukin, under the guidance of the staff, came to a promotion task collection area. There are still a dozen people queuing up ahead. Mu Chen had nothing to do, so he walked to the rest area and sat down. But he was attracted by a magnificent machine next to it. Gashapon machine! There's actually such a thing? A young man who was reading a newspaper nearby came over and said with a smile. Brother, are you also going to be promoted to the next level of awakened? Mukin glanced at the other person calmly. Isn't this bullshit? Isn't this way of picking up girls too old-fashioned? That's the lucky draw capsule over there, the latest new thing the auction house has introduced. To put it simply, it means spending money to draw a lottery. If you're lucky, you can get high-level equipment or rare skill books. Mu Qing teased with a smile as if he saw through everything. What about those with bad luck? Thank you for participating? The boy was shocked. Sure, brother. Can you guess that? Mukin smiled bitterly, not wanting to bother with this immature young man anymore. This guy is good-looking, well-dressed, with a slicked-back hair and powdered face. He is probably a second-generation rich man who is ignorant of the ways of the world. How about it? We have to wait in line anyway, why don't you go over and have some fun? Mukin didn't care. His experience of spending tons of money in his previous life made him not averse to this so-called lottery trap. Even if you already know the result, you are still willing to try your luck and seek excitement. As for the purpose of this kid instigating him, Mukin didn't care at all. Most likely he just wanted to use his own earnings to pave the way for him. 50,000 per time? Not cheap. Mukin stared at the machine and thought for a moment, still spending 100,000 generously. The main purpose was to have a curious experience. Ding! Congratulations to the player, you have obtained a blue capsule toy and a purple capsule toy. Fuck! This kid is lucky! Is he a European emperor? The delicate young man who was holding the newspaper and glancing towards the gasapon nearly popped his eyes out. Ding! Congratulations to the player, you opened the blue gasapon and got a crystal of light. Ding! Congratulations to the player, you opened the purple gasapon and received a primary skill scroll. The two rewards left the gashapon machine and appeared in Mukin's hands. Crystal of light, how do you use this thing? Mukin was wondering as he pressed his palm on the ball of light. Whoosh! In an instant, the rich fireflies of light were quickly absorbed into Mukin's body. Invisibly, the barely visible silver wings behind him became more transparent. Ding! The Angel of Light totem has been fully charged and is ready to be activated. Mukin was shocked. So that's how it is. This ball of light has accelerated my absorption of the power of light, and I have completed the totem charging ahead of time. I wonder what the difference is between this Angel of Light totem and the totem of Night Shura. There are too many people here, let's wait until we get home to explore. Mukin was filled with excitement. This is one of his two strongest hidden abilities as the angel spokesperson. Having just mastered the power of Shura last night, Mukin was able to slaughter everyone in the Silent Valley. The corresponding light totem will surely have a strong amplification effect. With this strong expectation, Mukin looked at the skill book scroll in his hand again. Look what it is! Swish! The scroll melts and the corresponding skill book appears. Paper figure, entry-level witchcraft inherited from the Old Earth era. Upgradable. Mu Chen's mind moved, and he showed anticipation again. Upgradable! Then the gold content is very different. Chapter 13 The Only Inheritance of the Old Land. The Trick Puppet. Mu Chen shook his hand, and the scroll melted in his palm. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have mastered a new skill. Paper Man. Paper figure, an entry-level witchcraft that evolved from the ancient method of sacrificing living creatures in the Old Earth era. Effect, has a certain pulling effect on undead creatures, not effective on boss. Ignites corpses and has a chance to summon undead projections. Ignites oneself and can cause the soul to temporarily leave the body and enter a free state. Professional Limited, General. Duration, 12 hours. Release conditions, 10% mental strength. 20 energy points. Cooling time, 10 seconds. Action range, single body. Soul out of body? Do you want to make it so big? Mukin fell into deep thought. Are the skills of this gasapon machine so outrageous? But after thinking about it, Mukin suddenly realized. You know, high-level monsters and bosses of some special races have the ability to ignore defense and directly launch soul attacks. Perhaps this Paper Man's skill will have unexpected effects against those soul-based methods. As for the specific usage, Mu Chen glanced around and really didn't dare to conduct random tests in such a place. After all, the soul is different from blood volume. If you really mess up, no one knows what the consequences will be. But when I think about it this way, new problems arise. Do you want to upgrade? Mukin looked at his abundant reserve of skill points, and his habit of spending too much came back again. He really wanted to spend some money if he didn't. However, when he touched the skill upgrade option, a new prompt appeared in front of him. Ding! The skill points required to upgrade the current skill are as high as 500,000. Confirm the upgrade? Duo Xiao? 500,000 points. Mukin confirmed that he was not mistaken. Come on, do you really think that my skill points came from the wind? It's worth it, it's worth it! If these were points I had earned previously, I would just spend them. But Mu Chen, who had just spent a lot of money and cleared out all the items in the restricted purchase store, was really feeling the pain at this moment. Invest 500,000 points for a skill with unknown effect. A real gamble. After a moment of distraction, Mukin finally completed his psychological preparation. If nothing else, with the system's powerful technical point endurance support, it can bring in a stable income of nearly 100,000 points a day. Even if I get cheated this time, the worst that can happen is that I can survive for a week and make up for the loss. But if the paper man's skills are strengthened and can evolve into more powerful effects, then we'll make a lot of money. Just do it! Ding! Consumed 500,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host, the paper figurine has been upgraded to the highest level. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the paper man has evolved into a trick puppet. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have unlocked the complete inheritance of the old Earth era for the first time and received an achievement package 1. You have become the only owner of this old land inheritance skill in the current world. Unlock Paper Man, Old Earth, Trickster Puppet, Old Earth. Mukin's eyes sparkled, and his soul almost left his body. What's going on? Could it be that I am the only one in the world who has awakened the paper figurine technique to the highest level? It can't be that exaggerated, right? Is it true that no one cares about witchcraft in this era? It actually unlocked the skill-enhanced version of the so-called Old Earth mode. Epic enhancement. This wave of 500,000 skill points is really worth it. For Mukin, this wave of unexpected surprises came too suddenly and was too exciting. After calming down and analyzing the situation, Mukin quickly came to a conclusion. The reason why he accidentally became the only full-level inheritor of this paper figurine technique is because this skill seems too useless. Moreover, the cost of practicing to the highest level is too high. First, he can't fight, and second, he can't assist in the battle. He is just a little trick to attract hatred. Who would have thought that there was another mystery here? But Mukin happened to take advantage of the opportunity. While expressing his emotion, Mukin checked the introduction of the skills after evolution. Tricky Puppet. Summon a puppet substitute that looks exactly like you. It has 30% of the host's panel attributes, and carries all the current hatred value. Skills cannot be released. Note, in the old version, the puppet substitute of this skill has 50% of the host's panel attributes, and can release skills. Professional Limited, General. Duration, 10 minutes. 30 minutes for the old version. Release condition, 30% of total health. 50% of total health in the old version. Cooling time, 24 hours. 12 hours in the old version. Action range, none. Too strong. This trick puppet was originally used as a substitute to save lives. After unlocking the Old Earth version, you can directly use it as an avatar skill. It's like there are two of me fighting at the same time. This is a bit too buggy. The value of the 500,000 skill points spent in this wave is still increasing. Mukin suppressed the excitement in his heart and tried his best to remain calm. It seems that this Gasapon machine is really a blessing for me. No, I should say that this young man brought me good luck. Muchin came back to his senses, glanced at the greasy-haired and powdered young man beside him, and smiled indifferently. Brother, I've tried it for you. This Gasapon machine is profitable. You can try it too. After saying that, Mukin entered the reception sequence first, ready to take on the promotion mission. The young man with the sleek back-combed hair felt excited when he saw Mu Chen's fruitful expression. That guy just drew 2 capsules. Looks like he's sure to make a killing. I'll give it a try too. After saying that, the buddy took out the black gold card, waved his hand, and directly made a 10-draw streak. Ding! We are drawing a capsule for you, please wait. After a moment, the young man stared at the 10 consecutive white capsule toys on the big screen, and he was petrified on the spot. What the hell are you doing? Why is it that when it's my turn, all they say is thank you for your cooperation? Not far away, Muchin heard the wailing sound coming from behind him and was frightened, so he hurried to calm himself down. It seems that this thing really depends on luck, so we should be careful when drawing the lottery. Soon, it was Mukin's turn to handle the relevant tasks. The well-dressed girl in front of the counter looks mature and charming. She seemed to be attracted by Mukin's young and handsome appearance, and her smile became more and more alluring. Hello, young and promising awakener, how can I help you? Muken chuckled and said calmly, I want to receive a promotion mission for the awakener. After saying that, he handed over his campus card. That's right, this is currently Mu Chen's only official certificate of awakened identity. The girl inserted her ID, and after a moment she was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened and she stared at Muken blankly. You. Any questions? Muken asked, still smiling gently. It's only been 3 days since you changed your job, and you're already level 20? Moreover, it's a combat supporting profession. But according to our back-end data, there have been no other combat awakeners applying for promotion in the past few days. Muken understood why she was shocked and said calmly. That's right. I played solo and didn't form a team. What? A priest, killing monsters alone, reaches level 20 in 3 days? No one would believe this if I told them to others. How do you, a blood-replenishing nanny, kill monsters? Could it be possible to hit it with a fist? The girl realized that she had lost her composure and quickly regained her serious look. At the same time, he also felt a little more respect for Muken. It's just that, in her opinion, she regarded Mu Chen as the heir of a big family, and she didn't want to be too high-profile. As for the statement that the priest was soloing, she would never believe it was true even in her dreams. Dear Awakener, your registration has been completed. Put your hand on the awakening crystal, and the system will match you with the corresponding promotion task based on your talent potential. The more difficult the task, the richer the reward. There is also a chance to trigger a hidden mechanism. Muken grabbed the awakening crystal. In an instant, accompanied by the flashing light on the screen, the prompt sound rang again. Ding! Awakener Mu Chen, occupation, priest. Level 20. Selecting a promotion task for you. Ding! A promotion mission has been locked. Mission name, Burial Place of the Vengeful Flame Soul. Mission difficulty, Epic. Task tips. This mission is extremely dangerous. It is recommended to form a high-intensity awakener team of 5 to 10 or more people to carry out the joint operation. Clearance requirements. Kill the Vengeance Flame Soul and seize the fire of the dead soul. Time limit. Complete within 72 hours. How is this possible? The royal sister's face turned pale, and she stared at Muken's calm face with incredible shock. In one promotion mission, I drew an epic-level world boss. This handsome boy is too exaggerated. Chapter 14. A promotion, an epic difficulty task. Hey brother, an epic promotion mission? You can do it. You really are possessed by the Emperor of Luck. Muken had just finished receiving the prize when the young man who had just encouraged him to draw the capsule came up again. I don't know whether I am really envious of Muken or just gloating over his misfortune. However, in Muken's opinion, this so-called world boss, the Flame Soul of Vengeance, is just average. It is far less exaggerated than what these onlookers think. You know, the Knight Shura totem he summoned before is no less powerful than the Flame Soul of Vengeance. The epic mission that seemed unattainable to others was easily accomplished by Muken. Brother, are you interested in teaming up together? I'll help you kill this boss. Muken glanced at the young master and shook his head calmly. No need, brother. See you later. After saying that, he took his student card and quickly disappeared from everyone's envious sight. Fuck! Isn't that the student ID card of number 1 middle school? Could it be that the boy just graduated? Not simple. It seems like I should take this opportunity to join in the fun. The young master's eyes rolled, and after quickly receiving the promotion task, he hurriedly set off towards the same target area as Muken. Little did he know that after leaving the Tower of Awakening, Muken immediately searched for documents related to the world boss from a large group. The background information of the vengeful flame soul was quickly found. In Lakafa, a forbidden area of civilization in the Old Earth era, there was once a sea plunderer named Novi. While sailing in the Arctic Ocean, he passed by a mysterious island and opened a forbidden treasure. He was attracted by the flame crystal full of enchanting power. It was the soul fire of some unknown and powerful ancient life form that invaded Nao's body. Since then, he has been wandering alone in the Old Earth era, devouring countless creatures of civilization. The next Pure Land will be reduced to ashes sooner or later. What burns everything is not fate, but the sinful hand stained with desire. As Mu-chun read the relevant information, he felt more and more familiar with it. This passage sounds like the confession of a character from the Alliance in the world before the time travel. After sighing for a moment, he continued to search for the most critical pieces of information and successfully extracted the key content. First, the target of this mission is the world boss named Soul of Vengeance, whose level strength is around level 70. Second, the location is in the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins map, more than 80 kilometers east of the Nanjiang Safe Zone. The strength of this map has reached level 5, and its name is Red. It means that it exists as a public danger zone and is not under the jurisdiction of the relevant organizations of the Nanjiang Safety Zone, which means that there is no so-called novice protection function. What this means is that awakened people from other cities can also come to this place. After all, it is a map with world bosses, the danger level is generally high, and there is a risk of fights between awakened people. Normally, in such dangerous areas, few people dare to go alone without a fixed team or high-level protectors leading them. As for the refresh time, there are corresponding table prompts in the group. As the level 70 world boss, Soul of Vengeance refreshes once every 5 weeks. The table also records in detail the specific time of each refresh. Vengeance Soul Flame, currently refreshed. Time, November 3, 8542, new calendar, 12 o'clock. Myoken's face turned grim. It was refreshed 2 hours ago. It's easy to get. If we rush over now, we should be just in time. Originally, Myoken was worried that this boss had been killed by major guilds or expedition groups, and he would have to wait at least 10 days or half a month. During this period, you cannot kill monsters and level up. For me, who has a fixed income of skill points every day and does not need to practice additional skills, this is a complete waste of effort. This trouble can be avoided now. We have to get there as soon as possible. If there are too many elite awakeners surrounding the boss, I won't have much time to hurry. Myoken rode at full speed all the way towards the aircraft rental company in the safe zone. This is the only means of long-distance transportation available to him at his current level. The wealthy children of big families can directly use high-level teleportation scrolls or even some ancient teleportation arrays. By utilizing the power of the magical inscription, it can be sent thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. But that kind of thing is not affordable for ordinary people, and there are few channels open to ordinary people. However, when Myoken arrived at the rental shop and saw the list of rentals, he was speechless. The most expensive Skyfire Phoenix Guardian Spirit costs 500,000 gold to ride once. Other cheaper options will take at least 4 hours to reach your destination. What a dark heart! 500,000 gold per trip. I can buy so many supplies with this money. Myoken couldn't help but complain. Obviously, he didn't intend to spend this money in vain. After thinking for a moment, he chose the Flying Pegasus Guardian Spirit that cost 150,000 gold per trip. Although 4.5 hours of travel time is still a bit slow, it is already the best option. Ding! Payment successful, queuing for you. Estimated departure time is half an hour later. Myoken. If only this could fly. I heard from Ruby before that high-level wind mages and summoners have the ability to fly. Too bad I'm a dad. Myoken entered the waiting area with a hint of sadness. The hall is quite spacious, but there are not many people queuing. Nanjiang is a small city after all, and only a few people can afford to build a means of transportation that costs tens of thousands of gold each time. Why not try out the effect of my Angel of Light totem now? It will also help me prepare for the battle against the world boss. Myoken sat in the corner and turned on the panel. Angel of Light form, activate! Boom! A dazzling golden light poured down from the top of the head. The dark golden light around the panel shines particularly brightly. At the same time, the panel of the Angel of Light totem finally appeared. Angel totem, activating. Light energy consumption time, 29:59. Evolution strength, not evolved. Spiritual power coverage area, 100 meters in radius. Skill, in the name of light, strengthen. That's it. Myoken looked confused. Compared to the domineering and powerful dark Shura totem, the functionality of this angel totem seems to be relatively simple. In the name of light enhancement, Angel Totem Level 1 Basic Skill. After awakening the Angel of Light Totem form, all professional skill effects are enhanced by 10%. I see. Compared to the killing effect of the Shura Totem, the Angel Totem seems to be more focused on gaining benefits. That's not bad. I don't know if I can evolve something new after the upgrade. Ding! Do you want to consume 30,000 skill points to advance this skill? Damn, it's so expensive. Where's the spokesperson you promised me? There's not even any discount? The Shura Totem is of good quality and cheap. Mewkin's defense was somewhat broken, and he complained bitterly in his heart. But he did not hesitate to use the remaining 100,000 skill points, and upgraded decisively. Ding! Consuming 30,000 skill points, congratulations to the host, in the name of light enhanced to the 2nd level. Ding! Congratulations to the host, in the name of light, enhanced evolution, in the name of light, soaring. Oh? When Mewkin saw the name, his eyes suddenly lit up. Without waiting to check, he decisively all in the remaining skill points. Keep going up! See if there are any more surprises. Chapter 15 Invite to ride with me? Sorry, I can fly by myself. Ding! Consuming 80,000 skill points, congratulations to the host, in the name of light, soaring has been upgraded to the 3rd level. Ding! Congratulations to the host, in the name of light, soaring evolution, in the name of light, insight. After upgrading twice in a row, Mewkin completely cleared his current skill points and decisively checked for these 2 gains. In the name of light, soar, the power of light is transformed into angel wings, allowing the target to gain the ability to fly. Professional Limited, Host Exclusive. Duration. The upper limit is the duration of light energy consumption. Release conditions. Angel of Light Totem Awakening State. Cooling time, none. In the name of light, insight, the power of light is transformed into golden eyes, which can see through illusions, disguises, fog and other visual barriers, and has a probability of locking onto the target's flaws and attribute weaknesses. Professional Limited, Host Exclusive. Duration unlimited. Release conditions, current 10% light energy consumption time, Angel of Light Totem Awakening State. Cooling time, none. Mewkin smiled. This wave really made my wish come true. Just when I was muttering about being in a hurry, I actually evolved angel wings. Mewkin had a feeling that this promotion mission would definitely yield great rewards. Without saying a word, Mewkin decisively went to the front desk to refund the ticket, got back the 150,000 gold, and headed straight for the outdoor passage to the east of the safe zone. Walking out of here, you will officially enter the scope of the wild map. Just at this moment, the familiar voice sounded again from behind. Hey, brother! What a coincidence, we meet again! Mu-chin looked behind him with a poker face. He knew without even looking that it was still the slicked-back young man. What moved Mewkin slightly was that the bastard was riding on the same phoenix that cost 500,000 gold each. And it's just a green wind-type guardian spirit, and its grade should be rarer than the rented phoenix. Rich and inhumane. Haha, what a coincidence. Mewkin replied with a fake smile. He was a second-generation rich man, an elite cultivated by a big family, and he was more cunning than anyone else. Mewkin had no intention of making friends with him. Just as I was about to continue on my way, this guy had no intention of letting me go, and kept rubbing against me like a dogskin plaster. Aren't you going to fight that vengeful flame soul? That thing is in the scorched earth soul ruins, very far from here. Are you really going to go alone like this? I say, with your legs and feet, how long will it take you to get there? You would have been surrounded and killed by those people from the guild long ago. How about I use the phoenix to give you a ride? I'll give you a discount, 400,000 gold. The rental fee is 500,000 per trip. Mu-chin suddenly stopped and looked back at the young master with a smile. Thank you for your kindness. I'll go first. After he finished speaking, 2 bright silver wings suddenly appeared behind Mewkin, lifting him up into the sky. Directly above this young man's head by nearly 100 meters. The whole body is protected by a faint sacred light. Just like the gods of the old earth who have descended to earth. Sacred and inviolable. Whoosh! The next moment, Mu-chin didn't even look at the young man who was like an ant under his feet. He turned into a golden stream of light and disappeared at the end of the map in the blink of an eye. Fuck! Oh my god! What do I see? That kid who just graduated can actually fly! Where did he get those wings of light from? The young master's expression was almost distorted. He stared blankly at the distance where Mukun disappeared, and began to doubt his life. Bang! The elder brother suddenly felt a sense of despair and shame, and slapped himself hard in the face. The face was slapped by Mukun, and it made a loud slapping sound. He was still thinking of taking advantage of others, but he didn't expect Mukun to fly away right in front of him. The speed was far beyond what his high-grade phoenix could match. The young man had a bitter face, silently took out his mobile phone and sent a message to his father. Long wisher at kind father, old man, I have been humiliated. Crying face. Father? Long wisher, I just saw a priest who just graduated from high school. He reached level 20 on the third day after changing his job. He also accepted an epic promotion quest. Father, haha. That's normal. Who knows, it might be the heir of some big family. Stay calm. Long wisher, but that kid suddenly grew wings on his back and flew away in an instant. I couldn't even see his taillights. Father, shocked face JPG. Growing wings? Is it a rare flying item? Long wisher, the props are all physical, his is a wing of light formed by condensed energy. Per JPG. Father, panicked JPG. Could it be that the legendary 7th level Grandmaster has appeared? If a level 100 awakener wants to hide his strength, you can't see it at all. Long wisher, impossible. I saw him take a promotion mission in the Awakening Tower with my own eyes. That guy had a student card from number 1 middle school. There is no mistake. He is level 20. Father, I won't say anything more, kid, hurry up and follow me. That kid is definitely not an ordinary person. Hold on to his thighs tightly. Whether our family can return to its peak depends on you. Long wisher, hee, Dad, I know what to do without you telling me. I'll go and help him kill the monster right now. Dad, lend me another million gold. Sorry, your message was rejected. Long wisher. At that time, Mukun was speeding all the way, leaving a golden afterimage in the sky. Only by crossing the 2nd level map under your feet can you reach the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins. Below, you can vaguely see some level 20 or 31st and 2nd stage awakeners killing monsters. People kept looking up. Oh my god! What was that thing that suddenly flew past? It was so fast. I couldn't see it clearly. Could it be the awakened? How is that possible? It's hard for an awakened to fly that fast, right? It's just like a beam of light. Could it be that he is a 7th level Grandmaster? Too powerful. Is this the legendary Grandmaster? His skills are incredible. I'm level 38, but I can't even see his shadow. The onlookers were talking to each other, with envy in their eyes. But they never dared to dream that it was just the figure of a combat assistant priest who had just changed his job 3 days ago. Is this what flying feels like? No wonder everyone wants to fly. This is too exciting. Mukun realized his first flying experience in his life. He really didn't expect that the speed of the angel wings unlocked by the soaring skill could be so fast. It looks like I'll be able to reach the target area in less than an hour. Mukun felt extremely happy. Of course, it's really cool. But the amount of light energy consumed by high-speed flight is also ridiculous. The totem's original half-hour battery life was quickly consumed by 10 minutes. Fortunately, the sky is clear and the sun is shining today. It is a very pleasant experience to fly while bathing in the power of light to increase the battery life. But there was still one thing that Mukun didn't understand. It's a question of the evolutionary levels of the 2 totems of the angel Shura. How can we make the totem itself evolve? Fundamentally enhance the strength of the 2 hidden professions. However, Mukun did not talk about it. He had already obtained enough now, and the prospects for future improvement were very good, so there was no rush. At least upgrade to level 1 first, and then continue upgrading. Chapter 16 Like a Savior. Monument, Rise. During this period, The scorched earth soul ruins, which was the destination, was far less peaceful than the places Mukin had passed by. Roar! The scorching heat paints this vast expanse of rocky wasteland. The sunken area in the middle is like a huge deep pit, made up of rock caves that have burned into a red color. The target of Mukin's trip, the Lord of the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins, the Flame Soul of Vengeance, is guarding here. The periphery is littered with countless skeletons of fire-attributed beasts, as well as a large number of remains of awakened ones. 1,000 meters away from the cave, you can occasionally see some level 60 fire monsters floating around. Everything here seems to be marked as forbidden area. There is no smell of blood, no despairing darkness, only fire and nothingness that burns everything. It is worth mentioning that 3,000 meters away from the core coordinates is the gathering place of major guilds and awakener teams. At this time, standing in the innermost part of the safe zone, there were more than 20 awakened people of various professions wearing black leather suits. Each person has 2 badges on his chest. One is the awakening badge representing their rank. There is also a 6-pointed star symbol unique to their guild identity. Go, go, go! Those who are not from the East District Guild Alliance, move back! The bald guy in black who was in the lead looked very cool. He shouted fiercely and blocked the formation passage in advance, preventing most people from approaching. Black armor! It's actually one of the 3 major guilds in the neighboring Donghai city. They actually sent people here too. Many awakened people who were crowded in the front row were talking to each other. Damn it, why are they from Donghai city joining in the fun? Even if this place is not under the jurisdiction of Nanjiang, it is still within Nanjiang's territory, right? They are going too far. Hey, calm down. Now is the era of guilds banding together. Resources have begun to tilt towards the top. We can't join the top guilds or the elite exploration groups. As individual players, don't even think about getting our hands on high-end resources. The black-armored warriors formed an array, and many of the independent cultivators who came to join in the fun had already begun to back off. Only a few people from the elite expedition team stood shoulder to shoulder with them. In this world, the arm cannot twist the thigh. The leading teams almost all have 1 or more 7th level Grandmaster or level 100 boss in charge, so there is no absolute fairness. 10 minutes later, the bald man in black checked his watch, glanced at the leaders of several expedition teams above level 5 nearby, and smiled. Everyone, it's time, let's do it! Boom! More and more black-armored members and other high-level awakeners in the front row took action and rushed into the heart of the cave. Under the high temperature of over 100 degrees, they began to besiege the flame soul of vengeance. The fight has begun! The crowd began to move noisily. Many brave ones rushed out of the blockade area and entered the inner high-temperature area to kill monsters. Countless professional skills are flying freely. The earth-shattering energy explosions continued to explode. The siege scene of the world boss is still very spectacular. However, half an hour later, boom! In the center of the cave, the ground suddenly shook violently for no reason. The devastating flames shot up into the sky, forming a huge devouring halo that enveloped the core coordinates within a radius of 1 kilometer. No! Screams continued to be heard from the inner circle. Retreat quickly! The intelligence is wrong! There's something strange about this boss. Someone used a voice transmission skill from the inner ruins to report the situation in the frontline battle zone. What? Hey, Jia and the others are in trouble? Hundreds of awakened people outside started discussing excitedly. 1,000 meters away from the central area, the faces of the awakened ones at level 40, or so in the 3rd stage from more than 20 large guilds changed drastically. No! How is it possible? That is, a devouring flame close to level 100. This is wrong! Go! Suddenly, the bald team leader in black armor rushed out of the light circle holding a damaged shield, his whole body burning with hot flames. The whole person was ravaged by the violent flames. Don Boss! The members of the black armor team were completely panicked and cried heartbreakingly. Baldy is their big brother, who has been leading them to upgrade and helping them. But now, it seems that he is going to die here. 100-level devouring flame. There was no auxiliary combat system that could be annihilated at the scene. In a flash, Don turned into ashes and fell from the sky in the form of a skeleton. Before he died, he spoke weakly. "Quick, go back and inform the president." The biggest difference between the world boss and ordinary dungeon masters is that most of them have the blood or power inheritance from the Old Land period, and even have accompanying Old Land artifacts and damaged artifacts. It means that they have the possibility of returning to their ancestral bloodline, usually collectively referred to as mutation or evolution. Once this happens, their original strength will be greatly increased, and their level, that is, combat power, will be beyond imagination. Only high-level awakeners who are present on the battlefield can collect mutation data and provide clues for those who come later. Often when this happens, it means a lot of sacrifices. Therefore, at the core coordinates of every world boss, there will be a large number of awakened skeletons and abandoned supplies. But few people dare to covet this so-called trophy. Hee, little guys, since you are here, then stay. The deepest part of the scorched earth grotto. The 5-meter-tall flame body of the Vengeance Flame Soul slowly emerged. Countless flaming fire spirits gathered around, forming an all-consuming flame army that began to quickly cover the outside. "Run away! It's mutated, the Flame Soul of Vengeance has mutated! Level 100! It has surpassed level 100! Countless awakened ones began to flee. However, their escape speed was far less than the speed of the fire spirit army's advance. Escape? Then listen to the judgment of fate! The Flame Soul of Vengeance stopped and began to chant. In an instant, huge flaming stars gathered in the sky and fell down. What followed was a dense rain of fire that covered the sky. The earth is burning. The valley is shaking. The awakened ones are crying and running away wantonly. It seems like the end of the world has come. Forehead! More and more awakened people were covered by the light of flames, which madly devoured their blood. Almost instantly, the blood volume was reduced to 0, and everything turned to ashes. Despair has become synonymous with the battlefield at this moment. Monument, rise! Right at this moment. Above the void of the scorched earth battlefield, 6 huge stone tablets tens of meters high appeared and slowly descended from the depths of the sky. Deep in the clouds, there seemed to be remnants of ancient ruins gathering and dispersing. On the stone tablet, runes were shining brightly, and they were smashing down heavily on the center of the scorched earth battlefield from 6 directions. The energy spread out by each stone tablet will crush a large number of fire spirits, stop the further spread of the devouring fire wave. And at the top of the last and tallest stone tablet, there seemed to be a golden angel totem slowly approaching, covering the back of a young man. Holy, proud, and invincible. The Flame Soul of Vengeance stopped and stared into the void with sharp eyes. That is, the totem of the Angel of Light. Chapter 17, Weakness Insight. If you can't defeat them, you can bounce back. The runes on the 6 stone tablets shone at the same time. The light spread to the outer side of the battlefield, covering the fleeing awakened ones. Protective barriers with various attribute halos continued to unfold. Everyone seemed to have regained consciousness from despair, and looked up at the mysterious strong man who had suddenly arrived. "Oh my God! He saved us! The legendary angel has arrived? Where did this epic boss come from? That was the 7th level Divine Skill Battle Spirit Monument, right? It's truly an epic level powerhouse." The awakened ones could not see the face protected by the angel totem. But it did not affect their desire to worship Muken from the bottom of their hearts. With a burning gaze as if he were looking up at Muken, the savior-like existence. At the same time, we are also waiting for further changes in the situation on the battlefield. The crowd that was fleeing frantically gradually stopped and stared at Muken's subsequent actions. Wow, the fight is so intense! It looks like more than a dozen 3rd and 4th stage warriors from this guild are injured. Muken was not panicked at all. He glanced at the surrounding area and quickly noticed something unusual. Then he set his sights on the Flame Soul of Vengeance. Sure enough, it looks not much different from the fireman in the previous life, and it also looks more ferocious. But this data is not right. Muken spends 10% of his light energy reserves to activate the skill in the name of Light Insight. The complete information of the Vengeful Flame Soul quickly emerged. Vengeance Flame Soul, Mutation. Level 130. HP 2.5 million/2.5 million. Energy 500,000/495,000. 5-dimensional attributes. Force 5,000. Body 10,000. Resistance 7,000. Min 2,000. Mental strength 9,999. Skills: Flame Brand, Fire Spirit Summoning, Scorched Earth Forbidden Zone, Skyfire Meteor, Flame Storm. Weakness: Insight, Water Attribute, Physical Attribute, Seal and Confinement. Flaw: Insight, Head, Energy Core. Note: the energy core is the condensation point of its flame power, and is also the center of bloodline mutation. Breaking it can greatly reduce its attributes. Attacking the head can ignore a lot of its defensive attributes. And there is a chance of explosive killing. Ryukin was speechless. Isn't the information of this large group of people too unreliable? There was also data deviation in the detailed explanation of a promotion task. It was supposed to be level 70, but now it has become 130. It doubled directly. However, if there had not been such a difference in the data, the scene probably wouldn't have been so chaotic and tragic. Instead, it created more room for Ryukin to perform. I see. Fortunately, I awakened the Angel of Light totem and evolved the skill of Insight in the name of Light. Otherwise, if we rush headlong into this giant with over 1 million HP, we will only end up dying. It is not night now, I cannot awaken the power of the Shura totem. If we intervene as an auxiliary, these 3rd and 4th level warriors present will be useless. It seems that I can only use rock-type skills and Old Earth special skills to attack his weakness. Although I am a supporting combat type and don't have the ability to attack directly, I can counterattack. Mu Chen's mind moved and he had already made a preliminary battle plan. It seems that today, this behemoth really has to be dealt with by me alone. At this moment, the 2 major Governor-General offices of Nanjiang and Dahai directly established a high-level connection. Dozens of official leaders from both sides gathered together, looking serious. Have you all received the news in the East China Sea? The revenge flame soul of the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins has mutated. It should have awakened the power of the Old Earth and broken through to over rank 100. With the combat power currently stationed in our Nanjiang security zone, we are unable to handle such a threat. On the other side of the big screen, the bigwigs in the East China Sea also looked bitter. I understand. Not to mention your Nanjiang level 3 city, even a level 4 city like our Donghai can't handle it in the short term. Alas, the Resource Management Agency has had high-level appraisers monitor it before. The Scorched Earth area has been active in recent years, and there is a high probability that a boss will mutate and revert to its original form. It actually appeared at this critical juncture. It's tricky, Governor Nanjiang said solemnly. 5 minutes ago, I asked for support from the Upper Alliance. Based on their response, the nearest 7th stage Grandmaster Awakener who can come to support us will take at least 3 hours to reach the central coordinate area. The current situation is that if the mutant fire creatures invade the safe zone, with their speed of advancement, they will probably flatten most of Nanjiang in 3 hours. If we go east, your East China Sea won't be able to handle it. How to ensure the safety of both jurisdictions before the crisis is resolved is the key. As soon as the voice fell, all the big guys looked worried. The other side of the screen said, At the moment, we can only evacuate the people in the bordering area first. The awakened ones will cover the rear and evacuate the ordinary people. Avoid causing large-scale catastrophic casualties. As soon as these words were spoken, the guild leaders immediately objected. If we do this, a large amount of transport materials will be consumed. The back and forth hassles will also affect the reputation of the relevant institutions and the Awakener Alliance. In fact, such concerns are reasonable. In such a social system, the awakened ones enjoy too many privileges and are also the core barrier to protect ordinary people. Now that the crisis has come, you tell everyone that no one can defend against the monster invasion, and they can only run away. Are you kidding me? Once the prestige of the awakened is damaged, it will have an impact on the stability of the entire society. Both governors looked worried. Forget it. For safety's sake, we have no choice but to do this. We can't gamble the lives of the people just for the sake of reputation and influence. I suggest that the bordering areas be evacuated immediately. After the governor of Donghai finished speaking, everyone on Nanjiang's side nodded. It's the only way. Immediately notify all major garrison organizations in the safe zone and organize the evacuation of the people. Nanjiang has issued a red alert message, and all awakened people are mobilized. We must survive this crisis safely. Yes. Soon, the red signal alarm over Nanjiang swept the entire city. Someone in the number 1 middle school group jumped out to complain again. Damn it, what's going on, brothers? Why is there another red alert? Didn't there just a commotion in Silent Valley a few days ago? It's only been a few days and the whole city has been covered by the red news. Alas, these are troubled times. Everyone, hurry up and level up. I estimate that in another half year, I will be able to break through level 20. Then I will take you flying. Ruby saw the message in the group, heard the deafening alarm outside, and decisively called Mukin's cell phone for video. I can't stay in Nanjiang anymore. Where do all these crisis alerts come from? Why don't you just take Muchun and run away? Why is no one answering? Isn't this kid still sleeping at home? Chapter 18. Fighting Spirits Merge, the Rock Colossus. Hurry up and retreat. If you don't want to die, evacuate immediately. The awakened team sent by Nanjiang's top leaders is carrying out emergency evacuation at the edge of the crisis battlefield. Civilians, including those without rank, were all evacuated. The safe zone bordering the scorched earth ruins was filled with noise and a completely chaotic scene of the end of the world. What the hell? Evacuation is happening every other day, and red alerts are going off every day. You awakeners are useless. Some troublemakers caught in the evacuation flow were shouting desperately. Most of them are vendors whose interests have been shaken. You know, the border of the safe zone is the place where the awakened people come and go most frequently, and it usually gathers a large number of vendors and warehouses. These people are usually the beneficiaries of lucrative transactions, and they are supported by leading chambers of commerce or even awakener guilds. But what they fear most is the occurrence of emergency beast riots, beast tides, and other troubles. The frequent alarms in recent days have caused panic among the people. Boom! Loud explosions continued to be heard from the direction of the scorched earth soul ruins. The power unleashed by one incomparably powerful high-level skill after another shocked people's minds. Oh my god, it's indeed the movement from the scorched earth soul ruins! Is the world boss really going berserk, and is he going to invade the safe zone? The already restless people became even more panicked. Look, that's it! Suddenly, at the end of the sky, the fragmented projections of the old land era flickered in the void. Countless people saw the ancient mysterious totems from myths and legends floating one by one. There is actually a legendary angel. Is it a master-level awakener who has arrived? It's the power of the angel totem. The savior, the real big shot has come. A dense and chaotic flow of people began to gather in the middle of the road. Everyone looked up at the strange sight deep in the clouds, with great expectations and hopes in their hearts. Is this really the power of the angels in the legend? Are there really awakened people in this world who have cultivated to that level? The low-level awakeners who were in charge of the transfer and evacuation work all looked at the sky with shock and longing. No one could have imagined that this was the power exerted by a 16-year-old priest who had just changed his job in his 3rd year of high school. However, soon, all the strange phenomena in the depths of the sky gradually disappeared. After only a moment of silence, the earth began to tremble and shake violently again. What's going on? It's happening again! Is this an earthquake? No! Is the world boss coming to kill us? The panic among the crowd reappeared. Everyone was screaming and crying wildly, trembling in the confused roar. Incredibly powerful elemental forces are surging deep within the Earth's veins. And it is several thousand meters outside the center coordinates of the scorched Earth soul ruins. Those awakeners who had evacuated from the frontline positions all felt an unprecedented violent tremor. It's the power of that mysterious boss just now. He is using his extremely powerful Earth attribute defensive skills to create a protective barrier for us and block the spread of the fire spirit power. The surviving black-armored members shouted excitedly, and at the same time attracted the gazes of more people around them. But they could only see Mewkin's illusory back. Too far away. They also wanted to see more clearly, but their strength did not allow it. If they move forward any further, the fire power spreading in the air will completely melt them. At this moment, Mewkin was facing the extremely powerful flame soul of vengeance below, and he remained exceptionally calm. He murmured and chanted in his mouth, continuing to control the 7th level magical skill of the Battle Spirit Monument. Click! Suddenly, under the guidance of Mewkin's mental power, cracks appeared on the first monument. Boom! The monument exploded, creating a violent vortex that swept across 1,000 meters. Countless fire spirits were blown to ashes. An old earth war spirit nearly 8 meters tall condensed within the broken monument. A form similar to an energy body emerged. It is dark blue all over, obviously the revival of a water-attributed war spirit. Boom! With a shake of the giant palm, hundreds of fire spirits turned into ashes. They were constantly gathering towards Mewkin's position. However, this is just the beginning of the prelude to obliteration. Click! The second one, the third one. Until the 6 monuments exploded at the same time, the 6 old earth war spirit totems sealed in them were finally gathered together. The energies of different attributes dissipated, bringing unimaginable killing effects to the fire spirits over level 60 on this battlefield. This is the power of the 7th level skill. Any fluctuation of power can cause hundreds of thousands of crushing damage. Above the 6 great war spirits, Mewkin looked down at the flame soul of vengeance like a god from old land. Humph, so what if the bloodline of the old land is revived? Today you will die. Mewkin's expression was as indifferent as a king, and he issued another order. 6 realm battle spirits merge! Activate the rock colossus! Snap! The next moment, the energy bodies of the 6 majestic old earth war spirits twisted again. It was at an extreme time that the energy was mysteriously compressed and gathered, condensing into an extremely powerful energy armor that wrapped around Mewkin's body. The ultimate battle armor created by the fusion of 6 7th level battle spirits. At this moment, Mewkin was tightly wrapped in the body of this huge stone statue that was more than 10 meters tall. I felt an unprecedented sense of security enveloping me. This is the strongest form of the 7th level divine skill of the Battle Spirit Monument. It is indeed reliable. Let's begin, war trampling. Boom! Boom! The huge rock statue took a step forward, and wherever it passed, huge footprints fell down. Just the arrogance created by the residual wave of power was enough to wipe out countless fire spirits. How can this be possible? The vengeful flame soul is furious. Start chanting as well. The extremely powerful flame essence separated from his body and merged into the scorched earth soul ruins. A moment later, endless fire spirits rose slowly from under the earth veins and broke out of the ground. This should be the fire spirit summoning, it is indeed powerful. Mewkin locked onto the boss again and observed his panel through the protection of the Colossus. HP 1.8 million/2.5 million. It's just as I guessed. The extra fire spirits he summoned were all at the cost of his fire essence, sacrificing his health. It seems that I have figured out how to wipe this guy out. Mewkin was delighted, and while controlling the Colossus to move towards the center of the cave, he chanted a new powerful skill. Boom! Suddenly, a huge petrified energy shield merged into the outer edge of the Colossus's body. The 5th level evolutionary skill of Rock Solid, Frenzy Shield. Skill effect: increases the target's basic defense by 35%. Increases the target's attribute defense by 20%. The terrifying shield condensed into shape, allowing the rock Colossus's resistance to rise again. You know, this Colossus itself is blessed with the power of the 6 war spirits, and its resistance has exceeded the strength of an ordinary level 80 monster. Coupled with Mewkin's skill protection, at this moment, he is like an invincible giant. Wherever he passes, everything falls apart. Chapter 19. Are you afraid of the dark? Boom! Boom! A moment later, Mewkin, with the giant statue on his body, entered the cave and jumped down without hesitation. Want to kill me? Then come in! Mewkin's voice resounded throughout the sky. It instantly swept across the entire scorched earth soul ruins battlefield. It was also heard by the awakened ones on the periphery who were watching the battle. Everyone was immediately excited. Oh my god! That mysterious boss is really going to kill the mutated soul of vengeance alone? Isn't this too strong? Who on earth is he? Brothers, it's confirmed. It must be the 7th stage Grandmaster who came to support us from nearby. As the exciting news spread, everyone calmed down a lot. At this moment, Mu Qin, who had entered the depths of the cave, continued his operations. Great, so far so good. Then the next step is to lead you into a trap. Mukin smiled coldly and chanted his special skill Paperman, Old Earth. The only strengthening effect of the Paperman skill in the old version is that the original single target range is changed to a group range. At the same time, the skill consumes 10% of mental power, which becomes 5%. In a blink of an eye, Mukin made 10 paper figures in a row. According to the circle division of the spiritual power range, it covered all directions of the inner wall of the cave to the greatest extent. Just enough to completely cover the bottom of the cave. After a moment, endless fire spirits, attracted by the breath of the Paperman, came densely. A large number of flame individuals piled up in the deepest part of the cave, which was exactly what Mukin wanted. Very good! Vengeance Flame Soul, I'm afraid you never dreamed that these fire spirits you summoned would become the initiators of your complete destruction. Soon, nearly 1,000 fire spirits gathered and almost completely sealed off the bottom of the cave. They spewed out the power of fire wantonly, trying to completely refine the rock colossus. But it takes time. At this time, Mukin had already started chanting a new skill. In an instant, a clone of Mukin appeared in the stone statue. Trickery Puppet, Old Earth. Mukin's HP dropped below 2,000. This was the price of the trick puppet's magical skill, but he was not worried at all. Just at this moment, the huge statue suddenly let out a deafening roar and began to pound the area around the cave frantically. Countless huge rocks broke and collapsed, as if trying to seal off the cave completely. In the chaos, the vengeful flame spirit also jumped into the bottom of the deep pit of the cave and besieged the stone statue together with his people. Suddenly, Mukin's angel wings bloomed again, and taking advantage of the collapse of the chaotic boulder, he flew back up, quickly flew out of the deep pit, and hovered in the sky again. 10 paper figures exploded at the same time. Help the rock colossus to firmly attract the hatred of surrounding monsters. Let Mukin escape in broad daylight. Little did he know that the one who was still inside the rock statue, and dealing with these terrifying fire monsters was no longer Mu Chen's real body. War spirit of the old land, prepare to die. The flame soul of vengeance continues to release skills. The scorching heat intensified once again on the entire battlefield in the center of the cave. The body of the Colossus has begun to crack and cannot hold out for much longer. After all, this guy is too strong. A level 130 mutant world boss. He is definitely not to be trifled with. However, Mukin remained calm. For him, time is enough. Too slow. Let me help you. Mukin looked down at the cave battlefield below. Even though countless rocks fell into the huge deep pit, it was far from enough to completely cover the area. He began a new chant. The 6th level evolutionary skill of Rock Lava Barrier. Snap! Large areas of huge stone energy bodies are growing wildly. At the opening of the cave, which was hundreds of meters in radius, it quickly closed up towards the middle. The only cave passage was completely blocked off by a huge stone wall that blocked out the sky. Like a tomb for desires. Let all the evil souls born from the flames be buried bit by bit in the depths of the earth. Are you afraid of the dark? At the bottom of the cave, from inside the rock colossus, Mukin's puppet emitted a cold and merciless voice. It was like judging this arrogant king of fire. Now! Mukin's spiritual power surged again, and he remotely controlled the trick puppet that was sealed deep in the cave. Under the divine skill of the old earth, this puppet can actually use all the skills of Mukin's body. And it has 50% of the panel attributes. The next moment, the Shura mark at the center of the giant stone statue's brow began to emit an extremely bright purple light. Night Shura Totem, Awakening. Boom! An extremely powerful murderous aura instantly emerged, and behind the rock statue, the Shura totem appeared again. Light and darkness. Angels and Shuras. In two completely isolated worlds sealed by this rock, they appeared at the same time. Muken's original body controls the Angel of Light totem, and the old Earth puppet clone controls the Shura of Night totem. Such a perfect layout made him burst into unprecedented pleasure at this moment. Who says dads can only hug other people's thighs? Who dares to say that a rookie is not qualified to enter the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins? Epic promotion difficulty? Mutated world boss? Today, it is you who will be killed. At the same moment, the puppet clone issued an order. The extremely powerful Shura totem behind him releases his dominance over the realm. All the fire spirits around were given the Shura mark. Right now! Lock on the energy core! Detonate! Boom! Muchen finally issued a final order that sounded like a judgment. The old Earth modified trick puppet, combined with the awakened Shura totem, instantly detonated thousands of Shura marks. All the fire spirits exploded in an instant. The deepest part of the entire cave, the space sealed under the lava barrier, turned into a terrifying battlefield purgatory in an instant. That feeling was like detonating a giant bomb buried deep underground. All the energy evaporates instantly. It is bound to destroy everything here. Boom! Boom! 2 or 3 explosions followed one after another and rose into the sky. The lava barrier collapsed. A pillar of flames that was hundreds of meters long shot up into the sky. The energy that could destroy the heavens and the earth exploded, forming a halo of flames that spread from the center of the cave to the entire scorched earth battlefield. Oh my God, what's going on? Are you going to pierce the entire sky? What a terrifying pillar of fire! No. Look, the flames are coming, hurry up! The earth was covered and swallowed by endless flames. It was like a volcano erupting, venting out all the vitality of the vengeful flame soul. That's right, Muken's method was successful. The detonation of the Shura seal resulted in the self-destruction of thousands of fire spirits. It has its own energy, combined with the energy from the explosion of the rock colossus, plus the detonation of the Shura totem and the old earth puppet clone. All this self-destruction of energy turned into a fatal blow that wiped out the energy core of the revenge flame soul. The energy core is finally broken. Chapter 20 World Boss First Kill Achievement. The vengeful flame soul then realized that he had fallen into a trap. Unfortunately, he had no ability to resist this fate. Muken stood proudly in the void, under the protection of the light of the angel totem, looking down at the stone cave battlefield that had been reduced to a flaming ruin with great pride, and said coldly, "Vengeance flame soul, your time of death has come." His sharp eyes were fixed on the cave below. Muken discovered that the vengeance flame soul, whose energy core had been shattered, had become a fragmented body, and was still trying to climb up bit by bit. The insight skill in the name of light is used again. HP 8536/2.5 million. He's not dead yet. He's still got a breath left. Muken was speechless. As expected of a mutant form of the world boss. In fact, it was precisely because the power of the flames was dispersed over a large area around it that the energy core was shattered, and the vengeful flame soul with its head exploded was still lingering on, hanging on to its last breath. His blood volume was still recovering slowly. But unfortunately, his fate at this time can only be controlled by Muken. Still recovering? Over there, let me show you how I end this. The Scorched Earth Soul Ruins, it's time to be destroyed. Boom! Muken started chanting again. The 7th level evolutionary skill of the priest, the shining life. In an instant, all the dense clouds in the sky dissipated. The light shone again. A huge amount of golden light rain fell from the sky, spreading over the entire land of Soul Ruins. Oh my God! Look! Is this the power of salvation from the angels? Those golden lights have extinguished all the flames. Some of the awakened ones who escaped cheered. Everyone stopped running and looked behind them. The waves of flames that had been sweeping wildly were actually extinguished very quickly. Light shines on all life. The great priest prays to the heavens, praising the merits of all living beings. The sky is moved, and sends down a sacred rain of light, illuminating the earth and protecting the people of the gods. Skill effect: purify the destructive power of all elemental attributes within the range. Restore the elemental balance in the space. Profession limited: priest. Duration: 300 seconds. Release conditions: current 100% energy. Cooling time: 60 minutes. Effective range: 100 times the range of the mental power limit. A true purification skill. A means of faith from countless priests and awakeners. The arrival of the rain of light completely wiped out the raging flames. The last energy fire of the vengeful smoke soul was also completely purified. No! Roar! Even though he was unwilling, the flame soul of vengeance was eventually extinguished. The blood volume is completely reduced to 0. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully killed the world boss, mutated version, vengeful flame soul. Ding! Gained 1.3 million experience points. Ding! The boss's mutant form has been detected, and an additional experience reward of 1 million. Ding! Obtain the world boss exclusive item, the Fire of the Dead Soul. Ding! A promotion task has been completed and can be submitted now. Ding! Obtain purple teleportation scroll 1 unbound. Ding! Obtain blue teleportation scroll 3 unbound. Ding! Obtain epic fire spirit crystal unbound 1. Ding! Obtain materials. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have completed the first kill of the world boss. Get achievement package 1. Hiss. Mukin took a deep breath. As expected of the world boss, there are a lot of reward prompts after killing. Just hearing this sound makes people excited. It's a pity that it's not the highest quality golden scroll. I only got the purple one. Mukin was just being Versailles. Little did they know that if those awakened ones in the distance heard this, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. The purple teleportation scroll, a non-binding item, could easily cost millions. Usually, there is no market for them. Most of them are in the hands of the top guilds or century-old families. Not to mention top-level materials like epic fire spirit crystals. Of course, these are just binding rewards, just appetizers. The truly crazy random rewards exclusive to the world boss are the highlight. Mukin was not in a panic. He first took a bottle of mental strength potion and a bottle of high-level physical strengthening potion to fill up his blood and energy. Avoid unexpected special situations and provide an extra level of safety. Then fly to the bottom of the cave. Sure enough, after a casual glance, I found a flash of light underneath. It was all spoils waiting to be collected. There was no time to take a closer look, as Mukin swept up all the spoils, and the angel wings dragged him up into the sky again, reaching full speed. It soon disappeared at the end of the sky above the map. The fight is over! Look, the Revenge Flame Soul boss has entered its refresh cooldown period. The black armored members on the periphery issued the notice immediately. Everyone cheered excitedly. Great! The crisis is over! Then we don't have to retreat, right? Huh! Where's the mysterious guy who just saved everyone? Let's go to the center coordinates and have a look. The flames have been purified. Maybe there are other things left. After the crisis, people's greedy desires revived. Now even if the man in black armor wanted to control the situation, it would be meaningless. The awakened ones who had gathered in the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins map all rushed towards the cave. The funny thing is, by the time these guys who copied others' ideas rushed in, there was no smell of farts at the scene. Idiot! Can good things wait for you to pick up? At the back of the crowd, Long Wuxia, who had just arrived, had a look of sarcasm on his face. Riding on the back of a phoenix, his only focus was on where Mukin was going. Could it be that the boy really killed him? He looked at the constantly updated messages in the Nanjiang Awakener communication group, as well as the various screenshots sent in by those people, and became more and more convinced of this. Angel Totem should belong to that kid. It seems that he has really awakened a hidden profession other than priest. It's really hidden. Whoosh. At this moment, a golden light flashed above his head, so fast that it was difficult to capture clearly with the naked eye. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a shooting star. It's him! That kid Nukin is out! Little Phoenix, hurry up and chase after him, but don't lose this big leg. 10 minutes later. Above the scorched Earth Soul Ruins battlefield. 3 elders dressed in advanced awakener equipment have arrived. Each of them was riding a very rare flying guardian spirit, staring at the battlefield area with a look of astonishment on their faces. This is truly a 7th level priest's divine skill, the trace of radiant light. The elemental environment of space is close to conservation. The fire monster that was originally refreshed nearby has not appeared yet. It's because the soil environment has changed. I'm afraid it will take at least half a month to recover. The bearded middle-aged man, dragging a crystal ball in his hand, did some monitoring and exclaimed. The white-haired old man in the middle looked surprised. How come? Didn't the eyewitness say that there was only one person at the scene? If this 7th level purification skill came from him, it can only mean that he is a combat assistant priest. But the guy named Flame Soul of Vengeance has been killed. Could it be possible for a priest to kill a world boss of such strength alone? Chapter 21. Are you sure only one person came? At this moment, the third strong man on the outside stared at the surroundings of the cave with sharp eyes. Senior Xian, Lord Nan, please look here. Obviously, this is the effect of the powerful rock-type skill. The ley lines around this grotto have been forcibly altered. Bearded Nanjun quickly moved forward with the crystal ball, and indeed, detected a large amount of earth attribute energy fluctuations. Master Zhan, you are also a high-level rock mage. Can you tell where the attribute power here comes from? Zhan Lao said seriously. The elemental energy here is too complex. There is a large amount of fire attribute power remaining, and it has been baptized by high-level purification techniques. I can't tell which specific skill he used, but I can be sure that this expert's rock-related skills must be at least level 6. No. It's also level 7. The pupils of the white-haired old man Xianhua suddenly shrank. I sense the remnant of the old Earth War Spirit's aura. It's the power of the 7th level divine skill. The 3 famous players were all speechless. That's strange. A 7th level priest purification spell, a 7th level rock-type war spirit. Could it be that 200 level masters are working together? Nanjun couldn't wait to say. Let's go to the bottom and take a look. I'm afraid this battle is not as simple as we thought. 3 figures landed at the same time. However, the next moment, the crystal ball in Nanjun's hand was shrouded in an extremely dense blood light and instantly became pitch black. What's going on? Elder Zhan and Senior Xianhua were both stunned. What happened to the top-grade identification crystal that was supposed to be able to test all properties? Bearded Nanjun was embarrassed, but more shocked. This is the power of darkness. It's still the old land inheritance. Xianhua was horrified. Are you sure? The bearded man looked at the crystal ball again and again, still nodding intently. That's for sure. It is indeed a dark attribute power, and it also has a strong bloodline aura. It's completely different from the 2 methods we discovered before, as well as the fire power that this boss possesses. Xianhua and Zhan Lao looked at each other. Both of them were shocked to the extreme. How is this possible? Could it be that 3 grandmasters came all at once and attacked together? Nanjun suddenly looked up and looked outside. Who's around? Come out. Soon, more than a dozen figures appeared. They are all awakened people from nearby who came here to take advantage of the bargain. I didn't know you 3 were here to investigate. Please forgive me. The leading member of the Black Armor Guild clasped his fists respectfully, then quickly concealed his intentions and spoke. When the war started, one of our guild's captains was killed by the vengeful flame spirit. I'm here to take his body. The 3 big guys naturally wouldn't care. Nanjun looked at him and asked, Were you all present just now? The other people also nodded timidly. Yes, sir. Recount what you saw, and be truthful. Do not conceal or exaggerate. The pressure from the 3 bosses is self-evident. The Black Armor members looked at each other, calmed themselves down a little, and began to repeat carefully. It's just that a person suddenly appears and then. A few minutes later, the three bosses were even more confused. One person? Angel Totem. A loud explosion. Is it really just one person? No, it's impossible, Xianhua said firmly. Don't even mention this little Nanjiang. Even in the entire vast East Dragon, there are only a few people who can cultivate so many skills to the 7th level at the same time. A forbidden expert of that level would never easily appear in a place like this. There must be something fishy about this. Mr. Zhang frowned and said the next best thing. Then, what if there are two people? If one of them is a 100-level Grandmaster who practices dual cultivation, then perhaps that can explain it. Namjoon sighed and put the crystal away. Forget it. There's no point in us making random guesses here. Let's go back and report first. Don't keep the governor and his men waiting for too long. The fact that these rookies are not dead proves that they have no ill intentions. We are the Great East Dragon, with a strong foundation. It is reasonable for some powerful ancient clans to have famous awakeners born from the hidden world. The three bosses exchanged glances and flew into the air at the same time. Their powerful aura also shocked the three awakened people around them. Everyone go away. There's nothing left for you to find here. The scorching fire energy destroyed everything that was left behind. Don't stay any longer again. After saying that, the three bosses quickly disappeared at the end of the sky. The Black Armor members and other awakened ones who came to join in the fun were unwilling to accept the result, but since the boss had already spoken, it was estimated that there was really nothing left. Alas! Not only was the trip in vain, but the captain also ended up with no remains left. If I also had the protection of the Angel Totem and the powerful strength of the mysterious master, why would it come to this? Swish! A golden light disappeared out of thin air, and a figure slowly descended from the sky. Mukun was speechless. It was about to fly back to the safe zone in Nanjiang City when the light energy was exhausted and the Angel Totem disappeared automatically. But this is understandable. In order to avoid any further trouble, he increased his flying speed to the maximum just now, and his light energy reserves were burning madly. It was impossible for him to make up the balance with just light, and it was only a matter of time before he lost his ability to fly. Someone is coming! A strong one! Mu Chen suddenly became alert. His insight was quite sharp. Perhaps it has something to do with the mastery of the skill of insight in the name of light. Even though the Angel Totem is not in an awakened state at the moment, that instinct is still much sharper than that of ordinary people. Little did they know that they were the three big guys flying past overhead. The bearded Nanjun, who was holding a crystal ball in the middle, suddenly looked stern. His eyes were extremely sharp, locking onto Mukun's back below and approaching quickly. The two big guys on the left and right followed suit at the same time, and couldn't help but become confused. Did you discover something? Nanjun said seriously. The aura emitted by that little guy is very consistent with the elemental state just monitored by the Scorched Earth Soul ruins. Xuanhua's eyes were as sharp as torches, and he immediately took out a scroll of insight and locked on to Mukun. Haha, you worry too much. He's just a new level 20 priest. I guess he is just like those individual awakeners I met on the road. They all came back from the Scorched Earth Soul ruins to join in the fun. After Xianhua finished speaking, Mr. Zhang next to him also chuckled. Nanjun, you're too sensitive. Do you think this kid can unleash a 7th level divine skill? Nanjun looked at Mukun deeply, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. Forget it. I'm a bit nervous now. Let's continue on our way. As they spoke, the three masters accelerated at the same time and flew over Mukun's head. Little did they know that Mukun had been secretly on guard against the entire process. He didn't feel relieved until the three people's mental power completely dissipated. It looks like they are powerful warriors coming to support us. 3 of them came at once. I guess the Nanjiang safety zone has exploded again. Mu Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. Without panicking, he continued to move forward steadily. Chapter 22, Advancement. Understanding of Trauma Techniques. Half an hour later. The top floor of Nanjiang Awakening Tower. The governor, along with a group of high-ranking officials, hurriedly greeted the arrival of the three bosses. Our savior has arrived! Nanjiang's great savior and hero has arrived! The governor even cried and shook hands tightly with the three bosses with great excitement. The followers behind them bowed to the three of them one after another. This is the highest courtesy to show respect and gratitude to the strong. This time, the mutation of the boss in the scorched earth soul ruins really gave the top leaders of the Nanjiang and Donghai regions a shudder of fear. Once the situation gets out of control, the casualties and losses will be incalculable. In that case, it would be far more than just dismissal and replacement. On the contrary, now that such a big crisis has been easily resolved and the two places have worked together to suppress the storm, the top leaders must have done a great job. And all of this must be thanks to these three high-level masters. Nanjun, the bearded elemental mage at the peak of the 6th stage, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Governor, I'm afraid you have misunderstood. Grandmasters Xianhua, Zhan Lao and I did go to provide support. But this crisis cannot be resolved by the three of us. When we arrived, the vengeful flame spirit had already been killed. What? The governor and other high-ranking officials were all stunned. You didn't kill him? Xianhua also looked ashamed. It's definitely not our fault. It's just that the person who did it is so treacherous and his cultivation is unfathomable. According to eyewitnesses, it was most likely heading towards Nanjiang. But the three of us have already inspected the battlefield. This person has no ill intentions. You can rest assured. The crisis has been completely resolved. The bosses finally calmed down, their faces filled with relief. The governor took a long breath and tilted his head to give instructions. Pass my order on. Ask Li Ming to lead people to carefully monitor all the passages in the security zone. Once you discover a master warrior entering the city, please invite him to the top of the tower immediately. I want to express my gratitude in person. Understood, Governor. The portal to the East District of Nanjiang. When Nukin returned, almost 4 hours had passed since his encounter with the three bosses. The red signal alert in the city had long been lifted, and people had resumed their normal lives. These low-level awakeners and patrol guards who came and went were almost all discussing today's turmoil. Nukin took out his phone and was speechless when he saw dozens of video calls from Ruby and his second uncle. What's wrong? This is all. Isn't it just a red signal alarm? Why are you so scared? I casually made a video call to Ruby. The other party answered immediately and started chattering again. Brother Chun, what's going on? You finally called me back via video. Where have you been? Why can't I find you? Before Mukin could reply, another figure appeared beside him. It was his second uncle. Xiaochen, you scared my uncle to death. Where did you go? Mukin smiled bitterly and curled his lips. Just go to the city to stroll around and buy some supplies. Ruby complained. You are such a big shot. What a mess the city is in today. I heard that during the transfer, there was a stampede at the north entrance of the safe zone. Almost everyone in our city had to be relocated. I heard that the world-class boss of the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins suddenly mutated and almost swept all the way here. There was no Grandmaster in the city, and no one among the tens of thousands of awakened people could stop it. The people almost went crazy. Mukin was stunned. It actually caused such a big commotion? Little did he know that he was deeply involved in the situation, and due to his strong personal strength, he did not feel the terrifying pressure from the opponent. I'm fine, don't worry, the crisis is over. Ruby chuckled and said quickly, Guess who I just saw in your house? Mu Chen's mind was full of question marks again. There is not even a mouse in the house except my second uncle. Who else can we see? She is the campus beauty of our #1 middle school, and my heart is filled with flowers. Those men in black who came to deliver materials to forge swords were actually from their family. From her appearance, it seems like she has something to ask you. She waited for you for the whole afternoon, but couldn't get in touch with you, so she took the sword and went back first. Mukin's eyes froze, and he muttered in his heart. Could it be that she recognized me as the owner of the Shura totem that night in Silent Valley? Forget it, so what if he recognized me? I never intended to hide this kind of thing. It's just that being too high profile is not conducive to current development. Mu-chan came back to his senses and said casually without caring. Come if you want to. It seems that she and I don't have much in common. Ruby's eyes widened, and he said in shock. It still has to be you, my brother. How can you remain so calm in front of a beauty like Huamanchin? Mukin shook his head. I won't talk to you anymore, I just want to let you know I'm safe. I'll be back later, so come drink with my uncle. After saying that, Mukin hung up the video and headed straight for the Tower of Awakening. At this time, the staff member handling reception at the counter was no longer the OL pretending to be a queen in the morning. Hello, I'm here to submit a promotion task. Hello, Honorable Awakener, please wait a moment. After a moment, a crystal appeared in the middle of the light curtain in front of Mukin. Place your palm on it, a bright light flashes, and the corresponding information quickly appears. Ding! It is detected that you have completed a promotion task. Ding! The system successfully collected the task materials. Submission successful. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the epic first-level promotion mission. The Awakener's rank has been upgraded to the first-level priest. Ding! Your priest professional attribute growth is improved. Ding! Obtain new skill trauma. Ding! Obtained a senior guild recommendation letter 1, epic difficulty reward. Ding! Obtained 1 advanced guardian spirit pet egg. Epic difficulty reward. Sure enough, the epic difficulty really gives extra compensation. Mukin was quite satisfied with the reward after the promotion. Although I already have a guardian spirit. But the little Gaia Huang can only be used for treasure hunting and exploring, and its function is really average. If this high-level pet egg could produce a combat-type guardian spirit, it would be a huge profit. In addition, letters of recommendation from senior unions are also very rare. With this thing, Mu-chan could be directly accepted by the top big guild even if he was just a level 20 first-level priest. Of course, what attracted him most was the reward for the core basic skill of traumatology. With it, Mukin can unlock the second set of skill trees in the priest system. Trauma increases the target's damage by 10%. Profession limited, priest. Duration, 30 seconds. Release conditions, 10 energy. Cooling time, 60 seconds. Effective range, 100 meters around the target area. Mu-chan's eyes suddenly lit up. It's actually a damage-increasing debuff. With this first-level core skill, if I max out the skill points, I'm afraid it will evolve into more debuff skills. This, combined with my trick puppet Old Earth clone, will greatly enhance my ability to fight the enemy. Chapter 23, Sorting Out the Harvest, Levelless Divine Equipment. Name Mukin. Awakening Profession Priest. Awakener rank First rank. Hidden class, Angel of Light / Shura of Night. Current level, 28. HP 3950/3950. Energy, 1000. 5-dimensional attributes, affects growth, current remaining attribute points 0. Force, 69. Body, 147. Resistance, 93. Min 55. Mental strength, 88. Skill points remaining, 294,756. Skills, Priest exclusive, Bath of Light skill tree expandable. Trauma skill tree. Angel of Light exclusive, In the Name of Light skill tree expandable. Night Shura exclusive, Blood killing skill tree expandable. Universal skills, Rock solid skill tree expandable. Old Earth witchcraft skill tree expandable. After successfully advancing to the next level, Mukin discovered that his panel data had undergone new changes. The boss experience reward for the promotion mission was also replenished immediately, allowing him to level up 8 levels in one go. As for the skill points obtained, there is no suspense, all of them are used to increase health. After this experience of hunting the boss of the Revenge Flame Soul World, Mukin became more convinced of a truth. Only when you are alive can you produce results. How about the bald captain in black armor? No matter how famous a superior person is, in front of a truly powerful monster, his fate is nothing more than a reincarnation. This further strengthened Mukin's sense of crisis. As long as your blood is thick enough, you have enough means to save your life. Even if I really encounter an unexpected crisis, I will definitely survive to the end. Now he is more and more fortunate that his awakened profession is a priest. Having a higher health growth than other awakeners is an advantage in itself. Walking out of the Tower of Awakening, Mukin looked at the gradually darkening sky and breathed a sigh of relief. It's time to go home. Otherwise, my uncle will start nagging me again. From a long distance away, Mukin could hear the sound of his second uncle hammering away at iron in the courtyard. I'm back. Mukin walked into the yard exhausted, followed by his guardian spirit Xiaohuang. The little guy was not shy and ran happily to his second uncle and started to smell it. You kid, you still remember to come back? You run around everywhere all day, causing me a lot of worry. Mukin chuckled and touched his nose. It was obvious that his second uncle was really worried about him today. After all, the whole city was on red alert. Most people couldn't handle this kind of situation. Mukin felt sad when he saw his second uncle working so hard. Uncle, after you finish this batch of work, don't take any more tasks. Just enjoy your retirement. From now on, our family won't have to worry about money anymore. As he spoke, Mukin waved his hand and shook out more than a dozen pieces of spoils from this world boss. The blue and white light almost blinded my second uncle. Oh my God! Xiaochen, are you robbing someone? No, you are a priest and you don't have any output ability. What the hell is going on? The second uncle looked confused and seemed even more panicked than when Mukin hadn't returned. Mukin smiled speechlessly. It's just some low-level trophies. Take a look at these. If you find any you like and find useful, keep them as your modification tools. I sold them all without looking back. Second uncle looked like he saw a child with a favorite toy. As a high-level blacksmith with decent skills, he has no other hobbies in his life but to be proud of these equipments. You can play by yourself. I'm going to go in and take a rest. The second uncle didn't even turn his head and shouted casually, Eat your meal first. After returning to the room, Mukin shook his hands and released the priest's third-order evolutionary skill Holy Light Prayer. The room was immediately enveloped by a brilliant light. With this layer of energy protection, all energy sources in the house will not dissipate outwards and cannot be easily detected by outsiders. It's not that I deliberately concealed it from my second uncle. Mukin was worried that the few truly valuable trophies he had obtained would have special blessing effects. Passive properties such as strong corrosion or burning may affect the entire house and even my second uncle. Under the light curtain, Mukin calmly counted the spoils. Just wave your hand. 3 pieces of equipment emitting purple light, and 1 piece of equipment emitting dazzling golden light came into view. In terms of equipment quality, the way this parallel world is divided is similar to the settings in some online games in previous lives. From low to high, there are 7 colors: white, green, blue, purple, gold, colorful, and black, corresponding to the 7 equipment qualities of ordinary, excellent, fine, ultimate, legendary, epic, and old soil. The equipment that Mukin had just thrown to his uncle to play with were all green and blue colored. In Mukin's eyes, they could only be traded as trophies for money. Mukin would only consider using the top-grade equipment above purple in quality personally. Mukin immediately fixed his eyes on the legendary gold suit. Soul Ruins Fire Spirit Helmet. Equipment type: helmet. Quality: legend. Level requirement: no level limit. Occupational requirements: none. Attribute: HP plus 5000. Defense plus 800. Physical attribute plus 180. Stamina attribute plus 80. Fire damage resistance plus 20%. Exclusive effect: it can convert the fire attribute power around the wearer into a health recovery effect. No level restrictions. Mukin's eyes suddenly widened. Artifact. This world boss mission is really a big win. Even though Mukin hasn't carefully understood the equipment market conditions at the auction house. But he could guess with his eyes closed what level this equipment meant. Any player who has played a certain masterpiece in the previous life knows that the most rare special attribute of equipment is that it has no level limit. This means that a level 1 awakener can wear a powerful equipment with attributes comparable to those of top-grade equipment above level 80. Usually, those who can afford levelless equipment are the true descendants of the aristocracy from the most mysterious hidden wealthy families in Donglong. Now Mukin's luck is overflowing, he actually got a levelless helmet. More importantly, the attribute increase almost perfectly matched what he wanted. Perfect! Mukin was ecstatic and put on the helmet without saying a word. Ding! The Soul Ruins Fire Spirit helmet has been worn. Mukin looked at his own attributes panel. HP 12550/12550. Oh my god! More than 12,000 HP! It really is worthy of being a legendary armor artifact. My health should now be at the level of a normal 4th level priest. Massive improvement. Mukin could no longer suppress the curve of his lips. He finally understood how exaggerated the impact a piece of high-quality equipment could have on one's own health. Directly increased his survivability several times. More importantly, the special effect of this helmet is the automatic recovery of health through fire attributes, which is almost like transplanting the talent of the Vengeance Flame soul onto oneself. It's outrageous. Afterwards, Mukin quickly focused his attention on the skill book again. He had a faint sense of anticipation. This skill book is probably related to some ability of the Vengeance Flame soul. Look what it is! Chapter 24 Exclusive Skill Book. Imperial Rarity. Skill, Fire Spirit Summoning, not activated. Profession Limitation, Mage, Elementalist, Summoner, Priest, Staff Holder. Skill Level, Level 1. Skill Quality, Exclusive. Usage Level, Level 30, promoted to the next level. Note, the success rate of learning this skill is 100%. I actually guessed it right. The excitement that Mukin had just suppressed was ignited again. First it was the levelless legendary helmet, then it was the signature skill book of the Vengeance Flame soul. This time, the value of this promotion task is still increasing. You should know that this kind of exclusive skill book for the world boss is often the rarest skill category. Because this means the origin of the skill is fixed. Unless you fight the Vengeance Flame soul world boss, there is almost no way to obtain this skill. It refreshes once a month, so the probability of a book dropping might not even reach 5%. It is no exaggeration to say that there are probably only a few people who can master this skill in the entire Donglong Empire. However, Mukin's eyes flashed, and he felt a little unsure about the 3 words, not activated. Let's try and see if we can learn it first. Ding! Unfortunately, the skill book does not meet the required conditions, and the skill learning failed. Tip: if you want to learn this skill, you need to use the Ghost Fire or the Ultimate Source Fire scroll to refine it. Mukin. The Fire of the Dead Soul? Mukin is familiar with this thing. This is the task item I submitted for my own promotion mission. It is also the bound quest reward for the Vengeance Flame soul. But this thing had just been killed by me, and if I wanted to get another fire seed, I would have to wait for more than a month at the earliest. As for the Source Fire scroll, Mukin had no idea what it was. Forget it. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. I'll go dispose of these supplies later, and then find someone to find out about the Source Fire scroll. Although he did not learn this exclusive skill immediately, Mukin was not discouraged. With the thing in his hand, no one could snatch it away. What's more, he is already very strong now, especially with the levelless helmet. His survivability has been greatly improved, so he is not in a hurry to increase his combat power. In addition, even if you learn this skill, you don't have enough skill points to max it out directly. This time, I have advanced to a higher level in trauma magic, and the skill tree in the name of light is still waiting for resources. I can only put the priority of summoning the fire spirit at a later time. Afterwards, Mukin counted the 3 pieces of purple clothing and the package in the corner. That's right, these things did not explode from the Vengeance Flame soul. Instead, it was dropped by the remains of the ancient cave battlefield in the core coordinates of the Scorched Earth Soul ruins. It was the equipment of other fallen awakeners. Unfortunately, the 3 pieces of purple equipment were all damaged. Not only were their attributes greatly reduced, but their levels were also too high. Mukin could not use them at all, so he could only find a way to exchange them for gold coins together with the materials. As for this package, Muchin thought for a moment and opened it. Wow, it's another skill book. Skill, boiling beast blood. Profession limitation, variant profession. Skill quality, rare. Skill level, level 1. Use level, promotion to the first level. Note, the success rate of learning this skill is 50%. Mutation of professions. Myoken's expression was stern. Skill book for rare professions. The so-called mutants are the alienated effects produced after the basic profession undergoes blood mutation. For example, the warrior class is divided into blood warrior, berserker, shield warrior, etc. This is a relatively basic alienation, which can also be regarded as evolution. It's just that the above types are too common, with a high probability of alienation, and are not classified as rare. But if it is transformed into a tiger fighter, a crocodile fighter, or even a mutant form of other ferocious beasts, it will be a rare profession. They often possess much stronger growth attributes than ordinary warriors, and some of the more exaggerated ones even have innate talents. Of course, Muchin didn't understand the deeper level. But this does not affect the preciousness of the skill book in front of you. Although I can't use it, the value of this thing is astronomical. Myoken was undoubtedly ecstatic. But looking at so many high-value trophies in front of him, he couldn't help but become solemn. There are so many good things. But where to sell is a problem. These high-end equipment and rare skill books are no different from other materials. The auction house doesn't even dare to accept it. If you are caught reselling these things, you will be arrested and brought to see the governor. At present, Muchin has not even revealed the secret of his hidden profession, so how dare he show up with these precious treasures? The man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. Myoken thought about it carefully. There are two approaches to consider right now. First, report it to the school. Seek protection from the school as a middle school student and let the school leaders help you deal with it. Second, find a heart full of flowers. Ruby said before that she came to get the sword in the afternoon, and sat for a long time, and seemed to want to talk to her. If we could use the Hua family's influence and channels, it would be easy to deal with these things. But Myoken never liked asking for help. There is no deep bond between him and Hua Manchin. Just as he was worrying about this problem, his second uncle's voice suddenly came in. Xiaoqin, your friend is here to see you. Myoken was stunned. Friend? Hua Manchin won't really come again. Myoken walked out of the holy light prayer barrier, opened the window and looked outside the courtyard. I just happened to see a tall and thin young man with greasy hair and powdered face, waving at me with a flattering smile on his face. Dragon without a teacher. Why is it him again? Is this kid really targeting me? Myoken narrowed his eyes slightly, and young Master Long Wuxia smiled and spoke. Brother Chun, I came to ask my uncle to get a piece of equipment. I heard that you were at home, so I came to chat with you. Is that not presumptuous? You are so presumptuous. Myoken curled his lips, but did not reject him directly. This kid must have a very rich background to be able to find his home. But since he came here on his own, it means he has no ill intentions for the time being, so why not try to get in touch with him first? Coming soon. A few minutes later, Myoken and Long Wuxia walked side by side on the stone corridor outside the courtyard, enjoying the quiet night breeze and chatting. Hey! Boss Myoken, I came to visit you suddenly. You won't be angry with me, right? Myoken regained his indifferent attitude and spoke calmly. There are only two of us here. Tell me, what is your purpose? Long Wuxia smiled playfully but respectfully as he handed over a gold-plated name tag with both hands. My name is Long Wuxia, and I'm a little warrior. I came here because I saw your angel totem with my own eyes, Master Myoken, and I want to follow you, serve you, and earn a living. Myoken stopped and looked at him with a pale expression. It only took you one afternoon to find out where I live. There must be something fishy going on behind the scenes. Do you still need my protection? Are you kidding me? Since you have guessed it, I will not hide it. I do have a hidden profession as an angel of light. Because I don't want to be too high profile, I haven't made this public. This is also my hidden trump card. It's true that twin professions are rare, but they are by no means uncommon. At least in the eyes of someone of your high status, they are just ordinary prides. I ask again, what is your real purpose? This time, Mukin was no longer polite. There was a chill in his eyes that made one's spine shiver. It's dark. Shura's edge has been hidden in the dark night. Chapter 25, Dragon Blood Warrior? A perfect match. Long Wuxia felt the terrifying aura coming from Mukin, and quickly took 2 steps back, waving his hands frantically. No, no, no! Hey, big man, don't be angry, you really misunderstood me. I do come from a good family, but please don't treat me as an enemy. I'm telling you the truth. Long Wuxia sat down on a stone bench beside him and began to explain his little plan. It turned out that the Long family he came from was originally one of the 10 most powerful aristocratic families in the East Dragon Empire. Not to mention the small Nanjiang city, even in the imperial capital and even the major 6th-level capitals, it has top-level influence. Each of the 10 great families is a top awakening force in the Donglong Empire that has been passed down for thousands of years. However, Long Wuxia's lineage was already the most declining branch of the Long family, which was why it had fallen into disarray and was ignored in a third-tier town like Nanjiang. Originally, his grandfather planned to hide in Nanjiang and live a stable life, letting go of the grudges from the family infighting. Unexpectedly, perhaps it was fate that Long Wuxia awakened one of the most powerful awakener bloodlines in the Long family. This also gave 3 generations of the family hope of returning to the clan, and they decided to devote all their efforts to training Long Wuxia. But they also understood that it would be difficult to gain momentum with just the little foundation left in the family. If I really want to leave Nanjiang and return to the imperial capital, I still have a long way to go. When Long Wuxia told his father and grandfather that Mukin possessed an angel totem, the family immediately arranged for this grandson to curry favor with them. I don't seek anything else. As long as I can team up with a genius like Mukin and establish a bond with him, I will definitely benefit greatly in the future. In addition, during this afternoon, Long Wuxia learned all kinds of information about the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins battlefield. He became even more certain that the killing of the Vengeance Flame Soul was 100% related to Mukin. Either the power of his angel totem is unimaginable, or there is a master protector behind him who helps him complete the kill. No matter which one it is, it perfectly proves Mu Chen's value. After hearing this, Mukin's expression remained calm, and he replied with a smile. First of all, I don't need teammates. Even if I do, I don't trust you. Let's not talk about anything else. When we met at the teleportation point, you charged me hundreds of thousands of gold in the name of riding with you. It's more expensive than the rental company. I won't trust a slick guy like you easily. When Long Wuxia heard this, his face turned green. This kid actually has no bad intentions, and everything he said about himself just now was true. He quickly stood up and said helplessly, That's because I got tricked by the Gashapon machine. After you drew the Gashapon, I thought it was reliable, so I drew it 10 times in a row, and I spent $500,000 on it, and I didn't hear a word. That's why I want to get my money back from you. Otherwise, what will I use to play the dungeon later? Mukin raised his eyelids. Copy? What copy? Mukin knew very little about the copies. Long Wuxia slapped his lips instinctively, but then he sighed. Well, I've told you everything, so I don't mind keeping a secret like this. Promise me not to tell anyone. In the Nanjiang area, I heard that a forbidden secret realm was revived at the end of last month. Except for the high-ranking officials of the Nanjiang governor's office, the heads of various universities, and a few large families and top guilds, almost no one outside knows about this. Mukin was obviously interested. Speak more carefully. Long Wuxia straightened his back and smiled with a hint of pride. The so-called Forbidden Ruins are the more difficult ones among the secret realms. You should know about secret dungeons, right? They are some old ruins, or mysterious void cracks. There are all kinds of unknown creatures in it, and of course, there are also rare and precious materials. It's difficult and dangerous, but the upgrades and benefits are incomparable to ordinary maps. Every year, there are people in various places who get lucky and get incredible resources and become successful overnight because of playing dungeons and entering secret realms. My grandfather told me that this secret realm is difficult and is a Forbidden Ruins level, so the rewards must be very generous. That's why the news was blocked by the upper echelons. In addition to the group of seniors who have already entered to collect intelligence, we, the so-called younger generation of the family, can also follow in and join in the fun. Mukin suddenly spoke, interrupting Long Wuxia. Get me a spot. Long Wuxia didn't expect that this guy would suddenly ask for such a huge amount of money without any warning. Mukin smiled faintly. Doesn't your father want you to cling to me? The opportunity is right in front of you, why are you still hesitating? Get me a copy of the qualification to enter. From now on, you can follow me. Long Wuxia's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly in disbelief. Really? Mukin didn't waste any words. He shook his hands and a large piece of material immediately appeared in front of him, mixed with 2 purple lights. I, Mukin, have never liked nagging. At least so far, I don't feel any hostility from you. Although I have a hidden profession, you know I don't want to make it public too soon. Pastor will still be my main job in the future. Since I'm a nanny, I'll have teammates sooner or later. Instead of looking for other unfamiliar people, at least I know you a little better. These are the spoils of my trip to the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins. You should understand that some things cannot be sold openly at an auction house. If you have a channel and can help me deal with these, we can split all the profits 30% and 70%. Also, if you can obtain the qualifications to enter the Forbidden Ruins secret realm, I will consider taking you with me if there is a chance in the future. Long Wuxia looked at these dazzling materials, swallowed hard, and was stunned for a long time. I knew it was you who killed the boss. Long Wuxia waved his hand and patted his chest confidently. Boss, don't worry. My father is the best at handling these materials. He is the largest black marketeer on North Street in Nanjiang Security Zone. You have found the right person. But it's hard to say how much these things are worth right now. I'll contact you as soon as I get it done. There's no need to split the bill. If the value is enough, I only want 500,000. You can keep the rest. After all, our Long family doesn't lack these resources. What I want is a chance to change my fate. If you can really help me grow up, when I, Long Wuxia, become rich in the future, I will never forget you as my boss. As he spoke, the boy seemed to recall some unbearable past events. His emotions got out of control and his aura suddenly changed. Mu Chen's face changed slightly. He predicted that something was wrong and decisively chanted the instant holy light prayer. The moment the light enveloped the two of them, a dragon roar that shook the earth and sky exploded. A terrifying aura swept over. Mukin was shocked to see that Long Wuxia in front of him had transformed into a terrifying half-human, half-dragon creature visible to the naked eye. The height reaches about 2 meters and 5. The muscles of his arms were covered with dragon scales. 2 dragon horns grew on his head. The aura condensed by the main body is actually a fiery red-hot energy body. This is what you said, the strongest special profession of the Long family, the Dragon Blood Warrior. Chapter 26 Second Auxiliary Skill Tree Life Rewind. Long Wuxia nodded seriously, and after his breathing stabilized, he turned back into an ordinary person, but he fell directly to the ground, gasping for breath. Sorry, boss. I just lost control of my emotions. My dragon blood form is still too weak, and my innate skill is only at the first level. You can see the degree of my dragon transformation, which is still in the initial stage. The worst thing is that the rare profession of Dragon Blood Warrior has a fatal flaw. Every time I finish my transformation, it's like this, as if I've been drained dry by a woman. Mukin suppressed his laughter and waved gently. The bathing light technique instantly surrounded Long Wuxia. It's useless. Not to mention that you are only at the first level. Even a great priest of the 100th level Grandmaster cannot use recovery methods to help me recover. Because this is a natural defect in the bloodline genes, no external force can make up for it. Unless we can obtain a variant skill book that enhances bloodline and changes the toughness of cells from the perspective of the essence of life, this problem can be solved, but... Mu Chen's hand trembled, and he handed over the skill book of boiling beast blood with a calm face. Is this what you are talking about? When Long Wuxia saw the words, beast blood boiling, he was petrified on the spot. How is it possible? You even have this thing? Boss, who are you? Could it be that you are also a descendant of a top family, and you deliberately concealed your identity and pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger? Mukin slapped his head. You are the pig. Don't ask more questions, just tell me if you can use this thing. Long Wuxia nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice. Of course. The effect of the boiling beast's blood is to increase the cell attributes of our mutant professions. It can convert cellular energy more efficiently, allowing the two forms to switch freely at will. But the value of this thing, I can't afford it even if you chop me into pieces. This skill book is worth at least 5 million in the market, but the most important thing is that no one is buying it. Giving help to a 6th level or Grandmaster level mutant profession is definitely a huge favor. Long Wuxia was certainly reluctant to part with it, but after thinking it over again and again, he decided to return it. Although I am greedy for money, I also know that I can't take everything. Besides, since I recognize you as my boss, I will never do anything to harm you. After saying that, Long Wuxia's hand shook, he put away all the materials and turned to leave. You go back first, boss. I'll give you a reply as soon as possible. Also, you have to be prepared, as the dungeon may be opened at any time. I'll tell you the details later. Anyway, don't worry about the quota. After saying this, Long Wuxia directly summoned his phoenix mount and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Mu Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head, looked at the skill book in his hand, removed the holy light around him and prayed. Just now he was deliberately testing Long Wuxia's character. As a disciple of a large family, Long Wuxia must have items such as summoning scrolls, and must also have special means to summon the family's superiors. If he really wants to kill and steal the skill book, there are ways. But he didn't do so, not even the slightest bit of strange emotion appeared. You know, under the influence of the angel totem, Mukin's insight far exceeds that of ordinary people. Although he can't see through people's minds, his ability to observe their words and expressions is beyond doubt. In this regard, Long Wuxia has passed Mu Chen's test. At least this guy is basically okay. After seeing the fire attribute form of the Dragon Blood Warrior, Mukin has made up his mind to train this kid to be his teammate and follower. On the other hand, Mu Chen was not clear about the source of this skill book. After all, it is not dropped by the boss, but a relic left by others on the battlefield. Anyone who possesses this kind of skill book must be no ordinary person. If the outside world really knew that this thing was in my hands, I would probably be in trouble. Since I can't use it and can't sell it, I might as well do you a favor. If I give it to Long Wuxia, this kid will most likely follow me wholeheartedly. Having an extra close combat fighter for free is the most suitable teammate type for Mukin at the moment. Mukin's operation definitely achieved multiple goals at one stroke. After watching Long Wuxia leave, Mukin returned to the room and opened the system panel. Whether or not I can get a spot in the dungeon, it's time to improve my skills. Mukin opened the restricted purchase store and was speechless for a moment. The price of this new batch of skill point gift packs has increased again. But you still have to spend money. Without any hesitation, Mukin directly cleared the mall interface and spent all his remaining gold coins until he had only more than 10,000. Skill point balance, 825,443. Cool. Looking at the remaining skill points, Mukin couldn't help but murmur. It seems like I have regained the excitement of spending crazy amounts of money on games in my previous life. More than 800,000 skill points. If it were someone else, they would probably have to go without food or drink for several years and still be far from reaching this number. Afterwards, Mukin decisively locked onto the trauma technique. Rise, rise, rise. Just fill it up and you're done. Ding! Consuming 4,000 skill points, congratulations to the host, the trauma technique has been upgraded to the 2nd level. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the trauma technique has evolved into Dusk Swamp. Ding! Consuming 10,000 skill points, congratulations to the host, the Dusk Swamp has been upgraded to the 3rd level. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Dusk Swamp has evolved into Frosted Deadwood. Ding! Consuming 350,000 skill points, congratulations to the host, the Virtual Perception has been upgraded to the 6th level. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Virtual Perception has evolved the Catastrophe of Reverse Life. Mukin looked at the skill tree branches that evolved one after another. His surprise was beyond words. After a rough investigation, Mukin was certain that the core function of this series of skills could be summarized in 2 words. Weakened. It is not a direct output ability, but it can make powerful monsters weak by applying various debuffs. In fact, this is also a kind of reverse output. And it has unique characteristics that are exclusive to the profession of pastor. In fact, the two-way blessing of debuff and buff will always be the symbol of the auxiliary combat system. This is also the biggest difference between them and combat professions. From the increased damage of trauma techniques to the group deceleration of the second-level evolutionary skill Dusk Mire. Then there are the subsequent series of evolutionary skills that bring about a series of debuff effects such as defense reduction and poisoning. The more Muchen watched, the more excited he became. This means that his role in the auxiliary combat position has been elevated to a higher level. Let me ask you, looking at the entire Donglong Empire, which nanny can add blood, apply buffs, and also output damage? Not to mention the Muken family alone, I'm afraid it's almost the same. Still reach level 7 in one breath. Muken immediately locked onto the 7th level divine skill. Reverse life disaster. With the divine power of the heavens and the earth, the powerful combat creatures can achieve a reversal of their life forms. The target's level will be permanently lowered, and all its attributes and growth will be restored to the corresponding level. The strength of the reversal is measured by the amount of blood consumed. Profession limited, priest. Duration, 600 seconds. Release conditions, consume your own blood volume in equal proportion. Trigger duration, 60 seconds. Target, only marked elites. Cooling time, 60 minutes. Note, this skill is unique to each individual. Action range, single. It's simply outrageous. Really amazing skill. Chapter 27 Skill Upgrade and another magical skill. Mobile Fountain? For the first time, Muken stared at the panel for a long time without moving his eyes. He was usually calm, but this time he really became agitated. He couldn't understand why such a skill was not listed as a taboo, but was evolved at the 7th level. Life Rewind. Let an extremely powerful boss at its peak stage regress to the mature stage, growth stage, or even the larval stage. What a terrifying ability this is. It is no exaggeration to say that if Muken had this ability before, it might have been much easier to defeat the Flame Soul of Vengeance. It seems that I have been very lucky recently. Muchen adjusted his mood and glanced at the remaining skill points. There are still some. Let's awaken the Angel of Light totem tomorrow morning and strengthen the Angel skill tree. After a busy whole day, Muken didn't hesitate any longer and fell into a deep sleep. He slept very soundly that night. After all, this was the first time in his life that he had experienced the killing of a world boss. He was in a state of tension. When I woke up the next day, it was already 10:30 in the morning. Picking up the phone, Muken discovered that Long Wuxi had made more than a dozen video calls to him to get the goods. Is there news so soon? Muken called back decisively, and saw Long Wuxi's slicked back hair. Hey boss, good afternoon. Long Wuxi bared his big white teeth and seemed to be in a good mood. Muken was speechless. You wear a suit and tie at home, too? Long Wuxi seemed to be touched by the moment. He smoothed his shiny hair and adjusted his collar. A refined man is refined in every aspect, not just on the surface. Muchen narrowed his eyes and stared at him like a fool in silence for a few seconds. Tell me something. Long Wuxi's hand trembled, and 2 teleportation scrolls emitting purple light appeared in front of him. Got it! 2 copies of the secret scroll. We can go in together! Muken's eyes flickered, but he remained calm and spoke calmly. Not bad. Didn't disappoint me. Of course. And this? After saying that, Long Wuxi took out a black and gold card inlaid with diamonds and waved it in front of the camera. I went to my dad to settle the accounts last night. I can probably sell it for more than 3.8 million. My dad said he would give me 4 million. I can contact him directly when I want to ship it later. Muken was stunned again. So much? To be honest, this profit figure really far exceeded Muken's expectations. Just by defeating the world boss once, the income was enough to buy the most expensive luxury apartment in Nanjiang, which is equivalent to my second uncle's income for many years. This money alone, if spent frugally, would be enough to cover Mukin's material expenses for at least the next 6 months. More than that. Based on my father's character, I guess your goods are worth at least 5 million. The rest must have gone into his pocket. Forget about my share, hee. Mukin snorted and laughed. Do you think I can't see? You keep trying to curry favor with others. Are you thinking about that book that makes your blood boil? Long Wuxia panicked, avoiding the question and not even daring to look at the screen. No way. I'm just thinking about it. Mukin interrupted with a chuckle. Okay, I'll keep this for you. If you can survive the secret realm, I'll give you the skill book. Long Wuxia jumped up from his seat and was about to start flattering him when he was interrupted by Mukin. Let me ask you something. Do you know anything about the Source Fire Scroll? Long Wuxia was stunned, and his expression, which was dancing to celebrate the victory, froze. What? Source Fire Scroll? Boss, why are you asking about this? This is something that only high-level mages or summoners can use. Either it's opening up a new skill system, or refining legendary seal equipment, or refining skill books and the like. Specifically, the quality is divided into different levels. My father has medium-quality Source Fire Scrolls. As for high-quality ones, he has channels to get them, but the price will definitely not be cheap. As for the best ones, you don't have to plan for them. At least at our current level, they are beyond our reach. Unless your father is the governor, or your grandfather is the Grand Master. Mukin. My second uncle is a blacksmith, okay? Puff. Long Wuxia burst out laughing when he heard this. He held his stomach and laughed wildly. Ha ha! Boss, you usually look cool and low-key, but I didn't expect you to have such a humorous side? Mukin dozed off. Okay, I don't want to talk to you anymore, I'll just continue catching up on my sleep. If you want the stuff, send it to my house this afternoon, that's it. After saying that, Mukin hung up the video and opened the system interface again. Skill points remaining, 164,432. Awakening, Angel of Light Totem Form. Boom! The bright angel light descends again. The angel wings behind him flashed by. Holiness and peace surround oneself. Mukin used the familiar operation panel interface and locked onto the In the Name of Light skill tree. Ding! The points required to upgrade the current skill are as high as 150,000. Do you want to continue upgrading? Mukin was speechless. Lift. If a problem can be solved with money, then it's not a problem. Ding! Consuming 150,000 skill points, congratulations to the host, In the Name of Light Insight has been upgraded to the 4th level. Ding! Congratulations to the host, In the Name of Light, Insight into Evolution, In the Name of Light, Holy Spring. In the Name of Light, Holy Spring, the power of light is transformed into a spiritual spring from outer space, which can be converted into vitality and energy in proportion to make up for its own consumption. Professional Limited, Host Exclusive. Duration Unlimited. Release Conditions, Current Light Energy Consumption Duration, Angel of Light Totem Awakening State. Cooling Time None. Mukin regained consciousness instantly and sat up from the bed. Not sleepy anymore. Another amazing skill! Isn't this a mobile fountain, with free health and energy potions? It's a pity that I can't directly convert light energy into physical medicine, otherwise I would be the carrier of light power. Mukin teased to himself. Little did they know that if others heard these words, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Let's move up here first. Wait until the money arrives from Master Long Wuxia and the restricted purchase store is refreshed before continuing. This series of skills in the Name of Light is so powerful. Now I don't have to worry about supplies anymore. Previously, because Mukin had awakened too many high-level skills, energy consumption was a hidden danger that could not be ignored. In case it involves releasing multiple high-level skills continuously, if the consumption cannot keep up, it will delay the opportunity to fight. Now this problem has been completely solved. Before Mukin could recover from his joy, the video on his cell phone rang again. Still Long Wuxia. What happened again? You'd better give me a reasonable reason. You will be punished for disturbing the boss's sleep. Long Wuxia looked excited. Don't sleep, boss. Get up and pack your things. I'll come find you soon. My grandfather said that the energy in the Forbidden Ruins secret realm is violent and unstable, so the top management changed the plan temporarily. The Forbidden Ruins dungeon will open in 2 hours. Mukin's eyes sparkled, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. You came just in time. Chapter 28. The boss was shocked. He actually has a boyfriend. 10 minutes later, Mukin and Long Wushi rode on the large aqua-blue Phoenix Guardian spirit mount and quickly headed towards the center coordinates of the dungeon. Of course, this time it's a free service. Although Mukin didn't admit it, he already regarded Long Wushi as his own follower in his heart. At least if there were any team actions in the future, Long Wushi could be a reliable teammate. Here, keep the card. 4 million, not a penny less. And the scroll. I have successfully completed the task you assigned me. Long Wushi had a very happy expression on his face, and there was always a hint of anticipation in his eyes as he stared at Mukin. This guy was still muttering the blood-boiling beast's name in his dream last night when he was asleep. However, Mukin refused to let him get his wish so easily. He pretended not to notice this detail and continued looking forward. Tell me about the copy. Long Wushi regained his serious expression. This copy is very unstable, and the energy is abnormally agitated. My father told me that this time, an executive officer of the governor's office, a master-level boss, has returned to lead the charge. The dungeon space is stable and can barely support about 10 hours. We don't have much time left. Once we get in, we just need to complete the dungeon mission as quickly as possible and get the reward title. Only with the title will you be eligible to enter higher-level ruins in the future. Near the dungeon area. With his supervision, Mukin was able to see through the scene 1,000 meters away at the end of his field of vision, and his brows slightly frowned. Didn't they say there were less than 100 places? Look at the heads moving around below, there are at least 500 people. Long Wushi helplessly curled his lips and complained. You don't know. The news of the dungeon in Nanjiang spread to Dahai City. They also wanted to get a piece of the pie, but they couldn't say it out loud, so they sent a group of young elite awakeners to join in the fun in the name of collaborating with colleges and universities. Of course it's hard for us to refuse. After all, the college entrance examination is approaching, and we just cooperated on the world boss crisis of Scorched Earth Soul Ruins. I guess it's hard for the governor's office to refuse either, so we let them come. I didn't expect this group of people to be so shameless that they actually brought so many people here. If you don't know, you might think they found this copy. Mukin was relieved, but he didn't care too much. No matter how many people come, they are useless if they don't have enough strength. The last experience with the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins is a lesson for us. In front of the forbidden boss, without means above level 7, or the support of a strong team, you would simply be courting death. The Phoenix landed, Long Wushi said excitedly. Come on, I'll take you to see my dad. The figures in the front row caught Mukin's attention. On the far left, Chindafa, principal of number 1 middle school. The elegant old man in the middle with white hair and beard. Mukin locked onto the pattern on his robe. Someone from the Hua family? The two on the far right are both melee fighters with very strong energy. The one on the left, a middle-aged man in armor with animal patterns, walks with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, full of vigor and spirit. He is none other than Long Wushi's father, Long Rahai. Level 85, 6th stage blood warrior. Dad, this is Mukin, my boss. The middle-aged man looked at Mukin deeply, then laughed heartily and patted Mukin on the shoulder. A hero emerges from youth. Good job. Since you are my son's recognized elder brother, you can take good care of him. Don't let this kid die in there. Mukin was stunned on the spot. He didn't expect that Long Wushi's father was such a fool. He was also very straightforward in his words. As soon as these words came out, several people nearby looked at him sideways. Chindafa's pupils suddenly shrank. Mu-chin? Why are you here too? The old man in the long robe, Hua Qing, the head of the Hua family, also had a stern look in his eyes. So he is that Mukin, the top student in number 1 middle school who has suppressed Xiner for a whole year? It looks good. No wonder Xiner is thinking about it so much. It's a pity that he's a priest assisting in battle. If it were a rare profession. Myukin looked normal and smiled calmly. Principal, I got the scroll and I want to try my luck. A malicious sneer immediately sounded behind him. Boy, do you think the Forbidden Ruins secret realm is your home? You are just a supporting fighter, you don't know your own abilities. Duo Shao? A priest? Myukin is level 20? How is that possible? Only then did Shindafa notice the president on Myukin's chest, and he was immediately confused. As the principal of a middle school, he always pays attention to the real-time rankings in the group. If I remember correctly, the most experienced student in the current senior year of number 1 middle school is only level 13. As for Myukin, who was previously given high hopes, it is said that he just gave up. He stayed at home and has no record of going out of the city to kill monsters. How come he suddenly appeared now and became a pastor? Old man watching also looked confused. He looked at the badge on Myukin's chest. There can't be any mistake. But this is obviously completely inconsistent with the description of Myukin's strength from his precious granddaughter. Interesting. Old Master watching smiled calmly, and seemed to be more and more interested in Myukin in front of him. Myukin glanced sideways at the 6th-rank warrior who led the team from Donghai No. 5 Middle School, a young and sturdy man with short red hair. A frog in a well. Myukin naturally ignored this kind of person who looked down on others. Boom! At this moment, a violent energy vibration came from the transmission channel of the copy. Immediately afterwards, a row of extremely embarrassed figures appeared one after another. The woman on the far left in black outfit is Hua Manqin. They are also the first group of awakeners to enter the dungeon today. Ahem! Hua Manqin placed her hand on her chest, her brows furrowed, and it was obvious that she had been seriously injured. Hua Qing immediately stepped forward and took out a white crystal for his precious granddaughter to take. In just a moment, Hua Manqin recovered and said in a trembling voice, Grandpa, we completely underestimated the danger of this copy. This is a Forbidden Ruins, it's the secret place of the old land. What did you say? The whole audience was in an uproar. Old land secret realm? Are you kidding? What about the forbidden level? Impossible! Hua family girl, please explain clearly. The level of the secret realm has been inspected by the adults in the governor's mansion before. There can't be any mistake. Hua Manqin said with fear on her face. That's because the previous master of this secret realm, the Dream Weaver, has not revived, and the guardian spirit is also sleeping. Just now, the guardian spirit awakened. The secret realm mission has changed. Except for us, many people left from the first batch died in there. The faces of the hundreds of awakened people waiting in line at the scene changed drastically. How so? Has the old land bloodline appeared again? Myukin seemed to be the only one who was actually excited. Just at this moment, Hua Manqin looked up and saw Myukin not far away in the queue. She was immediately shocked and said, Why is he here too? Chapter 29, Souls of the Dead in the Sea of Darkness, Soul Ferrying. Hua Manqin went to get the sword and waited for Myukin for a whole afternoon, with the purpose of inviting him to form a team and challenge this dungeon. She didn't want to see Myukin, the real pride in his eyes, give up on himself. Because the job change was not ideal, I gave up my future. The original intention was to use the family's influence to promote him. However, Hua Manqin never dreamed that the Shura totem that she had secretly filmed and posted in the video to the group was the work of the handsome young man in front of her. At this moment, Hua Manqin walked up to Myukin and Long Wushi in front of everyone. After seeing the badge on Myukin's chest, he was even more stunned. How is that possible? You got promoted to the next level? Myukin smiled calmly and nodded. Not bad. I just completed my promotion yesterday. Hua Manqin suddenly felt extremely complicated. There is relief and joy, but also a hint of reluctance that is very similar to the past year. Sure enough, this guy won't be defeated so easily. I should have guessed that he would never give up easily. He is simply developing in a low profile. Thinking of this, Hua Manqin bit her thin lips slightly and made an angry and resentful expression. Long Wushi saw this scene and suddenly burst out laughing. Miss Hua, are you interested in our boss? If so, you better hurry up and act. Otherwise, before long, our boss will become famous and you may not have any chance. As soon as Long Wuxia finished speaking, Hua Qing suddenly burst out with an extremely strong mental force, blasting the big mouth out more than 10 meters away. Long Ruhai next to him laughed strangely and scratched his head. Mr. Hua, my silly son has a foul mouth. Don't take it personally. Hua Qing snorted coldly, obviously very dissatisfied with this boy for neglecting his precious granddaughter. Hua Manqin, on the other hand, blushed at Long Wuxia's words, but still couldn't help but speak with some concern. Although you are already at the first level, you are a supporting combat system after all, so you'd better not go in. The situation inside is quite scary. If it weren't for the sword your family made for me, I would have died in there. Mukin didn't panic, and still smiled faintly. It's okay, I know my limits. Seeing that the losers in the front five were still not making any moves, Mukin finally strode forward and raised his head. If you are from outside, don't go in if you are afraid of death. The old land is not what you can imagine. As Muchin spoke, he lifted Long Wuxia's shoulders, pushed aside the crowd, and stepped into the portal. Let's go, it's time to work. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 teleportation scrolls burned at the same time, and the 2 disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hey, wait a minute, kid! Hey, they're going in right away? Are these 2 guys crazy? What's wrong with that Mukin? Isn't this taking my son in to die? Knowing that the situation inside is more complicated than imagined, why didn't you bring a few more teammates? How stupid! The fiery red-haired leader of number 5 middle school sneered sarcastically. Just wait and see. That guy will definitely die in there in less than half an hour. The young master of the Long family may still have a chance to survive, but I think that ignorant pastor is a joke. Several elite members of the 5th middle school team nearby hurriedly asked. Teacher, when do we go in? The red-haired leader laughed sinisterly. No hurry, wait half an hour first. Let those cannon fodder scout the way for us. This time, I might be the winner. At that time, Muchin, who entered the secret space of the dungeon, felt an extremely strong turbulence of time and space rushing towards him the moment he recovered his 5 senses. His body was almost uncontrollably flying backwards. Mukin glanced around and found himself suspended in a dark space that looked like a region. Below is a vast ocean covered by light gray fog. The space is filled with a suffocating deathly air. Ding! The Secret Realm Dungeon mission has been triggered, Soul Fairy. Mission content: please cross the Underworld Sea before the Dreamweaver revives. Countdown to Dreamweaver's revival, 39 minutes and 59 seconds. Mukin immediately calmed himself down, and quickly chanted the 4th order evolutionary technique of the bathing light technique ancient him. In an instant Mukin felt that all interference with his mental power quickly dissipated. Afterwards, Mukin chanted the holy light prayer again. He opened a barrier around his body. The turbulent airflow in the sky was completely blocked. At this moment, Mukin's body seemed to be out of control and fell towards the dark sea below. Damn it! Without a source of light power, the angel totem cannot awaken and cannot use flying skills. As Mukin was thinking about it, 500 meters away, an awakened person who was also teleported here fell helplessly from the sky into the Nethersea because he was isolated and helpless. In an instant, a burst of extremely shrill screams and wails were heard. Mukin clearly saw that the originally peaceful and deadly scene below the Nethersea quickly gave rise to hundreds of gray-white ghosts. They gathered from all directions and swam over, instantly devouring the awakener and turning him into a pile of bones. This is a corpse soul born from the dead air of the Nethersea. Even someone as calm as Mukin couldn't help but change his expression slightly when he saw this scene. He was absolutely certain that this dark sea was a relic from the old land era. Because of the collision interference of space cracks, it revived in Nanjiang in the form of a secret realm. The majestic power of death is so terrifying. With the previous experience of that person's death, Mukin quickly adjusted the direction of his fall, found a pile of bones floating on the sea, stepped on them, and then he could barely stand. See. Just as Mukin steadied his feet, countless ghosts gathered from the depths of the Nethersea. Mukin immediately locked onto one of them. The corpse soul of the Underworld Sea. Race, Revenant. Level, 68. HP, 6000/6000. Energy none. Skill, bite. Soon, Mukin discovered that each face had a different level, soul size, and even appearance. It is more like the souls of those awakened ones who died in this famous sea. Very sensitive to the vitality emanating from living people. Mukin was calm and chanted the holy light prayer once again to strengthen his temporary barrier. After the barrier was refreshed, the light was even brighter. It directly blocked the wandering souls that gathered around it from dozens of meters away. After calming down, Mukin began to think about how to break the impasse. The environment here is too dangerous. The sky has terrible turbulence of energy, which prevents the awaken from flying in the air. Even if I can activate the angel totem and force myself to go upstream, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find the other side of the nether sea within an hour. But if we just float on the sea, drifting with the current, the other shore will be even further away. Besides, sooner or later, my energy will be exhausted. Without the supplement of light power, I would not be able to chant the sound and light prayer indefinitely. How to break the deadlock? Chapter 30 God's Contract, Sharing Life and Death. Mukin suddenly remembered his skill panel. Sure enough, the Angel of Light totem and the Shura of Night cannot be awakened. It means that this place is neither day nor defined as night. The forbidden area passed down from the old Earth era seems to be under a special time rule. We can only seek breakthroughs in other areas. Mukin glanced at his current skill points. Current skill points remaining, 234,586. To evolve a level 7 skill into a level 8 skill, you need more than 500,000 skill points. The restricted purchase mall has not been refreshed either. Sure enough, the first time I went into a secret dungeon, it was like hell. Mukin couldn't help but laugh at himself. Then he placed his hopes on the last prop column. 2 achievement gift packs and a high-level guardian spirit egg. Forget it, let's try our luck first. See if there's any chance of a turnaround. Ding! Open the achievement gift pack. Reward skill points, 300,000. Ding! Open the achievement gift pack. Reward 10 random high-level recovery potions. Ding! Using the advanced guardian spirit egg, it is hatching for you. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a high-level guardian spirit Xian Lei Hua Wang. Oh? Mukin couldn't wait to summon this high-level guardian spirit to find out what was going on. The next moment, an extremely huge body appeared under him. This thunder frog is as huge as a small elephant. The whole body is flashing with blue-green lightning, and it has the protection of incomparably powerful thunder force. Mu Qin was immediately stunned by the scene before him. Good luck! It really is a combat-type guardian spirit. The epic promotion mission is indeed very valuable. Black Thunder Frog. Type Combat. Growth, Larval Stage, unable to fight. Rank Rare. Level 20. Skill Jump. It's actually a rare species. I really made a fortune this time. It's a pity that the current level is too low and there is no way to assist in the battle. Even the panel information of attributes and combat power has not been updated. But it's okay. I will use it as a vehicle first. It is much more reliable than those skeletons around. Mukin breathed a sigh of relief, then decisively switched to the skill tree interface and locked onto the 7th tier magical skill, Glory of the Dust. Finally, I have 500,000 skill points. I will upgrade the light bathing technique to level 8 first, and see what new skills I can evolve into. Mukin locked the point-adding function without hesitation. Ding! Do you want to consume 500,000 skill points to upgrade this skill? Ding! Consuming 500,000 skill points, congratulations to the host, Guangyao Chenxing has been upgraded to the 8th level. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Guangyao Chenxing has evolved God Lord Contract. God Lord Contract. Swear in the name of the ancient gods, establish a life and death contract with friendly combat units, and share life points. When the life points of one party reach 0, both parties of the contract will die together. Chanting time, 30 seconds. Profession limited, priest. Release conditions. Both parties of the contract are currently covered by the blood fusion effect. Cooling time, 24 hours. Affecting range. The area covered by the mental power of both parties to the contract. Another amazing skill! There was a flash of surprise in Mukin's eyes, as if he saw a way out of the impasse. Once this contract is reached with a trustworthy teammate around you, the survivability of both parties can be greatly improved. This desperate situation seems to be exactly where this skill comes in handy. It's a pity that we don't know where Long Wisher has gone to. Just as Mukin was complaining in his heart, another scream suddenly came from the sky. Boss! Save me! Mukin looked up and saw that fellow Long Wisher was rushing towards his face. Depend on. Mukin complained and immediately gave the order. Big Frog, help me catch him! The next moment, the guardian spirit under Mukin's feet quickly opened its bloody mouth and directly held Long Wisher in its mouth, leaving only its two long legs exposed, swinging outside. After struggling for a long time, Mukin finally caught it with a look of disgust and sat on the back of the Black Thunder Frog next to him. This place is called the Underworld, see? It's too scary! Boss, your frog is pretty good, can you lend it to me for a few days? Mukin ignored Long Wisher's fart and complained. You are so lucky! If you hadn't met me and had fallen directly into this dark sea, you would have turned into a pile of bones in less than 2 minutes. Long Wisher had an exaggerated expression of astonishment. Is this true? Are you trying to scare me? Just as he finished speaking, another figure descended from the sky hundreds of meters away. The screams lasted less than 20 seconds before disappearing. After seeing the pile of bones floating on the surface of the water, Long Wisher was dumbfounded and sat on the frog's back, shivering. What should I do? Boss, I regret coming here. This sea is endless, when will it end? Who is the Dreamweaver? Where is the other side hidden? Mukin, on the other hand, sat cross-legged on the frog's back with a calm and composed look on his face, carefully feeling the space. Don't panic, there will always be a way out when you get to the mountain, and there is still time. Soon, more and more awakened people were teleported in and fell from the sky. With the help of the Black Thunder Frog, Mukin rescued more than 20 awakened people within his ability. Damn it! This place is too horrible. If I had known this, I would have never come here to bother with this. The awakened rookies complained to each other. Long Wisher looked towards Mukin. Boss, do you have any clue? These idiots are useless. We have to rely on you to break the deadlock. You are the real hero, Mukin said calmly. Since this dungeon quest is called Soul Fairy, then perhaps the answer to crossing the Nether Sea lies in the word soul. And the so-called souls are the dead souls under the Nether Sea. That is to say, if we want to cross the Underworld Sea, the true direction may only be guided by these ghosts. There were many awakened people around, looking at each other in bewilderment. Someone complained. They want to eat us alive, how can we get the guidance of these dead souls? Muchin suddenly set his gaze on Long Wisher and looked at him with a smile. If you want to fish, you naturally have to throw out the bait. Long Wisher, are you willing to be the savior who helps everyone cross the Nether Sea? Long Wisher was completely dumbfounded, looking at Mukin with an expression that made him want to cry but had no tears. Boss! I treat you as my brother, but you are treating me like fish food? Didn't you say that if you were thrown down there, you wouldn't last more than 2 minutes? Muchin smiled bitterly. If you have my help, it will be different. Mukin didn't waste any words. He cut open his palm and Long Wisher's palm and merged them together. God Lord Contract chant. In an instant, from the depths of the sky, an extremely dazzling and huge totem of the old earth god slowly emerged. The totem was majestic, with its hands clasped together, bestowing a sacred light of great peace. It landed on Mukin and Long Wisher. What kind of method is this? It feels so awesome! I've never seen such magical power! Is this a priest's skill? It can't be that outrageous, right? It looks like a master-level skill! This scene completely stunned the awakened people on the backs of the surrounding frogs. Everyone was full of doubts, and at the same time they were staring at Mukin in amazement. Chapter 31, Reverse Catastrophe. No matter how strong he is still a younger brother. Soon, the two of them completed the Godlord contract. Long Wisher was also blessed with the same symbiotic mark as Mukin. It's done! Muchin smiled indifferently, and without further ado, he kicked Long Wisher into the Nether Sea. Come on! Boss, is there anyone like you who betrays his brothers like this? Long Wuxia forced his way out of the dark sea, struggling and swimming forward desperately. Mukin smiled. Don't worry, I'm here and I won't let you be in danger. Afterwards, Mukin started chanting again. The rock-solid 7th level evolutionary skill battle spirit monument was activated again. Boom! A violent roar came from the depths of the terrifying sky, and the totems of the old Earth war spirits and monuments fell from the sky one after another. Under Mukin's guidance, it quickly transformed into a complete rock colossus armor, surrounding Long Wuxia's body. Holy crap! What kind of skill is this? Isn't it too scary? This is also typed by this pastor? Boss, you are outrageous. Who the hell is this kid? Why is the top student in number 1 middle school so perverted? The awakened people who were rescued by Mukin on the frog's back were completely stunned. If it weren't for the badge hanging on Mukin's chest, they would even think that the guy in front of them was a legendary priest comparable to the Grand Master level. After receiving 2 consecutive powerful protective skills, Long Wuxia suddenly stopped panicking and felt a full sense of security. Hey, this armor looks pretty good. As expected, the boss is really reliable. However, soon, countless souls around quickly gathered from all directions. They surrounded Long Wuxia and began to devour him frantically. Now transform! Upon hearing Mukin's order, there was a loud rumbling sound, and the Dragon Blood Warrior's transformation form was activated. A fiery red dragon fire light flashed around the entire rock statue. This is a unique sign of life that comes from the fire dragon bloodline that Long Wuxia possesses. Because Mukin has a Godlord contract with the other party, he can feel the changes in Long Wuxia's blood volume. After this guy transforms, his health can reach an astonishing 5,000 plus. However, compared with Mukin's total health of over 13,000, it is nothing. Long Wuxia was attacked by hundreds of soul bodies at the closest range at the same time. About 200 health points will be lost per second. This is quite an astonishing number. You know, at this moment he has multiple protective buffs on him, plus the terrifying defense enhancement of the rock elephant, but there is still such a large amount of blood consumption. It can be seen how terrifying the souls in the underworld of more than 60 levels are. Look, that guy is still alive! Isn't he too strong? The awakened ones are confused again. It's not that he can't resist, it's probably that the priest's buff is too strong. Just the sight of this giant statue makes it look like it can take a beating. Little did he know that Long Wuxia himself was also confused. Fuck, is this still me? I'm so tough? I am fine even though hundreds of souls attacked me? No, it's the boss's symbiotic contract that's working. In fact, he's been the one burning my blood for me. That guy, what is the upper limit of his health? Every minute, Mukin would cast the light bathing technique to help Long Wuxia recover to full health. 5 minutes later. Look! More and more souls are gathering here. A path has appeared on the surface of this dark sea. All the souls have begun to gather and spread in one direction. As soon as Mukin said this, the fellow awakeners on the frog's back stood up and said in surprise. It seems to be true. Mukin, you are simply a genius. You can even think of this method. Mukin turned a deaf ear to their flattery and praise. He did not forget that most of the people here were the so-called elites from Donghai No. 5 middle school. Outside, they followed their mentor who mocked them, but now they dared not even fart and could only kneel down and lick his clothes. Finally, countless souls built a bridge to the other side. Mukin spoke with an attitude that he was in control of the situation. Black Thunder Frog, follow this path. Hurry, we don't have much time. Mukin saw the countdown on the panel and there were only a dozen minutes left before the Weaver would revive. Fortunately, the road is not very far. The Thunder Frog can jump hundreds of meters in one leap. It only took about 3 minutes for everyone to see an isolated island in front of this dark sea filled with death. And on the island, there grew a towering ancient tree that was nearly 1,000 meters tall. Under this tree, there is a unicorn lying there. That's him. The final boss of this dungeon. Mukin said seriously. Everyone stay on the frog's back. Do not act rashly without my order. Leave this boss to me and Long Wuxia. If anyone dares to disobey orders and gets into danger, don't blame me for not saving them. Mukin spoke in a cold voice, full of majesty. Everyone nodded in silence. Understood. Don't worry, sir. We will never act rashly. We cannot contend with this behemoth. You don't really intend to confront him head-on, do you? Muchin snorted coldly and didn't respond at all. He suddenly jumped into the air, grabbed Long Wushi and jumped into the island together. The island is not very big. After Mukin and Long Wushi's auras dispersed, they immediately attracted the unicorn's revival and pressed towards this side. Oh no! Boss, this guy is too strong! Long Wushi's brows were tightly knitted together. He looked more solemn and panicked than ever before. He felt a real death threat. Muchin locked his gaze on it, and soon the unicorn's faceplate appeared. Dreamweaver Guardian Spirit, Old Land. Level 180. HP 17 million/17 million. Energy 1 million/1 million. 5-dimensional attributes. Force? Body? Patience? Mental power? Skills: Crushing Impact, Ghost Intimidation, Dream Entanglement, Killing Imprisonment. Mukin wiped his sweat silently. Level 180. It is much more terrifying than the previous world boss, the Flame Spirit of Vengeance. It is so exaggerated that even the 5-dimensional data has reached an unmeasurable level. 17 million health points. Come on, how do you play this? Waiting to die? The people watching the battle on the back of the Black Thunder Frog were completely in despair. Long Wushi's face turned pale, because he found that the unicorn was already rushing towards them. Mukin was not in a hurry and started chanting immediately. In an instant, a trick puppet exactly like himself appeared beside him, Old Earth version. 2 identical Mukins appeared in front of Long Wushi at the same time, scaring the guy so much that he was stunned on the spot. Holy shit! Boss, am I hallucinating? There are 2 of you in front of me! Mukin smiled, and both bodies spoke at the same time. You are not hallucinating. There are indeed 2 of me. Mukin then released a paper man from his clone, drawing all of the unicorn's firepower towards him. Mukin said seriously, There's no time. This unicorn is scarier than I thought. Next, you must prepare yourself and wait for my order before taking action. Otherwise, even God can't save you. Long Wushi almost cried, looked at Mukin with a look of despair and nodded heavily. Mukin looked at his cowardly appearance and laughed. Don't panic. Today I'll let you rookies open your eyes. Chapter 32, the only title in the world, full of appearances. The 7th level of trauma therapy reverse catastrophe. As Mukin's chanting began, a huge divine hand that covered the sky and the sun slowly opened up from the deepest part of the endless dark clouds in the sky and crushed down. He extended his index finger downward, locking onto the unicorn's body. In an instant, this light seemed to completely illuminate the entire secret world. The unicorn roared hysterically, but his body was unable to move. At the same time, Long Wushi suddenly discovered that Mukin's blood aura was rapidly decreasing. My God! What do I see? Boss, he actually has such a terrifying and heaven-defying hand? Is this his real trump card? The level of this unicorn is decreasing rapidly. It's unbelievable. The awakened ones in the back row were petrified on the spot. What is this? It would be fine if he could just summon the Old Earth Totem at any time. Even gods appeared. What kind of monster is this Mukin? Boom! The unicorn roared and raged hysterically. At the same time, the clone of the trick puppet continued to cast the light bath spell and a series of priest recovery skills. At the same time, buy all kinds of potions like crazy. Due to the effect of the Godlord contract, Long Wushi's blood volume was also decreasing rapidly. The unicorn's original maximum level strength of 180 was reduced to 70 in just 2 minutes. Boss, tell me the truth, who are you? Could it really be a master-level boss? A scenario where a top-level master returns to the novice zone. Don't tell me this is something a priest can do! Long Wushi was now completely frightened by Mukin and began to doubt his life. At this time, Mukin's unbridled laughter also rang out. Stop being so cocky! Remember my words, you only have one chance to take action. Don't let me down. If you win this battle, the boiling blood of the beast will be yours. Finally, Mukin reached the critical point of weakness. The unicorn with a maximum level of 180 was directly compressed by Mukin to the strength of level 60. However, this is already the limit. The terrible side effects of the reverse catastrophe also made Mukin look extremely weak. However, he still did not give up. After spending money on a bottle of advanced recovery potion, he added a new debuff trauma and frosted dead wood, releasing the two major skills in succession. Even with multiple debuff auras, the unicorn looks equally listless. His body, which was originally nearly 10 meters tall, was now only 3 meters tall. It's unbelievable that a peak-stage old Earth summoning spirit, a divine beast-like existence, was reduced to its larval stage by you, boss. It's simply amazing. It's my turn now. Wait, that's not enough. Mukin suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the Black Thunder Frog. Do any of you have the ability to summon light elements? Or items like light crystals? Quick! One of the white-robed wizards stood up. Great God! I can summon a light energy barrier. But it's only at level 1 strength, and can only last for 5 minutes at most. Mukin smiled and said, That's enough. In an instant, a 3-meter square halo appeared under his feet. Ding! The Angel of Light form is charging. Awaken! Mukin raised his head and gave an order. The brilliant angel light descended again. The outline of the wings behind Mukin flashed by. In the name of light, insight. Mukin immediately chanted the 3rd-level evolutionary technique in the name of light. Ding! Target's flaw found. The summoned spirit's forehead seals the Dreamweaver's dream seed. Attacking its forehead can cause 1000% critical damage. Great, the damage is increased 10 times. Mukin became excited again and looked at Long Wuxia and said, Right now, launch your strongest attack and hit the center of the unicorn's forehead. That's the spot just below its pointed horn. Remember, you only have one chance to attack. Inflict your maximum damage to me. Long Wuxia was already prepared and let out a wild roar. Look here, boss! Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky. Master Long Wu put all his strength into his right fist and punched the unicorn's head hard. Boom! With a loud bang, the unicorn panel changed again. Its health instantly dropped from 800,000 to less than 30,000. Oops, almost there. At this moment, Mukin saw the sword shining with purple light stuck next to the tree roots behind him. It is the personal weapon made by second uncle for Hua Manqin. In the name of light, soar! The angel's wings condensed, and Mu Qin turned into a golden light. He drew out his sword and hit the unicorn between the eyebrows. Puff! A brilliant bloodlight burst out. The guardian spirit's final health is completely reduced to 0. The unicorn's hysterical roar came to an abrupt halt, and countless silver lights burst out from its body and merged into Mukin's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have completed the Secret Realm Dungeon Mission Soul Fairy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the advanced achievement Killing the Guardian Spirit of the Ancient Tree. Ding! Obtained the task reward title, Underworld Ferryman. Ding! We have detected that you have completed the advanced achievement and are upgrading your title. In an instant, Mukin's body slowly rose into the air, and surrounded by the silver light of the Guardian Spirit, he arrived at the heart of the towering ancient tree. The immensely powerful aura of the old earth and dark sea gathered madly towards the heart of the tree. Look! That's... All the awakened companions stared at the void in amazement, staring at everything Mukin had experienced. Oh my God! The aura of the entire Nethersea is merging into Mukin's body. All the corpse souls have dissipated. Ding! Title upgrade completed. Unlock the Secret Realm exclusive title Hades Emperor. Tip: all Secret Realm personnel please leave quickly. The Secret Realm will collapse in 1 minute. All Secret Realm rewards will become permanent limited rewards. What? The Secret Realm is going to collapse? What's going on? What the hell, I just got in. Fuck. Give me back the teleportation scroll. M's father spent $500,000 to buy it. Here, Mukin unlocked the only permanent limited title. The soul of the ancient tree of Dreamweaver collapsed, and the entire secret realm of the Nethersea will become history. The most miserable ones are those who have just come in, and those awakened ones who are waiting outside and have not had the chance to enter. Amidst the flashing lights, a huge silver teleportation channel appeared above the underworld sea, and everyone from all directions finally left this terrifying secret place that they would never forget. As the light and shadows flowed, Mukin looked inward at the panel and locked onto his title of Hades to investigate. Title: Hades Emperor. Rarity: the only one in the world, cannot be reproduced. Time limit: permanent. Function: can be used as an entry ticket to the old Earth level secret ruins. Attributes: when attacked by undead life forms, defense increases by 200%. When attacking undead life forms, damage increases by 500%. Muchin smiled in surprise again. The only title in the world. The lineup is really full. Chapter 33 Citywide Notification. Super Forbidden Level Clearance. Whoosh. Amidst the flashing lights, Hengyu, a 7th level Grand Master Formation Master, and a high-ranking official of the Nanjiang Governor's Office, appeared. This senior in black Taoist robe who looks like an elder is the one who is in charge of this secret realm. Greetings, sir! Everyone greeted him. Hengyu waved his hand with a guilty look on his face. Alas, I have tried my best. The secret realm has collapsed. In a few minutes, all the living people will come out one after another. I don't know what happened here. Suddenly, there was a breakdown of order for no apparent reason. As soon as these words were spoken, people like Long Rahai and Chindafa all changed their expressions. Is the situation worse than we thought? Even a formation master like you can't maintain the energy balance of the secret realm? Hengyu also shook his head solemnly. The problem of order cannot be solved by human power. At least a formation master of my level is far from being able to interfere. Swish. At this moment, the transmission channel was filled with light, sending out dozens of awakeners at once. Some were in a trance, screaming and shouting hysterically. Some were covered in wounds, their flesh and blood gnawed by the ghosts, but Chun Chun managed to escape with his life. Too scary. The underworld. The corpse souls. No! Screams spread out explosively. Hua Qing and other big guys looked solemn and called on the awakened assistants around them to help with the treatment. There were also a few awakeners who followed Mukin and obtained the title rewards for clearing the level, but because they suffered a certain intensity of soul shock when they broke free from the turbulence of the void, they temporarily fell into a deep sleep. You know, when Mukin passed the level just now, just as the great formation master Hengyu said, he completely changed the original order of the Dark Sea in the old land forbidden area. These people did not come out from the normal teleportation channel, but were teleported back through the void cracks. If you are not careful, the consequence will be the shattering of your soul. In addition, for some reason, almost every awakener who returned from the secret realm had a grayish-white look on his face. How could this happen? He came back alive, but was barely conscious. What on earth happened? Long Rahai's expression became increasingly serious. Hua Manqin stared at Hua Qing with a worried look on her face. Grandpa Mukin. The old man had a calm expression, a kind of nonchalance that came from someone who was used to big scenes. Why, could it be that what the brat from the Long family said was right? Hua Manqin's cheeks turned red again, and she was about to explain. Suddenly, Mukin walked out of the portal with Long Wushi hanging on his shoulder, looking calm. He immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Several big guys burst out with their body skills and blocked his way in an instant. You little brat, why are you so reckless? Do you really think the secret realm is a joke? The principal, Chindafa, immediately scolded them angrily, and was really scared. After learning that Mukin had been in a relationship for a while, the old principal undoubtedly regained his respect for Mukin. I'm afraid that this promising young talent will die in this secret realm because of his reckless behavior. Mukin didn't care and slapped Long Wushi on the cheek in front of several big men and Long Rahai. Wake up, it's out. Long Wushi opened his eyes drowsily, then broke away from Mukin's shoulder and took a leisurely nap. You little bastard, you're going to scare your dad to death. Seeing his father so anxious, Long Wushi had a strange smile on his face. Hey, Dad, why are you panicking? I told you I'll be fine as long as the boss is here. Mukin seemed to have gotten used to the feeling of having such a little brother around him who always flattered him. He calmly came before Hua Manchin and his grandson and handed over the top-grade dagger made by his second uncle. Your sword. Hua Man's expression moved, and her eyes were filled with unusually sparkling crystals, like a melting iceberg. Hua Qing glanced at his granddaughter's expression, and suddenly his face turned bitter. He thought it was all over. My dear granddaughter, I'm afraid you really can't live without this boy. You even went out of your way to retrieve the sword for me. Mukin was stunned and hurriedly explained. No, I just killed the unicorn and brought it back. Puff. Hua Manchin was petrified and secretly complained about Mukin's straight male nature. You don't understand romance at all? With so many people watching, I feel really embarrassed. However, the next moment, everyone around was stunned and stopped what they were doing to look over here. What? You said you killed the unicorn? A level 180 guardian spirit was killed by you? Hua Manchin's expression of disbelief and shock also appeared on the faces of the high-level bosses around her. Level 180. That is the strongest guardian spirit of the secret realm with the blood of the old land. Killed by a level 20 priest? This is not the way to brag, brother. Just when everyone was confused and had not yet had time to accept this knowledge. Above their heads, the shocking voice from the awakening tower resounded throughout the entire city. Official latest information conveyed. The Forbidden Ruins level secret realm dungeon that appeared in Nanjiang district recently. Dreamweaver space has been cleared. Dungeon mission difficulty, Forbidden Ruins level. Hidden achievement difficulty, Super Forbidden Ruins level. Clearance rating, perfect. Total number of players who cleared the game, 16. Hidden achievement achieved, 1. Due to this clearance, Mr. Mukin, a senior student from Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School, has achieved a hidden achievement. The Awakener Alliance will permanently record this honor. This is hereby conveyed to the people of the city for recognition. At the entrance to the secret realm, there was complete silence for a moment. Every face that stared at Mukin was filled with fear and shock. A nanny, a priest of the auxiliary combat system, actually killed a level 180 monster and suppressed the guardian spirit? It was officially confirmed. The leader of Donghai No. 5 Middle School's thick face twitched wildly. This slap in the face is too strong, isn't it? This guy was just about to say that Mukin was bragging, but the official of Nanjiang Awakening Tower spoke up. The team leader suddenly wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and he didn't even dare to look Mukin in the eye. Incredible! Heng Yu, the most prestigious and authoritative Grand Master in the room, spoke up himself. With an expression of satisfaction and praise on his face, he nodded repeatedly at Mukin. According to our previous investigation, the origin of this secret realm is not simple. Because of the abnormal energy movement, a secret realm mission of the Super Forbidden Ruins difficulty level was triggered. I didn't expect that such a dangerous situation could be solved by a senior high school student. Principal Chen, I'm afraid your class at No. 1 Middle School has found a treasure. Haha! Chen Dafa next to him blushed and nodded repeatedly in agreement. The commander is right. Mukin has been at the top of the class in No. 1 Middle School throughout his senior year. I've known for a long time that he's a good prospect. Hua Qing also nodded with a smile. Indeed. My daughter Xiner often mentioned this young man to me. After meeting him today, I found that he is truly outstanding. Once the news of the clearance was confirmed, the big guys started to brag about it and couldn't wait to show their presence. The protagonist, Mukin, just stood there, unable to say a word. But he noticed that this highest-ranking Hingyu boss always had a desire to see through him. Not good. This old guy, is he suspicious of me? Chapter 34. Submit to the organization? A stroke of genius. In fact, the other party did have some questions that were difficult to interpret. After all, he was the only one among all the seniors present who understood the spatial conditions within the secret realm. Earlier, when the high-level team from the governor's mansion entered, the Dreamweaver's consciousness had not recovered. The guardian spirit guarding the central island of the Nethersea is a level 120 growing guardian spirit. But just now he clearly heard Hua Manchin and other first group of people who entered say that order in the old land ruins had been restored and tremendous changes had taken place within the secret realm. The unicorn guardian spirit was also strengthened to the peak strength of level 180. Such a powerful beast, let alone Mukin, a first-level auxiliary priest. Even a higher-level combat expert would not be able to kill him easily. But if Mukin combined the strength of everyone else to accomplish the kill, why was it that only Mukin himself achieved the hidden achievement? What Bossing Yu couldn't understand the most was that after leaving the secret realm, the others all fell into a state of mental shock to varying degrees. But Mukin walked out intact. During the entire exploration of the secret realm, there were too many doubts that Hingyu could not understand. According to the first-hand copy information obtained by the governor's office before, this secret realm is not the first time it has appeared in the Donglong Empire. Globally, there have been over 30 recorded occurrences. Countless high-level awaken elites have entered this secret realm. But no one has ever achieved this hidden achievement. Combining these scattered details, Hengyu became more and more interested in Mukin in front of him. His intuition told him that the little guy in front of him was definitely not just an ordinary pastor. He most likely has a more powerful hidden profession. Hengyu was puzzled, and finally couldn't help clearing his throat, looking at Mukin with a smile. My dear friend, I would like to ask, how do I trigger the hidden achievement of this secret realm copy? How did you guys manage to clear the level in just over half an hour? As soon as Hingyu opened his mouth, several big men around him pricked up their ears, each with an expression of great anticipation. In fact, they all noticed this and were also puzzled. Mukin was prepared and was about to respond. Suddenly, the dozens of awakened people in the back who suffered mental shock became manic without warning during the treatment, screaming hysterically. No! Don't eat me! No! Corpse souls, they are all corpse souls! Where on earth is the other side? After a moment, these awakened ones, who were howling wildly and almost mentally collapsed, all lost their self-control and began to instinctively attack the therapists around them. Oh no! Everyone get out of the way! Mukin hurriedly shouted to alert everyone. At the same time, he quickly spread out his left hand and condensed an energy ball with a light gray light. It was more like the essence left after countless corpses and souls shattered and gathered in his palm. All the big guys were stunned and stood aside and watched Mukin's operation silently. He lifted the energy ball into the air, and with the help of his own mental power, he covered the heads of these mentally confused awakeners. One after another, the essence of broken corpse souls was extracted from the spiritual world of these awakened people and merged into the energy ball. Sure enough, after Mukin completed the operation, these manic souls were completely appeased. Little did they know that their memories of the journey to the underworld sea had also been completely erased. In fact, after Mukin killed the guardian spirit of the unicorn, the soul of the dream weaver in the ancient tree was extinguished, and it could no longer break free from the order of the old land through the blood power devoured by the corpse souls and be reborn in the secret realm copy. As the will of the dream weaver collapsed, this dark sea and even the entire secret space collapsed. Most of the corpse souls were devoured by the essence of the nether sea energy controlled by Mukin, which is this energy ball. A very small number of wandering souls parasitized on the bodies of the weak awakened people nearby, which was the root cause of their mental breakdown. The energy ball is the essence of the power of the underworld sea, and naturally obeys Mukin, who has been awarded the title of Underworld Emperor. This is considered unexpected loot, and is not linked to the quest rewards of the secret realm copy. The operation was completed, and the eyes of these awakened people who survived the disaster regained their former clarity, and they quickly regained consciousness. Where am I? Why does my head hurt so much? Everyone looked at each other. After some investigation by several big men from Hingyu, they found that these people had lost their memory of experiencing the secret realm copy. Mukin felt the increasingly strange looks from the big guys, and knew that if he didn't explain, it would be difficult to get over this matter. He then came to Hingyu and the others together with Long Wu Shi and handed them the energy ball. Seniors, the Dreamweaver dimension is essentially a conspiracy by a powerful person from the Old Earth period who wanted to devour the vitality of the awakened people in the present world, break free from the order of the Old Earth, and be resurrected in the present world. The reason why no one has ever triggered the hidden achievement before is because the guardian spirit has never been killed by anyone. Because there are only a very small number of people who can be randomly teleported to that island. The vast majority of people fell into the sea of darkness from the very beginning and became corpses. There are actually two reasons why we were able to defeat that terrifying peak guardian spirit. First, I discovered the connection between the guardian spirit and the huge ancient tree. In essence, the corpse souls devour vitality to supply the guardian spirits with growth, and then the ancient tree absorbs and nourishes the souls of the dream weavers sealed in the heart of the tree. They form a complete energy supply chain. I used that sword to cut off their communication. It caused the ancient tree to go out of control and drain the life essence of the guardian spirit unicorn. It caused its life to wither in a short period of time, and then, with the help of Long Wisher, it dealt a fatal blow to the guardian spirit. Of course, I was the one who used this sword to accomplish the final kill. The above is the entire process of how we luckily cleared this dungeon. After Myokin finished speaking, Long Wisher also nodded frantically. That's right. If it weren't for my boss, these ignorant outsiders would probably have died. As soon as these words came out, the leader of Donghai No. 5 Middle School blushed with embarrassment. After making sure that the students were fine, he immediately stepped forward and expressed his gratitude to Myokin in front of everyone. This time, it was all thanks to classmate Myokin who came to our rescue. Donghai No. 5 Middle School will remember this favor. If there's anything I can help you with in the future, please feel free to ask, classmate Myokin. Since the copy has collapsed, we will go back first. After saying that, the fat red leader refused to stay even a moment longer. He immediately took everyone on the flying guardian spirit, and quickly disappeared. I see. Hengyu made a relieved expression. Muchin smiled faintly and pushed the energy ball in front of him over again. Senior, you are the Grand Master representing the Governor's office. Please accept this energy ball. I am just a first-level priest. This thing is extremely dangerous. It contains the power of the dead air of the underworld under the influence of the old Earth Order. It's not something I can control right now. After much consideration, I decided to hand him over to the Governor's office and seal him in the Tower of Awakening. This might be a better arrangement. Chapter 35 Old Earth Level Assessment. Miracle is coming. Myokin's actions were definitely a stroke of genius. Long Wisher and Hua Manchin, who were standing next to them, were also stunned. Are you kidding? This is a unique Secret Realm exclusive reward. Just give it away when you say so? Little did they know that in Myokin's eyes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Being overly concerned by old man Hengyu is definitely not a good thing. It is better to explain everything clearly now to avoid any trouble. At the moment, for Myokin, the right way is to develop steadily and quietly and upgrade in a low-key manner. Sure enough, after Myokin's operation, the fierceness in Hengyu's eyes disappeared. Instead, there is an instinctive desire to explore the powerful energy before one's eyes. But he suppressed his emotion well and smiled gently. Student Mu Chun, I can't make the decision on this. After all, this is your exclusive reward for triggering the dungeon's hidden achievement. No one is more qualified than you to handle this energy. But your worries are not without reason. Death energy is the energy source that recovery-type auxiliary combat professions like you, the priest, resist the most. If it is really inconvenient for you to dispose of it, I can seal it in the Tower of Awakening on behalf of the Governor's office. In the future, if you need it, you can go to the tower and take it away at any time. You can also use it as capital to exchange for any resources you desire in the Awakening Tower. After Hengyu finished speaking, he shook his palm, took in the energy body, and took out a card that was shining with crystal light. This is a 6-pointed star diamond card. Long Wisher was so stunned that he cried out in surprise on the spot. The onlookers were even more shocked and filled with envy. Hengyu said with a smile, My friend, keep this card. With it, you can unlock the highest resource exchange authority in the Nanjiang Awakening Tower. You will be treated the same as members of the Governor's office and enjoy the highest level of exclusive services. By the way, I would like to ask, are you interested in joining the Governor's office's special recruitment internship sequence? What? Upon hearing this, Hua Manchin and others were shocked again. The continuous shocks made the onlookers nearby very excited. even more agitated than they themselves were to be favored. Especially the proud young generation present there, all of them had stars in their eyes and almost drooled. That's the Governor General's special recruitment trainee sequence. What concept? That is the future successor of Nanjiang's highest power system. The true chosen one. After graduation, you will be directly admitted to the governor's office. Don't underestimate this world where strength is respected and killing monsters and leveling up are the core pursuits. But the principle of enjoying the shade under a big tree applies everywhere. After joining the governor's office, Mu Chen's future development will surely be smooth sailing without any obstacles. Not only can you enjoy the best quality upgrade resources, but you can also have the rights that your contemporaries who awaken you dream of. Damn, he's worthy of being the top of the list. Isn't this Mukin's aura too strong? This kid is really good enough to be favored by Grandmaster Hengyu. That's what I was saying. Why would you suddenly give up such an important exclusive resource? This Mukin has bigger plans. By clearing a secret realm once, I got a golden rice bowl. I admire you. This Mukin is really awesome. All around there were all kinds of envious, jealous, and hateful discussions and murmurs. Not to mention those spectators like them, even those with backgrounds like Huan Manqin and Long Wu Shi could not be guaranteed the treatment of being specially recruited by the governor's office. In everyone's eyes, this was a golden rice bowl falling into Mukin's arms. However, his next response surprised everyone again. Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I am used to being casual. If I really enter the governor's mansion, I will have greater responsibilities on my shoulders, which may not be suitable for my future development. You know, I came here without telling Principal Chen this time, and I haven't apologized to him yet. When Mukin kicked the ball, he directly pulled Chen Dafa out as a shield. Principal Chen was stunned, not understanding what Mukin was doing, but he still took the opportunity to please him. Of course. Look at you, kid. You reached level 20 and got promoted to the next level without informing anyone. Now in the ranking list of our group, this brat is still level 0. The big guys joked with each other for a few times, and Hengyu shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. Well, you are a proud child of Nanjiang after all. If you have your own development considerations, I won't force you. Anyway, my words still stand. Whenever you want to exchange resources, you can go to the Awakening Tower with this card, and I will satisfy your request at any time. Mukin smiled and nodded. Thank you, senior. All right. Everyone, the matter of the secret realm has come to an end. I have to go back and report to the governor. Let's go. Hengyu said and quickly flew away. 7th Stage Grandmaster. Awakeners above level 100 generally have the ability to control the air. As the old guy left, Mukin secretly breathed a sigh of relief and put away the 6-pointed star diamond card. Yes, with this card, the possibility of obtaining the ultimate source fire scroll is greatly increased. In fact, Mukin did not deceive Hengyu. That energy body filled with death was a time bomb for him. If you force yourself to keep it on, it might cause more trouble. If you can't use it for your own benefit, get rid of it decisively. A week passed in the blink of an eye. At the top floor of the Tower of Awakening, the highest level meeting of the governor's office was held. The dozen or so seats in the room were occupied by the highest-ranking leaders of Nanjiang. What Mukin didn't know was that the two pictures projected on the big screen were actually directly related to Mukin. The governor spoke calmly. Everyone, a week ago, some abnormalities occurred in the Forbidden Ruins secret realm dungeon. I believe everyone has already understood the general situation. The video above is scattered information about the destruction of the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins world boss, the Vengeance Flame Soul. Records show that an angel totem from the Old Earth era descended and participated in the killing process. The video below shows what Commander Hengyu was investigating before the secret realm copy was about to collapse. He used special means to capture some horrifying traces of battle. The data shows that in the secret space, a powerful force close to the 8th level intervened in the battle. It is worth noting that these two arrivals of high-level forces did not leave any traces in Nanjiang. To this day we still don't know which lineage of great masters made the move. According to regulations, we at the governor's office must evaluate all powerful unknown forces that appear within the territory. Today's meeting is to listen to everyone's opinions. The big guys started discussing among themselves. Suddenly someone raised a question. Governor, could it be that a protector of a hidden family has appeared in secret? Is he supporting a certain heir to grow rapidly? Yes. In recent times, have there been any young awakeners rising rapidly in Nanjiang? Heng Yu instinctively remembered Mukin's name and spoke. Mu Chen, the top student of this year's class at number 1 middle school, has already become a first-level priest after awakening for less than a month. Moreover, this person was directly involved in the above two actions, but there is no evidence that this mysterious power is related to him. Upon hearing this, the governor immediately smiled and shook his head. It can't be his. He is a combat support professional and he is a commoner. At most, he just has better luck. No matter what, threat assessment still needs to be done. Everyone, give your opinions. The bigwigs whispered to each other and gathered a variety of opinions, but the governor didn't seem satisfied with any of them. Heng Yu sighed. In my opinion, since it is the angel totem of the old Earth era that manifested a miracle, why not define this threat as the advent of a miracle? Threat assessment, old Earth level. All the bosses were shocked. Old Earth level, a miracle is coming. The governor nodded silently. Well, that's settled. I hope this mysterious and powerful being can become the protector of our Nanjiang instead of having evil intentions. Otherwise, Nanjiang will definitely experience a catastrophe. Chapter 36, Crazy Krypton Gold, Unlock Forbidden Means. While the bosses were in the meeting, Mukin was lying leisurely on the armchair, sitting in the yard basking in the sun, drinking tea, and living a very comfortable life. A blue phoenix soon flew over from the distant sky. It's that guy Long Wushi. They started shouting from a long distance away. Boss, I'm here to pull it. Mukin continued to sip his tea, ignoring the noisy guy. On the contrary, Long Wushi, with a fawning look on his face, quickly jumped to Mukin's side and began to massage Mukin's legs and shoulders. He played the role of a lackey to the fullest. Hey boss, I haven't seen you for a week. I miss you so much. Mukin quickly reached out to interrupt the flattering words. Forget it. Don't I understand what you are up to? You are just after my skill book of boiling beast blood. I, Mukin, will never break my promise. After saying that, Mukin took out the secret book and handed it to Long Wushi. This guy was so excited that he saw stars and his hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. Boss! You are simply my god! I, Long Wushi, will always be with you in this life. Mukin teased with a half-smile. You were bought off with just a crappy skill book? Can you be more ambitious? Long Wushi said with tears in his eyes and pretending to sob. You don't understand what this skill book means to us mutants. Mukin regained his serious expression and gave a reminder. Don't be happy too soon. This skill book clearly states that the success rate is only 50%. If I fail, it may take a long time for me to get this opportunity again. Long Wushi smiled and patted his chest and said, Don't worry, I am the man of destiny. Among those who have been awakened, except for you, boss, I have never seen anyone with a stronger talent than me. Blow it. Mukin rolled his eyes at the boy in annoyance. Perhaps it was because of a certain lottery probability game in his previous life that Mukin always felt that this 50% learning probability was not very reliable. If the learning failed, the more he expected before, the more disappointed he would be. Okay, there's nothing else to do. Go back and figure it out. Let me know when you're done, whether you succeed or not. Long Wushi nodded seriously, then halfway through his walk, suddenly turned around and ran back. Look at me, I was so excited that I almost forgot something else. My dad said that to express his gratitude to you, he would return the 1 million turnover that he had deducted from you before, and the money will be transferred to your account later. Mukin couldn't help but laugh. Uncle is a straightforward person, so I won't be polite. I really need a large sum of money to improve myself right now. The college entrance examination is tomorrow. I don't want to make any mistakes. Mu Chen suddenly thought of something and looked at Long Wushi. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, which school are you from? Long Wushi raised his head and said with some pride. Our Long family has its own private promotion channel, which is a privilege enjoyed by the top families in the East Dragon Empire. Of course, this is the only privilege that a descendant of a family like me who has fallen into exile can enjoy. Therefore, my identity information is not included in the system of Nanjiang's official channels. In fact, according to your unified examination system, I graduated last year, but I haven't joined the union yet. If you have a good job in the future, don't forget to register for me. I told you that I plan to keep holding on to your thigh forever. After Long Wuxia finished speaking, he summoned his own giant phoenix and left quickly. Mukin also smiled bitterly and shook his head. I hope this kid can awaken successfully. 2 hours later, Mukin received news that the money had arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement. Total assets reached 5 million. System upgrading. Unlocking new system functions for you. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Old Earth Order sublimation function is enabled. From now on, all skills above level 8 in the skill tree can be upgraded to the Old Earth Order as required. Mu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. There is such a good thing? He really didn't expect that as the college entrance examination approached, the system would actually undergo a second functional upgrade. Hurry up and open the panel to check the new features. He quickly locked onto the skill position corresponding to the 8th level evolutionary skill of his priest skill tree, the Godlord contract. Sure enough, the word sublimation appeared. Order sublimation. The host can currently spend 3 million gold coins to double the evolution skill points, so that the skills above level 8 in the skill tree can feel the baptism of the Earth Order and comprehensively improve the skill strength. Get a better combat experience. Mukin took a deep breath. 3 million for one upgrade! It really is the maximum Krypton gold strength. But in exchange for such a powerful skill, the Old Earth effect upgrade is definitely a once-and-for-all worthwhile deal. Mukin couldn't help but sigh. As expected, more money is better in any world. After the college entrance examination, I have to find a way to continue panning for gold. During this week, Mukin did not go out, but chose to lie down at home and enjoy the quiet days. Because his strength increased so quickly, some of the nearby leveling maps could hardly bring him enough improvement effects. Even if you spend a whole day on a high-level map of level 40 or 50, the rewards you get from it may not be as high as what Mukin gets from killing a world boss. Afterwards, Mukin opened the limited purchase store interface and cleared the store's skill points once again. I felt the pleasure of being a Krypton Gold boss again. Current skill points remaining, 1064876. Great, I finally have more than 1 million skill points remaining. It seems that I can make one last wave of powerful upgrades before the college entrance examination. Just as Mukin was about to take action, the video on his cell phone came to mind again. Dragon without a teacher. Mukin frowned and muttered. Could it be that it failed? How come the news came so quickly? The moment you click on the video call, Mukin saw an extremely strong flame rushing towards him in front of the screen. The visual effects of the surrounding space became distorted due to the rising of extremely hot flames. There was a flash of shock in Mukin's eyes, and he murmured. Did this kid succeed? The beast's blood was boiling, and it actually brought him such a significant improvement. His strength has increased by at least 30% compared to before. Soon, Long Wuxia restrained his breath and rushed to the phone excitedly. Ha! Did you see that, boss? I awakened successfully. Now that my dragon blood power has been transformed into my own state, my weakness is not as severe as before. It can at least guarantee more than 50% of my panel attributes. If I have the opportunity in the future to obtain a higher level skill of the same type, I should be able to completely eliminate the negative effects of the transformation. Only then will I be a true dragon blood warrior. Mukin also revealed a gratified smile and nodded slightly. Yes, you are worthy of being my younger brother Mukin. Only then you are qualified to follow me. Long Wuxia smiled smugly. Aren't you going to take the college entrance examination tomorrow? Do you want me to be your personal bodyguard? If anyone dares to show off to you, I will transform and suppress him. I will make you the most handsome guy in the college entrance examination. Mukin said disdainfully. No matter how I hear it, I feel like you are the one who wants to show off. I don't care. If you want to go, it's up to you. But I advise you to keep a low profile for now. You must understand the principle of accumulating strength, and then releasing it. When you become strong enough in the future, strong enough to make everyone afraid of you, you don't have to pretend, you can still gain everyone's respect. Chapter 37 Reincarnation. An existence above taboos. Soon, Mukin took out a full 5 minutes to give Long Wuxia some spiritual chicken soup, successfully dispelling the boy's idea of going to the college entrance examination with him and showing off in front of others. Then Mukin finally opened the skill interface. He had long been eager to see what changes would occur to the function of the high-level skill Old Earth Order Sublimation. Mukin locked onto the Divine Lord contract skill once again. Keep going! I want to see what kind of magical existence the legendary 9th level Forbidden skill is. The skill points required for the current skill upgrade are as high as 1 million. Do you confirm the upgrade? Let's go! Mukin locked onto it with great excitement. Ding! Consuming 1 million skill points, congratulations to the host, the God Lord contract has been upgraded to the 9th level. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the God Lord contract has evolved Taboo Nirvana. In an instant, an extremely powerful force wave spread out. Mukin suddenly found himself being dragged directly into an illusory dream. That's right, it's completely different from every previous skill evolution. This time, let's maximize the appearance and funding. Directly give a dream to experience the whole process of this taboo method. In the deepest part of the dream, Mukin saw a huge god that seemed to have descended into the world in the Old Earth era. He clasped his hands together with a solemn look, praying for all living beings. At the end of the dream, Mukin seemed to see himself with a withered body and no trace of life. When this perfect deity turned into endless brilliant light and merged into his body, the withered body completed nirvana and turned into a scorching flame, shedding the old and broken shell and transforming into a new life. When the whole world abandons you, the old land will grant you a greater nirvana. Boom! The reborn body had scorching flames burning in its pupils. The eyes of Mukin on the other side of the dream met. Swish! Mukin suddenly woke up from the dream, but he did not feel the slightest bit of shock in his soul, but his body felt extremely refreshed. It was as if the quality of my life had quietly improved. Mukin suddenly discovered that every part of his skin, even his pores, had become extremely delicate. Just like a newborn baby, so fragile that it can be blown away. I compared myself in the mirror and found that my appearance had been further refined. It's like the most delicate makeup, yet soft and natural. Is this the greatness of Krypton Gold? It's outrageous that even your appearance can be improved. The value of the system is still increasing. The dream ended, and Mukin immediately locked onto his skill panel. Taboo, Nirvana. Priest Awakener's Taboo Method. Resurrect the fallen target with 0 HP. Give it new life with the Nirvana technique passed down from the old land. Skill effect, revive the dead target, restore the health to full value, and gain a boost buff Nirvana. Nirvana Rebirth buff, within 30 minutes after rebirth, attack power and defense power increase by 20%. The ability to perceive surrounding elements increases by 30%. Profession Limited Priest. Release conditions 50% health, 100% energy. Action range, single body. Cooling time, 24 hours. Note, the resurrected target cannot use this skill again before completing the transformation of life essence. Seeing this interpretation of skills, Mukin was indescribably shocked. It turns out that the priest's 9th level forbidden technique can actually bring the dead back to life. It seems that the potential of this profession is greatly underestimated by the world. Perhaps not every priest who can grow to this level possesses the terrifying ability of nirvana. But now there is no doubt that my influence in this profession has reached the top level of the pyramid. My influence is enough to be on par with a level 100, 7th stage, Grandmaster level priest. Even among the 100 level Grandmaster priests, not everyone is proficient in the way of nirvana. In this war world where you can't be resurrected after you die, I am considered to be someone who has mastered the code of life. Mukin knew that what he said was not an exaggeration. After all, this place is not like the previous life, where you can be resurrected after death in any game world. But in reality, everyone has only one life. The path to resurrection and nirvana is actually against the will of heaven. That's why it is called a taboo. I see. Look at this. If any skill tree is upgraded to the 9th level, the skills that can be awakened will be the existence of the chaos rules. No wonder there are so few awakeners in the world who can reach the 9th level skill level. Mastering the taboos is like being a god. In a sense, you are already a person who has transcended the laws of power in this world. Is this what it feels like to be a strong person? Mukin was deeply touched at this moment. This is no longer just a matter of improving personal strength. As a promoted to level 20 priest, he mastered the supreme forbidden method that even grand masters yearned for. What a glory! What a strength! But before Mukin could recover from this unprecedented joy, new surprises appear again. No! The 9th level of competition is not the highest level? Can it be improved further? Mukin suddenly discovered that after the system function was upgraded this time, a skill preview function appeared. He locked onto the forbidden nirvana and actually saw further improvement information. Taboo, nirvana, preview of the next stage of evolution. Divine Art Level 1, Reincarnation. Skill points required to upgrade, 10 million. The Old Earth Order Sublimation, Reincarnation Epic. Sublimation costs, 100 million gold coins. Skill points required for sublimation, 20 million. Seeing that there were higher-level divine arts, Mukin's excitement gradually subsided. The road to becoming stronger is long and arduous. Even if I have the support of the system function, it is impossible to achieve it overnight. We still have to keep improving and accumulating step by step. One day, Mukin believed that he could become as powerful as the god who saved his disciples. Then, he looked at the Old Earth Order sublimation function corresponding to forbidden nirvana. Sublimation effect, taboo, reincarnation. Materials required for sublimation, 3 million gold coins. 1 million skill points. What? Impure world reincarnation. No, buddy, what the hell is this system of yours? The name is too explosive. Could it be the same effect as the impure world reincarnation skill I imagined? Mukin was dumbfounded. Stare at the system interface to make sure you are not dazzled. But there is also a sense of unprecedented expectation. He really wanted to see what the scene would be like if he learned a forbidden skill as terrifying and powerful as impure world reincarnation in this real war world. Ding ding ding! There was a sudden knock on the door. It was the sound of my second uncle knocking on the door. Muchin immediately regained consciousness and asked, "What's wrong, second uncle?" "Nothing. Xiaochen, I just want to remind you that tomorrow is the day of the college entrance examination. Why don't you go to bed quickly? It's already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Why is your light still on? Be careful not to be able to get up tomorrow. This is a lifelong event, so don't delay it." Mukin smiled, his heart suddenly warmed, and responded, "Rest assured." "By the way, do you need me to take you to the examination room tomorrow?" Uncle asked hurriedly. "Bite!" Before Mukin could respond, the phone rang again. It was a message from Ruby. "Brother, I'll come find you tomorrow and we'll go to the exam room together." Mukin immediately replied with an okay expression. "No need, second uncle. Ruby and I will leave together tomorrow and he will come to find me. Don't worry, no matter what the test results are, it will not affect my future." Looking at the extremely powerful forbidden method that he had already unlocked, Mukin felt full of confidence. College entrance examination, here I come! Chapter 38 Candidates gather, do you dare to provoke? It's time to set off, Brother Chin. If we don't leave now, it may be too late. The next morning, Ruby arrived outside Mukin's courtyard an hour early, urging him on desperately. Don't be fooled by this guy's big and strong appearance. He looks like a tough guy, but he is a coward at heart. Whenever a critical moment comes, the one who panics the most is Rupees. Mukin walked out of the courtyard in a lazy and casual manner as usual. You just keep pushing me every day. Why are you so anxious? When Ruby saw Mukin coming over, his eyes sparkled and his whole body shuddered. Oh my God! Brother Chin, you can't be that serious, right? How can you dress so handsomely for the college entrance examination? You're planning on making your debut. It's only been a few days since I last saw you. how come you seem to have become even more handsome? Can you give me some of your good looks? I also want to get out of being single soon, please. I'm really envious of Ruby's real name. Of course, he couldn't understand that the improvement in Myoken's appearance was directly linked to his increasingly powerful professional abilities. This thing really can't be learned. Stop being so cocky and focus on upgrading. If you become the best blood warrior in Nanjiang in the future, will you still lack love? Wait. Xiao-chun, wait a moment. My second uncle rushed out of the room, holding a golden-laid brocade box over 1 meter long in his hand. Myoken was startled and immediately guessed something. The second uncle stared at his nephew with burning eyes and said with a smile, I told you before that I would make you a weapon that suits you. Although you are a support fighter, you can't fall behind others. My nephew must be the most handsome guy in the audience. Myoken was stunned. Although he was usually calm and composed, he now had mixed feelings. Looking at the white hair on his second uncle's temples, Myoken seemed to have too many things to say, but he couldn't say a single word. He took the brocade box, not letting any weakness show in his eyes, and smiled broadly. Don't be busy during the day. Take a day off and open Nanjiang's college entrance examination live broadcast room. Maybe there will be a surprise. Myoken gave his second uncle a meaningful look and quickly disappeared with Ruby. Now it was second uncle's turn to be confused. Live broadcast? There's a surprise? What? Is this brat going to be on TV again? Myoken's home is not far from number 1 middle school. After about 20 minutes, the two arrived outside the school gate. The lines of examinees piled together from various classes were noisy and restless. Everyone's face was filled with anticipation and anxiety. Hey! Isn't this our number 1 middle school top male god Mu? I don't remember your name being in the top 100 of the group's upgrade list. Why, you're not doing well as a nanny. Not far away, the monitor of Class 4, Huamanshin's number 1 bootlicker Wei Ran, came over yelling. On the day of his job change, he had a conflict with Myoken Ruby and was taught a lesson by the two brothers. I didn't expect that after not seeing him for more than half a month, his temper hasn't improved at all. It seemed that provoking Myoken would give him the most pleasure. When the others heard the sound, they all looked over here. Ruby couldn't stand this guy, so he rolled up his sleeves and was about to attack Wei Ran, but was blocked by Myoken calmly. Angel of Light Totem, awakening. In an instant, a faint golden light enveloped Myoken. It makes him look as radiant, sacred and dazzling as a god. Chuanchuan's noble and detached temperament was fully revealed, causing the girls around him to almost scream. Oh my god! It's only been over half a month since we last met. Have you noticed that Myoken seems to be more handsome than before? Need I say more? When has Myoken ever been ranked first in our number 1 middle school, whether in terms of grades or appearance? The girls automatically turned on the watching mode and admired Myoken's handsome face. Little did he know that he awakened the totem not to show off and attract fans, but to teach Wei Ran, who looked down on others, another lesson. In the name of light, insight. Myoken instantly used his light skills to lock onto Wei Ran, and with just a glance, he was able to see this guy thoroughly from head to toe. Level 16 Fire Mage. Core Skill Level 1. As for equipment, oh, all white. The two shoes don't even match. There's a hole in my left sock. 3 centimeters? Myoken's voice suddenly stopped. The scene suddenly fell silent. There were more than 80 people in the two classes, and they all had stunned expressions as if they had eaten a dead rat. Ha 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 ha. Ruby took the lead, and the next moment everyone around him broke down and laughed hysterically. The boys all laughed at her blatantly, but the girls had complicated looks, most of them probably showing sympathy. Even the cold and aloof school beauty, who had been secretly paying attention to Huamanshin's class, smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Originally he was worried that Wei Ran would get into trouble, but now she understood. Myoken just looked at the straight man. His methods were really not something that ordinary people could withstand. In just a few words, Wei Ran became a laughingstock. Mu-chun! You're looking for death! Wei Ran suffered a soul-critical blow and felt the pain of being poked in public by Myoken. Without saying a word, he threw a flaming fireball at him. Ruby was about to step forward, But this time, Mukin took a step forward, his body moving like a ghost, and suddenly appeared in front of Wei Ran. The operation took only a moment, and everyone at the scene was completely stunned. He can actually teleport. What's going on? Are the rumors false? Has Mukin's level not dropped at all? He's just a priest. I've never heard of a novice priest being able to teleport. What's going on? No one could see clearly how Mukin operated in that instant just now. Little did he know that this was the ultimate application of his skill of flying in the name of light. The angel wings were released instantly, flew rapidly close to the ground, and then retracted in a flash, showing such a terrifying effect. The next moment, Mukin stretched out one hand and lifted Wei Ran up, looking at him indifferently. This isn't the first time you've provoked me. Just because I have a good temper and don't argue with others doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. If it happens again, don't blame me for not caring about our friendship as a schoolmate. After saying that, Mukin threw Wei Ran out more than 10 meters away as if he was throwing away garbage. Just a moment ago, he felt the cold oppression from Mukin's eyes. His gaze was like an abyss, as if it could devour one's soul, and it was icy cold to the bone. Emperor of Hell. After the destruction of the old land and the dark sea, the only one to whom power belongs. Even if Mukin didn't have that ball of death essence in his body, his exclusive title and the aura of old earth absorbed into his body still existed. How could a novice player like Wei Ran imagine that someone who had experienced the trials in the old land secret realm and killed a level 180 guardian spirit could exist? This time, Wei Ran really didn't dare to be presumptuous again. After completing all this, Mukin returned safely, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, school leaders and class leaders appeared one after another. Quiet! Classmates, it's time to set off. Go to the battlefield that belongs to you. Chapter 39 Unfair Treatment? Who gave you the courage? Soon, a huge arc-flying guardian spirit appeared over the playground. Advanced Flying Guardian Spirit. Specially used for large-scale personnel transportation, it is a benefit provided by the Nanjiang Governor's Office to major universities. The students logged in one after another, and headed towards the test site in Dahai City. Mu Qin used his insight skill to scan the entire arc and found that the number of people above level 15 could be counted on one hand. Only Hua Manqin has reached level 19, making her the strongest among this group of students. Mukin remembered that among the elite disciples of Donghai No. 5 middle school that he had met before, there were dozens of them who had reached level 20. This is the difference caused by the resource imbalance between third-tier cities and fourth-tier cities. After arriving at the destination, many local candidates had already gathered at the designated test site in Donghai City. Sure enough, Mu Qin looked at their team and saw that their average level had reached around level 17. Almost 5 points ahead of the overall average of Nanjiang No. 1 middle school. Such a gap can be said to be quite large. As soon as we landed, the ridicule from local students surged one after another. Fuck, are these people from Nanjiang so bad? Level 14, level 13, what's their level? It's normal. It's just a third-level city. If they weren't our neighbors, they wouldn't even be qualified to come here for the assessment. A bunch of country bumpkins. No wonder they couldn't even handle a world boss before. Hey! Who the hell are you calling a country bumpkin? The verbal dispute between the two parties is about to break out into a fight. Mukin stood in the crowd with a calm expression, not taking these dolls seriously at all. He suddenly found that when he was dealing with these students of the same class, he actually had the feeling of an adult looking at children. After all, now, Mukin has come into contact with people like Chen Dafa, Heng Yu, and Long Rahai. Even if they were of the same generation, a rare genius like Long Wushi had to call himself a younger brother in front of him. A level 20 doll dares to shout. Just a frog in the well. Soon, 3 6th-level examiners appeared at the same time inside the testing area of the examination room. The powerful pressure instantly made the place quiet. The short-haired middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes who was in the lead said in a cold voice, "Be quiet! This is the college entrance examination venue, not a vegetable market. If you dare to act insolently again, you will be disqualified from the exam." As soon as the boss spoke, the kids really quieted down. He then went on to announce the assessment rules. First, you will be tested for the level of the test crystals one by one according to the sequence, and you will be tested at different levels of difficulty according to your different strength levels. The higher the strength level, the more difficult the test content will be, and of course, the higher the score reward you will receive. The crystal will use colors to divide you into different levels. Level 10 and below is white. Levels 10 to 20 are blue. Levels 20 to 30 are purple. As for the color gold, I think it has nothing to do with you, so let's not talk about it. In short, after the test is completed, strictly follow the level ranges that have been divided into and enter the corresponding internal venues. If the assessment content does not match your own level range, the score will be cancelled. After the boss finished speaking, low voices of discussion arose again from below. Fuck, this is too realistic, right? We haven't even started to wait, and you've already divided us into different levels? Where is the promise of changing my fate? I'm only level 9, and I've already been lumped in as trash before I even entered the game. Looking at the approaching test crystal, Mukin's emotions became more and more agitated. More and more students in front completed the test, and most of them had white and blue lights flashing. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of people passed the test, and on the Nanjiang candidate's side, not a single purple student appeared. On the other hand, these local candidates from Dahai came out of more than a dozen purple light intervals in succession, causing heated discussions. But soon, Mukin discovered a detail. The inspectors in Nanjiang conducted additional screening on almost every member of the blue light team. On the other hand, on the East China Sea side, members in the purple light zone can enter the inner venue directly. It is obvious that there is differential treatment. What is the so-called fairness? People from Dahai don't cheat. This is total regional discrimination. Mu Chen's expression gradually turned cold, and he immediately became dissatisfied with the arrangements here. The three senior examiners looked a little solemn. The slender female examiner on the left sneered. The qualifications of the candidates from Nanjiang are really appalling. Overall, it is much worse than our East China Sea. Nearly 1/3 of it is in the white light range. It seems that if we want to be in the elite category this year, we still have to look at our local candidates from Dahai. As soon as the examiner finished speaking, Mukin crossed her shoulders and placed his hand on the crystal in front of her. Boom! In an instant, an extremely powerful golden light shot up into the sky. Thousands of students in the entire examination room were stunned on the spot. Fuck! What the hell, golden light? Above level 30? Are you kidding me? Is there something wrong with the crystal? Is that kid from Nanjiang? He can't be that outrageous, right? There must be something wrong. How could there be a level 30 senior high school student in a level 3 city? Mukin stood in front of Crystal and forcibly stopped the test rhythm on the spot. That's right, because in front of the other crystals, the staff responsible for monitoring also instinctively suspected that there was something wrong with the test crystal. The three examiners looked at each other and walked towards Mukin at the same time. At the same time, Huamanqin, Ruby and others who were in the further sequence all discovered the situation on Mukin's side. It's Brother Chen. His crystal is actually gold? Level 30? How is this possible? When Ruby saw this, he just stood there in a daze and began to doubt his life. Impossible. Brother Chen stays at home in the sun almost every day and hardly ever levels up. How could he be at such a high level? Huamanqin was the only one who knew all of this. No matter how much she wanted to suppress her emotions, she couldn't help but lightly bite her thin lips, and a hint of admiration and envy flashed in her beautiful eyes. Once upon a time, I was also a favored girl who could compete with him for the top spot. Now, it's only been more than half a month, and we can only look up to them. Soon, the three examiners surrounded him and looked at Mukin with sharp eyes. In fact, there are data anomalies in the test crystal. Because every year there are candidates who use special means to cheat at this stage and interfere with the test results. The first reaction of the three senior examiners was that this kid cheated. Are you the candidate recommended by Nanjiang? Mukin said calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. Not bad. Your level is... The female examiner had the most stern look, and it was obvious that she was examining Mukin through a filter. In her opinion, such a top-notch genius shouldn't appear in a third-tier city like Nanjiang. Mukin remained silent and did not answer her question. He clearly felt the other person's strange emotion, and he didn't like the feeling of being looked down upon. "I'm sorry, I can't cooperate. As far as I know, this does not conform to the testing process of the college entrance examination. Since the test crystal matches the corresponding function, why do you need to screen me separately? If I remember correctly, the Purple Zone candidate from Donghai who passed the test did not encounter such special treatment." Mukin responded sharply and forcefully suppressed the arrogance of this overbearing female examiner. The other party's face was full of anger, and he said coldly, "How dare you? How dare you, a candidate, question the examiner's behavior? What qualifications do you have to question me?" The woman's aura suddenly burst out, and an extremely strong pressure swept over. The many examinees who were watching were shocked. A level 65 assassin? So impressive. Muchin saw through the other person with one glance. When he saw the opponent's weakness at the airport in the flaw prompt column, he almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. However, Mukin did not go too far. He directly provoked the 6th level boss in the East China Sea, and he would definitely be the one who suffered. The next moment, he calmly pulled out the 6-pointed star diamond card. "I wonder if I have questioned your qualifications now." Chapter 40 Personal Reception. Nanjiang's facade, Mukin gave. When the female examiner saw this card, her face suddenly changed. The two examiners beside him also had stern expressions. Diamond hexagram, the highest level awakener identity symbol. "Are you a specially recruited member of the Nanjiang governor's office?" Seeing the actions of Mukin and the three examiners in the middle of the venue, the students around them were completely furious. Everyone stared in the direction of Mukin with incredulous eyes, with incredible amazement written all over their faces. 6-pointed star. Too scary! Who is that guy? He actually has a background in the governor's office. Damn, Nanjiang actually has a top 2nd-generation rich kid coming here to take the college entrance exam? Isn't he here to fry fish? Could this guy really be above level 30? It looks like he had a conflict with the examiner. No wonder he's so arrogant, he has the capital. I'm really afraid that he will say, "My father is the governor." That would be fun. The mentors leading the teams from all sides began to maintain order. But it still couldn't stop the students from getting excited. Such a famous scene is really rare to see. At this moment, Mukin was still arguing with reason, his expression serious. "I don't mean to be special. I understand that you three are worried that I might be cheating. But I will never allow you from the East China Sea to look down on our Nanjiang students. The average grade of candidates from Donghai is indeed higher. I can understand that the students are arrogant and conceited. But if the examiners also treat the candidates with tinted glasses, I, Mukin, will speak up for Nanjiang." Mukin's words were powerful. Voices of support immediately rang out in the stadium. "Well said. Nanjiang is visiting Donghai and participating in the college entrance examination together. Why do you doubt the ability of our Nanjiang students? Support Mukin. My dear, we support you. We must give the Nanjiang students an explanation. I protest. It's not fair. The people of Donghai are shameless." Damn, these Nanjiang students who are just watching the show are really exaggerating. Not only did they start to crazily support Mukin, but even Wei Ran, who had just been slapped in the face and taught a lesson by Mukin, joined the protest. For a moment, the candidates waiting for the test were in a state of excitement, and the situation seemed to be almost out of control. "Everyone, be quiet!" Suddenly, an extremely powerful pressure descended from the sky. Deep inside the venue, a middle-aged man with red hair flew over quickly, riding his own guardian spirit. This person is not unfamiliar to Mukin. It was the canon leader who had led Team 5 to participate in the secret trial before, Zhang Hongfei. Little did people know that he had another identity, that is, the person in charge of the Donghai College entrance examination venue. After learning about the situation here in the main control area, Zhang Hongfei immediately rushed over to take charge of the situation. "What's going on?" As soon as the fat man landed, the short-haired middle-aged man among the three examiners immediately stepped forward to report. Zhang Hongfei walked over with a serious expression, and when he looked closely, he found that it was Mukin. His originally serious expression changed instantly. "It's Mr. Mukin. Why are you here to take the college entrance examination?" Zhang Hongfei quickly put on a flattering smile, lowered his head slightly, and approached Mukin, and started communicating with him very friendly. The three examiners were all confused. What is happening? This kid actually knows the person in charge. The examinees who were watching the show nearby were even more dumbfounded. Especially the local candidates from Donghai, who originally had a sense of superiority and a superior attitude, but when they saw that the person in charge, Mr. Zhang, also communicated with Mukin in the same attitude, the arrogance in their hearts completely collapsed. What's going on, brothers? Even Boss Zhang, the famous powder keg, doesn't have a temper when he sees this kid? Who is he? Could his father really be the governor? Well, I only care about whether he has a girlfriend. Don't you think this classmate from Nanjiang is handsome? Indeed. His six-pointed star diamond card almost blinded my eyes. The scene became increasingly incomprehensible. Mukin had just confronted the three examiners with righteous words, and he thought that this red-haired boss would come forward and strongly suppress the arrogance of the examinees. Unexpectedly, when even the chief executive saw Mukin, the Nanjiang student who burst out with golden test light, he bowed his head. In the team, Ruby had a confused expression as if he had eaten a dead rat, staring blankly at the outline of his best friend. Suddenly, there was a sense of strangeness as if I were in another world. Is that boy still the Mukin I know? It's true that he's at the top of the grade, but when did he become so awesome? Six-pointed star diamond card, and he also knows the person in charge of the East China Sea Examination Center. Could it be that Brother Chen is the governor's illegitimate son? At that time, Mukin continued to communicate with Zhang Hongfei with a smile on his face. Suddenly, the red-haired boss held Mukin's hands tightly with both hands and said excitedly, "Misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. Young friend Mukin, we in the East China Sea have no intention of neglecting you Nanjiang students. Don't worry about it. Last time you saved so many of our elite students, I didn't even have the chance to thank you. How dare I target you?" The more Zhang Hongfei said, the more shocked the 3 6th Dan examiners around him were. Especially the female examiner who was directly scolded by Mukin, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She stared at the conversation between the two in amazement. The more she listened, the more she trembled and felt scared. Mukin smiled and said, "It's just a small favor, senior, don't take it to heart. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I don't think anyone will target Nanjiang students anymore. Then my test." Zhang Hongfei laughed, and personally escorted Mukin to the golden passage of the internal examination room. "Look at what you said. Whoever cheated, can you, Mukin, cheat? I even doubt whether this crystal can measure your true strength." Mukin wore a faint smile, enjoying the only special treatment in the whole venue. The chief person in charge of the Donghai test area personally escorted them into the inner venue. The only student in the golden range. The unfolding of this scene completely overturned the extreme cognition of all those watching behind. He is really over level 30. Hua Manqing finished speaking, her slightly red cheeks filled with shock and loneliness. How on earth did Mukin do it? In just over half a month, I've reached level 30. It seems that I will never be able to catch up with him from now on. Nearing the gate to the inner field, Zhang Hongfei stopped with a chuckle and looked at Mukin. My dear, tell me the bottom line. What level are you at now? Mukin said leisurely. Only level 35. The experience points are stuck. Time is too tight, and I didn't have time to take on the second promotion mission. It doesn't matter, just deal with the exam first. I don't think it will have much impact on the college entrance examination results. Zhang Hongfei. Look, is this human language? It has only been less than a month since the awakener changed his job, but he has already reached level 35 and is eligible for the second stage promotion. And Mukin's true level seems to be higher than this. This kid is simply not human. Could it be that he really has some unknown relationship with Governor Nanjiang? Ache. On the top floor of Nanjiang Awakening Tower, in the governor's office. The governor suddenly sneezed a dozen times for no reason and looked confused. What's going on? Is there someone talking about me? Chapter 41. Everyone is shocked. One sentence changes the college entrance examination authority. After watching Mukin walk into the transmission channel filled with golden light, Zhang Hongfei quickly regained his serious expression and returned to the three examiners in the square. Mr. Zhang, who was that candidate just now? Chen Yan, you are confused. Zhang Hongfei interrupted the female examiner with a look of disappointment on his face. Chen Yan blushed, shrank back, looked confused, and dared not speak. Do you know how those elite students who I brought to Nanjiang to participate in the secret trial managed to survive? The short-haired middle-aged examiner asked in horror. Is it really related to that student? Zhang Hongfei nodded seriously. Yes, his name is Mukin, and he has been at the top of the list of Nanjiang No. 1 middle school for a whole year. Don't underestimate him because he's just a priest. He's the leader of all the people who have cleared the Forbidden Ruins. He's also the only person in the world who has unlocked a hidden achievement that's extremely difficult in the Forbidden Ruins. It was he who rescued the students we sent into the secret realm. Otherwise, most of our Nanjiang's best talents this year will perish. The three examiners' faces were filled with shock. Incredible. The female examiner Chen Yan was so ashamed that she wanted to slap herself in the face. It's all my fault. I didn't recognize the real talent. But I didn't deliberately target him or Nanjiang's students. They are just a third-tier city. Who could have thought that such a gifted child would be born here? Zhang Hongfei also expressed his understanding and sighed helplessly. Forget it, Mu Qin is not easy to mess with. Since he took out the six-pointed star diamond card, it proves that the Nanjiang governor's office is also paying close attention to him. Don't defend him again. From now on, the students from Nanjiang must be properly settled and not neglected. The three chief examiners bowed their heads at the same time. Understood, Mr. Zhang. That's right. Zhang Hongfei thought for a moment and added. In my opinion, among the thousands of people taking the test, apart from Mukin, there can't be any other candidates in the gold range. Notify the inspectors backstage immediately to integrate the purple and gold zones and open the old earth level test option for them. They can then be screened for qualifications according to the normal process. Candidates in the purple zone will be given the right to freely choose. Only in this way can we ensure that Mu Qin receives the most fair test evaluation. Don't offend this living ancestor again. If we really make him unhappy, when he grows up, we in the East China Sea will suffer. The three examiners looked ashamed and never dared to act presumptuously again. Afterwards, Zhang Hongfei left quickly. The testing order was restored uniformly on site. It is worth mentioning that the sequence channels that were originally used for priority testing for local students from Donghai have all been transferred to Nanjiang students. Foreigners are given priority, and locals are put behind. What the hell is going on? The Donghai students started to complain. Please! Could the examiner have made a mistake? We are the candidates for the East Sea body. Shouldn't we be given priority entry? Shut up, everyone! Chief Examiner Chen Yan was furious, and her fierce pressure swept through the Donghai district team. No candidate dared to say a word anymore. On the other hand, on the Nanjiang team's side, the students were all smiling brightly. The pride that previously belonged exclusively to the students of Donghai was now transferred to them. Ha! Is this what it feels like to cling to someone powerful? It's so cool! So when we go out, the face of the people of Nanjiang is all given by Mukin? Bah! You are just a level 16 formation master, and you are worthy of calling my husband by his name? That's enough. Stop calling me your husband, I think it's bad luck. I told you, how could the great god Mukin be just like everyone else? A god can never be an ordinary person no matter where he goes. After this battle, Mukin's reputation was completely established among the younger generation of students in Nanjiang. At some point, in the celebrity rankings in the number 1 middle school group, Mukin's name was directly pushed to the top of the list with countless likes. It seems that the name that once dominated the number 1 middle school rankings has returned to the throne once again. On the other side, after stepping into the teleportation barrier in front of him, Mukin entered a magnificent palace-like hall. More than a dozen figures with very different appearances and postures glanced towards him. Mu Qin took a quick look and used his insight skill in the name of light to scan. Level 23. Level 26. The highest level is 27. They are all the strongest elite students of this year in East China Sea. Are there any spots in the purple zone? Facing everyone's gaze, Nukin walked forward calmly. This guy is so handsome. Is he from Nanjiang? Humph, there are actually students from Nanjiang who are above level 20. That's not easy. It's possible that he's the only one. Men and women were talking in low voices. Mu Qinshin walked up to the female examiner in the inner court uncomfortably and handed over his ID card. The other party was immediately startled and spoke respectfully. Are you the genius student from Nanjiang, classmate Mukin from the Golden Zone? The general manager has personally told me to re-evaluate the upper limit of this assessment level after you enter. Excuse me, classmate Mukin, shall we start the highest dangerous level test project of the Old Earth level difficulty? Mukin smiled and said, Open it. What? Old Soil level difficulty assessment? He is in the gold range. Over level 30. An indescribable look of amazement flashed across the beautiful eyes of Ling Yao, the girl in red. Tang Hao, a 27th grade student wearing golden armor and with his hands in his pockets, sneered. What about level 30? He's just a war assisting priest. What's so great about that? He's not even a rare profession. Not worth mentioning. The green-haired boy named Mo Ran, who was about 1.6 meters tall, opposite him was also giggling. That's right. So why do we need him to unlock the hidden difficulty? Teacher, could this kid have gotten in through the back door? Mukin inadvertently heard the chattering of the kids behind him, but he just smiled and shook his head, ignoring them. After a moment, the female examiner regained her seriousness and looked at the 20 or so people in front of the hall. Now, all the elite candidates present, please reselect the difficulty level you would like to challenge. The highest difficulty level currently open is Old Earth level. Special reminder, since the test tasks above the Super Forbidden Ruins level are very dangerous, candidates need to make a careful decision. Once you enter the examination space, the authorities will not provide any external assistance. All consequences will be borne by the examinees themselves. Children, don't act rashly. This is a decision that concerns your life and death. After the examiner finished speaking, most of the elite students below level 25 chose the Forbidden Ruins difficulty, and 2 or 3 of them were more conservative, and directly chose the elite difficulty. For candidates above level 20, there was almost no risk of passing this level. Then, the strongest few began to take action. Mo Ran smiled and raised his hand and said, Teacher, I choose the Old Earth level. Chapter 42, The Only One in the World, the title has a vision? The female examiner said seriously. The Old Earth level is a hidden difficulty and has not been opened in the past few decades. Therefore, the official chief has stipulated that if you want to choose the Old Earth level difficulty test, you need to have the title of Forbidden Ruins level Secret Realm clearance to unlock the challenge qualification. Mo Ran still had a bright smile on his face. He snapped his fingers and a faint green light suddenly condensed above his head. There were 4 words written on it. Guardian of the Wild Forest. The title is surrounded by some branch marks that are full of jungle atmosphere. Obviously, this should be the pass to a jungle secret space. Afterwards, the beautiful girl Ling Yao and the arrogant Tang Hao each showed their unique titles. Tang Hao's title is golden in color, which matches his armor outfit very well, and is also at the Forbidden Ruins level. And when Ling Yao awakened her title, a brilliant fiery red halo condensed on her body. The pattern of the title was even more dazzling. A lifelike red phoenix was hovering above it. It was flying and lingering around the words. It's the title of Super Forbidden Ruins. As expected of her, she is known as the most powerful awakener in the East China Sea in the past 100 years. This noble lady from a high family is truly extraordinary. Mukin couldn't help but look back, only to find Ling Yao looking at him happily with her eyes wide open. She looked playful and had no ill intentions, but more of a curiosity that wanted to explore more. Seeing that Mukin was hesitant to move, Tang Hao came up with his hands in his pockets, with an arrogant and contemptuous attitude, gently touched Mukin's shoulder, and said provocatively in a playful manner, Level 30 Big Milk Daddy, what's your title? You don't have a title, do you? Or is it just a title below the elite, and you're embarrassed to use it? There was a whisper of contempt behind me. They were all from the East China Sea, and their rejection of Mukin, a proud son of the Golden Zone of Nanjiang, satisfied their pathetic vanity for a moment. But the next moment, Mu Qin snorted indifferently and lit up his only current title. The elite title you mentioned looks like this, right? Boom! In an instant, an extremely powerful and cold aura gushed out from Mukin. It seemed that at this moment, he became the source of power for the turbulent old land forbidden area. All those who gazed at his body and felt his breath were forcibly drawn into a strange dream at this moment. In the dream space, more than 20 souls present saw a vast, endless ocean shrouded in boundless death. The forbidden area of the old land, the underworld sea. Endless corpses, each with a completely different face, pounced towards these dozens of souls. The wails of evil spirits, screams filled with resentment and despair, madly impacted the depths of their souls. No! The students who had just passed level 20 screamed and fell to the ground, forcibly breaking free from the influence of the strange phenomenon. The remaining people, one after another, encountered the same impact and were forced to withdraw. And Tang Hao, that guy who thought he was powerful and had no power over anything, was locked onto Mukin's back at this moment. The heart of the 1,000-meter-high ancient tree, above the island on the other side. Mukin stepped on a unicorn totem, looking down at Tang Hao indifferently like the emperor of the underworld sea. How is this possible? Tang Hao was completely stunned. Unprecedented fear and frustration in my heart. Just because he couldn't bear this terrible pressure, he almost fell to his knees in the dream. Only Ling Yao, after being shocked by this scene, immediately made hand gestures and chanted some skills, forcibly breaking free from the interference of the strange phenomenon. She was the only one who escaped unscathed, and her face was still pale. As for Mo Ran, he also rushed out crying. Underworld Emperor! Ling Yao and others murmured this title at the same time. The only one in the world. Exclusive only. Then the title? Are you worthy? Mukin remained indifferent, not even wanting to say a single extra word. He just stood there silently. What is left for these so-called elites is nothing but a back view that they can never reach. Other people's titles are fancy, with halos and special effects. Mukin's title directly formed an exclusive vision. Indeed, he was the only Nanjiang student here. But so what? With his own strength, he suppressed all the elites of the same class in the East China Sea. Who dares to be presumptuous? The female examiner was deeply shocked, and when she looked at Mukin's title, there was also a hint of incredible shock. No wonder, this person alerted the general manager and changed the options for all college entrance examination candidates just for him. This Mukin, at such a young age, is unfathomable. It was not until Tang Hao broke free from the nightmarish vision with unspeakable panic that he collapsed to the ground, looking up at the gray-white terrifying title of Underworld Emperor, and dared not talk nonsense anymore. Terrible! This is the first time I've seen such a title? Master Mukin, this is the highest level of Old Earth title? Ling Yao spoke slowly, answering other people's questions. No, this is the only, permanently limited, out-of-print title in the world. Because it is an Old Earth level secret realm, the hidden mechanism is extremely difficult to trigger. It is not enough to just have strong strength. Every old land heritage is engraved by the successors of later generations, and some special gifts will be given. After that, the secret realm will have a chance to collapse permanently, and the corresponding title will become unique and exclusive. The Dark Emperor. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the product of the secret realm in Nanjiang a few days ago. Everyone then suddenly realized. Mo Ran seemed to have thought of something and suddenly spoke. I heard from several elders in the family that something unusual happened in the Forbidden Ruins secret realm in Nanjiang a few days ago. The actual difficulty reached the Old Earth level, and many elites from the 5th middle school in the East China Sea almost died in it. In the end, they were saved by a pastor from Nanjiang. Could it be that the pastor who saved people is Boss Mukin? Upon hearing this, Mu Qin turned around for the first time, facing these proud peers with his full face, and smiled faintly. I don't dare to be the boss, just call me the Hades. Everyone. Chapter 43, Old Earth level difficulty, that's it? Nanjiang Governor's Office. In the conference hall, the governor and other senior officials gathered together, ready to connect to the Eastern Alliance headquarters of the Awakeners to participate in the task of inspecting the college entrance examination. Every year during the college entrance examination, the East Dragon Empire Awakener Alliance, and its 4 regional branches in the southeast, northwest, northeast, and southwest would set up their own patrol systems. Firstly, it is to ensure the smooth progress of the college entrance examination in each examination venue and avoid any interference incidents that affect the order of the college entrance examination. Secondly, they want to take this opportunity to get in touch with the best candidates in the region as early as possible and grasp their test situation in real time. Once they perform well, the Alliance representatives will directly extend an olive branch to discover talents. As the head of Nanjiang, the governor had led his people to make preparations early on, and he was also paying attention to the college entrance examination situation in Nanjiang. Suddenly, a young man in a suit and tie walked in from outside the door, with excitement on his face, and came in front of the governor and others. "Commanders, there is great news from the East China Sea Examination Center. The level tests for this year's batch of candidates have just been completed. There is a candidate whose test range is gold. His level is over 30. The governor looked calm and glanced at his secretary. "What's so strange about this? Xiao Wang, this is your first year here, you need to learn to be steady. Every year there are a few outstanding students who make a name for themselves in the college entrance examination. This is normal. Donghai is a 4th level city. Who knows, the heir of some big family might be extremely talented. There's no need to make a fuss." The governor spoke calmly, picking up the teacup and taking a sip. Xiao Wang wiped his sweat and added in a low voice with some embarrassment. "But Governor, the person in charge in Donghai said that this candidate who is over level 30 is a student from Nanjiang." Puff. The governor spat out all the tea in his mouth. "What did you say? A candidate from Nanjiang? Level 30? Gold range? The only one in the province?" The governor's eyes lit up, and he didn't care about his inappropriate reaction and grabbed Xiao Wang. "The news can't be wrong, right?" Xiao Wang quickly apologized with a smile. Governor, I checked it at least 10 times before reporting to you. I heard from the general manager that this candidate should be familiar to you." The Hingyu boss sitting next to him suddenly looked up and said with surprise in his eyes, "Could it be that the top student from the first middle school who just passed the forbidden area a few days ago, Mukin?" Xiao Wang said excitedly. "Yes, it's him." There was a sudden burst of discussion in the conference hall. The top brass were whispering to each other, their voices full of praise, and looks of relief written all over their faces. "You know, a third-tier city like Nanjiang hasn't produced a top-level talent in more than 10 years. If a Grand Master really emerges in the future, upgrading the city to level 4 will be just around the corner. The college entrance examination is the most important opportunity to discover the chosen ones. To be able to produce a genius in this session is definitely a great honor for the top officials of the governor's office. Heng Yu, is this Mukin the young genius you mentioned to me?" Facing the governor's urgent questioning, Heng Yu nodded seriously. "That's right. He was the one who voluntarily handed over the energy source of the Nether Sea. But when he participated in the secret realm, the boy only wore a level 1 badge. I didn't expect that he was actually a priest above level 30. It seems we have all underestimated his potential." The governor became more and more excited, waving his hands and speaking. "Quick, have someone retrieve the on-site data from the East China Sea Test Center. I want to see this kid in person." After a moment, a video lasting more than 30 seconds was projected on the big screen. It was the video of Mukin testing the level crystal in the square. When that ball of brilliant golden light rushed up and the surrounding wanton and boiling noise exploded, the bigwigs in the governor's mansion felt the same way and had proud smiles on their faces. "That's right. This kid is obviously a talent. He's so handsome, could he be from a noble family? His temperament and appearance are the mold of a top genius." Xiao Wang also praised him repeatedly. "What the governor said is right. When the first round of assessment officially begins later, if he can get good results, it will also make us Nanjiang proud at the inspection meeting." The big guys nodded one after another and started discussing Mu Chen's affairs with each other. Only Hing Yu fell into silence, staring at Myukin's back on the screen. Then, he suddenly pulled up a video on his phone that someone had uploaded that showed the blurry outline of an angel totem descending on the scorched earth Soul Ruins battlefield, and compared it with the video of Myukin. Although I can't see the face clearly, the outline and temperament are really more and more similar. Could it be that this kid is the real deity of the divine presence hidden in Nanjiang? No, it's impossible. If he is really a level 100 Grandmaster Awakener, there is no way he can hide so perfectly under my nose. Besides, if he really has the strength of a Grandmaster, why would he need to take this kind of test and expose himself to the public? Perhaps, it's just a natural talent and good luck. Hingyu made a convincing judgment, and was no longer suspicious. At the same time, in the magnificent elite testing area of the East China Sea Examination Center, Myukin and dozens of high-level students around him were already prepared. The blonde examiner in front of him smiled. Dear students, the difficulty level of the assessment has been registered for you. Get familiar with the exam room rules. In 1 minute, everyone will enter the test dungeon space. Swish. A series of assessment rules appeared on the big screen behind him. The two most important things are that you cannot bring medicine or equipment. Mu Chen glanced at it calmly. The two pieces of equipment, the level-less helmet and the walking stick, had already been stored in his space. The only thing you need to pay attention to is the real-time monitoring program inside the test copy. This means that he cannot use all his abilities as he pleases on the battlefield. We should always exercise restraint in areas that should be avoided. At least for now, Myukin doesn't want to reveal more of his cards. Swish. The teleportation array was activated, and everyone entered the copy space one after another. The scene before my eyes changed rapidly. What then appeared in front of Myukin was the assessment content of the first level. Content of the first round of assessment: Priest Department Battle to Guard Destiny. Please restore the health of the projection, 1 million health points, within 10 minutes. Every minute, the system will record points according to the proportion of the remaining health of the projection. If the health of the projection is cleared within 10 minutes, you will leave the field early and stop accumulating points. Note, since the difficulty of the test instance you are in is the Old Earth level, the number of attackers increases by 10 and the attack power increases by 10% every minute. The challenge begins. 10, 9, 8. Myukin looked at the 10 huge level 30 stone armor beasts 10 meters away and fell into deep thought. Old soil level difficulty assessment? Are you sure you are not mistaken? This is too childish. Chapter 44. Can you get full marks just by drinking tea? What? Level 30 physical piercing stone armor beast. 10 more are added every round? How the hell is it possible that this person can be added here? As the first round of professional assessment questions were distributed, parents and teachers waiting outside and the crowds who were following the college entrance examination through various channels began to discuss the matter. As a rare Old Earth level difficulty topic opened this year, Myukin's assessment content has attracted much attention. It seems that it is impossible to get a high score in the top-level test of the auxiliary combat system. I'm afraid that for most people, their health will be cleared after 6 or 7 minutes. So what we're fighting for is just the ability to recover from the previous few rounds. After the test questions were announced, some experts have already started to express their opinions in the barrage. Spectators from all perspectives also actively participated in the discussion, trying to figure out ways to break the impasse by putting themselves in the other party's shoes. At the same time, the Awakener Eastern Alliance headquarters simultaneously linked to the video footage of the 12 examination areas throughout the Eastern Alliance. The two big guys in the middle are the second in command of Black Armor, the 105 level 7th stage Grandmaster Black Armor Warrior Iron King Kong. The old man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes on the left is Jianyu, one of the 9 chiefs of the Eastern Conference, a level 109 Sword King. A top boss who is really influential in the East. As the general tour examiner of the college entrance examination in all the eastern cities. Greetings, sirs! The 12 major regional invigilators greeted each other at the same time. The two bosses were also very polite and had some brief interactions with these people. At the same time, the real-time scores of the top 50 candidates in each profession in the entire Eastern Conference are listed. Tai Jin Gang said with a smile. Hey, Mr. Jiang, I heard that your little granddaughter Ling Yao is in the East China Sea District, right? The awakener of the legendary Phoenix is extraordinary. This time he should be able to secure first place in the Eastern Mutant class, right? Jiang Yu glanced at the mutant profession list and saw Ling Yao's name at the top of the list and laughed. You old King Kong are not far behind. The number one in the auxiliary combat department must be your youngest son. He is a rare wolf blood iron guard, known as the rarest awakener profession in the auxiliary combat department. He has the top blood recovery talent. Who can compare with him? Iron King Kong also narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at the auxiliary combat system standings, and was about to show his Versailles. Suddenly, the name of Tai Lang, who was at the top of the list, jumped to the second place without any warning. On the video interface, all the bosses were embarrassed. The heads of all regional branches discovered that the first place in the real-time points ranking of the auxiliary combat department in the entire region was not Tai Lang, but an ordinary priest named Mu Qin. What happened? Is there someone more talented than my son? The Eastern Conference's top supporting player, who had been praised for more than a decade, was replaced by an ordinary, unknown priest? How is it possible? Iron King Kong's face suddenly turned darker than the shiny black armor on his body. Mu Qin? I don't think I've heard of this name. Jian Yu, who was standing by, resisted the urge to laugh and deliberately drew the attention of the big guys from various regions in the video to Mukin. As masters of the same level, Jian Yu and Tai Jin Gang have been openly in agreement but secretly competing with each other over the years. Jian Yu finally got a chance to slap his opponent in the face and was eager to join in fanning the flames. At the same time, I also want to see what this genius boy who suddenly appeared is like. Tai Jin Gang said in a somewhat cold voice. Get me the real-time test video of the top 10 auxiliary combat players. Please wait a moment. The staff immediately became busy. The first one to show up was Iron Wolf, who was ranked second. Like a stream of black light, he rushed recklessly into the group of 30 giant armored beasts. He possesses the Bloodthirsty Awakener talent, which is similar to the Bloodthirsty Shura passive that comes with Mukin's Shura totem. Of course, the amount of blood sucked is far less than that of Shura, but in the auxiliary combat system, those with such combat talent are definitely rare. While biting and attacking these stone-armored beasts, he was also recovering the health of his own projection. After the first 3 rounds, his blood projection of 1 million was reduced to more than 900,000. The bigwigs from other regions were secretly shocked when they saw the scene. What a strong profession! The upper limit of health and toughness of the auxiliary, but with the talent of attacking and sucking blood, monster! Immediately afterwards, other rare occupational images appeared one after another, but there was no image of Mukin. What's going on? Where is Mukin, the number 1 ranked player? Why hasn't it been his turn yet? The staff hurriedly said. Reporting to the commander, the order of extracting images is based on the rarity of the professions. That Mu Qin is just an ordinary priest, so he is at the end. Skip it. There's nothing interesting about these. I want to see the video of Mukin who ranks first. Seeing Iron King Kong suppressing his angry tone, the staff trembled and hurried to operate. But the moment Mukin's image appeared, all the top bosses from various regions who were watching the test live were completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Mukin did not chant any recovery skills at all. Bath of Light? What a joke! There is no need at all. He was just like that, riding on the head of one of the stone-armored beasts, leisurely fiddling with the tea set and drinking tea. And on the forehead of the huge stone-armored beast beneath him, there was a fluorescent paper figure stuck on it. Paper figure, an entry-level witchcraft that evolved from the ancient method of sacrificing living creatures in the Old Earth era. Effect, has a certain pulling effect on undead creatures, not effective on boss. Ignites corpses and has a chance to summon undead projections. Ignites oneself and can cause the soul to temporarily leave the body and enter a free state. Release conditions, 10% mental power. 20 energy points, Old Earth is 5%. Cooling time, 10 seconds. Action range, single unit, Old Earth is a group. The pulling effect is to attract hatred. This stone-armored beast is not a boss. Since it is your own projection, the more health you have, the higher the points you will get. Why not just prevent it from being attacked? Why do we have to wait until he gets beaten before adding blood? What's the point of treating the symptoms without addressing the root cause? Since we have to take action, we should treat both the symptoms and the root causes and solve the problem fundamentally. Boom! After a loud bang, the huge stone-armored beast's health was emptied and it fell to the ground with a bang. Muken burned the paper man directly before he annihilated. In an instant, 3 projections of ghosts appeared at the same time. At the same time, the 4th batch of stone-armored beasts appeared. The 3rd settlement began. Ding! Congratulations to the examinee. The remaining HP in the 3rd round of projection is 1,000,000. Points 100. Current points 300. Muchen smiled with satisfaction, flicked his fingers again, and another paper figure appeared. This time, Muken used the old version of the paper figurine skill. He released it in front of him. Range traction. In an instant, the remaining first batch of stone armor beasts became the perfect target of attack by the new batch of orcs. And Muken's million blood projection just stood calmly 10 meters away, still unharmed. After seeing this scene, the inspectors from various regions in front of the video were completely stunned. This actually works? Why do those stone-armored beasts kill each other? What kind of magic did this kid use? Is he really just a priest? Which pastor knows witchcraft, please? Chapter 45. The top spot in the Eastern Conference Auxiliary Battle List has changed. With the entry of the 4th wave of monsters, Iron Wolf, who was ranked 2nd, gradually felt the pressure. He discovered that the real trouble with this old Earth-level difficulty was that the rate at which the projected health dropped was increasing geometrically. In other words, the person who set the test had no intention of letting these auxiliary students persist for the full 10 points. Not to mention clearing the level. How can a group of nannies fight 100 stone-armored beasts? But Muken took a different approach and used his unique abilities to perfectly control the best rhythm for passing the level. You can get full marks without any bloodshed. Where the hell can I go to seek justice? Others worked so hard but could only watch the projection being blown up and leave early. What about him? Lie on the monster's head, drink tea, and get full points. There are differences among geniuses. At the same time, Ling Yao, the absolutely beautiful girl in fiery red, completed the stage test, killed all the monsters in this wave, and then took the time to take a look at the rankings. Surprisingly, Muken's name was found at the top of the auxiliary combat department. He actually, really got the top spot. Even the strongest auxiliary warrior in the East, Tai Lang, was suppressed by him. Is this Muken really just an ordinary high school student from Nanjiang? Ling Yao was stunned. She couldn't help but think of Muken's handsome face again, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Interesting. Most of the other candidates do not have the leisure to do so, because the allotted time is not enough for them to cope with the test at hand. However, outside the examination room, many people with special channels can pay attention to the internal situation. After refreshing the list, Long Wu Shi immediately screamed in front of the computer. Dad, come on, my boss is number 1. Long Rahai, who was wearing pajamas, came up and shouted angrily. Isn't it just first place? Isn't that normal? The competition for auxiliary battles is smaller. With Muken's talent, he can easily be ranked first in Nanjiang. Bullshit! Long Wusher slammed the table and yelled. What do you mean Nanjiang is number 1? This is the Eastern Conference rankings. Donglong Empire, the 4 provinces and 13 cities in the East, all the college entrance examination candidates of the same year added together. Muken, my boss, is number 1 in the auxiliary battle. Long Ruhai. Son, your thighs are so damn strong. There is hope for our Long family's revival. Haha. This kid is quite interesting. Eastern Conference Headquarters. Jian Yu in front of the screen smiled sincerely and heartily, which formed a sharp contrast with Tai Jin Gang's gloomy face. My friend, don't think too much about it. Your son is following the path of supporting combat and dual cultivation. He is not a supporting combat in the traditional sense. There is no need to compare him with others. As for this kid named Muken, he's a smart guy. Get his information from me. After a moment, Muken's test information appeared. The bigwigs at the headquarters were shocked again. What? Gold range. Levels above level 30? Even Iron King Kong couldn't remain calm now, and asked with a frown. How many golden candidates are there in the entire Eastern Conference this year? The staff were shivering. Report to the commander. There are 13 million candidates in the 12 districts of the Alliance, but only 5 candidates in the gold range who are above level 30. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Even Jiang Lao's grandson Ling Yao has not reached level 30. Iron Wolf is level 29, the highest level in the purple range, but still one step away from the gold range. How can this be possible? Nanjiang is just a third-level city, and yet such a talent appeared. Jiang Yu smiled and said, Connect me to the Nanjiang governor's mansion. After a moment, the cheers in the governor's mansion came to an abrupt end, and everyone shut up when they saw the big boss from the headquarters appear. Greetings, sirs. When the big guys meet a bigger boss, they can only be respectful. Jiang Yu said with a smile. You have a good talent from Nanjiang. You have all seen the list, right? This Mukin from Nanjiang No. 1 High School is now the No. 1 in the Auxiliary Combat Department. He has even got full points, which is incredible. The governor and Hingyu and others were already excited, and they were even more excited after receiving praise from their superiors. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your praise. You too may not know that Mukin has always been the top student in No. 1 middle school. We just didn't expect that he would be so outstanding. As time goes by, more and more auxiliary combat candidates quit the copy. Even the Iron Wolf was forced out after lasting 7 minutes and 46 seconds. But he never dreamed that when he casually glanced at the list, he found that his name was not the first. How is this possible? Someone actually got 800 points. This person hasn't even left the dungeon yet. Tai Lang was completely dumbfounded. This is the first time in my life that someone of my age has surpassed me in the supporting role. Mu Chun. I remember the name. 15 minutes later, the first round officially ended. The rankings outside the examination halls in all regions have also been released. The teachers and parents from various schools who were waiting outside were also eager to start scanning the list. Even if they don't have children of their own, they also want to see which talented people in each profession have made it to the list. Assisted Combat Department, First Place, Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School Mukin. Current points, 1,000. Fuck! Am I seeing things? Mu Chen, isn't he the one who had a conflict with the examiner when he just entered the venue? He actually won first place. Many students and parents from Donghai started to clamor. What the hell? That Mukin actually got 1,000 points. Wouldn't that be a perfect score from the first round? How is this possible? Old Earth level difficulty full score? We are more than 600 points ahead of the second place. At the same time, Ruby, who had just finished the first round of exams and came out to rest, and Hua Manqin and other people familiar to Mukin, were so shocked after looking at the list on the big screen that they froze in place. Mu Qin actually got the full score and reached the top. Hua Manqin was so surprised that she paused and almost fell to the ground. Surprise, shock, longing, and a sense of loneliness of being left far behind. This feeling is really too complicated. Ruby beside him was much more direct, and his hearty laughter echoed throughout the square. Ha ha! My brother, Mukin is my brother! Full marks in the first round. Not far away, the male teacher leading the team had the same expression as Ruby. Did you see it? The first place in the auxiliary battle, Mukin from Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School, my student. Not far away, the 3 examiners who had just had a tough fight with Mukin looked extremely ugly. As for the female examiner Qingyan, who almost got angry, her face was full of resentment. It's over. I've offended the only kid in the exam room who I can't afford to offend. My future is probably over. Chapter 46. In the second round, my son got off to a great start. Eastern Conference Headquarters. Jian Yu and Tai Jin Gang connected with Zhang Hongfei, the general manager of Donghai. Jiang Lao smiled and said, Xiao Zhang, the test questions you made this year are quite interesting. The difficulty of the Old Earth level test has been opened. Even Tai Lang, the strongest auxiliary fighter in the East, only lasted less than 8 minutes. When Iron King Kong next to him heard this, his face turned black and oily. The fat guy Zhang Hongfei was even more frightened and trembled with fear. Sir, have I gone too far? No. You did great, Tai Jin Gang said in a calm voice. Only if the difficulty is high enough can we test the upper limits of this group of students. As the gap between students widens, the perspective that reflects their qualities becomes more direct. You don't need to worry. I, Iron King Kong, am not as narrow-minded as you think. It's not your fault that my son can't get the top spot. I'm just curious about where this mukin comes from. 1,000 points should be a perfect score. I have never seen the methods he used. This boy must be someone very important. The governors and persons in charge of other branch venues were also watching the replay of Mukin's assessment. What kind of method can have such miraculous effects? Make these stone-armored beasts obey his orders obediently. This is unreasonable in itself, Elder Jian said with a serious expression. If I'm not mistaken, it should be some kind of inheritance from the old land era. That's a paper figure, probably some kind of witchcraft or something like that. Tai Jin Gang frowned. Could it be the descendants of some mysterious ancient clan? It's really unbelievable. Jian Yu also smiled bitterly. No matter what means he used, he was able to take an unconventional approach and break the rules. This kid is a genius. If I remember correctly, the Eastern Conference hasn't had a student with a perfect score in the first round in the past few decades. Not to mention the auxiliary combat system. In fact, in the eyes of these big guys, the value of auxiliary combat, let alone auxiliary combat of ordinary professions, is really not high. The less valued a profession is, the harder it is to achieve outstanding results. Because the resources they receive during their growth are much lower than those of the combat system. But it was in this environment that Mukin obtained perfect data that shocked everyone. Soon, Mukin was the last one to walk out of the transmission channel and return to the magnificent lobby of the elite testing area. Tang Hao, the young man in golden armor who had been shouting at Mukin before, didn't even dare to look at Mukin at this moment. He stood alone in the corner and looked out the window. It was Ling Yao, the girl in red, who took the initiative to greet Mukin with a smile. Hey! Boss Ming Wang, not bad, you actually got full marks in the first round. Now you are famous. All the parents and teachers out there are talking about you. Look, there are close-ups of you on the big screen. Mu Qing came in front of Ling Yao, and feeling the other party's active attitude towards him, he nodded lightly with an indifferent expression. It was just a fluke. How did you all do on the test? Ling Yao chuckled and said with a little pride. Average 860 points, temporarily ranked first among mutant professions. Ling Yao's big eyes flickered, and she seemed to be trying to take credit in front of her male god. Oh? Mukin was obviously a little surprised. He didn't expect that this little girl actually had some real skills and was not just some fancy girl that came out of a big family's medicine jar. Congratulations. Ling Yao was obviously humble. The first round is just a sprinkle of water. It is a test of the old Earth level difficulty. Each subsequent round will be more difficult to deal with. The Hades Emperor must also be careful. Mukin's expression was calm, and he didn't take the so-called difficulty to heart at all. It's not that he is arrogant. But now he really has enough foundation to deal with everything. At least in Mukin's judgment, the first 4 levels should not be too many obstacles. The really challenging part should be the last level, which is the 5th round of testing. That is the standard used to divide this generation of geniuses into different levels. At this moment, Mukin was ready to continue to amaze. Since you have come to take the college entrance examination, you must reach the top. Dear elites, the second round of testing will begin in 3 minutes, please be ready. Eastern Conference Headquarters. Jian Yu and Tai Jin Gang also began their inspections of each examination area, discussing the basic procedures with the responsible persons of each area. Until the second round of notifications were issued, the focus interface was adjusted back to the Eastern list, and real-time observations continued. My friend, the first round of testing will mainly focus on the control ability of single skills. In the second round, we will assess the control of area damage and auxiliary functions. It will not be as easy as before to operate multiple units at the same time. Tai Jin Gang also nodded slightly. That's right. Most of the people who take the college entrance examination are below level 1, and almost all of them have a single skill tree without more coordination methods. The purple level candidates have a more obvious advantage. But the assessment for the Old Earth level is more difficult. I am really looking forward to seeing how these elite players who ranked at the top of the list in the first round will perform in the future. Mr. Jiang, your precious granddaughter should have an advantage in this round. Her Phoenix Fire is best at burning groups. I'm afraid it can achieve the best result in the history of the Eastern Conference. Jian Yu quickly smiled and waved his hand. It's not that easy. Compared to that girl, I'm more looking forward to the confrontation with the Auxiliary Combat Department. Especially this little brat who just got full marks. Whether he is really capable or not will be revealed in the second round. When Tai Jin Gang thought of his son's trump card, a rare hidden smile appeared on his face. Just wait and see, old man. My son is not so easy to be surpassed. The big guys were thinking about their own things when the second round of testing began. In front of the transmission channel, Ling Yao did not forget to make a playful and cute gesture to Mukin with her little fist. Great Emperor Ming, come on! As he said this, he jumped into the passage first. Mu Chen smiled faintly and shook his head slightly, then calmly stepped into the copy space of the second level. Second round of assessment content, Pastor Department Battle of Kings. Please help 30 wolves resist the hunting of the Tiger King boss within 10 minutes. Every minute, the comprehensive attributes of the Tiger King boss will be enhanced by 10%. After 10 minutes, each surviving wolf on the field will accumulate 3 points. Note, this round of assessment has hidden tasks. Roar! The fog in front of him gradually dissipated, and the 5-meter-tall Tiger King boss in the cage revived. Basic level 60. It seems that it is almost impossible to kill it with conventional means. Why not observe it first? In the name of light, insight. 2 barely perceptible golden lights flashed across Mukin's pupils. Sure enough, there is a surprise. Chapter 47. He didn't die after self-destruction? He even got a perfect score? Weakness insight. Tiger King boss, each time it gets a layer of debuff negative state, the attack power is weakened by 3%. In the name of light, insight once again played a vital role. In Mu Chen's mind, a nearly perfect conquest plan came into being. Interesting. It seems that this level will also surprise the spectators. In the dark corner of the dungeon entrance, Mukin's mouth curled up in a hint of control over the overall situation. Challenge countdown 10, 9, 8. All candidates who entered the copy space were listening to the countdown at the same frequency. At the same moment, Tai Lang, the guy who claimed to be the best supporting player in the Eastern Conference, laughed wildly with excitement after seeing the content of this level of assessment. God help me! As a rare wolf blood warrior, my most important talent is the ability to control wolves. I didn't expect that I would be asked to take the test on protecting the wolf pack. I want to see how that guy named Mukin can snatch the top spot from me in this round. At the Eastern Conference headquarters, after seeing this test question, the bosses all expressed their support for Iron Man. Congratulations in advance, Master Tai. Your son is a wolf blood warrior. He is born with the talent to dominate the wolf pack. He will definitely take the lead in this level. Sure enough, the old fellow's previously dark expression relaxed a little, and he took the opportunity to compliment her. Mr. Jiang, your girl Ling Yao will definitely be able to show her skills. It seems that this second level should not be too difficult for the dolls. Tai Jin Gang was being polite, but he felt relieved at last. Damn it, I don't care about my face? He actually dared to snatch the top spot from my son, letting that old fox Jian Yu steal the limelight. This time I want to see how you can show off. Tai Jin Gang came back to his senses and suddenly said again. Show me the assessment screen of Mu Chen, who is currently at the top of the Auxiliary Combat Department. This boy is extremely talented, not inferior to my son. I am looking forward to his performance in this round. Jian Yu narrowed his eyes and sneered in his heart. You old devil, are you in such a hurry to whip the corpse? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this Iron Man is using this method to create trouble for his son. As long as Mu Chen performs poorly in this round, all the limelight he grabbed in the first round will become meaningless. and Thailand can also return to the top of the list by relying on his unique bloodline advantage. Everyone can understand the good intentions of being a father. But this Iron Man could never have imagined that this time, he would end up losing the rice instead of trying to steal the chicken. Roar! The extremely violent Tiger King boss revives in a cave deep in the level. This means the second round of testing has officially begun. However, in front of the camera, Muken seemed to still be standing in the shadows, without making any movement. Huh! What is this kid doing? The challenge has already begun, and he actually doesn't go and heal those bloodthirsty wolves. Once the Tiger King rushes into the plains, these wolves won't last more than a few rounds. The high-ranking officials of the Nanjiang governor's mansion, who were also paying attention to Muken's challenge, looked at each other and became increasingly agitated. I am afraid that this promising new talent will only be a flash in the pan in the first round. Suddenly, at the 30th second of the trial starting, in the video, Muken walked out from the shadows and quickly rushed into the plain area. The next moment, a bright and shiny paper man was dragged into his palm. Oh, are you planning to use the same trick from the first round again? Ridiculous! The Tiger King is a powerful boss-level existence. A mere entry-level first-level witchcraft will never have any effect on the Tiger King. It seems that he has run out of tricks. Iron King Kong made some mocking remarks, but this was indeed in line with the collective judgment of the vast majority of the big guys watching the game. Only Jiang Yu did not say a word. He stared at the screen sharply, feeling that Muken was still causing trouble. No! Sirs, he stuck the paper man on his head. The staff immediately switched to a close-up shot, and everyone could clearly see that the paper figure was hung on Muken's forehead. Ouch! In less than a second, all 30 bloodthirsty wolves in the plain area went berserk. Their pupils burst into scarlet color, and they pounced towards Muken's body. At the same time, a green light flashed from Muken's body for no reason. Immediately afterwards, one bloodthirsty wolf after another began to bite Muken's body. In front of the camera, the bosses suddenly discovered that as Muken's blood volume continued to decrease, these wolves were also dyed the same green color. What is he doing? Release the witchcraft to the main body and attract these wolves to bite you. Isn't this courting death? If your HP is too low, not only will you be eliminated early, but you will also get 0 points in this round, and your life may even be in danger. The bosses were completely confused. However, Muken's operation was still smooth. I really want to understand. His real purpose is poison. Jiang Yu spoke quietly, and once again became the absolute focus of attention of all regional bosses at the Eastern Alliance headquarters. Poison? You mean, he gave himself a poison buff, used the paper figurines to attract hatred, and indirectly poisoned the entire wolf pack? But by doing this, wouldn't it go against the original intention of this level? We want him to add blood to these wolves, not to kill them. Jiang Yu already had a vague guess and said with a smile. Don't worry, let's take our time. The answer was soon revealed. Soon, the 30 wolves plus the silhouette of Muken were all affected by the cyan green poison source, and were losing blood crazily according to the percentage. At the same time, the Tiger King in the sky roared angrily, and its real body pounced directly towards Muken. Roar! However, as soon as his huge body landed on the ground, something unexpected happened. Boom! Mu Chen's body actually exploded on the spot the moment the Tiger King pressed down. The turquoise light enveloped the body of the Tiger King boss, and also inflicted a layer of poison buff on him. What? That kid, he actually blew himself up? The big guys in front of the screen were stunned. But what they couldn't understand was that Muken's challenge was not over yet. What's going on? He blew up his body, but he's still alive. He wasn't expelled from the test space. The staff were also confused. However, what happened next was that all the mad, blood-remaining wolves rushed forward to attack the Tiger King. When the Tiger King's health, which was originally full of 50 bars, was instantly reduced to 0 by 30 bloodthirsty wolves in just 3 seconds. All the mysteries are finally cleared. Roar! The Tiger King's health was reduced to 0, and he collapsed with a loud bang. In the test space where Muken was, all the data came to an abrupt halt. Ding! The second round of testing for the current copy space has ended. Congratulations to the candidate, Auxiliary Combat Department, Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School Muchin, passed the test. Total time, 47 seconds. Reward points, basic points, 900 points. Trigger the hidden achievement Kill the Tiger King boss. Extra points reward, 100 points. Total points for the second round, 1,000. The moment the settlement data appeared on the screen, the Eastern Conference headquarters fell silent. Chapter 48, Full Marks. This kid is a genius. What? I must be dazzled. This is so fake. We've already cleared the level? What's going on? This kid got a perfect score again? The big guys didn't care about their image at all, and they all started to swear violently. Where love goes. Old soil level difficulty. A combat auxiliary system with no combat power, a nanny profession. Less than a minute into the game. The boss died? The level was cleared? Another full score. Everyone present who saw the settlement screen began to doubt their lives. No matter they are staff members, powerful 7th level grandmasters, or persons in charge of various examination halls. They all put their faces close to the screen, staring at the words on the screen, confirming them over and over again. This is so fake. Zhang Hongfei stared at the screen and started to giggle, feeling a little helpless about what he was doing. Monster! A real monster! These old guys from Nanjiang are going to be in big trouble this time. Second round real-time ranking. Auxiliary Combat Department, first place, Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School Mukin. Current points, 2,000. Second place, to be determined. Third place, to be determined. It's settled now? It's actually Mukin again. He got full marks in the second round again. In the square, the teachers and parents who were staring at the big screen waiting for the second round of results were excited again. The exam had only been started for 1 minute, but Mukin's full score for the second round had already come out. Apart from him, the second place and the ones after that are still to be determined. This is really outrageous. I say, the machine is broken? Is the hardware in your Donghai exam center so bad? Examiner, what are you doing? Go check the machine immediately. The 3 examiners outside were all livid and looked confused. After discovering that Mu Chen's data on the big screen outside had been updated again, he felt more confused and worried. What's going on? Did that kid in the gold zone get full marks again? The female examiner Chinyan was trembling and her voice was shaking. The flat-haired examiner in the middle also had a bitter look on his face and murmured. That shouldn't be the case, right? Didn't he take part in the assessment for the Old Earth level? How could it be so fast? Most likely the machine is broken. I'll contact Mr. Zhang right away. Pingtu made a call directly, and before he could say anything, Zhang Hongfei smiled. Don't ask, the machine is fine. Mu Chen has finished the test. He passed the second round in 1 minute, triggering a hidden achievement and getting full marks in advance. You 3, beep! 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 The 3 examiners. Qinyan could hardly hold it anymore. Her eyes were already rolling around in her sockets. What should I do? It seems like I have really offended someone I can't afford to offend this time. Pingtu patted Qinyan's shoulder to comfort her. Don't think too much about it. Let's wait and see. Maybe he won't be so dazzling later. In previous years, there were some amazing first-rounders, and then there were some proud players ranked outside the top 10,000. It's too early to make a final judgment now. The other examiner, who had a low sense of presence, also comforted himself. That's right. What if that guy is hanging in there? Isn't it just a false alarm? Qinyan seemed to be comforted, stopped crying and nodded heavily. That's right. How can the Old Earth level be so easy to deal with? This kid is too aggressive, which is not a good thing. The 3 examiners nodded, and their original despair was dispelled at once. Little did they know that while they were relieved, the bigwigs at the Alliance headquarters had not yet recovered from their shock. Quick! Ask Zhang Hongfei and the others to check it out for me. This kid must be cheating. How could a priest kill a boss with a level of over 80 and 500,000 HP in just 1 minute? At this moment, Iron King Kong has completely lost his master demeanor. Like an anxious grasshopper, he kept poking at the screen and giving orders. This made the staff members who were controlling the computers in front of them sweat profusely. Jiang Yu laughed and quickly pressed down Tai Jin Gang's hand. Hey buddy, don't be so impatient. Pay attention to your identity. So many district leaders are watching you. Tai Jin Gang took a deep breath and was completely on the verge of red temperature. Lao Jiang, as the chief examiners, you and I represent the dignity of the entire Eastern Conference. If someone dares to cheat under our noses, I will never let him off easily. At the Nanjiang governor's mansion, seeing Tai Jin Gang's sudden statement, the governor, Heng Yu and others could no longer sit still and each showed a worried expression. Oops, that kid Mukin seems to have accidentally angered Tai Lao. Heng Yu snorted and muttered. This old guy is just suspecting that Mu Qin is cheating because he stole his grandson's limelight. A grandmaster has this attitude? Ridiculous. The governor said helplessly. Heng Yu, do you think that boy Mukin really cheated? To be honest, if I were the invigilator, I would also doubt the authenticity of his results. This is too fake. Who can do something as outrageous as him? I got full marks in both rounds and cleared the Old Earth level difficulty in less than a minute. No one would believe me if I told them this. Heng Yu was also unsure and looked helpless. Let's wait and see, but based on my understanding of Mukin, that kid won't do that. He must have used some special skills. 5 minutes later, the headquarters received a video call from Shang Hongfei himself. Reporting to the two commanders. The East Sea District has conducted a comprehensive review of the candidate Mukin's data and found no violations. The candidate's scores are real and valid. Zhang Hongfei's loud voice was very clear, and it was transmitted directly through the Eastern Alliance headquarters to all other local examination areas that were connected. All the senior executives and assessment persons in the 4 eastern provinces and 12 cities could hear it clearly. Incredible! This Mu Qin really didn't cheat. Yet he was able to get such a score, it's unbelievable. The difficulty of the Old Earth level is not difficult at all in front of him. Don't forget, he only gave in for a dozen seconds at the beginning. If he had gone all out from the beginning, I'm afraid. The bosses looked at each other. The more they thought about it, the more incredible it seemed. Jiang Yu smiled bitterly and nodded repeatedly. This boy is a prodigy. He is extremely gifted, and must be taken seriously. He has created the best results in my Donglong Empire in decades. We must not let such a rare talent be buried. Yes, yes. There was a chorus of agreement all around. Tai Jin Gang, however, frowned and replayed the less than 1 minute video of Mukin's completion of the game over and over again, lost in thought. You didn't notice that we just saw his body suddenly explode, but he himself was not hurt at all. How do you explain this? Until now, we still haven't figured out how he got through. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei directly connected the line to interpret it. Tai Lao, this is what happened. Our people have already done a comprehensive review. Mukin used the puppetry technique inherited from the Old Earth witchcraft. What just blew up was his fake body. The Tiger King was killed, but all 30 wolves survived because Mu Qin used a hidden setting. Every time the Tiger King endures a layer of debuff, its attack power is weakened by 3%. 30 wolves with poison buffs attack together, causing the Tiger King's combat power to be weakened by more than 90%, and the attack power of the poisoned wolves will continue to increase. As one strengthened the other weakened, and the wolf pack collectively killed the Tiger King in the shortest possible time. And the method used by Mukin to cause the poison buff was confirmed to be the 4th order evolution of the priest's trauma technique tarsal heart corrosion. Upon hearing this, all the grandmasters were stunned again. What? This Mukin can actually use a 4th level skill? So scary. Chapter 49, Woman? Don't affect my casting speed. A 1st level priest with a double set of core skill trees for this profession. It even evolved into a 4th level skill. And such a configuration actually belongs to a young priest from an ordinary family who has only been in the job change position for more than a month. The atmosphere in the room became subtle. Everyone remembered the name Mukin deeply. However, at this moment, the staff switched the tracking screen to Mukin's first-person perspective again. However, it made Jiang Yu's smiling face start to twitch wildly. In the hall, Mukin was being harassed by a quirky beautiful girl in red, and they were taking crazy photos together from all angles. The girl rubbed her lips in Myoken's arms, then hooked her arms around Myoken's neck and made a V sign, happily taking pictures with her mobile phone. Just like a fangirl who is so excited when she sees her idol she has long admired. When Iron King Kong saw the scene, he chuckled and made some sarcastic remarks. "Old Jiang, I heard that your precious granddaughter has never been very interested in people of her own age. I didn't expect that when I met someone I liked, he would be so lively." Jiang Yu's face fell, and his defense was broken immediately. He suddenly poked the list on the screen. "Oh? The auxiliary combat ranking has been updated. My friend, congratulations. Your precious son scored more than 520 points in the second round, more than 100 points more than the third place. He is worthy of being born with wolf blood, and he performed well." Puff. The big guys tried hard to suppress the urge to laugh and stood by to watch the two big guys bickering, almost getting internal injuries. "Ha ha ha ha!" Suddenly, a burst of inexplicable laughter came from the other side of the microphone. "It's so funny! These two masters are already old, but they still care so much about their reputation. It's so funny!" Zhang Hongfei stared at the screen with his big fat face and had a lot of fun. The staff nearby looked back in embarrassment. "Zhang, Mr. Zhang, we are still connected to the headquarters. Did you forget to turn off the microphone?" Zhang Hongfei. The big guys. "It's over. I have to call Qinyan, and she should find a way out and take me with her. I guess these people in charge in the East China Sea have no chance of survival." Examination hall. As time went by, more and more people finished this round of assessment and returned to the sidelines. After seeing the list information, I was shocked again. Fuck, isn't Nanjiang's Myoken too arrogant? He's still number 1? 2,000 points? It won't be a full score again, right? Oh my god! Such a big shot was actually assigned to my examination room. I must take a group photo after the exam. I don't know if he has a girlfriend. Let me get in line first, sisters, don't compete with me. Ha ha ha, Nanjiang Tuga said that he loves to read scripts about young geniuses emerging out of nowhere. If we really let him develop, Nanjiang will probably have a chance to become a level 4 city in the future. After the second round of information on the list was released, major media outlets began to promote it crazily. In just a few minutes, the total number of clicks on the entire network exceeded 30 million. The name Myoken is destined to resound throughout the entire Eastern Awakening Alliance after today. Perhaps he is the only commoner legend born out of the new generation of college entrance examination. Little did they know that in the examination room where Tai Lang was, this murderous young man in black armor had his eyes burning blood as he stared at the ranking list. What a great Myoken! I was able to clear a dungeon of that difficulty with full points. You must go to the end. Let me see who you really are. Tai Lang murmured, and suddenly a hint of indifference appeared in his expression. He was 100% sure that this Myoken must have some big secret unknown to the world. The most likely possibility is that he has a hidden profession. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary nanny to do what he couldn't do with his talent as a wolf-blood warrior. Little did they know that in Myoken's eyes, these so-called pride of their peers had already lost the qualifications to pursue him. The third round of testing is about to begin. 1 minute left. Please prepare to enter the transmission channel. Ling Yao walked in front of Myoken, smiled and waved. Mr. Hades, keep going. If you can get full marks in the third round, you can go out with me. After saying that, Ling Yao walked into the teleportation array first. Myoken had a question mark on his face. Dating? Are you okay? Who, after traveling through time, still thinks about picking up girls? Another young man named Mo Ran who passed by patted Myoken's shoulder very hard and said with a smile. Boss, you are so lucky! Ling Yao's identity is not simple. Those who want to date her have to line up from here to Country F. Myoken looked very dignified and said calmly without being offended. Women will only affect the speed of my spellcasting. After saying that, Myoken stared at all the petrified eyes around him and stepped into the teleportation array. Fuck! This is a real boss. Even Ling Yao's charm is unmoved. She is a role model for our generation. The abstinence male god Hades has been confirmed. Mo Ran also swallowed his saliva and gave a thumbs up to Mukin's departing back. A ruthless person. An absolutely ruthless person. We have to find an opportunity to hug his thigh. This kid will definitely be a demon in the future. The vision in front of me became clear again. Entering the third round of testing space, Mukin suddenly felt the boundless scorching flames coming towards him. This feeling is very familiar. After taking a closer look, Mukin's eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins? No way. For the simulated battlefield, they actually chose that guy's cave. Roar. As soon as Mukin had this thought, a huge flaming giant over 10 meters tall slowly appeared at the end of his vision. Vengeful Flame Soul. Old friend. Mukin almost shed tears. Could it be that the mission for the third level is for me to kill him again? I can't do it anymore. At this moment, a new task content prompt appeared. Content of the third round of assessment, Priest Department Redemption by Flames. Please help the Angel Totem resist the invasion of evil forces within 20 minutes. Note, this round of assessment has hidden tasks. A moment later, Mukin suddenly discovered that a dazzling Angel Totem was slowly descending over the plain battlefield. No way, the dungeon test content for this level is actually the scene where I kill the Vengeance Flame Spirit. Fortunately, the degree of restoration is not high, it is only roughly restored, otherwise I am afraid that my hidden profession will be exposed now. Mukin secretly complained in his heart. What he didn't know was that the fat guy Zhang Hongfei was staring at the screen complacently at this moment. An assistant at the side said with a smile, Boss Zhang, if I remember correctly, the headquarters used the proposal you submitted as the blueprint for the third round of assessment. Isn't it a good feeling to be the one who sets the questions? Zhang Hongfei was slightly proud and pretended to be serious. That's about it. The key is whether you can achieve the expected level in the exam. It can not only widen the gap between candidates, but also reflect the level of top students, so as to achieve the purpose of selecting talents, which is the key. The essence of this level is to test the student's endurance. Use various auxiliary combat recovery methods to maintain the complete form of the totem for as long as possible and obtain more settlement rewards. I hope that this will allow the big guys at the headquarters to see my efforts and calm them down. Zhang Hongfei rubbed his hands excitedly, hoping to use this opportunity to clear himself. Otherwise, this time, he would have offended the black armor boss to death. At that time, when Mu Qin saw the angel totem descend, a faint smile appeared on his face. Because he soon discovered that the virtual energy source that maintained the operation of the angel totem was a dazzling ball of light energy. As long as this thing exists, Mukin's angel totem can obtain light energy replenishment. Others cannot take drugs, their endurance will quickly reach its limit, and their number of shots will be very limited. As for Mukin, he doesn't have to worry about this problem at all. Soon, the first batch of fire spirits slowly condensed and spread towards the totem. Like moths to a flame, they fell into a frenzy without reservation and rushed into the range of the angel totem. Boom! Sure enough, the angel totem with a full health of 500,000 lost 5,000 health points in an instant. Afterwards, more and more fire spirits began to gather, become violent, and self-destruct. Isn't this Plants vs. Zombies? Mu Qin complained to himself, and at the same time waved his hand, and the bathing light technique was instantly released. Chapter 50. All of them were eliminated, and you are here to blow up the exam room? Whoosh! A bright light enveloped the angel totem, and its health was instantly restored to full. 1 minute later, Mukin suddenly discovered that the fire spirit released by the Vengeance Flame Soul had increased in strength. The attack effect that can be blasted away after the explosion is enhanced to 10,000 points of damage. Stop pretending, it's time to show your cards. My dual system skill tree. Mukin glanced at the cameras hidden around him, the corner of his mouth raised slightly, and suddenly another khaki yellow light flashed out. Solid as a rock. A powerful shield is instantly cast and added to the angel totem. Boom! The damage of the single fire spirit after the collision was reduced from 10,000 to 4,000 points. The defense power has been enhanced by 60%. Oh! There's even a continuous flame burning effect! Come again! Mukin closed his eyes and finished chanting a new spell. The third level evolutionary skill of Rock, Divine Protection. Divine Protection increases the target's attribute defense by 60%. Chance to resist attribute debuff lock. Professional Limited, Universal. Duration, 60 seconds. Release conditions, 35 energy. Cooling time, 90 seconds. Affecting range, mental power coverage range, up to 5 targets. Swish. The fire attribute flame aura is coming. Instantly eliminate the debuff status of the angel totem's flame burning. The release of the double protection skill directly reduced the single target destructive power of the third level fire spirit to 1,200 points. How is this possible? The third set of skill trees has appeared. In addition to the dual skill trees of the main profession, this kid is also proficient in the third series of defensive skills. Now, Jiang Yu couldn't control himself anymore in the monitoring room of the headquarters. As a 100-level sword king, a true sword master, and one of the 9 chiefs of the Eastern Alliance, the Jiang family's influence in the entire Donglong Empire cannot be ignored. Jiang Yu, who had seen too many proud children, actually lost his composure in front of Mukin this time. Senior bosses from other regions also looked stunned. On this day, Mukin really brought them too many surprises. No one knew what expression to use to express this shock. It's so fake. There's no way this kid is from a commoner background. Where did he get so many resources? He was able to develop 3 skill trees. Outrageous. Nanjiang, I'm afraid this little place is really going to become famous. Little did they know that the discussions among the bigwigs from all sides were far less shocking than what was happening in the Nanjiang governor's mansion at this moment. The other senior executives were so excited that they were dancing and spitting, and they had already started planning how to build Nanjiang's urban culture around Mukin. Only Hingyu stared at the screen silently, comparing Mukin and the mysterious existence of the miracle again and again. Could it really be him? No, that's not right. The level strength difference is too big. But this kid is actually proficient in Earth-related defensive skills. This is highly consistent with the attribute power monitored by the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins. Hingyu felt like his CPU was about to burn out. He really had no ill intentions, and he wasn't trying to kick Mukin. However, as he has always been a picky person, he increasingly feels that Mukin has a lot to do with the previous mysterious events. The third round of assessment list, Auxiliary Combat System, Real-Time Data Announcement. First place, Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School. Mukin's current totem HP, 500,000. Total Fire Spirit Damage Resistance, 865,740. Second place, Yunzhou Business School. Iron Wolf. Current totem health, 398,594. Total Fire Spirit Damage Resistance, 487,756. Now, looking at the top 2 on this list, one can fully appreciate Mu Chen's huge lead. Because for those ranked outside the third place, the health of the totem is less than half, and can't even reach 250,000, and the total damage resisted from the fire spirit is less than 300,000. The health of the Vengeance Flame Soul is set to infinite, which means that fire spirits will be generated continuously. After you hold off the next batch, a new and stronger batch will be refreshed. The final point settlement of this level is based on proportion. In other words, theoretically, no matter how strong Mukin is, it would be difficult for him to get full marks in this level. Because of the setting of the assessment itself, there is no such thing as passing the test. However, Mukin just refused to believe in evil. When will we be able to pass the customs if this continues? If I don't pass the customs, what am I doing here? In the name of light, insight. Mukin activated the third evolution skill of the Angel Totem once again, but received no response. Flaw insight, none. Damn it! No weaknesses? Infinite health? Mukin didn't believe this result. In his opinion, since it is a set template, there must be limits. Suddenly, he recalled the scene when he first killed the vengeful Flame Soul. I remember that the head and the energy core are the flaws of the Flame Soul boss. Why don't I just try again according to these 2 positions? As soon as the thought came to his mind, Mukin immediately took action and began to chant. The second stage evolutionary skill of Rock Echo of Thorns. Thorn echo, the target is covered with thorns, reflecting 20% of the attacker's physical attack back to itself. Professional limited, universal. Duration, 900 seconds. Release conditions, 80 energy. Cooling time, 300 seconds. Effective range, 5 meters around the target, up to 5 people. Anti-injury magic skill. Countless thorny vines covered the periphery of the totem above the head. Boom! Another group of fire spirits came to protect themselves in front of him. This time, out of the more than 20,000 damage points that spread out, 4,000 of them actually bounced back. The health of the Vengeance Flame's soul decreased, but it was instantly replenished the next moment. Mu Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. I just don't believe that you have no limits. Mu Chen suddenly had an idea and thought of a good way, so he chanted again. Whoosh! The second-level evolutionary technique of trauma therapy Dusk Mire. A large area of yellow swamp appeared out of nowhere, covering the middle of the fire spirit's advance on the plain battlefield. Wherever they passed, the advancement speed of all fire spirits was instantly reduced by 90%. Swish! The third-level evolution of the light-bathing technique Holy Light Prayer. A protective barrier appeared, covering Mukin's body and the angel totem. Not enough, keep slowing down! Mukin seemed to have entered a state of madness. Dusk Swamp, second chant. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen quagmires completely covered the path of the fire spirit's advance. Because a large number of fire spirits gathered in the middle position, the refreshing of the fire spirits of the vengeful flame soul did not stop. In the blink of an eye, when the third round of testing reached 20 minutes, the number of fire spirits piled up in front of Mukin had exceeded 300. However, this guy seems not satisfied yet. No, it's not enough. My trick puppet is still cooling down, so I can't use the double skill effect. I don't dare to use the 6th level evolutionary skill Lava Barrier easily. Otherwise, a high-level divine skill can easily trap more fire spirits. With the current number, even if they explode, I'm afraid the power won't be enough to cause fatal damage to the Vengeance Flame's soul. Keep saving! After Mu Chun was certain of this idea, he continued to bless the Dusk Swamp to block the fire spirit's advance, while constantly blessing the angel totem with the thorn anti-injury effect. The big guys in front of the screen looked confused. What is going on? Everyone else has been out for the third round for 10 minutes, and this guy is still using his skills in there? Isn't it true that his energy is inexhaustible? Jiang Lao and Tai Jin Gang were really about to curse. They even started to swear. Seeing the big guys being humiliated, Zhang Hongfei and others all turned off their microphones and continued to laugh. Ha ha! Did you see that? Even these superiors, the Grandmasters, would be equally stunned when they saw a monster like Mukin. We should teach this brat a lesson and open their eyes. The staff next to him also looked dumbfounded. Boss Zhang, do you know why this Mukin has such a strong endurance? Zhang Hongfei sighed meaningfully. Perhaps this is talent. Even geniuses have differences. Chapter 51 Unprecedented Genius, Joint Supervision. At this time, the second place on the list, Tai Lang, who had already left the dungeon for more than 10 minutes, stared at the real-time data of the first place that was constantly refreshed on the big screen, and his mouth twitched wildly. The third round of assessment list, Auxiliary Combat System, Real-Time Data Announcement. First place, Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School Mukin's current totem HP, 500,000. Total amount of fire spirit damage resisted, 20,345,740. Second place, Yunzhou Business School Iron Wolf current totem HP, 398,594. Total fire spirit damage resistance, 487,756. Damn it! This guy is still holding on. Where does he get so much energy? Is he born in the year of the cow? Tai Lang collapsed directly. A man stood in the hall and yelled at the leaderboard. There were students around him who were watching the fun with sympathetic looks on their faces and whispering to each other. Did you see that? The youngest son of the Eastern Alliance's so-called most talented Iron Wolf and Black Armor Vice President Iron King Kong was crushed by someone. Sympathy. I really sympathize with him. Damn, what the hell is this Mukin from Nanjiang? In the old land dungeon, I held on alone for more than 20 minutes, but the totem is still full of health? Could it be that he is the reincarnation of the legendary nanny priest god? Not only people of the same profession, but also people like Ling Yao and Huang Manqin were stunned by the data of Mukin on the screen. What is this guy's limit? Ha ha ha, fuck this amount of healing. When we go back to the secret realm, if anyone asks this Mukin to be the healer, I guarantee that he can heal the whole team by himself. Too strong! Just when everyone was discussing the miracle created by Mukin, suddenly, on the big screen, all the data belonging to Mukin disappeared. Boom! At the same time, in the middle of the screens of the bigwigs at the Alliance headquarters, Mukin moved. All the quagmires disappeared, and the fire spirits, whose total number exceeded 2,000, surged forward at the same time. Mu Chen once again released the holy light and prayed, creating a new energy barrier to temporarily block the outside world's insight. In the name of light, fly! In an instant, Mukin performed a trick in full view of everyone. With the protection of the barrier, he hid the angel totem inside the barrier, summoned the angel wings, and was ready to retreat at full speed at any time. Looking back, he saw thousands of fire spirits behind him, all rushing towards the thorn echo area densely covered in front of the barrier. Don't you like peeking? Then let me set off some fireworks for you. Boom! The first fire spirit exploded. At the same time, thousands of fire spirits exploded simultaneously throughout the test space. Boom! The power to destroy heaven and earth swallowed up everything in the blink of an eye. All the spying devices connected to the outside world were instantly submerged. At the Eastern Conference headquarters, the computer screens that the bosses were staring at went blank. As for Mukin, he carried the angel totem and sped away with the help of angel wings. Finally, at the same moment when the copy space was reduced to ashes, he entered the transmission channel. What's going on? Where are the people? Why can't I see anyone? Jian Yu, Tai Jin Gang and other big guys looked at each other in bewilderment. I was looking at it, but why are all the images gone? Where's Zhang Hongfei? Get out here! Iron King Kong cursed directly through the screen. Big boss, I'm here! Zhang Hongfei replied tremblingly. Where are the people? I'm asking you, where is Mu Chen? Why can't I see anything? After a full half-minute of silence, Zhang Hongfei came back with a crying voice. My dear officers, I just got the news that Mukin's test copy seems to have exploded. Everyone was petrified on the spot. The copy exploded? You, the person who sets the questions and the person in charge of the examination room, tell me that the copy of the genius test has exploded? Zhang Hongfei, UTM Monkey invited someone to be a funny guy, right? Is this how you become the chief invigilator for the East China Sea District? Taijin Gang now wishes he could tear Zhang Hongfei to pieces. Originally, as one of the chief inspectors, it would be fine if his son lost face, but if he could recruit Mukin under his command, it would be a great gain. Now, when Mukin was taking the exam room exploded. If he failed as well, it would definitely be the biggest loss for this Eastern Conference college entrance examination. No, it was the unprecedented loss in the college entrance examination history of the entire Donglong Empire, bar none. Quick, stop talking, Zhang Hongfei, quickly organize a rescue operation and save Mukin at all costs. Sword King Jian Yu is worthy of being one of the 9 chiefs. At the critical moment, he was still calm and gave orders immediately. At the Donghai District Square, Zhang Hongfei and the 3 examiners immediately rushed into the hall. At the same moment, Mukin's name on the big screen leaderboard turned red. It kept flashing. Usually this situation can only represent 2 situations. Either there was something wrong with the candidate's score, or he was caught cheating and forcibly expelled. Or an accident may have occurred and they died during the assessment process. What's going on? Why did Mukin become a red name? Hua Manqin's face changed instantly. She clenched her fists tightly and sweat appeared on her forehead due to nervousness. Ruby was also at a loss and murmured, Is everything going to be alright? No! Brother Chen is so stable. With his intelligence, he will never take risks. But why? Inside the hall where Ling Yao was, everyone also looked confused and anxious. Tang Hao was rarely in high spirits again. He came up to him with his hands in his pockets, smiling and speaking in a sarcastic tone. What happened? Could our Lord Hades be dead in there? Shut your stinky mouth! Ling Yao spoke directly with disgust on her face. The next moment, Zhang Hongfei and 4 senior examiners appeared outside at the same time, running madly towards the transmission channel. At this moment, a handsome figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the passage, still maintaining his usual calmness and elegance, and slowly emerged. And in his hand, he was holding a glowing ball of light energy. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I disappoint you. I'm afraid the copy that can kill me hasn't appeared yet. Swish. In an instant, all the cameras tracking Mukin were activated at the same time. At the Eastern Conference headquarters, Jian Yu, Tai Jin Gang and others saw his calm and elegant figure again. Great, Lord Hades, you're okay! Ling Yao cheered excitedly. Tang Hao, who had been gloating just now, suddenly turned pale. How? He's not dead! But why his name? Tang Hao stared at the screen blankly. Mu Chen's name was indeed still flashing in red. Mukin walked up with a faint smile and interpreted. If I'm not mistaken, it's because my copy couldn't withstand the full force of the explosion, and the Vengeance Flame Soul's body exploded, causing the test to be forcibly terminated. But in order to prove that my assessment is valid, I specially brought out this crystal ball that represents the energy source of the Angel Totem. I don't know, Mr. Zhang, whether my results still count? Mukin handed over the crystal ball calmly. Zhang Hongfei took the ball of light energy with trembling hands. After carefully examining it, he spoke tremblingly to the camera next to him. Report to all the superiors! This is indeed the simulated energy core of the Angel Totem, and it has 500,000 HP. It has been tested and confirmed. As soon as these words came out, all the big guys breathed a sigh of relief. The big bosses in various video spaces and regions all cheered excitedly. Marvelous! This kid is simply a miracle! The dungeon space exploded, but he was able to remain calm. Not only did he escape unscathed, he also saved his achievements. This is too much. This guy is simply the reincarnation of a god. Can humans really give birth to such a monster? Fuck, why don't I have a son like Mukin? The next moment, the ranking list on the big screen was refreshed again. The third round of college entrance examination has ended. Current ranking. Auxiliary Combat Department, First Place, Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School, Mu Qin. Current points, 3,000. Second Place, Yunzhou Business School Tailang. Current score, 1496. Third Place. Look! The rankings have been updated again. Mukin's name is out. Fuck! Fuck! My eyes are blinded, brothers! Mukin actually got full marks again. The third round? Full score at the Old Earth level? 3 consecutive full scores? Are you kidding me? Ahem, I heard that Mukin blew up the test dungeon directly. I don't know what happened to the vengeful Flame Soul boss who was said to have infinite life, but he killed him. The big boss of the Alliance headquarters personally ordered to give full marks directly. Wahahaha, this can't be that outrageous, right? Who is this guy? He even killed an invincible monster? No, are you sure he's a dad and not a killer? Pfft, this Iron Wolf was heartbroken for 5 minutes. The top support player in the East has become a joke. And no one has half as many points as Mukin. Awkward. Oh my god, this is horrible. What should I do, sister? I feel like I am not worthy of my husband Mukin. Eastern Conference Headquarters. After confirming that Mukin had scored full marks in all 3 rounds, Jian Yu regained his composure and looked at Tai Jin Gang with a smile. My friend, I think we should stop competing with each other and report the situation here to the Alliance. If the higher-ups are alarmed, I'm afraid we'll have to start joint surveillance in the next round. We can't help it. The situation is too special. This Mu Qin is beyond the scope of what you and I can judge. Tai Jin Gang also nodded seriously. Okay, I'll report this to the higher-ups myself, just wait. When Tai Jin Gang walked out of the room, the faces of all the regional heads who were connected to the microphone changed drastically. Zhang Hongfei was so shocked that he was stunned and murmured. Joint inspection! For Mukin, is Elder Jiang going to alert all the great masters of the 9 chiefs of the Eastern Alliance? This time, there's really a big commotion. An unprecedented battle. Chapter 52, Undead Dungeon? I'm familiar with this. Nanjiang Governor's Mansion, Conference Room. The boss's mood gradually became complicated. Joint inspection? For a college entrance examination candidate who just passed the 3rd round? Not really. The governor was a little restless, and was seeking comfort from his colleagues around him. Bigwigs like them who are in high positions all understand one thing. Good seedlings are valuable only when they are in your hands. If it really grows into a towering tree, it will have nothing to do with Nanjiang. Once the Awakener Alliance headquarters passes the review of the Joint Supervisory Committee, the influence of Mukin's case will further expand to the entire East Dragon Empire. By that time, Nanjiang alone would not be able to hold on to this hidden dragon. Hengyu also felt a little miserable and shook his head helplessly. It's beyond our control now. But think about it from another angle. A small temple like ours really can't accommodate a big Buddha like Mukin. If he can become famous overnight, I hope he can fly high and free. It would be good for him to have a higher level of protection and support. The senior executives also nodded and agreed with this statement. The governor sighed. That being said, Muchin has no background after all, and he is not really from a mysterious ancient clan. He has no background, and it is lonely at the top if he climbs too high. It can be seen that the big guys all have their own reading perspectives. At first, they were excited that Nanjiang had produced such an outstanding student as Mukin. But no one expected that he would be so outstanding. When certain rules are broken for someone, what comes with it is not only a brighter future, but also prying eyes hidden in the darkness. However, these obviously did not have any impact on Mukin at this moment. Dear elites, the 4th round of testing will begin in 3 minutes, please be ready. What? Starting the 4th round so soon? Didn't the 3rd round just end? These high-level elites in the Golden Hall began to complain. After all, not everyone is as evil as Mukin. They had no extra resource supplies, and were attacked round after round without even a break. Most people couldn't handle it. What's more, tests of difficulty above the Forbidden Ruins are inherently dangerous. The blonde examiner smiled. Dear students, please be patient. You know, high-intensity testing and limited rest time are part of the top-level difficulty assessment. Only when you are on the verge of despair and under high pressure can you recognize gold with your keen eyes. Now, even Ling Yao and Mo Ran, the proud sons and daughters of big families, had their faces slightly changed. Such high-intensity pressure made them feel a little worried about the upcoming 4th level. Master Ming Wang, you don't seem nervous at all. With such a high test intensity, aren't you worried about your condition? Mukin chuckled and said, At a time like this, it's better to face it calmly than to worry about it. Keep a good attitude, and you will be one step ahead of others. Ling Yao immediately clapped her hands, with a pure fangirl look on her face and hearts in her eyes as she muttered. That's very well said. The Hades Emperor is so great. Thumbs up for you. Tang Hao and others. Mukin looked calm on the outside, but he couldn't help but shudder in his heart, and complain secretly. This woman doesn't look easy to deal with. As soon as the transmission channel was opened, without waiting for Ling Yao to give him more instructions, Mukin rushed into the transmission channel first without stopping. Mr. Hades, come on! Don't forget our agreement! Mukin. In a blink of an eye, the copy space for the 4th round of testing came into view. Austere and murderous. Cold. An atmosphere like purgatory was blowing in my face. What a terrible feeling. Hey, why does this feeling seem a little familiar? Great Hades. It was his vision. Yes, it was the same feeling that chilled the soul to its core. Ling Yao's expression suddenly changed, and a hint of fear and timidity appeared on her beautiful face. At the same moment, Tai Lang, Tang Hao, and Mo Ran. Every elite candidate of this class who could be named saw the exact same scene before their eyes. Content of the 4th round of assessment, General Corpse Tomb Maze. Use any means to stay alive in this space as long as possible. Note 1. Every 5 minutes, the scene environment in this space changes randomly, and the attributes of all attacking units increase by 50%. Note 2. Survival time is the only settlement method for this round. Note 3. The origin of the Lord of the Dead Souls is sealed in a certain tombstone. Find and smash it to clear the level early and get all the points rewards. Note 4. In this test round, candidates will not actually die, and the minimum simulated health value is 1. Once the minimum health value is reached, the candidate will be forced to leave the dungeon space. It's actually a universal copy. That means that all candidates who choose the Old Earth level difficulty, regardless of their profession, are sharing the same test questions. After seeing the task prompt, Mukin felt that this assessment method was very reasonable. If it is a test of survival ability, there is no need to define the types of occupations. Every dad has his own way of survival, just stay alive and that's all. The combat system has its own way of life. Kill to stop killing, and seek to pass the level. But for a ruthless person like Mukin who takes an unconventional approach, hiding? There is no such thing. Finding the Master of the Souls and seeking a breakthrough is the exclusive way for the big guys to play. As you step into this frost-covered mausoleum complex, an austere atmosphere hits you in the face. Wherever he passed, every tombstone that was stained with Mukin's aura was lit up by majestic vitality. The tombstone forcibly absorbed 10% of Mukin's health. At the same time, the corresponding totem began to revive, transforming into various powerful and unpredictable killing souls. That's it. Mukin stopped and stared at the tombstone in front of him that had drained more than 500 blood from him, until a huge female demon corpse that had condensed into a shape above the inscription revived and opened its ferocious bloody mouth and pounced towards Mukin. Die! The banshee's fangs were raging and her pupils were white, which reminded Mukin of the faces in the Nether Sea. Whoosh! Mukin waved his hand casually, and the skill solid as a rock was instantly activated, causing the armor value to surge. Bang! The banshee corpse soul continued to attack Mukin's body, but his simulated health was decreasing at a very small rate. 50. 50. 80. Critical hit. At the same time, the copy interface of people such as Ling Yao and Tai Lang. He was also attacked by a similar corpse soul. 500. 500. 850. Critical hit. Warning, your health is less than 30%, please replenish it in time. Eastern Conference Headquarters. The bosses stared at the blood loss frequency on the screen, which was completely out of scale, and fell into deep thought and tacit understanding. Tai Jin Gang, watching his son running away in a miserable state with his health at 25% in the dungeon, and then looking at Mukin's interface, where 3 banshees were tickling him, the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. He gritted his teeth but murmured weakly, "Are you sure that this kid really didn't cheat?" Everyone. Chapter 53, Numb. Another round of full marks? This is the only exclusive title in the world that is permanently out of print. No wonder it has such a high undead amplification effect. There are geniuses every year. But people who have both talent and enough luck are rare. In my opinion, this Mukin is such a child of destiny. The old Sword King Jianyu nodded frequently at the screen, showing an attitude of admiration for his juniors. Tai Jin Gang snorted and laughed. Forget about it. The Joint Supervisory Commission hasn't reviewed it yet. Even if the order comes down, it will probably be too late for the 4th round of testing. But it's only a matter of time before someone like him comes under the spotlight of the higher-ups. I advise you not to go after him. When Jianyu heard this, he quickly spread his hands and said cleanly, I didn't mean to do anything to him, but you, my friend, kept questioning him. Just wait and see. This 4th round of testing is where the real test will be revealed. In general dungeons, combat classes usually have a big advantage. Mu Qin has no output ability, so he probably won't do very well this round. However, with the points he accumulated in the previous 3 rounds, it should be difficult to shake his position at the top of the list. Boom! Suddenly, in the copy space where Iron Wolf was, this guy was too aggressive and revived more than a dozen monuments at once. He was chased and beaten by dozens of zombies and his health was about to be reduced to 0. Ouch! A grey wolf's cold night howl erupted, and the wolf's blood boiled. Wolf-like hair quickly grew on the Iron Wolf's body, and its pupils turned a forest green color. Bloodthirsty talent activated. He stopped running and turned around to bite these corpses madly, forcing himself to start the blood recovery mode. Originally, his health was only 20%, but after more than 10 seconds, he sucked it up to 60%, which made Iron King Kong breathe a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Ling Yao's situation was not very good. This girl's phoenix bloodline is indeed extremely powerful, but after all, her level is too low, her skill level is not high, and her attributes are restrained by the environment, so her health is also decreasing rapidly. Boom! Suddenly, at this moment, a totem with flashing purple and gold patterns slowly revived behind Ling Yao. In just a moment, Ling Yao found that her blood volume was directly drained by 50%. How is that possible? The girl's face suddenly turned grim, and she tried to break free, but was locked onto by a gigantic corpse soul master that was tens of meters tall behind her. Phoenix bloodline, a very good tonic. Stay! Countless corpses suddenly went berserk and attacked Ling Yao frantically from all directions. The girl finally couldn't hold on any longer and was forced to stop the test. Damn it! Ling Yao was obviously very dissatisfied with her performance in this round. She was originally ranked first in her profession, but her top position is probably in danger. As time slowly passed, more and more elite students were locked out and announced their withdrawal. Almost every target surrounded by zombies will eventually be eliminated quickly. Until the big guys started paying attention to Mukin again. Use some effort, haven't you eaten? In the middle of the screen, Mukin took out his own set of tea set, sat in front of a huge tombstone, and began to drink tea leisurely. Nearly 100 corpses gathered around were grinning madly and forcing their attacks, but it was a pity that the damage they dealt was just a scratch. One round of attacks from hundreds of corpse souls was not enough for Mukin to recover from one bathing light technique. Not to mention that he had many other ways to increase his defense. Alas, comparison is the thief of anger. If other people knew that this kid was so comfortable, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. Jian Yu smiled bitterly with a helpless look on his face. Tai Jin Gang frowned. It seems that he intends to use the attribute bonus of his title to consume the full 30 minutes. In his copy space, more than 70% of the corpse souls have been resurrected. As long as he doesn't run into the Overlord, it should be difficult for him to be eliminated early. However, no one expected that this guy, Iron King Kong, was a poisoned milk. He had just finished speaking when, not far behind Mukin, a huge frozen mausoleum split into two. The cracking sound appeared, connecting the entire copy of the ground, and directly split into a huge crack that stretched for nearly 1,000 meters. Mukin felt the biting coldness deep in the gap, and his health was directly drained by 50%. Oh? Are you finally coming out? Muchin smiled faintly, and at the same time cast the fourth Thorn Echo buff on himself, continuing to counterattack the surrounding zombie monsters. In fact, the reason why he was waiting like this was to ensure that as many accumulated points were settled as possible while waiting for the arrival of the copy environment conversion period. Because right now, it is still daytime in this copy space. Just as the big guys judged, Mukin had no way of directly outputting damage. If he couldn't defeat the Soul Lord, he would not be able to get a perfect score. There is only one way to solve this problem. Waiting for the night to fall. Boom! The huge frozen tomb collapsed completely, and the huge outline of the Soul Master, which was nearly 30 meters in size, condensed. The blazing sun in the sky quickly dimmed, and the entire instance was approaching darkness at a speed visible to the naked eye. Are you afraid of the dark? Puff. When Mukin heard these words coming from behind him, he spat out a mouthful of tea on the spot. This bastard actually stole my lines? Mukin put away the tea set, ignored the corpses around him that continued to eat him, and looked at the master with cold eyes. Afraid or not, what can you do? I've seen a lot of pretentious people, but you're the first one as ugly as me. The Soul Master's defense was obviously broken. He roared hysterically, and suddenly shook his arms, and all the remaining tombs around him cracked at the same time. This time, he seemed to want all the corpse souls on the battlefield to share Mukin's vitality. Finally, Mukin moved. Above his head, the title of Emperor of the Underworld revived again. The shining and boundless death energy quickly spread along his body to the surroundings. Like a king returning from the underworld, he walks through this endless ice and frost and conquers all the lingering souls. The Lord of the Souls, right? Let me show you how valuable my title, Underworld Emperor, is. Boom! Both sides deployed their full forces at the same time. The energy condensed by the Soul Master also exploded. It was at this moment that the sky fell completely into darkness. At the Eastern Alliance headquarters, all the screens observing Muchen were pitch black. Boom! All people heard was a devastating explosion of power, followed by a scream from the dominant boss, and the entire dungeon space fell into complete silence. Ding! The fourth round of testing in the current copy space has ended. Congratulations to the candidate, Auxiliary Combat Department, Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School Muchen, passed the test. Total time, 26 minutes and 15 seconds. Reward points, basic points 750 points. Trigger the hidden achievement Kill the Soul Overlord boss. Extra points reward, 250 points. Total points for the fourth round, 1000. How is this possible? Actually, it's over again. Fourth round, full marks again? No way! Such a powerful soul master just died like that. How on earth did he do it? The darkness was gradually dispelled. In the field of vision, only Muchen was left, smiling warmly and waving towards the camera, looking harmless. Fuck! This kid is treating the high school entrance exam like a game of house. This is outrageous. Chapter 54, The Top Scholar, Even Dogs Can Eat the Emperor's Food. Outside the big screen, the ranking information was refreshed again. There was no doubt that Muchen took the top spot with 4,000 points. 4 rounds of college entrance examinations, with the highest level of difficulty, all with full marks. Truly unprecedented. Muchen made history today. Oh my god! Another perfect score! Brothers, is this Muchen the god of literature descended to earth? He is simply the god of exams. No, it's Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School. How come it's so awesome? I've never heard of this school before. The most valuable No. 1 scholar in history, right? This is a real deal for my brother. The students, teachers and parents who were watching the results of the big list outside were talking about this young man from Nanjiang who had created a miracle. As for the boss's perspective, Taijin Gang was yelling at Zhang Hongfei's channel again. All right, quickly notify him to leave the dungeon. I get annoyed just by seeing him. Iron King Kong has an expression as if he has been wrong, which looks very funny with his big black face. He has long lost the demeanor that a great master should have. Jiang Yu laughed and said jokingly, What? Don't you want to study how he did it? Taijin Gang said unhappily, You need to tell me? With his 500% damage bonus to the undead, he can easily kill the boss with some tricks like self-destruction. It's really unlucky for that monster to run into this guy. Ha 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 ha. The big guys finally broke down and burst into laughter in the video view. However, in fact, Muchen did not perform such tricks. Instead, he took advantage of the darkness and the moment when his vision was blocked to awaken the Night Shura totem. With the help of the Shura mark, he linked the hundreds of corpses around him. The detonated power was combined with his own sickle attack, superimposed with the 5-fold critical strike effect of the title, and killed the Overlord with one blow. In order to ensure that he would not be exposed, after Muchen succeeded, he also released a vision of the title of Hades, creating a very high-end old-world atmosphere and perspective, and attributed the merit of his perfect clearance to the effect of the title's blessing. Everything is so perfect. It is all under Muchen's control. After walking out of the teleportation array, just as imagined, a large number of elite students and fans flocked to Muchen. My God, please sign an autograph for me. I am your fan. Big boss, do you have a girlfriend? Do you think I can do it? Congratulations to the great god Ming Wang for becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination in the entire region with a perfect score. He has made history. In a matter of minutes, Muchen was overwhelmed by the waves of admirers. At the same time, at the Nanjiang governor's mansion, the governor stood up and made the arrangements with an excited look on his face. Quick, Hengyu, take some people to Muchen's house to express your condolences. Tell them immediately that he won the top spot in the college entrance examination. Also, see if there is anything you can do to help. You know what to do. Hengyu also nodded slightly with a smile on his face. Don't worry, Governor. This is easy to handle. In the yard. My second uncle didn't do any work all morning. He just sat on the armchair in the yard and played with the dog. Yes, it is Mukin's first guardian spirit, Ahwang. The dog is now kept as a pet by their uncle and nephew. Because Mukin accidentally discovered that Ahwang was not only able to find treasures, he also seemed to have some talent for sensing danger. Once before, when Mukin was playing with his mobile phone in the house, his second uncle's stove almost exploded. It was Ahwang who gave the warning by barking loudly in advance, which caught Mukin's attention. He then used his chanting skills in time to offset the impact of the stove. After that, Mukin left Ahwang with his uncle so that his uncle would have a companion when he was not at home. Xiaohuang, do you think your brother can get good grades? If you can, just cheer. If you don't do well in the test, you can jump into that furnace, how about that? Ahwang took a look at the iron furnace that was burning at hundreds of degrees, and grinned at his second uncle and gave him a set of output. Woof woof woof. This name doesn't seem to be predicting Mukin's performance at all, it's purely a complaint. Whoosh. Several streaks of light were approaching rapidly. Ahwang suddenly raised his tail and jumped in front of his second uncle, looking alert and vigilant. However, the next moment, it was directly picked up by an old man through the air and held in his arms, and was forced to rub its head. Hengyu. He walked into the yard with a group of bigwigs from the governor's office. Excuse me, is this classmate Mukin's home? As an experienced blacksmith, my second uncle has seen some of the world. 7-segment awakener badge. Black leather armor for high-ranking officials in the governor's office. The second uncle stood up from his seat, with a hint of trepidation, and walked forward respectfully. I wonder what the officers have to say to our Xiaochen. Hengyu smiled faintly. Don't be nervous. We are from the governor's office and we are here to tell you the good news. Student Muqin, in the college entrance examination that just ended, he scored full marks in the first 4 rounds and became the top scorer of this year's exam. This is the best result ever achieved in the history of the Donglong Empire's college entrance examination. We are here on behalf of the governor's office to inform you of the good news. Second uncle didn't react for a moment, and just stared at Hengyu in a daze. Number 1? Full marks? Who? Xiaochen? My second uncle's CPU exploded. Something is wrong. Aren't these people scammers? Xiaochen's grades are indeed good, but it cannot be said that he has worked very hard. How did he suddenly become the top scholar? Sirs, are you guys mistaken? Or is there a possibility of having the same name? My nephew's grades are indeed pretty good, but they shouldn't be this exaggerated. Hengyu didn't waste any words and directly took out his tablet computer, using the governor's mansion's dedicated line to lock onto a close-up shot of Mukin in the Golden Hall. Hundreds of fans from various schools surrounded him in the center, vying for autographs and photos. And behind him, on the real-time college entrance examination rankings, Muqin from Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School was at the top of the list. Xiaochen, it's really him, my nephew. He really became the top scorer. Ha 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 ha. You stay at home and bask in the sun every day, and you can actually get the top spot in the imperial examination. These young people nowadays are so useless. Sir, isn't this college entrance exam you guys made too easy? I'll stop being a blacksmith and take part in your college entrance examination. Maybe I can get 2nd or 3rd place. Ha 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 ha. Hengyu. Senior executives. Sunbathing every day, got full marks in the imperial examination. So this is the family environment that can produce a perfect top scorer? House of Versailles. Damn it, what should I do? I really want to beat this old man up. Hengyu's mouth twitched wildly. I am at least a 7th level Grand Master. For so many years, no one has ever been so presumptuous in front of me. Invisibly, a fierce momentum surged up instinctively. It was just noticed by Ahwang, who had a keen sense of perception in his arms. Ahwang, who was trembling in his arms. I peed. Chapter 55. The children have a hard life, and we must compensate them greatly. On this day, the Donglong Empire not only gave birth to the strongest top scholar in history. Nanjiang, a third-level small city, also has a new top-grade builder. Even Mukin's dog, the guardian spirit Xiaohuang, was appointed as the governor's mansion's special guest dog, enjoying the governor's mansion's special dog food. In addition, Hengyu directly ordered a large-scale expansion of Mukin's family's small courtyard bungalow and built a luxury villa on the original site as a reward from the Nanjiang governor's office to Mukin. My second uncle accepted all of these. Well, everyone, I have orders this afternoon, so I won't keep you for dinner. Come and visit us when you are free. Before Hengyu and his group could even get comfortable in their seats, their second uncle started to chase them away as soon as he mentioned the reward. When this group of big guys left Mukin's house in disgrace, Hengyu almost vomited a mouthful of blood. This is outrageous. I never thought that Mukin could grow to where he is today in this environment. If this isn't genius, what is? That kid is really wrong. When you get back, you must make it up to Mukin. It seems that he has suffered a lot in these years of living under someone else's roof. Hengyu's eyes were filled with heartache, and he was almost moved to tears by his own sincerity. The high-ranking officials of the governor's office behind him also echoed and expressed their approval. Yes, he was born in a humble family and had a difficult life, but he was able to go against the tide and become the pride of an era. This Mukin is not simple. I suggest that we go back and report the situation at Mukin's home to the Governor-General truthfully. It seems that in addition to the family, we should also compensate Mukin himself. Hengyu nodded with a serious look on his face. That's right. The kid has a hard life, but he never complains. This is also an opportunity for our governor's office. As long as we give Mukin more rewards, he will definitely feel our kindness. This is a rare good relationship. So, Hengyu and his crew set out on their journey home with a strong sense of mission. The big guys never dreamed that the second uncle only used a little trick to help his good nephew make a lot of money. This is the examination room. In the Golden Hall, Zhang Hongfei brought the 3 examiners and ran and pushed through the students to come in front of Mukin. There were flowers and banners, and they expressed their congratulations with great joy. Mr. Mukin! Congratulations! A top scholar with full marks in 4 rounds, this is unprecedented. You are now a famous person in our province. You are the top candidate among all the candidates in the entire Eastern Alliance of Awakeners. Mukin waved his hand calmly, rejecting these overly exaggerated praises, and asked, Senior, when does the 5th round start? Don't let me delay everyone's assessment. Hurry up and finish the test so I can go home and have some tea. Zhang Hongfei and the other 2. The students around. Listen, is this human language? We had just barely survived the first 4 rounds and were now exhausted. The top student is actually planning the 5th round. This really doesn't give ordinary people a way to survive. Mukin overlooked one point, that not all other students were at the same level as him. Even the level 180 Old Earth boss can be ignored. For the vast majority of candidates, just getting through the first 4 levels is almost life-threatening. Zhang Hongfei's face twitched, and he quickly explained. That's right. Because your test results were so excellent this time, the higher-ups in the Awakener Alliance were alarmed. The inspector has decided to apply for you to be jointly supervised by the 9 chief masters, but I haven't received any response yet. But in any case, the 5th level test is not open to all candidates. For a top-ranked person like you, you will be sent to the Imperial Capital to take the test together with the top talents from the other 3 regional Awakener Alliances. Once you are there, a special person in charge will receive you and start the testing mission with new rules. Mukin nodded calmly. New. After saying that, he ignored everyone and walked straight out of the hall. Wait a moment! Zhang Hongfei's fat face turned red. It was the first time that he was treated so lightly by a young man. But there was no way, he really couldn't afford to offend this living ancestor in front of him. Anything else? Mukin turned around and inadvertently glanced at the 3 dusty examiners behind him, and smiled. Senior examiners, there is no need to be so nervous. I am not a vindictive person. You haven't done anything wrong, but you're acting like I dug up your ancestors' graves. When Qinyan and the other 2 heard this, they felt relieved and hurried forward to apologize with a smile. It's like this, classmate Mukin. You won the regional champion, and you took the exam in the capital of Donghai province. Donghai will give you some rewards. Oh? Tell me about it. Mu Chin finally became interested. This is what he wants to hear most. The fat man Zhang Hongfei immediately stepped forward and introduced himself. First of all, there is a full 3,000 skill point reward. Mukin's face suddenly fell. That's it. The hundreds of elite candidates around were stunned when they heard this. That's it. What kind of attitude is this, please? 3,000 skill points. It's good to have been earning money for a few months in a row, but you still don't seem to care about it. Can you change to something else? Zhang Hongfei's fat face twitched wildly, and he said in embarrassment. Well, I'm afraid that won't work. Because the higher-ups didn't expect you to refuse this reward. Mukin scratched his head. I didn't say no, what I meant is, I'm not short of skill points, can I exchange it for something else? If it doesn't work, just exchange it for gold coins. Everyone. Is this the logic behind the perfect top scorer, the strongest top scorer in the college entrance examination in history? This imagination is indeed not that of an ordinary person. Mukin said again. Forget it, I won't embarrass you. If it really doesn't work, I can find a black market to sell it. It's the same to exchange it for gold. Zhang Hongfei. Little did they know that the conversation between the two sides was also being watched by the bigwigs at the Eastern Conference headquarters. Jiang Yu sighed. I heard that this kid comes from a poor family? No wonder he is so obsessed with money. He doesn't seem to know that the value of 3,000 skill points is far more than the gold coins on the market can compare to. One of his followers echoed. Mr. Jiang is right. For a talented person like this with no background, I think the government should strongly support him and give him more resources as a reward. If he really rises to become a master in the future, he will remember this kindness. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. That makes sense. Your governor's office is so stingy that people don't even look at the skill points you give them. Quick, connect me to the examination room. I want to talk to little friend Mukin in person. Everyone gasped. Is Mr. Jiang planning to be Santa Claus? Hiss. Inside the assessment hall, the large screen that originally displayed the grade rankings suddenly showed the image of the Eastern Conference headquarters. Jian Yu and Tai Jin Gang, two great masters of the 7th stage and level 100, appeared on the screen at the same time. Grandpa! Ling Yao waved her hands excitedly, and suddenly greeted the Sword King on the screen. The embarrassing thing was that the old Sword King didn't even bother paying attention to his precious baby, and stared straight at Mukin. I am Jiang Yu, the Chief Inspector of the Eastern Alliance of Awakeners. Mr. Mu Qin, congratulations on winning the honor of the regional champion. The Sword King's voice was filled with an awe-inspiring sense of majesty, which instantly calmed the noisy atmosphere in the hall. Mukin clasped his hands together and said respectfully, Greetings, Senior Jiang. I wonder if you have any advice for me? Jiang Yu smiled slightly and went straight to the point. Tell me what reward you want. What the hell? One of the 9 chief masters of the Eastern Conference. Jiang Yu, the long-famous Eastern Sword King, actually took the initiative to connect with Mukin just to reward him? This deck of cards couldn't be more full. The students in the audience were completely stunned. Each of them showed indescribable shock and envy. It's so impressive. You know, there are regional top scorers in the college entrance examination every year. But there has never been a top-ranked person who could be personally received by the chief boss of the Awakening Alliance. Not to mention, Mukin is just a combat-assisting priest. Ling Yao couldn't help feeling jealous and stood aside, staring at the big screen and pouting. But when she thought that her grandfather had given this card to the great emperor of the underworld, Ling Yao quickly felt balanced. Just when everyone thought that Mukin was completely frightened by this situation and didn't dare to open his mouth to propose any conditions. In that case, I would like a copy of the Ultimate Source Fire Scroll. Why? No, I told you, you really need a brother. Shouldn't he be modest, take a step back, and then try to cling to the Jiang family and become a son-in-law of the grandson? The students around who were just watching the show started to think from Mukin's perspective every minute. But our top scholar with perfect scores is a very honest boy. If you dare to give, I dare to take. Haha, you are quite interesting, doll. Okay, I promise. In 10 minutes, someone will deliver the top-grade source fire scroll to you. Mukun was neither humble nor arrogant, and clasped his fists again to greet him. Thank you, Senior. I will take note of your request for support. Afterwards, Mukun looked at Iron King Kong, who had a big black face next to him, and pretended to be puzzled. May I ask, who is this Senior? What the hell is this kid? Reverse Tian Gang? He actually took the initiative to send the army led by the second in command of Black Armor. No, what do you mean by mentioning me at this time? If I don't want to give it to you, just open your mouth and ask for it, right? Tai Jin Gang almost vomited blood. The big guys from other regions who saw this scene all burst into laughter. That's interesting. This Mukun seems to be different from those nerds from before. Can't he see that this Iron King Kong doesn't look very happy? Humph, if you asked me, this kid is deliberately trying to defeat Tai Lao. The more you look down on me, the more I will fleece you. Sure enough, seeing Tai Jin Gang stunned with a confused look on his face, Jian Yu next to him immediately began to add fuel to the fire. This is the Vice President of the Black Armor Guild, Senior Tai Jin Gang of the 100-level War Sect. Mukun pretended to have an expression of admiration for a long time and said quickly, Hello, Mr. Tai. To be honest, Senior, I have seen the Black Armor Guild in the Scorched Earth Soul Ruins. They are indeed very powerful. Tai Jin Gang stared at Mukun with a half-smile. Oh? Then I really want to hear how powerful the black armor you mentioned is. Well said, I will also reward you. But if you just say it casually. Mukun didn't even give the old man a chance to continue talking. He waved his hand and showed his invitation letter to the senior union. No need to say more. This is the best proof. The next moment, Mukun engraved Heijia's name on the invitation letter in front of everyone. Black Armor Guild, I am a trainee priest, Mukun, meeting the vice president. In just a moment, the whole audience was in an uproar. Wow! It's actually an invitation to a high-level guild. This guy is so rich that he actually has such a rare item? My generation's role model. I hold her thighs tightly. Fuck you. In less than 2 minutes, I got the source fire scroll and entered the top guild. This is the legendary free food. Haha. These two bosses have met a tough guy. This Mukun's moves have left the Grandmaster completely stunned. No one could have imagined that Mukun would have such a way to easily resolve the threat from Iron King Kong. Now, even if Iron King Kong has 10,000 XXXs, he has to swallow them down. You can't just slap your union members in the face in public. Jian Yu stood aside, resisting the urge to burst out laughing, and happily admired Iron King Kong's sour face. Oh hee, old man, you've been severely controlled by this brat this time, right? You have to lose more than you gain. How dare you show off to me? Jian Yu was eager to watch the fun and took the opportunity to make another move. I say, Mr. Tai, as the vice president, you have accepted such a proud member today, don't you want to express your appreciation? Iron King Kong was placed on the fire and had no choice but to look at his followers while suppressing his grievances. Go get a set of purple-grade black armor and send it to this kid along with Elder Zhang's scroll. Also, Zhang Hongfei, remember to send the elite students from your team who have qualified for the 5th round of testing to the Imperial capital later. If there is any mistake, both the old and new accounts will be settled together. After saying that, Iron Man turned and left, never wanting to stay on the screen for even 1 more minute. Jian Yu felt relieved now, and smiled as he looked at Mukun on the other side of the screen, and gave him instructions. My friend, the difficulty of the 5th round of testing is far beyond the previous 4 rounds. I don't even know the exact rules. Ling Yao is the apple of my eye. I spoiled her, and she doesn't know the rules. Please take good care of her when we get to the capital. Mukun clasped his fists again. Junior understands. The image on the big screen disappeared. Along with it, the pressure brought by the Grandmaster also dissipated. The hall was noisy again, but there was more envy and praise from Mukun. Oh my God! Boss Mukun, you are so awesome! Both of the 2 great masters are so fond of you. Yes, Hey, Black Armor, that's the leading guild that many awakeners dream of, and you actually entered it just like that. Chapter 56, Fire Skills, Max It Out. Mukin took it in stride. In this college entrance examination, he truly felt what it meant to be the center of attention. Once you rise and shine, there will never be a shortage of people around you who can add icing on the cake. 10 minutes later, Zhang Hongfei and several other examiners, along with a dozen fifth-round selected candidates including Mukin and Ling Yao, entered the VIP lounge inside the examination room, finally completely blocking out the disturbance from those admirers. Until two young awakeners in suits and ties appeared, carrying an exquisite treasure chest in front of Mukin. Student Mukin, I am hereby ordered by Grandmasters Jiang and Tai to deliver these 3 gifts to you. Please inspect them. Muchin looked puzzled and stood up and walked over. 3? Isn't there only 2? When he opened the box, Mukin's eyes suddenly lit up. In addition to the top-grade source fire scroll with a crimson glow, and the black armor set sealed with purple and black light, there was actually a skill book sealed in the middle of the treasure chest. The black-clad attendant smiled. This skill book is a personal gift from Elder Jiang. He said it might be helpful to you. Mukin was somewhat flattered. He reached out to take a look, and his expression changed again. Enlightenment. The ancient priest listened to the guidance of the gods and gained insights into the power of nature. Upgradable. It's actually the 3rd type of core skill book for the priest system. This favor from Mr. Jiang is quite big. Is he really planning to throw this dogskin plaster to me? Mukin turned his head and glanced at the girl in red who was staring at him with a silly smile, and fell into deep thought. I have received the gift. Please convey my gratitude to the 2 seniors. Muchin took the treasure box and responded politely, at the same time ordering him to leave. Now he can't wait to get everyone away, so that he can work hard to improve his combat power and make final preparations for tomorrow's trip to the imperial capital. Although Mukin felt that the first 4 rounds of the college entrance examination were not difficult overall, he was very clear that since the final round of assessment represented the entire Eastern Awakener Alliance, the difficulty of the assessment would inevitably reach the pinnacle. That meant that he would have to compete with the top talents from all the factions of the Donglong Empire, and he could not afford to make any mistakes. The fat man Zhang Hongfei had a first-rate ability to read people's expressions, and he immediately smiled and said respectfully to Mukin, Then I won't bother classmate Mukin. In 3 hours, we will gather in front of the teleportation array outside the square and rush to the imperial capital together. All elites can choose any room to rest. Each room is equipped with a high-end ceiling array, and no one will disturb you. Upon hearing this, Mukin subconsciously twitched his lips, his eyes drifted towards Ling Yao who was still staring at him, and he complained in his heart. Are you sure no one will disturb you? Fatty, would you consider taking this little goblin with you? Of course, Mukin could only say this in his heart. Are you kidding? The apple of Jiang Lao's eye. She must not be offended at this critical moment. After watching Fatty Zhang and several examiners leave, Mukin immediately strode towards an exclusive suite. Sure enough, he was immediately entangled by Ling Yao's dogskin plaster. The girl was not shy and directly put her arm around Mukin's arm, speaking in a friendly manner. Hey! Great Emperor Ming, where are you going? We still have a few hours left. Should we go out for a walk? This should be your first time in Donghai, right? I'm very familiar with this place. Mukin was a little embarrassed, and tried to break free from Ling Yao's arms to no avail, so he smiled gently. Miss Ling Yao, don't you need to rest? The trip to the imperial capital might be a little dangerous, and I still need to rest for a while and consolidate my foundation. How about we meet in 3 hours? When Ling Yao heard this, she pouted and was about to start clinging mode, but Muchin suddenly had an idea and said with a smile. I have a little gadget here. I wonder if you are interested in it. I'll give you one as a gift. After saying that, Mukin instantly chanted, and a paper figure appeared in his palm. Ling Yao indeed blinked her beautiful big eyes, looking full of surprise. Oh my god, what the hell is this? It's so cute. Mukin lowered his voice and said with a smile. Go back to your room and stick this thing on your body. When necessary, you can use your fire power to burn it. It will be unexpectedly fun. After saying that, Mukin rubbed Ling Yao's palm-sized head, and without saying a word, he quickly went into his own exclusive suite. Feeling the surrounding ceiling formation activated instantly, Mukin breathed a sigh of relief. Women really affect the speed of my chanting. Little did they know that in the next room, Ling Yao had been happily playing with a paper figurine for a long time. Finally, out of curiosity, she burned the paper figurine as Mukin said. In an instant, Ling Yao's soul instantly separated from her body, slowly rose into the air, and floated freely around the room. Oh? This thing can actually allow the soul to leave the body. Isn't this too magical? As expected of the Underworld Emperor, he is proficient in such mysterious methods. But how can this thing return to its original form? While playing, Ling Yao realized that something was wrong. Because no matter what she did, there was no way to get her soul back to her body. Mukin didn't tell her that once this thing took effect, only he, the caster, could control it. With this method, Mukin was completely at peace. In the room, Mukin opened the brocade box without hesitation. He didn't care much about the black armor set, and directly put it into his inner space. Then he hurriedly used the skill book that recorded the enlightenment technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering a new skill enlightenment. Seeing the skill panel, Muchin was very satisfied that the core skills system of the priest's profession extended to the third skill tree. This means that he already possesses quite terrifying potential in his main profession as a priest. If conditions permit in the future, the strength of the skills will be improved. Muchin, who has 3 core skill trees, will become unrivaled in the field of priests. One profession, cultivating 3 skill trees at the same time, and all of them have reached the 8th level. It's incredible to think about it. Looking at the entire Donglong Empire, there are only a handful of people who can reach this level. Not to mention that in addition to his priest job, Muchin also has 2 hidden jobs, Angel Shura, plus the general means such as rock defense skills and old land inherited witchcraft. In terms of comprehensive strength, Muchin dares to say that he is second among his peers. Who dares to claim to be first? However, since it is still in the initial stage of growth, Mukin does not want to be too high profile. After all, we are not afraid of thieves stealing, but we are afraid of thieves thinking about it. Mukin still understood the principle that if a tree stands out in the forest, it will be destroyed by the wind. Then he finally focused his attention on the top-grade source fire scroll, carefully took it out of the treasure chest, and at the same time took out the skill book of fire spirit summoning. Taking a deep breath, Mukin stared at the 2 things, his expectations reaching their maximum. This scroll is precious even in the eyes of a master like Elder Jiang. It takes such a high price to unlock the right to use it. I wonder what kind of changes this skill can bring. Under the guidance of mental power, the seal of the top-grade source fire scroll suddenly broke. Then the original light of the flame turned into the purest origin, radiating to the surface of the skill book on the right. In an instant, an incomparably dazzling crystal of source fire condensed in the middle of this exclusive skill book for summoning fire spirits. It seems that the rarity of the entire skill book has also increased by a level. Mukin stared at the whole process, and suddenly had a premonition. This skill that belongs to you alone will bring unprecedented improvement effects. What will the World Boss unique exclusive skill book look like? Driven by this extremely strong desire, Mukin used it without hesitation. This time, there really was no obstacle to learning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the exclusive skill Fire Spirit Summoning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a special achievement God's Resurrection. Get an advanced achievement package 1. God! When these 2 words appeared in his mind, Mukin was completely shocked. Gods, they were the supreme ruling class in the Old Land era. The shock this word brought to Muchin was no less than the first appearance of the Old Earth civilization. Indistinctly, Mukin was almost certain that once the exclusive skill of Fire Spirit Summoning evolved to a higher level, it might bring him unprecedented surprises. However, when Mukin glanced at the balance of his skill points, he was suddenly speechless. Damn, I almost forgot. I just upgraded my 8th level skills before taking the college entrance examination. The restricted purchase store hasn't been refreshed yet. It seems I can only try again. The thought flashed through his mind, and Mukin opened all the remaining achievement gift packs without hesitation. Open achievement gift packs 2. Open special achievement gift pack 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have received a binding skill point reward of 2 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have received a skill point reward of 500,000. Obtain 1 high-level Guardian Spirit Evolution Crystal 1. Done! As the old saying goes, only those who work hard can succeed. Looking at his current skill point balance, Mukin really had a deep understanding. The achievement system is really reliable. Finally, everything is ready. Mukin no longer hesitated and directly locked onto the Fire Spirit summoning skill bar. Pull it full and let's go. Ding! Consuming 10,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host. Fire Spirit summoning has been upgraded to the 2nd level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the evolution of Fire Spirit summoning Scorched Earth Realm. Ding! Consuming 20,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the Scorched Earth domain to the 3rd level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the evolution of the Scorched Earth Realm form transformation Faith. Ding! Consuming 500,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host. The Meteorite Star has been upgraded to the 7th level. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Meteorite has evolved Glorious Resurrection God of Fire. The skill points are cleared again. Mukin stared at the row of skill trees on the screen that were flashing with flaming light, and his breathing became more intense. He felt as if his whole body was burning from the inside out. The strange thing is that the heat does not bring pain, but a transformation like nirvana and rebirth. I feel an unprecedented level of satisfaction. What's going on? It seems that even the blood and soul in my body have been sublimated because of the improvement of my skills. Is this the unique feeling of pleasure that comes from the continuous improvement of exclusive skills? Mukin was really shocked. Because this feeling was something he had never experienced every time he significantly improved his skill level. It was as if his own life form had been refined to its essence. It is a kind of perception that is free from order and rules and is reviving. With such doubts and expectations, Mukin began to carefully observe every skill in the complete skill tree of Fire Spirit summoning. The more you watch, the more shocked you are. This is an exclusive skill tree centered around the inherited power of a certain god who controlled fire in the old Earth era. Each skill has its own irreplaceable powerful effect. It can help Mukin deal with any battlefield environment and greatly improve his combat capabilities. As a priest, a combat auxiliary, even if he possesses 2 hidden professions, Angel and Shura, Mukin will still be restricted during the battle due to his lack of combat power. But now with this complete set of fire-related exclusive skills, Mukin asked himself that as an awakened person, he no longer had any shortcomings. Fire Spirit summoning, it really inherited the summoning talent of the Vengeance Flame Spirit. With this basic skill, I don't have to worry about fighting alone in the future. Mukin started to browse in depth, gradually mastering the use of each skill, and suddenly his eyes stopped on the 5th level evolution skill Summoning Dragonborn. Summon, Dragon Wing. In the name of the God of Fire, summon the giant dragon of fire from the old Earth era to descend on the battlefield. Fire Dragon has 30% of the panel attributes of the God of Fire, has its own group burning effect, and can also obtain 20% of the life and growth attributes shared by the God of Fire. Professional Limited, Exclusive. Duration Unlimited. Release Conditions Fire Attribute Environment. Cooling Time None. Skill Type Active Skill. The giant fire dragon from the old Earth era. Just hearing this origin is enough to make it look so powerful. Mukin was really excited and wanted to use the skill immediately to see what the real dragon race that roamed the continent in the old Earth era looked like. Of course, he still forced himself to suppress this impulse. It has a built-in fire attribute burning effect, so if you have it, it will automatically bring about group ignition, which is definitely a powerful weapon for clearing monsters. If it can be used together with my Black Thunder Frog, it will be a nightmare for the miscellaneous soldiers with thunder and fire from the sky and earth. Then Mukin finally set his sights on the 8th level skill, Glory Revival, Vulcan. Just by looking at the name, Mukin knew very well that this skill was the absolute core of the entire set of fire attribute skill books. Because the execution of this skill, the 3rd and 4th stage evolutionary skills, all require the descent of the God of Fire as a prerequisite. Afterwards, Mukin started previewing the next stage of skill evolution. Glory Resurrection, Vulcan. Preview of the next stage of evolution. Taboo, Old Earth's true body. Skill points required to upgrade, 20 million. Mukin took a deep breath and shook his head with emotion. It actually consumes twice as many skill points as the next stage of Nirvana, the Divine Art Reincarnation. This is the price of upgrading exclusive skills. It's really expensive. But it's easy to guess that once it rises to the forbidden level, it will be a terrifying force that shakes the entire empire. After a while of Mukin decisively returned to reality, and began to focus on the Old Land Order sublimation function. Chapter 57. The Old Land is sublimated and the dragon comes. Sublimation effect, Glory. The god of fire is coming. Materials required for sublimation, 5 million gold coins, 500,000 skill points. Mukin's pupils shrank. He immediately checked the 8th level divine skills after the Old Earth Order was sublimated. Glory, the coming of the god of fire, the god of fire, the god of the Old Earth, breaks the shackles of the time and space era and is reborn. Join hands with the host to fight together in the present century. Skill type, exclusive. Unique. Release conditions, the flame field is open. The fire element is the mainstream element in the space. Note, once this skill is used, it is unique and irreversible. Passive skill 1, Flame Supreme. With the will of the god of fire, I control all the fire elements in the world. Wherever there is fire, I am the king. Passive skill 2, Old Earth Barrier. The god of fire has his own Old Earth space, which is not open to outsiders. It can accommodate all fire-attributed creatures that submit to the god of fire. Passive skill 3, God's Contract. Once the god of fire is summoned by the host and descends into the present century, it will automatically complete the soul binding with the host. If the host dies permanently, the magical contract will automatically become invalid. Passive skill 4, Fire Spirit Devour. The god of fire can burn fallen battlefield creatures, devour their life essence to strengthen itself, and gain permanent growth in attributes and levels. Note, during the growth stage, the fire god has a chance to awaken the exclusive skills of the Old Earth era on his own, and has a very small chance to re-understand the order and rules of the Old Earth. Passive skill 5, Fire and Spring. The god of fire devours all the power of the element of fire, and restores the life and energy consumed in proportion. Active skill, Vulcan Agent. Merge with the host to achieve the ultimate transformation of life form. The host will share part of the power of the god of fire according to its own strength, so that both parties can form a perfect fusion of life forms. Mukin was completely stunned by the shock. After seeing the complete attribute interpretation of this skill, I was completely stunned. I took a deep breath silently. Interesting. Is this really summoning a god from the Old Earth era to come to me? Do you have to be so unbelievable? No wonder you need to use the best source fire scroll to refine it before you can learn it. Perhaps this skill book of mine is fundamentally different from the skill books that other people get when they defeat world bosses. This is truly the only one. The skill books dropped by other people can only inherit a part of the abilities of the Vengeance Flame Soul. And the skills I have refined with this source of fire have enabled me to awaken the qualifications to become the host of the god of fire. It seems that I have become the new spokesperson chosen by the god of fire of the Old Earth era. Thinking of this, Mukin finally realized how valuable this skill book was. I even feel a little scared. Fortunately, I didn't sell it at that time because of his special learning conditions, otherwise I wouldn't be able to cry in the right tone, right? This should be the mission given to me by God, to restore the glory of the fire god of the Old Earth era to the world. Mukin suddenly accepted this extremely heavy sense of mission. He also knew that the acquisition of this lineage of skills was extremely precious. Looking at the entire world, those who can be recognized by the gods of the old land and become awakened hosts are probably really rare. This is actually a bit similar to the setting of Jinchuriki, except that in the present world, Muchin occupies an absolute dominant position. This identity alone cannot be exchanged for money or any other material. This is a mission, but also an incomparable honor. Ding! Congratulations to the host. 10 million gold coins have been received. Huh! Where did you get 10 million? Just when Myukin was feeling confused, his second uncle called him directly via video. Myukin answered the call immediately, and saw his second uncle on the other side of the phone smiling brightly, stroking the dog's head in his arms. My dear nephew, did you receive the money? That is the exclusive benefit that your uncle fought for you from the governor's office. They just sent a 7th-level master to my house to express their condolences, and I cried bitterly for you. I guess the group was moved and said they would compensate you generously. Mu-chan finally understood everything and nodded meaningfully to his second uncle. You are worthy of being my good second uncle. You have helped me a lot this time. Don't worry, I will build you a big villa when I get back so that you can live in your old age. From now on, our family will never accept any blacksmith work again. Myukin also learned the face of a capitalist, and started to make empty promises. Second uncle just chuckled twice and responded. No need. The people from the governor's office have already built a big villa for our family. As for ironwork, I, your second uncle, am now the top foundry master with the highest authority in Nanjiang. From now on, we will no longer accept odd jobs, but only take on the tasks of forging top-quality ironwork. Oh, by the way, I have to tell you that Xiaohuan has become the honored dog of the governor's mansion and has also eaten a portion of the emperor's food. You don't have to worry about your family anymore. No need to worry about anything, just fly as much as you can. Uncle, I look forward to you becoming the most powerful awakener in the East Dragon Empire and even the entire world. No more talking. Just study hard for the exam. I'll make you something delicious when you come back. After saying that, the person on the other end hung up the phone. Myukin was left alone, staring at his phone in confusion. What's going on? I just came out to take a test, and my family is so prosperous? I didn't realize that my second uncle had such ability. I guess he has fooled those people in the governor's mansion. Myukin smiled bitterly repeatedly. He had thought that since he had won the top spot in the imperial examination, the governor's office should have expressed his gratitude, but he really didn't expect that they would be so generous. 10 million gold coins! Just giving it away as soon as you say it, isn't that too generous? However, Mu-chan would certainly accept this favor. The most important thing now was to improve his strength. Then he finally stopped hesitating and decisively used up the last of his remaining skill points. No matter what, I must use this 8th-level divine skill, the God of Fire, to descend and complete the sublimation of the old land order. Ding! Consumed 5 million gold coins, 500,000 skill points. Glory resurrected God of Fire, the old earth order is sublimating. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have learned a new skill. Glory, the God of Fire is coming. Damn! Millions of gold coins and over 2 million skill points were all used up in just a few clicks of my fingers. No matter how rich a person is, he can't afford to spend money this way. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to make a lot of money from them by using my status as a member of the Black Armor Union. After completing all this, Myukin stood up, and after confirming that the ceiling formation of this room was solid enough, he finally took a deep breath. Since this room has an isolation effect, why not use a low-level skill to summon a few fire spirits and give it a try? Afterwards, Myukin instantly chanted the first-level skill of fire spirit summoning, which was also the basis of this set of fire attribute skill tree. In the blink of an eye, 10 fire creatures of various sizes and shapes appeared around him. Mu-chan looked around and found that they could be roughly divided into 3 categories. Rock Fire Spirit, Fiery Fire Spirit, and Conquering Fire Spirit. Myukin activated the skill in the name of Light, Insight, and locked onto the panels of each of these major types of fire spirit creatures. Rock Fire Spirit. HP 3000/3000. Energy 100/100. 5-dimensional attributes. Force 200. Body 200. Resistance 100. Min 50. Mental power 30. Skill Roar. Fiery Fire Spirit. HP 1500/1500. Energy 500/500. 5-dimensional attributes. Force 50. Body 80. Resistance 80. Min 150. Mental strength 200. Skill exploding fireball. Conquer the fire spirit. HP 6000. Energy 6000. 5-dimensional data. Force 500. Physical fitness 600. Resistance 200. Min 150. Mental strength 500. Skills: Wildfire Forbidden Zone, Fire Spirit Barrier, Blazing Flame Heart. So that's how it is. These categories should correspond to the 3 types of fire spirits: melee, ranged, and so-called elite monsters. It randomly summons people according to the proportion for my use. It is indeed a top-level summoning skill. It is really good. However, soon, Mukin discovered that because there was not enough fire element in this room, these fire spirits melted quickly after they appeared. The originally clear face instantly became turbid, and finally shrank into a ball of fire until it completely disappeared. In other words, unless there is sufficient supply of fire, these summoned fire creatures will dissipate on their own, because fire itself represents an extreme explosion and consumption of energy. The burning heat is the embodiment of their vitality going towards extinction. And if all this had the blessing of the god of fire, it would probably be different. Mukin then turned his attention to the Dragonborn skill, which was also a powerful summoning skill. He was really itching to try it out, and couldn't wait to feel the charm of this powerful skill. I really want to see the pride of the ancient dragon bloodline. But it definitely won't work here. Anyway, there's still time. Let's go to the leveling area in the East China Sea first and find a secluded place to try out the effect. After Mukin had this thought, he left the room quickly without hesitation. When passing by the next door, he completely ignored Ling Yao, whose soul was still wandering inside. Hey! Is there anyone? Lord Hades, come and save me! Soon, with the help of the Angel Totem and Guang Tongchen's talent, Mu Chen arrived outside the teleportation channel in the public area without anyone noticing, and stepped into the novice plane leveling area near the East China Sea. Afterwards, he quickly awakened the Angel of Light Totem and chanted, "In the name of light, soar!" The angel's wings appeared again. It transformed into a stream of golden light at full speed, and instantly disappeared above the map with Mukin. Interesting. Just now it seemed like a golden light flew over my head. Did you see what it was? No. Of course there's light everywhere in broad daylight. Are you dazzled? Many novice awakeners whose levels were still below level 10 looked at each other in bewilderment. In order to achieve maximum concealment, Mukin did not release this powerful skill in the novice map, but flew for nearly 20 minutes and entered a 6th level map on the west side of the East China Sea. The levels of the red-named monsters here are all above level 60, and because it is now the college entrance examination period, many awakeners have stopped leveling up and plan to take advantage of the time to do some business and kill some survivors. Because this time of year is basically the busiest time for auction houses. High-level awakeners who have stored up good materials for a year will make arrangements to use them during this period, and the pace of leveling will slow down. Because of this, there are not many awakened people in this 6th level map. Mukin found an extremely hidden place deep in the valley. With the protection of the angel's light, he was not worried about anyone recognizing his identity. Finally, after making sure that this place was well hidden, he started chanting without hesitation. Exclusive skill tree for fire, 2nd level evolutionary skill Flame Field. Flame Field, use powerful mental power to guide the element of fire to descend. The extreme range of spiritual power is covered with the power of the fire element. Wherever there is fire, it is the main field. Professional Limited, host exclusive. Duration, 1200s. Release conditions, 10% mental strength, 200 energy. Cooling time, 600s. Effective range, maximum mental power range. In an instant, an extremely powerful and blazing flame quickly burned around Mukin's body. Boundless flames ignited the battlefield. With this as the foundation, Mukin chanted the 5th order evolutionary skill exclusive to the fire system, summoning Dragonborn. Boom! With a loud bang, a giant fire dragon that could destroy the world descended from nowhere and circled above Mu Chen's head. This giant fire dragon is tens of meters long. It looks like a huge beast, with red scales on its body. However, What Mukin didn't know was that this was only the larval form of the giant dragon. As soon as the flame-enclosed shape appeared, hundreds of level 60 red-named monsters around were instantly crushed into nothingness by this extremely powerful aura. Damn, this experience is just like drinking water. Although I have reached the bottleneck of the second level now, no matter how much experience I get, it is useless to me, but this momentum is really inspiring. Mukin looked at the high-level monsters that were directly evaporated and expressed a trace of sympathy. So this is the Dragon Clan from the Old Earth era? It's so terrifying. I wonder if Long Wisher will be shocked when he sees this behemoth. Then Mukin had an idea and used the angel wings to fly onto the back of the fire dragon. The moment he stepped onto its back, Mukin suddenly had an extraordinary feeling of dominating the world. That's the feeling. It was as if I had returned to the old mythological era, and I seemed to have become a powerful lord who controlled the life and death of millions of people, fighting against those terrible and powerful ancient evil spirits. Mukin even felt an extremely strong old-fashioned smell from the giant flaming dragon that did not belong to this era. Behind this, it seems to be stained with the blood of the creatures of the old land, giving people a chilling feeling. Mukin had reason to believe that if he had not been the one who summoned it, the giant fire dragon would have swallowed him alive in one bite. Big guy, you're so strong, can you speak? Mukin asked tentatively. The next moment, the giant fire dragon slowly opened its mouth and communicated with Mukin in a special language that he could understand but did not belong to this era. Great Awakener, the fire dragon Red Flame. I am willing to serve you. Chapter 58 God is reincarnated, Yenji returns. Chien is the name of the dragon. Mukin liked this feeling so much. At this moment, he felt unprecedentedly excited. Compared with the summoned spirits of this era, the shock and majesty possessed by the fire dragon are simply incomparable to those products of the present era. Are you really from the Old Earth era? The fire dragon fell silent, then slowly spoke. Great Awakener, perhaps only my master, the fire spirit, can give you the answer to this question. Mu Qin did not continue to ask, but raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The insight skill in the name of light was used again, and the powerful panel data belonging to this fire dragon was seen. Old Earth Dragonborn Red Flame. Level 100. Rarity, Old Earth level. HP 800,000/800,000. Energy 300,000/300,000. 5-dimensional attributes. Strength 8,000. Stamina 15,000. Stamina 10,000. Agility 500. Mental strength 8,000. Skills: Roaring Flames, Fire Dragon Attack. Aurora Flames, Divine Fire Abdomen, Original Fire Evolution. Baptism of Gods. Judging from the attribute strength reflected in the panel, the strength of this summoned red flame dragon alone is comparable to the strongest boss of the 6th level map. Even some low-level world bosses can fight with it. And this is the strength brought by the core skill without the enhancement of the Descent of Vulcan. If Mukin's series of skills were combined with the maximum strength of the fire field, the battlefield destructive power of this behemoth could be further enhanced. It's so terrifying! This was the first time that Mukin felt the sense of security brought to him by the creatures of the Old Earth era at such a close distance. It feels like a person living in modern times being transported back to the dinosaur era tens of millions of years ago. What you see and hear will make you feel awe from the bottom of your heart. This means that even if the fire dragon encounters a modern creature of a higher level than itself, it will still bring an extremely powerful soul deterrent effect. That's... At this moment, a rotating vortex shining with colorful light suddenly appeared for no reason below the deep valley in the wild where Mukin was. The area within a radius of several thousand meters outside the vortex was completely covered by ice-blue frost power. Mu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Could this be a secret realm transmission channel? I actually accidentally ran into the revival of a secret realm? Feeling the terrifying aura of the giant fire dragon beneath him, Mukin suddenly had an idea. Now that we are here, let's make the best of it. Come on, Chien, follow me over to take a look. The man and the dragon quickly approached the vortex channel of the domain. Mu Chen once again used in the name of light, insight. Ding! It is discovered that the unknown secret space is reviving. Secret Realm Attribute, Ice. Secret Realm Difficulty, Forbidden Ruins Level. I still have such luck? God help me. If you don't take the benefits that are right in front of you, you'll lose money. Ding! Warning! This secret realm is extremely dangerous. It is detected that the host has not formed a team. Do you confirm to enter? Ding! Transmission is starting for you. Little did they know that at the same time, in the East China Sea Governor's mansion, the relevant members responsible for monitoring work were immediately excited. Report to the commander! A forbidden secret realm has been discovered in the ancient vine corridor on the 6th level field map. The chief officer stepped forward quickly, confirmed it again and said excitedly, Very good! Report to the governor immediately and ask for permission to form a team of high-level awakeners to conduct an investigation. Last time, Nanjiang was lucky enough to revive a high-level secret realm. Now we in the East China Sea can show off a bit too. In the blink of an eye, Mukin and the Scarlet Flame Dragon arrived together in this secret land of ice ruins. It looks like a relic battlefield from the old days. There are collapsed and broken ruins everywhere, covered by countless years of snow and ice. Inside the secret space, the temperature was extremely low. Mukin stepped on Qian's back and flew slowly at a height of nearly 100 meters above the ground. It seems to be the only cluster of hot light in the world of ice and snow. Whoosh! A cold wind blew in my face. Mukin immediately put on his levelist divine equipment, the Soul Ruins Fire Spirit Helmet. Instantly, his health on the panel increased to nearly 15,000. Roar! Suddenly, Qian suddenly spewed out a violent flame towards the ice surface below. Boom! The extremely powerful flame of fire exploded, tearing a crack in the surface of the ice. Great Awakener, be careful! The one sleeping under this layer of ice is the master of this secret realm. I'm afraid we won't be able to handle it with our own strength. Please summon my master! When the god of fire descends upon the earth, even the ice that has been frozen for 10,000 years will melt. After being reminded by Qian, Mukin finally stopped suppressing the strong expectation in his heart. He took out the walking stick weapon made for him by his second uncle, and began to chant with an extremely solemn and sacred posture. Exclusive to the fire element, 8th level sublimation skill, Glory, the god of fire descends. The chanting lasted nearly half a minute. Above the dim void of the secret realm, an extremely dazzling red flame totem slowly condensed. It was a huge old earth totem that was hundreds of meters wide, looming above Mukin's head, blocking out most of the view of the sky. Along with the hysterical roar of Qian, boundless waves of fire swept around, making the originally extremely cold space become hot. Welcoming the coming of gods with the most pious attitude. Boom! At this moment, a wound appeared in the sky that was difficult to heal. The light of order, which had been dormant for countless years in the old land era, now enveloped this new era. Mukin looked up at the sky, and he saw a girl surrounded by endless flames falling from the air. With every step taken, all the power in the space began to collapse. In the secret realm that was originally as cold as an ice cave, all the ice began to melt. The icebergs that had been standing around for who knows how long began to melt. The life that flourished in the cold world began to wither. The god of fire descends. The girl came in front of Mukin and stared at her summoner with two bright eyes burning with red flames. The next moment, a golden red fire mark lit up between the eyebrows of Mukin and the girl at the same time. This is a divine contract. Mukin's mind was greatly shaken. He found that he could do nothing but solemnly accept the girl's gift. The god of fire, carrying the eternal fire, has descended upon the awakening era. He will serve the summoner until death. After the girl finished speaking, the fire marks between the brows of both parties burst out with a brilliant light that shone into the void. Mukin suddenly discovered that every inch of his body, every strand of flesh and blood, was enveloped by the red light emitted by the mark and began to transform. I feel it. This is the sublimation of the essence of life. Let me become a perfect vessel, carrying the power of the different orders and rules of the present century and the old Earth era. Only in this way can I perfectly merge with the reincarnated body of the god of fire and borrow her power. I am now so powerful that it's terrifying. Mukun was extremely happy. He even had the urge to roar loudly. After a moment, the marks between the brows of both parties melted away deep in their minds, meaning that the contract with the gods was officially concluded. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your identity as the Vulcan agent has been permanently activated. The two looked at each other. The reincarnated body of the god of fire looks like a lowly, about 150 centimeters tall. Her life form is like an extremely solid and perfect fire spirit that is infinitely close to a physical entity. His eyes burned with brilliant flames, and his body was covered in a cloak of light condensed from the energy of fire. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a perfect creature from the second dimension. But it is mixed with an indescribable sense of majesty that makes all living beings submit to it. Only Mukun did not have this perception, because he had merged the contract and became the only master of the god of fire. This means that in this world, only Mukun himself can command the girl in front of him. Since you have accepted me as your lord, from today on, you will follow me. To the outside world, you should stop calling yourself the god of fire. This title is considered taboo in your so-called awakening era. Yen-ji, that's your name. A rare hint of weakness flashed across the girl's fiery, ethereal, and indifferent eyes, and she spoke in a concentrated voice. Yes, master! Mukun activated the insight in the name of light and checked Yen-ji's panel data. The god of fire, reincarnation Yen-ji. Current level 60. Current status, no weapons. HP, 50,000/50,000. Energy, 20,000/20,000. 5-dimensional data. Force, 1,000. Body, 2,000. Resistance, 800. Min, 1,200. Mental strength, 2,500. Skills, passive skills, Flame Supreme. Old Earth Barrier. Fire Spirit Devouring. Fire Spring Rebirth. Elemental Evolution. Active skill, Divine Master Fusion. Too strong! Mukun looked at the panel data with burning eyes, his heart was filled with shock. Data comes second. What's truly amazing is not only Yen-ji's powerful permanent growth potential, but also her passive talent of elemental evolution. With Yen-ji present, the energy intensity of all fire elements has an essentially strengthening effect compared to normal fire power. All energies and methods related to fire will be comprehensively amplified. No wonder she is called the Supreme of Fire! All the flames in the world are essentially born under the order of Yen-ji. This is the achievement her original body had in the Old Land era. Even in this awakening era, even if the once powerful rules of order cannot be used, it is still possible to control all the power of fire. With Yen-ji by my side, I, the agent of the gods, will also be the supreme ruler of all the fire power in the world. Mukun suddenly had a wicked idea. If Ling Yao and other fire-controlling mages started fighting with him, wouldn't they just surrender right there? A bit scary. The title of God's agent, the weight and influence it possessed, was far more valuable than Mukun could imagine at the moment. Boom! The ground ice suddenly collapsed. The master of the secret realm sleeping deep inside slowly emerges. It turned out to be a gigantic old earth ice lion monster. The god of fire from the old earth age, why did you come to my dojo? Mukun's expression was indifferent, like a god looking down at ants, and he said coldly. The era created by the awakened is no longer an era where you can run rampant. Today, in the name of the god of fire, I will destroy this place. East China Sea Governor's Office. A large number of high-level awakeners escorted the governor and other senior officials and quickly rushed to the information collection area and came to the big screen. The staff stood up excitedly. Report to the Governor General, all the officers. The coordinates of the center of this forbidden secret realm have been locked. The governor suppressed his excitement and asked again. Can you confirm that this is a Forbidden Ruins level secret realm? It can be confirmed. All the senior executives were smiling happily, feeling cheerful. Very good. Last time, in order to get the opportunity to participate in the Nanjiang secret realm, we old guys risked our reputation and forced a number of places in under the pretext of student exchange, which really got us criticized for a while. I can finally hold my head high this time. I now have my own high-level secret realm in the East China Sea. The sentiments expressed by the senior officials around him really touched the governor's heart. Quick, connect me to the video call from the Nanjiang governor's office. With such good news, we must share it with our old neighbors as soon as possible. The big guys exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. Obviously, it was their turn to show off to Nanjiang. After a while, the two bosses connected in front of the screen and learned that the East China Sea had left the Forbidden Ruins level secret realm. Sure enough, the faces of the bosses on the Nanjiang side suddenly became a little depressed. Ahem, are you sure it's Forbidden Ruins level? Governor Nanjiang had a questioning expression on his face. Nonsense! Boldly, what do you mean by that? How can I, the governor of the East China Sea, deceive you? The ice attributed Forbidden Ruins secret realm. If you don't believe me, just look at it. After saying that, the governor of Donghai directly asked the staff to switch to a close-up of the coordinates. The ice blue teleportation entrance image was shared with the Nanjiang governor's office. But at this moment, there was a loud bang, and it exploded on the screen without any warning. The originally ice blue portal to the secret realm was instantly engulfed by a large area of scarlet flames. Then, a hideous crack clearly appeared at the entrance. Like the cracks on the ice before it exploded, it spread rapidly like a spider web. Oh no! Governor, there seems to be something wrong with this secret realm. The governor of Donghai's smile froze instantly, and he asked in astonishment. What do you mean? The staff trembled and locked the center of the picture. This secret realm seems to be extremely unstable, and the ice attribute space is rapidly changing. It has been detected that there is an extremely terrifying fire force that is devouring everything. How is that possible? In the East China Sea, all the big guys were stunned on the spot. Are you kidding me? There will be no problem sooner or later. I have already sent this video, and you tell me that the secret realm is going to explode? Boom! All the cracks were completely evaporated in an instant. The destructive level power fluctuations are washing away the vision of those gazing at it through the screen. The portal to the secret realm really exploded. The next moment, in the deepest part of the darkness where endless flames were steaming, a dazzling golden outline rose into the air from the broken teleportation entrance. Behind him was the angel totem that terrified the Nanjiang executives. That is, a miracle coming! Heng Yu and other Nanjiang executives stood up from their seats instantly. Together with the East China Sea, they captured the moment when the angel totem flew into the sky. It's still as blurry as the figure in the scorched earth soul ruins. But you can tell that they are the same person. Chapter 59, Killing the Secret Realm in Seconds. Miracle appears again. It really appeared! That mysterious strong man who was hiding in Nanjiang actually appeared in the high-level field battlefield in the East China Sea. It was him who blew up this forbidden secret realm. For a moment, the high-ranking officials of the Nanjiang governor's office were all in a state of confusion. Not only did they see the joke of the East China Sea, but they also temporarily got rid of the hidden threat from the miracle boss. However, they felt a little more doubtful and awed by the appearance of the miracle. Heng Yu said solemnly, "You can leave Nanjiang quietly under our surveillance." He was able to sneak into the Forbidden Ruins secret realm alone and completely destroy it. What kind of terrifying strength is needed to achieve this? It took no more than 5 minutes from the time this Forbidden Ruins was discovered to the time it was destroyed. This person is so scary! In the East China Sea, the bigwigs were already blushing with anger because of this embarrassing scene. The governor roared, "How ridiculous! Find this guy with the angel totem. I want to see who he is and how dare he do so in our East China Sea territory." At the same time, Mukin rushed back to the examination room as quickly as possible and regained his calm and composed appearance. He waved his palm, revealing 3 icy and captivating maple leaves, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. Little did he know that after he summoned Yen-Ji, he cooperated with the Red Flame Dragon and Yen-Ji herself and actually melted the Ice Lion boss in 1 round. After a brief trial, Mukin finally felt the terrifying power of this fire-specific skill. He is so powerful now. I can't wait to see what kind of strength the so-called genius standing at the top of the Donglong Empire has. It's time to head to the imperial capital. There are only 2 minutes left before the agreed time. Zhang Hongfei and other responsible persons, as well as Mo Ran, Tang Hao and more than a dozen elite students from the East China Sea Examination Center have arrived. The only missing girl is Ling Yao, who hasn't shown up yet. Strange, why hasn't Ling Yao come yet? She won't leave the examination room, right? Zhang Hongfei frowned and muttered. Oops. Mukin's eyes froze, and he suddenly thought of the paper man. He quickly disappeared in front of everyone. After a moment, Ling Yao came back staggering with a dazed look in her eyes. Sorry! Mr. Zhang, everyone is here, can we set off now? Zhang Hongfei and the others looked at Mukin, then at Ling Yao who looked confused, and their expressions became strange. We dare not say, we dare not ask. Set off! The top flying guardian spirit, the six-winged Pegasus, takes off into the sky. Carrying all the elite students from the East China Sea Examination Center, they head straight to the imperial capital. The flying speed of this thing is considered to be the most efficient flying prop that can be accessed by those below the Grandmaster level. Because the imperial capital is the heart of the Donglong Empire and is protected by a forbidden ancient seal, teleportation scrolls can only be used inside, and outsiders cannot reach the city directly through teleportation. After flying for about 2 hours, we finally saw the border of the imperial city-state. The fellow students seemed extremely excited. Mu Chen was in the corner, took out a frost maple leaf and handed it to Ling Yao, and gave her instructions. Take this. If the 5th round of assessment is dangerous, throw it out at the critical moment, and use your mental power to pull it, it will protect you. Ling Yao was flattered, her misty eyes flickering with a misty light, and she carefully reached out to take it. Master Ming Wang, you didn't prepare this thing just for me, did you? Mukin decisively raised his hand to interrupt with an expression that said, No entry allowed. Don't imagine too much. I'm just fulfilling my promise. If you get into trouble in the capital, I won't be able to explain to your grandfather. Ling Yao puffed her lips, suppressed her smile, and muttered softly. TSK. You obviously care about me, but you still make so many excuses. But don't worry, Lord Ming Wang. Although the imperial capital is in deep water, there won't be any big risks. After all, we have followers too. The students who can come to participate in the 5th round of assessment are all the future elites of the empire. They will naturally be protected by the rules and will not get into trouble. Mukin curled his lips and said nothing more. Little did they know that this 5th round could be considered a real test. Imperial capital. The only supreme city in the East Dragon Empire. The word supreme represents the highest level of the human territory in the entire awakening era. Among all the human national forces on the entire planet, only 3 cities enjoyed this level of rating. And in the entire city, the most eye-catching thing is the Dragon Emperor Tower. Standing proudly in the center of the entire city, 10,000 meters above the ground, reaching into the sky. This tower is the highest headquarters of the entire Imperial Awakening Alliance. From the appearance, it looks like a huge black dragon rising into the sky and circling for thousands of meters. Legend has it that the core building material of this tower is made from the real dragon bones of the Dark Dragon Emperor from the Old Earth era. It has been passed down through countless eras and has become the totem symbol of the Donglong lineage, a major human clan. What a magnificent human city! It is worthy of being the heart of the empire. It deserves the title of supreme. Mukin stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the entire view of the Dragon Emperor Tower. He felt the shock of the grandeur and magnificence that was gradually approaching, and his heart was filled with yearning for the higher level inheritance of this world. In the future, when he grows to a level 100 Grandmaster, or even a higher level, he will definitely climb to the top of the Dragon King Tower and overlook the vast land of Donglong Jiuzhou. What a heroic and exciting scene that would be. While silently setting this flag, Mukin and his group landed in the extremely spacious central square outside the first floor of the Dragon King Tower. More than 100 outstanding students from the same class who were escorted from other cities have gathered here. The square is so huge, its area is probably over 1 million square meters. What really shocked Mukin and the others was the army of Awakeners guarding around them in full battle readiness. These are the elite troops of the East Dragon Empire, famous throughout the planet. In the East Dragon Empire, the supreme power lies in the three major organizations: the Awakener Alliance, the East Dragon Empire Army, and the Guild Alliance. Among them, the Imperial Army is the core organization responsible for protecting the safety of ordinary people. It has a total number of more than tens of millions and is the true military foundation of the Donglong Empire. The Awakener Alliance is a pioneering organization formed by top-level Awakener individuals. The meaning of their existence is not to make great contributions to ordinary people, but to explore higher-level secrets, gain stronger power, and determine the Empire's voice in the entire human race. The more powerful people there are, the more resources can be plundered for the country, and the faster the national strength will naturally grow. Essentially, this institution determines the upper limit of a country's development. The core value of the guild lies in maintaining the normal operation of the entire social system, including the distribution of materials, the maintenance of the living order of ordinary people, and so on. In addition to these three major military agencies, there is also the Inspectorate, a power center that governs the Governor-General's offices in various places and maintains the daily operation of all systems in the country. As soon as they land here, the students will automatically accept the light array scanning in the square, and the assessment information of the first 4 rounds will be clearly visible. Afterwards, the relevant staff were heard singing the name of each finalist. The Awakener Eastern Alliance Assessment Delegation. Nanjiang City, Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School, Mukin. Occupation, Auxiliary War Priest. Total score of 4 rounds of assessment, 8,000. Current ranking, number 1. The loud singing echoed throughout the square. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to the Eastern Conference team, attracting everyone's attention. When Mukin strode forward, presented his identity credentials and accepted the entry of the assessment information, the top talents around him looked as if they wanted to devour Mukin alive with their eyes, and observed him from head to toe over and over again. There's actually a perfect score candidate in the Eastern Conference? From Nanjiang? There's actually a god in a third-level city who scored full marks in 4 rounds. This is too good to be true. Assistant Combat System. Unbelievable, a nanny can actually get 8,000 points. Wait. 8,000 points? 4 rounds of full marks at the Old Earth level priest? There was a lot of discussion. The more they talked, the more shocked they became. If Mukin was also a combat type, then getting a full score would simply classify him as a top-level genius. After all, he was not the only one who got full marks. But if there is a big guy who gets full marks in the auxiliary combat department, then the rarity is undoubtedly raised to a higher level. Little did he know that Ling Yao, who was following closely behind Mukin, also blushed inexplicably at this moment, with a smug expression on her face. If you don't know this, you would think she is a big shot with perfect scores. There was also the fat guy Zhang Hongfei. He was the leader of the team and had nothing to do with Mukin, but he also had a rosy face. Little did he know that the influence brought by Mukin was something even he himself had not expected. Even the entire Eastern Conference seemed to be looked up to. Wow! Lord Hades, look at those guys, they seem to be secretly staring at you. Ling Yao quickly followed Mukin like a follower, muttering quietly. Mukin remained calm and chuckled. That's understandable. Regardless of my grades, my looks alone will attract a lot of attention wherever I go. Not far behind them, Tang Hao and his companions were secretly pouting, complaining in their hearts, with expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred on their faces. Ahem, classmate Mukin, there's news from the headquarters. This year, the 4 Awakeners Alliance has 3 full-score students, including you. In addition, there is another quota recommended by the headquarters, and it is also considered a full-score student. Just to remind you, if you might encounter this later, be careful. Zhang Hongfei made a suggestion, which made Mukin ask in confusion. Oh? Headquarters, you mean the power to which the top masters in this Dragon King Tower belong? Zhang Hongfei nodded seriously. Yes, you should have heard of something like the 10 great families of the Empire. Their leaders all have a place in this Dragon King Tower. By the way, don't you know Long Wisher? His clan, the Long clan, is one of the best among them. Mukin nodded solemnly. I see. So, the person recommended by headquarters for this spot is most likely the strongest one among the several full-score competitors. Ling Yao added playfully. It's hard to say whether he is the strongest, but he is definitely the most mysterious and has the most methods. Because the Dragon King Tower itself is one of the greatest secrets of the East Dragon Empire. Hush! My lady, please don't talk nonsense. We are in the imperial capital, so please be careful with your words and actions. Zhang Hongfei was frightened and quickly reminded her. Ling Yao had to stick out her tongue and said no more. Mukin looked up at the Dragon King Tower, which was shrouded in mystery and black, and became more and more eager to explore. Just then, a somewhat abrupt voice came from behind. Are you Mukin? Everyone turned around and saw the young awakener in front of them, wearing black legendary armor. His eyebrows were as sharp as swords, and he looked domineering. His pupils were slightly scarlet. Vice President Black Armor, and the youngest son of Iron King Kong Iron Wolf. Mu Qin casually glanced at the man with the power of light, and saw through him thoroughly. He walked over with a slight smile on his face. I have long admired Mr. Tai's son. Tai Lang said nothing, just staring at Mukin, with absolutely no intention of showing any goodwill. Zhang Hongfei was very embarrassed being caught in the middle, so he hurried forward and flattered them. My dear Iron Master, you are also the runner-up in the Auxiliary Combat Department, a rare nobleman. We are both representative students of the Eastern Alliance, so we should help each other. Tai Lang snorted coldly, without even looking at Zhang Hongfei, but took the initiative to step closer to Mukin. From childhood to adulthood, I have always been the only one who robbed others. You are the first person who dared to steal my things. Before, we were not in the same examination room, so I couldn't do anything to you, but in the 5th round, don't even think about getting any advantage. Mukin was not panicked at all. He smiled calmly and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Wolf Hunter? What a strange name. Is that your hidden profession? It sounds impressive, but the growth rate is not high. If you want to use it as a trump card, I'm afraid it's not good enough. After saying that, Mukin smiled and patted Tialong's shoulder, then passed by him with an indifferent expression. Only Tai Lang was left standing there in a daze, his forehead covered with sweat of fear. How is it possible? He actually saw through my cards at a glance. How on earth did they do that? After the identity entry was completed, a middle-aged woman in a blue robe landed gracefully in the depths of the huge square. She is the person in charge of the 5th round of testing and assessment at the Dragon Emperor Tower Ningshu. Level 113, Senior 7th Stage, Grand Master Prophet. Mukin's sharp eyes instinctively locked onto this big boss. Soon it was discovered that the badge on this woman's chest was different from those worn by local masters like Hingyu. It's actually the Black Dragon badge. It represents the exclusive symbol of the incumbent Grand Master of the Dragon Emperor Tower. If a person of this level were to parachute into a 3rd-level city like Nanjiang, he could decide anyone's life or death with just one sentence. Even the governor of Nanjiang was nothing more than an ant in front of her. Someone is spying on me. Before Ningshu could open his mouth, he instinctively sensed something and his eyes like autumn water swept across all the students. Finally, his eyes rested on Mukin. She didn't notice anything, she just felt that this candidate was a little different. What surprised her even more was that Mukin actually dared to meet her gaze, nodding and smiling in either humble nor arrogant manner. Funny boy. Chapter 60. Arriving at the imperial capital, the majesty of the Dragon King Tower. This thought flashed through Ningshu's mind, and he looked away, then spoke in a dignified manner. Everyone present here is the top talent selected by our Donglong Empire this year. In order to provide you with better resources and help you rise quickly, the Awakener headquarters has prepared different types of rewards for the top 10 final scores of this year's college entrance examination, as well as the winning team of the 5th round of testing. After Grandmaster Ningshu finished speaking, he waved his hand and a ray of light mist appeared out of thin air above everyone's heads. The rewards for each level are projected directly above. What a great trick! Is this the ability of the rare profession of prophet? It's a bit of luck that what I say comes true. Mukin couldn't help but exclaim in praise, but he was puzzled by the several rewards in the light curtain. Highest reward, 2,000 Black Dragon coins. 1 set of legendary class suit, armor, / 1 legendary weapon of your choice. 100,000 bound skill points. 1 old earth level bloodline source crystal. 1 Dragon Tower Sky City Exploration Scroll. What is the Black Dragon Coin? What do the Bloodline Crystal and Sky City Scroll mean? Hearing Mukin's question, Ling Yao immediately became proud and said with a smug look on her face, I've heard my grandfather mention this before. The Black Dragon Coin is the most precious exchange resource independently issued by the Dragon King Tower. Usually only awakeners who have made great contributions to the East Dragon Empire have the opportunity to obtain a very small number. By the way, when you achieve the 7th level master, you will be rewarded with 500 pieces. At that time, my grandfather used this thing to exchange for an exclusive skill book. Mukin's eyes lit up. You mean Black Dragon coins can be exchanged for any rare resources you want? Ling Yao nodded heavily. You can say that. After all, the Dragon King Tower is the supreme belief of the Donglong lineage. If there are resources that are not available here, I am afraid that other places will not be able to get them. As for the Bloodline Crystal, it can refine the essence of life. If you are lucky, you can directly awaken a mutant bloodline or inherit some innate talent. For example, one of my grandfather's students relied on this thing to awaken the top talent of double pupils and directly became one of the 9 leaders of the Western Alliance of Awakeners. As for the Sky City, well, it's right above you. Mukin raised his head following Ling Yao's direction and saw the higher part of the Dragon King Tower hidden in the depths of the black mist. In fact, the visibility of this pagoda displayed to the public is only the area of the dragon's tail. It is said that the area hidden deep in the clouds is guarded by special magic arrays and prohibitions. Without high-level strength, no secrets can be discovered. I once heard my grandfather mention that the Sky City that belongs to our East Dragon Empire is located at the Dragon Ridge, about 5,000 meters from the Dragon King Tower. It is said to be the remains of the gods' falling battlefield in the Old Earth era. But I'm not sure whether it's real or just a projection. The battlefield of the gods' fall. Mu Chen suddenly had an idea and communicated directly with his soul space. Yan Ji, who was sleeping, slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Master, what do you want? Mukin communicated with her directly through soul transmission. Do you know the Godfall battlefield? Yenji obviously recalled some unpleasant past events and sighed softly. That's the grave from the Old Earth era. Countless powerful gods who lived in the Old Land era eventually perished in that place. It's just that after the War of the Gods, the original continent of the Old Land was shattered, and many of them have become broken fragments. The Master mentioned the gods' falling place that is circulating in the current awakening era. It should be these broken fragments. Mukin understood immediately. The so-called Sky City trial is mostly about exploring the broken spaces of these old land ruins. If you are lucky enough to discover some treasures and inheritances left behind by the gods from the Old Land era, that would be a great opportunity to reach heaven. Of course, the danger is self-evident. That kind of place is definitely not comparable to any so-called wild map or revived secret realm in the world. After understanding this, Mukin began to gather his mind and make final preparations. After a while, the fog dissipated and Grandmaster Ningshu spoke again. Okay, the 5th round of testing is about to begin. Challenge content: Nightmare Cage Hunting Game. As the name suggests, this is where all the great masters of the Eastern Dragon Empire are imprisoned. They suppress the powerful evil creatures that they hunt in the outer battlefield. There are tens of thousands of them. The lowest level of the monsters is above level 40, and the highest. I don't know either. I heard from students who came out alive in the past that they saw forbidden beings over level 200 in there. Fortunately, they were in a sleeping state, so they managed to escape. If you go in, be careful to avoid them. Everyone who passes through the teleportation array behind me will be randomly assigned to any coordinates of the Nightmare Cage battlefield and begin their journey of killing. You can earn corresponding points by hunting monsters and triggering and completing random tasks. These points will be accumulated with your points from the first 4 rounds and counted towards your total score for this year's college entrance examination. The more difficult the task and the stronger the target, the higher the points reward. Each student has a different starting point area, and the types of tasks triggered will also be very different. You need to make your own strategy based on the prompts on your identity information cards after entering the battlefield. Finally, all participants in this round of testing have signed a life and death contract by default. If you die on the battlefield, the Empire will not bear any responsibility. Those who want to quit can give up at any time. Mukin was thinking about the assessment rules, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Such a large number of hunting grounds is simply a heaven-sent place for growth and leveling. Yen-ji, it won't be long before you can break through to level 100. This time, we must kill fiercely in this caged battlefield. Sir, I have another question. A sudden voice broke the silence. Tai Lang suddenly raised his hand. What you just said are the rules related to hunting monsters. Then, can we, the candidates, attack each other? Are there any rewards or punishments for this? After asking this question, Tai Lang glanced directly towards Mukin. Mukin was not panicked at all, but Ling Yao beside him was angrily speaking. Iron Wolf is such a sticky guy. He only knows how to stick to you, the Dark Emperor. It's so annoying. Well, Mukin didn't feel anything at all when facing Tialang's provocation, but he almost broke down when he heard the words. Dogskin plaster. Especially when this word was used by Ling Yao, it added a bit of humor. Grandmaster Ning Shu spoke seriously. Candidates can attack each other. Take possession of the other party's identity card and crush it, and you will inherit 10% of the target's points. Anyone who loses their information card location will be immediately teleported out of the battlefield. If they are alive, they will be found alive. If they are dead, their bodies will be collected. But from our perspective, we don't want to see this happen. You are all the chosen ones of heaven, the backbone of the future of our Donglong Empire. If you die at the hands of your peers, it would be a loss. So unless it is absolutely necessary, it is best not to take the initiative to attack your peers. Ning Shu didn't mention this originally because he didn't want this test to turn into a place for each other to vent their hatred and selfish desires. But Tialong's question was like opening Pandora's box. Mukin soon discovered that, apart from Tai Lang, there were at least 10 hostile gazes secretly fixed upon him. Each breath belongs to a top-ranked competitor. However, in doing so, Mukin also marked the name Tai Lang on his blacklist. I didn't intend to do anything to you because of your father. But if someone offends me, I will offend him. If you really run into me, you'd better pray for the best. Mukin glanced at Tai Lang and muttered to himself. Suddenly, my arm tightened again. Although Ling Yao is also a girl with extraordinary talent, for some reason, she always feels that this trial is full of danger. And because it was a random transmission, she couldn't directly make a pendant from Mukin, which made Ling Yao feel very uncertain. What should I do? Lord Hades, I was planning to stay by your side. Without your protection, I'm worried that I'll be in trouble. Mukin was stunned for a moment, and curled his lips and said, Didn't I give you the frost maple leaf? It can save your life at the critical moment. Ling Yao pouted with a sad expression on her face. What's the use of just that one leaf? If someone really wants to kill me, or if I'm surrounded and killed by many people, won't the result be the same? Mukin felt a headache. I wanted to persuade this girl to quit, but I knew it was unrealistic. If Ling Yao really quit the trial because of the danger, old Jiang would lose all his face. After thinking for a moment, Mukin came up with a solution. He started chanting instantly, and Ah Huang, who was lying on his second uncle at home, suddenly disappeared. At the same time, a brand new Ah Huang was summoned into Mukin's arms. Boy, follow this sister. If you encounter danger after entering, bring her to me. When Ling Yao heard this, she immediately became lively, and took little Huang in her arms and petted him madly. What a cute dog! Is this your guardian spirit? Mukin nodded. Its perception is quite sharp. As long as it's not too far away, it should be able to find me. Ling Yao hugged Ah Huang and stared at Mukin with eyes full of gratitude and admiration. If it was before, she was just a fan of Mukin, and would pester him and tease him when she had nothing to do. Now, Ling Yao is truly attracted to Mukin from the bottom of her heart. This man is completely different from those wealthy and powerful bootlickers he had met before. He will not obey you or indulge you, but he will always give her the most fascinating protection in a different way. Don't look at me with such infatuated eyes. Mukin resumed his aloof male god persona and spoke in a low voice. Sooner or later you will break away from Elder Zhang's protection and the care of your family and become an independent awakener. In this era, people with extraordinary talents like you are not allowed to hide in the land of comfort. Facing death, challenges, war, and enemies at all times is the theme of the awakened one's life. After saying that, Mukin walked towards the transmission passage first without even glancing at Ling Yao. Mukin didn't know that at the moment he passed by Grandmaster Ning Shu at the entrance of the teleportation array, a soul butterfly landed silently on his shoulder. That was the method Ning Shu left on Mukin. She seemed to be very interested in this perfect young man from Nanjiang. Whoosh! The moment the light flashed, the spatial power of the teleportation array was activated. At the same moment, while Mukin's 5 senses were closed, Yanji's voice sounded in his mind. Master, the powerful woman at the portal left a spying device on you. I don't sense any hostility from her, but she can monitor all your actions in the battle space. Mukin frowned slightly. No malice does not mean safety. Could it be that she discovered me when I used my insight skill to examine her? Unfortunately, I don't know the abilities of this super rare profession, the prophet. It's a bit troublesome. Originally, Mukin planned to go all out on this battlefield. When necessary, Angel Shura's trump cards must be put to use. With such a spy around, Mukin would definitely be restrained. What's more troublesome is that if this method is eliminated now, it might arouse hostility from the other party. It is definitely not worth it to provoke an unfathomable master opponent for no reason. Is there any way to block it? Yanji decisively rejected this idea. We can't do it now. Of course, if it's extreme, I can directly refine it with the energy of fire. Mu Chen thought for a moment, and shook his head to refuse. Forget it. Anyway, the other party has no ill intentions for the time being. If she wants to watch, let her watch. As soon as the mental communication was completed, the powerful teleportation array force dropped Mukin above a vast primitive jungle battlefield. As his body fell freely, Mukin suddenly sensed an extremely powerful aura approaching him rapidly from the depths of the jungle. Oops, I ran into a tough guy. Mukin had just made a complaint when a dark green python 100 meters long jumped out from the depths of the ancient trees in the jungle dozens of meters below, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed him ferociously. Level 120 peak would attribute boss, Bailan Zunmei. Court death. Mukin was falling rapidly, and suddenly a golden light flashed between his eyebrows. The moment the fire mark was ignited, Yanji's true form appeared. Like a golden, transparent and flawless flame lily, carrying a majestic and sacred aura, dominating this jungle battlefield. That's the god of fire! How is this possible? Outside the teleportation array, Grandmaster Ning Shu slowly widened his beautiful eyes and stood there in shock as if petrified. No, there is no way it can be the real god of fire. Among the hundreds of gods who left traces in the old Earth era, the god of fire is one of the few gods whose legacy has not been passed down to the world. This summoned creature should just be a fire spirit similar to this one. Ning Shu quickly suppressed his shock, regained his composure, and continued to silently observe Mu Chen's first-person perspective. However, she soon discovered that Mu Chen, faced with a disastrous start, was not at all panicked, but instead dealt with it calmly and measuredly, which made her even more surprised. For a combat support profession to be so calm even when acting alone, what a rare character. But, is he sure he's not trying to hit a rock with an egg? A level 60 fire spirit summoned creature fights against a peak level 120 boss. Instead of trying to get out as quickly as possible, he took the initiative to get into other people's mouths. What is this operation? Chapter 61, Final Exam Nightmare Cage Battlefield. Little did they know that at the same moment, in the rest area receiving the team leaders from each city, the first-person perspective images of some top candidates were also projected in real time on the big screen. As one of the only few students who scored full marks, Mukin's perspective on the ground quickly emerged. When the fat man Zhang Hongfei saw the Zun python open its bloody mouth and rush towards Mukin to bite him, he was so scared that he jumped out of his seat. Fuck! You can't be so unlucky, right? Brother Mukin, the Eastern Alliance has high hopes for you. You must not die as soon as you land. It's not that the fat guy doesn't speak human language. Anyone who sees this huge python will tremble. Not to mention that Mukin is a supporting combat profession. Hee, Mr. Zhang, this kid is the perfect scorer you brought here, right? It seems like he doesn't have very good luck. A Western conference leader who was sitting next to him made a sarcastic remark, as if he was gloating over someone else's misfortune. That's right. I thought it would be difficult for a talented person to come out of a small place like Nanjiang, but I didn't expect that he would actually dare to come to the imperial capital to participate in the 5th round. How can a frog from a small town know how deep the water in the imperial capital is? I'm afraid he has no respect for this round of tests. I can actually understand that. The lower the background of these students, the more they want to find opportunities to prove themselves. But in the end, it just proves their ignorance. The leaders of several surrounding level 4 and level 5 cities were making sarcastic remarks one after another, not taking Zhang Hongfei seriously at all. In fact, this is also somewhat related to the competitive relationship between the 4 major branches of the Awakening Alliance. In name, they all work directly for the Imperial Capital headquarters, but secretly, the 4 major branches have been competing for resources and competing with each other over the years. They have not been happy with each other, and verbal criticism between lower-level leaders is commonplace. Unfortunately, this time, almost all teams from other major divisions had grandmasters accompanying them, but the Eastern Alliance only sent Zhang Hongfei. Without anyone behind him, he would not have enough confidence even if he talked big. Looking at the dangerous scenes on the screen, Zhang Hongfei became more and more uneasy. Just as he was about to respond with a few words with his big fat face flushed, a strong sense of oppression suddenly appeared behind him. Don't worry, it's just the beginning. Do you really think that boy Mukin is made of mud? If he had died that easily, he wouldn't have made it this far. All the responsible persons felt the fierce momentum and looked sideways. Old Sword King Jiang Yu. Zhang Hongfei was overjoyed and quickly stood up to greet him. Senior Sword King, why did you come here in person? Jiang Yu still exuded his domineering aura and sneered fiercely. If I don't come, I'm afraid these foul-mouthed people will shit on your head. Sure enough. When the Grandmaster showed up, the people in charge beside him didn't dare to say a word. You know, although the Eastern Alliance is ranked low among the 4 major alliances, the reputation of the Old Sword King of the Jiang family is well known throughout the East Dragon Empire. Because sword cultivation is not an ordinary rare profession. It is one of the most lethal professions in the combat system. Being able to break through level 100 with swordsmanship is an existence that cannot be underestimated among the entire human race. Senior, please take a seat. Zhang Hongfei hurriedly stood aside and bowed to serve, but he saw Jiang Yu waving his hand. His eyes had already fallen on Ning Shu not far away. No need. I finally came to the Imperial Capital. I have to catch up with old friends. As he spoke, he walked towards the beautiful prophet with the gait of a dragon or a tiger. What's going on? The Old Sword King actually knows Chief Ning. I've never heard of him. Do these two have something to eat? At the same time, at the Nanjiang governor's office, Grandmaster Heng Yu continued to watch the live broadcast of the 5th round of assessment from the headquarters. After seeing Mukin's entry into the game in such a dangerous situation, he was shocked again. Is that a fire spirit beside him? Summoning spell? This kid is really something. A combat support nanny is actually using summoning magic? Incredible! Where on earth does he get the energy and resources to develop multiple skill trees at the same time? He is truly a rare genius. On the battlefield, with Yanji by his side, Mukin no longer felt the slightest bit nervous. Then, the blazing light emanating from her whole body allowed one to see the entire scene of the dense forest battlefield below in advance. Sure enough, there is not only this one python. This is its lair, and there are many high-level pythons lurking here. Whoosh! Mukin instantly chanted, using the skill, Insight, in the name of light to lock onto the Bailin Zun Mang. Bailin Zun Mang. Level 120. HP 900,000/900,000. Energy 300,000/300,000. 5-dimensional attributes. Force 1564. Body 5800. Resistance 3534. Min 4333. Mental strength 5523. Skills: Deadly Poison. Devoured by a crazy python. Entangled. Dance of thousands of snakes. Weakness insight, fire element, ceiling, slowing skills. Flaw insight, 7 inches. A boss over level 100. If other candidates encountered such a start, they would probably tear up their cards and drop out of the exam on the spot. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you will be swallowed by the python and will definitely end up with no body left. But this python was unlucky and happened to meet the one he could not afford to offend the most. Hiss! A poisonous mist suddenly spewed out of the giant python's mouth, spreading towards the direction where Mukun and Yanji fell. Whoosh! Mukun chanted decisively. The third-level evolutionary skill of the rock series, Divine Protection. In an instant, a layer of transparent attribute protective shield appeared on both himself and Yanji. This is a powerful method specifically used to increase attribute defense capabilities. Poison attribute defense effect increased by 300%. Defense increased by 1,000 points each. Don't refuse a gift that is given to you. Mukun raised the corner of his mouth slightly and chanted again. The third-level evolutionary skill of trauma therapy, tarsal heart erosion. The poison released by the Python Lord was quickly concentrated by Mukun on the periphery of the energy shield, while also adding a buff form. Boom! With a loud bang, the two men landed on the ground at the same time, and Mukun's protective shield exploded instantly. An extremely powerful wave of energy swept around. Those dormant high-level monsters hiding deep in the jungle were all corroded by the poisonous power condensed on the protective shield. Fight poison with poison as you would have them do for you. After just the first round of collision, all the hidden crises emerged. The continuous blood loss function of the heart erosion buff can bring invisible units into view. Yanji was able to lock onto the locations of all potential threats in one go. Master is wise! I have sensed the locations of all the hidden beasts. Mukun smiled with satisfaction. Then let them feel your strength now. As soon as he finished speaking, Mukun immediately chanted the second-order evolutionary skill of the fire element, Flame Field. Boom! A crimson flame totem blooms beneath your feet. In a flash, the area within a 300-meter radius around Mukun and Yanji turned into a sea of fire. The newly born fire element, influenced by Yanji's passive skill, achieved a second transformation in a very short period of time. This makes the fire power within the area much more condensed and hotter than the fire power in other places. Swing! Yanji waved her arms gently and let out a delicate cry. All the fiercely burning flames under his feet suddenly seemed to come to life, turning into waves of fire that rolled outward and swallowed up the terrible creatures deep in the jungle. Ouch! Screams broke out in the sky above the dense forest almost at the same time. Gazing at the battlefield from the sky's bird's-eye view, in just a moment, the flames engulfed everything. Hundreds of snake beasts above level 60 were all evaporated into nothingness by the scorching flames. Ding! Gain 5,000 experience points. Ding! Gain 5,000 experience points. Ding! Yanji's level has increased to level 63. How is that possible? Hundreds of hidden creatures were refined in an instant? What on earth is that kid's summon thing? It's so terrifying. In front of the big screen, leaders of all parties and their awakened guards were all amazed. Are you sure that thing is a level 60 summon? It can easily kill creatures of the same level in 1 second. No, aren't you all focusing on this fire spirit? Shouldn't you be surprised that Mukun, a priest, can actually cast the fire domain? Zhang Hongfei was also attracted by this statement, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Could it be that this Mu Chen has a hidden profession that is unknown to the public? On the surface he's a nanny, but in reality he's a summoner. If this is true, the value of his title as the region's top scholar will probably have to be even higher. It's a pity that such a good seedling came from Nanjiang instead of our Donghai. Damn it! On the other side, Jiang Yu came to Ning Shu. For some reason, the old Sword King, who was always so powerful, immediately lost his momentum when he saw this woman. On the contrary, Grand Master Ning Shu had a hint of indifference between his brows. I haven't seen you for decades, Your Excellency Sword King. I hope you are doing well. Jiang Yu smiled bitterly and shook his head with some melancholy. I'm old now, and I'm not as energetic as I was back then. Ning Shu's eyes flashed across him, and he said lightly, "What do you want from me?" Jiang Yu was a little embarrassed and sighed. "We're just catching up. Why are you so cold to me?" Suddenly, a hint of blue flashed in Ning Shu's eyes. Great prophecy. The light condensed in a small space, as if seeing through everything. "Your precious granddaughter has joined the game in the East Ridge Desert. She is safe for now. I will keep an eye on her." "Ah, this?" Jiang Yu's old face turned red and he felt even more embarrassed. "I wanted to take this opportunity to chat a little more with the beautiful woman in front of me who still has her charm." But she still looked as if she was keeping people at a distance, which really made Jiang Yu feel uncomfortable. "Thank you very much. Also, please help the perfect score student from our Eastern Conference, Mukin." Ning Shu interrupted the old Sword King directly. "Him? I'm afraid you won't bother with that." Jiang Yu frowned. "What does this mean?" Ning Shu's lips curled up slightly, and his smile carried an elusive and mysterious feeling. "This boy is very unusual. At this moment, the elders in the Dragon King Tower should have noticed it. As long as he can come out alive, the road ahead will be bright." Jiang Yu asked with some doubt. "I know that boy is not ordinary, but it shouldn't be enough to alarm the Dragon King Tower, right?" Ning Shu snorted. "A priest who is proficient in the fire skill tree and can summon magical fire spirits that even I can't resist. This alone is enough to stand out among so many proud people. Let's see how he performs later. Perhaps we can see more surprises from him." Jiang Yu smiled bitterly, nodded, said no more nonsense, turned around and left. He originally wanted to give some face and make some arrangements for his precious granddaughter Ling Yao, and take care of Mukin at the same time. But now it seems that it was completely unnecessary. Mukin's background and potential even exceeded the predictions of an old sword king like him. "Jiang Yu?" Ning Shu suddenly spoke again, staring at the back of the Sword King. "Let the past go. Don't dwell on it anymore. You should have taken a step further long ago to untie this knot in your heart. With your talent, it's only a matter of time before you reach the 8th level." The old Sword King did not turn around and walked out of Ning Shu's sight. Dragon King Tower, 9 floors. In front of the big screen, there was a white-haired old man in plain clothes and cloth shoes, leaning on a cane, with deep and calm eyes. After seeing Mukin's series of operations, he nodded slightly. "Good. An ordinary auxiliary combat profession, paired with a fire skill tree, this kid must be blessed with good fortune. Long Zhan, tell me about his situation." The angular middle-aged man in a suit next to the old man spoke seriously. "Mr. Wei, this boy's name is Mukin. He is a level 35 first-stage priest, a freshman from Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School. He got a full score of 8,000 points in the first 4 rounds, and is currently ranked first." The old man's smile became even more intense. 4 rounds of full marks, old soil level difficulty, not easy. In your opinion, can he win the first prize? Long Zhan shook his head without hesitation. Impossible. The upper limit of ordinary professions is too low. Compared with the first place in several other regional divisions, the gap in foundation is obvious. Not to mention, this year we have the peerless genius recommended by the Elders' Council. It is said that the girl's growth rate is comparable to that of a 5th-stage awakener. The Long Zhan in front of him is the 3rd in command of the Long clan's main branch in the imperial capital. He currently works in the Dragon Emperor Tower. His status and position are similar to that of Grand Master Ning Shu, and he is also considered a close confidant of the top figures in the Elder Council. As for this old Wei, he is one of the 9 chiefs of the Awakener Alliance headquarters in the imperial capital, and an extremely powerful figure. Hee. Talents are not unchangeable in this awakening era. But the awakened ones themselves have certain qualities that come from their souls and bones, which are innate. Those awakened saints who rose up in the first generation, with mortal bodies, were once on par with gods. Most of them started as ordinary people and made their way to the top. But I respect your opinion. How about we make a bet? I bet this kid named Mukin can win the championship. As soon as Mr. Wei said this, the only servants in the room and Long Zhan himself were all stunned. May I ask, Mr. Wei, why do you think so highly of this young man? The old man shook his head and chuckled. Nothing special, it just looks pleasing to the eye. Let's make a deal. If this kid wins the first prize, you have to promise to do something for me. How about that? Long Zhan hurriedly bowed his head respectfully. I am honored to receive Elder Wei's order. The old man nodded with a smile, and there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes as he stared at Mukin on the screen. The god of fire actually chose him. Interesting. Chapter 62 Alarming the Top Brass. The 8th level boss shows up. At the same moment, in the nightmare cage battlefield, Mukin chanted again facing the Bailan Zunmang. Whoosh. The 2nd level evolutionary technique of trauma therapy Dusk Mire. The swallowing vortex condensed by quicksand quickly covered it. The speed of the Python boss instantly decreased by 90%. Its mobility was greatly restricted. Now Yenji, attack it at its weakest point and kill it. As Mukin spoke, he started chanting his 2nd skill. The 4th level evolutionary skill of the fire skill tree formed Transformation Rain. Boom! The extremely violent power of fire boiled over instantly. Within the area, all the flames gathered madly in Yenji's palm at this moment. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it condensed into an unpredictable giant flaming blade. This blade is made of fire elements, and its surface is covered with unreadable old earth inscriptions. Its power is not just a pure burst of energy. It seems to be mixed with some kind of rules and order. The moment the light blade appeared, a strange scene happened. The extremely ferocious Bailan Zunmang in front of him, a level 120 high and mighty existence, immediately let out a hysterical wail like a scream. It was struggling desperately to break free from the quagmire, its eyes filled with fear and despair. It wants to escape. Kill! At Mukin's command, Yenji instantly turned into a stream of blazing fire and flew hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, with the blade flying past the giant python's 7 inches. Puff! Level 120 boss, Bailan Zunmang, killed instantly. Ding! Gained 180,000 experience points. Ding! Yenji's level has increased to level 66. Mukin looked indifferent, smiled and nodded. Not bad, Yenji. In the king's form, your melee explosive power is amazing. Yenji floated back to Mukin, a hint of intimacy flowing through her fiery eyes. The master is wise. He saw through its weakness and suppressed its movement. That's why I was able to succeed easily. Mukin smiled and said, Let's go and explore somewhere else. Just kill all the creatures you encounter along the way. Yenji understands. At the same moment, the strong men who witnessed the scene from all angles were completely shocked. The Imperial Capital's battle viewing area, the major Awakener Alliance branches, and the governor's offices in various regions. In front of every big screen, there was noisy discussion filled with shock. No! That fire spirit can actually kill a level 120 boss in 1 second? Is it a mage or a warrior? Isn't this too perverted? Zhang Hongfei suddenly moved his fat face to the front row and interrupted with a smile. Old Joe, I remember you are the fire mage. You should be able to control the fire element, right? Tell me how you managed to kill him instantly. Zhang Hongfei had a face that deserved a beating and deliberately mocked the chatterbox in the front row. Old Joe suddenly looked bitter, and he hesitated for a long time but couldn't explain what was going on. He knows nothing. I simply don't understand how Mukin did it. Little did people know that the 3rd and 4th stage evolutionary skills of Mukin's exclusive fire skill tree correspond to Yenji's 2 transformation forms, which can unleash unimaginable combat power effects in both melee and ranged forms. And that giant blade of fire is a simulated version of the divine weapon used by the real body of the god of fire, Old Earth, and it retains a trace of the power of Old Earth's order and rules. For these seemingly powerful monsters in the present world, the Old Earth Order is the blade of judgment hanging over their heads. Once it is decided to come, no one can resist the fate of falling. Similarly, after witnessing Mukin's operation, Ning Shu also took a deep breath and showed a rare shock. The means of the old land rules. She is not an ordinary fire spirit. Could it be that I really guessed it right? 9-story Dragon King Tower. Old Wei poked the screen like a child, showing off, and looked at Long Zhandao. Just like what you just did, is there anyone in your young generation of the Long family who can do it? Fire summoning, earth element defense, and a mysterious talent that can detect the enemy's weaknesses. This is what you call an ordinary profession, with a low ceiling and poorly qualified students. Long Zhan looked ashamed and didn't dare to refute a single word. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he was slapped hard in the face. Mr. Wei, I am grateful for your advice. The old man smiled when he saw that Long Zhan was convinced. I don't blame you. In fact, the basis for judgment you mentioned before is applicable to the vast majority of young people. But this Mu Qin is not in this group. In other words, the definition given to him by an ordinary profession is no longer accurate enough. In the past, the priests we knew had almost no highlights except for recovery methods and a small amount of benefits. But look at this Mu Qin. He is obviously taking the path of multi-system development. This perfectly makes up for the limitations brought by the so-called ordinary professions. However, what really surprised me was that his multiple skill trees progressed in parallel without any discrepancies. This is what makes him so outstanding. Long Zhan seemed to have noticed something and looked up at the old man tentatively. Master Wei, you have not been involved in the education and training affairs of the Empire for many years. This time, are you going to make an exception and accept a disciple? The old man quickly waved his hand and sighed. I'm old and don't have the energy anymore. However, as the highest place in the Awakener Alliance, we should still strive to win such students. No need for me to intervene. Just wait and see. I'm afraid this kid has more cards to surprise you. By then, I'm afraid everyone will be trying their best to get him to join them. On the battlefield, Mu Qin and Yanji used the shortest time to clear out the jungle nests of the Bailin Zunmang. More than 200 elite monsters above level 60 were killed along the way, and Yanji's level was successfully upgraded to level 67. Mu Qin glanced at the panel and was really shocked. Holy crap! You get 20 attribute points when you level up. Is that so exaggerated? Yanji didn't care too much about it and chuckled. In the king's form, my strength attribute will be greatly increased, focusing on increasing single-target attack capabilities. As for the growth potential, it should be affected by the bloodline. In the Awakening era, the order and rules of the Old Earth era have been annihilated. If it were in the past, with my current strength, I could wipe out the entire caged battlefield with a flip of my hand. Mu Qin. Even if the high and mighty gods of the old land were reincarnated into the world after falling from grace, they were still beyond the imagination of mortals. Mu Qin finally understood this. When it comes to talent, who can compare to this thing? If she continues to grow like this, Mu Qin estimates that by the time she leaves this map, Yanji will be on par with the real-world boss. Master, are you hungry? Yanji suddenly blinked her big eyes and stared at Mu Qin with a hint of anticipation. Before Mu Qin could respond, she suddenly shook her palm, and the Bailin Zunmang that she had killed was quickly burned by a large ball of scorching flames, refining away the dregs, leaving only the condensed essence of flesh and blood, which appeared in front of her. What's even more fatal is the irresistible meaty aroma emanating from this essence. Try it now! Master, this python meat is delicious! Mu Qin was stunned. He was so focused on the battle that he actually forgot that Yanji was also essentially a fire spirit. And the most primitive use of fire for humans is barbecue, isn't it? Ding! The current copy scoreboard has been updated. Mu Qin felt the vibration of the ID card and took it out. On the transparent fluorescent screen, the names of top talents appeared one after another. This python meat is so delicious, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It reminds me of the taste of my hometown. Mu Qin took big bites of it, savoring the top-notch barbecue feast that belonged to this world, and devouring it with relish. You eat too! As he said that, he also handed a large piece to Yanji. She didn't hesitate and opened her mouth, absorbing the large piece of meat into a powdery essence. Mu Qin suddenly discovered that as Yanji, this little Lolita's level and strength continued to grow, her body was also growing. Good boy. Could it be that by the time she reaches her peak, the lowly will turn into a mature lady? This thought flashed through Mu Qin's mind, and he couldn't help but feel a little more expectant. Although he is a true gentleman, he is also a normal person after all, and naturally he has a love of beauty. From now on, the job of grilling meat will be left to you. Be a good cook to me, and I will feed you well in terms of level. Yenji smiled playfully at Mukun and nodded heavily in response. While eating, Mukun looked down at the list, only to find that this time, he was not the first. To be precise, my name actually fell out of the top 5. Number 1. Dragon Emperor Tower 7th Vein, Xianyuan Dao Battlefield Points, 6,488. Total points, 14,488. Number 2. Western Alliance Ganon City Tsungu Battlefield Points, 5,976. Total points, 13,976. Number 3. MO.6, Eastern Alliance Nanjiang City Muchen Battlefield Score 3,876. Total score, 11,876. Looking at the information on the list, Mukun was calm and not anxious at all. This is just the beginning, the real battle is yet to come. For Mukun, there are too many ways to get points, so there is no need to rush. What we need to do now is to assess the situation and adapt to the rules of this battlefield. After all, everyone logs in from different locations. If you are lucky, a rare group battle profession will fall into a monster nest, and naturally a large number of monsters will be killed instantly. The points will definitely be higher than the starting point of a boss like Mukun. Therefore, the first round of updated rankings cannot be used as an absolute measure of strength. However, it can also be seen that the people participating in the 5th round are truly hidden dragons and crouching tigers, each with their own strengths. Especially the first 4 names on the list. Those members who scored full marks seem to have performed quite well. Xianyuan Dao. He is the one who was recommended to the Dragon King Tower, right? Muchun wrote down these names and glanced at the back of the list. I saw Tielong's name in the 16th place. As for Ling Yao. Are you kidding me? Second to last? 6 points for the copy? What did she go through? Mukun had an expression that showed he was powerless to complain. She's not going to find a crack in the ground and hide there until the end, is she? Suddenly, a strong energy explosion spread from behind the dense forest. Master, someone is coming! I sense the presence of someone I've had close contact with before. Mukun's eyes lit up. He took Yenji back into the soul space, jumped into the dense forest to conceal his breath, and waited for this group of people to show up. Soon, a strong smell of blood filled the air. Iron Wolf! Mukun was too familiar with this smell. Sure enough, Tai Lang, the big man in black armor, was running in the front in a miserable state. Among the people following behind him was Mo Ran, the young man from a noble family in the East China Sea Examination Hall whom he had met before. As for the remaining few people, Mukun didn't recognize them. He directly activated the insight skill in the name of light and scanned their panels. All of them are at low health. It seems that they are being besieged by other teams. Whoosh! A cold wind blade broke through the air and hit Tai Lang and his men from behind again, accompanied by a burst of unbridled laughter. Ha! Eastern Alliance ants still want to escape? More than a dozen pursuers suddenly jumped out from behind. Mukun scanned them one by one, and found that they were all above level 25. The leader was actually level 33. Number 5 on the list, Beitang Yu, the most talented person in the Northern Alliance, a super rare professional archer. He is the one leading people to chase after the students from the Eastern Conference. Muchin frowned slightly, and saw through the current situation at a glance. Mo Ran turned back breathlessly and stared coldly at the young blue-haired leader Beitang Yu. Why are you targeting the students from the Eastern Conference? We didn't provoke you at all. Beitang Yu laughed wildly. You are the weakest. This is the original sin. So, if we get rid of you competitors first, we can have a smaller share of the resources in the caged battlefield. Tai Lang said viciously. Beitang Yu, I will remember you. When I leave the dungeon, I will definitely ask for an explanation from your Northern Alliance. Beitang Yu's face was full of disdain. Are you still putting on airs in front of me, you second-generation rich man with black armor? Put away your stinky face, I won't fall for it. It's time to send you off. After Beitang Yu finished speaking, he drew his bow and arrow. The turquoise light exploded instantly, locking onto Tai Lang and the others as they broke through the air. Boom! At this critical moment, a barrier of flowing light suddenly descended around Tai Lang and others. Holy light prayer. Whoosh! The majestic aura of the bathing light technique poured down upon his head. Tai Lang and his crew of 4 instantly recovered their full health. Mu Chun! From the depths of darkness, Mukin slowly emerged, causing Mo Ran to cheer excitedly. Tielung's expression was particularly complicated. He was very hostile to Mukin. But now, when the feeling of fullness of blood flowed throughout his body, when the guy whom he regarded as his #1 rival stood in front of him, he inexplicably felt a strong sense of security. Mu Chun looked at these people from the Northern Alliance with indifference. You're targeting the students from the Eastern Conference and bullying me because I have no one in the Eastern Conference? Beitang Yu's expression suddenly became strange. Number 6 on the list, you are the only one in the Eastern Conference who got full marks? It's a pity that you are just a dad, and you dare to be so presumptuous with me? It's just an ordinary profession, common stuff on the street. You really have no self-awareness. Beitang Yu drew his bow and shot an arrow at Mukin. Careful! Tielung's deep voice sounded, reminding Mukin. Beitang Yu is very powerful. However, in front of Mukin, a mere archer had no right to act so presumptuous. Whoosh! Mu Chun lightly pushed out a palm. The blazing flames formed a barrier, blocking Mukin. This arrow of light mixed with wind attributes was completely evaporated into nothingness the moment it touched the wall of fire. What? Chapter 63, Common Hatred and Suppression of Beitang Yu. Everyone present was completely stunned. Beitang Yu stared at Mukin blankly. Boy, what kind of tricks did you use to refine my arrows? Mukin said nothing, and instantly activated his skills and chanted. Whoosh! One after another, blazing fire spirits appeared around him. In the blink of an eye, he released 20 of them. Whoosh! The second-level evolutionary skill, the blazing flame field, appears again. The blazing flame surrounded and engulfed Beitang Yu and his party. Whoosh! Trauma plus Duskmire combo, instant chanting. But in just a few blinks of an eye, Mukin completed the release of a series of skills. With the replenishment of the Holy Spring, the 4th-order evolutionary skill of the Angel of Light Totem, he doesn't have to worry about energy consumption at all. Various low-level skills were released continuously, catching the Northern Alliance opponents off guard. Hostility towards our Eastern Alliance, suppress it! As soon as Mukin gave a cold order, dozens of fire spirits advanced at the same time and began to attack the awakened ones who were slowed down by the Dusk Swamp. After a series of operations, he directly killed all the allied students behind him. Oh my god! The top pick in the Eastern Conference who got full marks in 4 rounds is truly extraordinary. I single-handedly made these bastards so anxious. This fire spirit is too strong. Upon hearing this, Tai Lang burst into a strong desire to fight and raised his head. Take advantage of now, cooperate with Mukin and fight back against them. Let's work together and kill them. Beitang Yu's eyes suddenly turned cold. He already hated the Eastern Conference so much that he had already considered taking ruthless action. However, at this moment, it was not him who had a firm grasp on the situation. Whoosh! The dazzling wind arrow was shot out again, targeting Mo Ran. Oops! Mo Ran is also a ranged profession, but his strength is not as good as Beitang Yu. If the two sides directly fight each other from a distance, he will definitely be the one who gets hurt. At the critical moment, a khaki protective energy appeared out of nowhere. Solid as a rock. Bang! Beitang Yu's arrow was fixed 3 feet in front of his eyebrows, unable to move forward even an inch. What? He was able to block my arrow! Mu Chen's defense is so strong! Mo Ran excitedly turned his head to look at Mukin's position. Thank you, Mr. Champion! Mukin still looked calm as he spoke to everyone. I'm here, just attack without restraint, and leave the defense and recovery work to me. Arrogant! Beitang Yu roared coldly. A profession that is commonplace, do you really think you are a god? You 3, do your best to recover at all costs. We have a lot of people here. I want to see how many people Mukin can protect alone. At that time, Iron Wolf had already used his incredible speed to rush into the enemy formation together with a group of fire spirits. Mukin instantly chanted again, in the name of light, insight. All the opponent's weaknesses were exposed before their eyes. Iron Wolf killed the ranged profession first. On the left, a level 28 summoner. Her weakness is charging. Interrupt her chanting. Upon hearing this, Tai Lang changed his tactics and rushed towards the female summoner. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 blood rays burst out in succession, interrupting the summoner's chanting. In just a few seconds, he was left with only a small amount of health left. Very good. Mo ran, take the rest of the people and suppress the auxiliary combat system from a distance to cut off their supplies. Clear! As Mukin issued the second order, although there were only 5 people in the Eastern Alliance camp, they all performed their duties and cooperated more and more tacitly. The 3 priests who were trying their best to recover were hit by long-range energy attacks one after another, and their chanting was frequently interrupted. Hateful! Beitengyu felt that his blood recovery was getting slower and slower, so he cursed and suddenly started chanting, summoning his guardian spirit. Boom! A giant mountain-opening ape about 8 meters tall appeared in front of him, beating his chest frantically. It stood across the ground like a mountain, forming a barrier like a mountain of flesh, and at the same time began to destroy the fire spirits in the front row. Yenji, destroy Beitangyu's guardian spirit barrier. Its weakness is in the energy core in the center. Yes, master! In an instant, Yenji once again turned into a stream of sparks and rushed into the encirclement of the flame field. Mu Chen's face was solemn, and he started chanting again. The 4th level evolutionary skill of the fire element, form transformation, faith is strengthened again. Boundless flames swept towards Yenji's body madly, and in full view of everyone, they once again gathered into that giant blade. Cut! Mukin shouted loudly, and Yenji's blade slashed through the air like a raging fire. Roar! The energy core in the heart of the huge giant ape guardian spirit suddenly shattered. Its body immediately disintegrated and disappeared. How is this possible? Beitengyu was completely dumbfounded. His combat guardian spirit is extremely famous, with a panel level of over 90, and he has put a lot of effort into training it. She was as fragile as paper in front of Mukin's Yenji. Mukin stared at the group of miserable guys with cold pride and spoke again. Are you scared already? This is just the beginning. Whoosh! Mukin's eyes moved again, and the trauma technique was applied in a large area. Beitengyu and the others immediately felt the debuff effect further strengthened, and their health was still decreasing madly. Oh no! Master Beiteng, the brothers can't hold on any longer. This kid's negative effects are too great, our defensive skills are useless. Not only that, the opponent's gains are ridiculously strong, and their defense has increased several times. We can't beat them at all. Beitengyu was furious and cursed. A bunch of rubbish. Damn it, what's the use of you? 3 nannies combined are not as good as Mukin? The 3 assistants behind him all looked aggrieved. That guy is nominally a priest, but he's actually proficient in several skill trees. He's so well-rounded. A wizard in the back who was being targeted by the Iron Wolf said angrily. Don't hesitate. You use your ultimate power to severely injure Mukin. As long as he is destroyed, the others will be nothing but a mob. If that Mukin doesn't fall, we are no match for him at all. Upon hearing this, Beitengyu did not hesitate. He took a step into the air, and with the help of wind-based flying skills, he briefly arrived at a height of several dozen meters above the ground and began to chant his trump card. The 4th level evolutionary skill of wind element, the ultimate way of wind. The 4th level core skill of the archer, explosive arrows. Invisibly, a large amount of wind elements from the void swept in and merged into the arrow. Quick, all auxiliary fighters, come to help! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 beams of energy light quickly rushed up into the void from the rear camp, covering Beitengyu and blessing him. Upon seeing this, Tai Lang and Mo Ran turned around at the same time and stared in the direction of Mukin, worrying about him. However, Mukin stood there motionless, glancing at the void indifferently, as if he was looking at a clown. I'll give you 30 seconds. If you can't finish the chant, you don't have to make a move. Whoosh! The next moment, Mukin completely ignored Beitengyu, who was aiming at him and gathering strength, and instead released his guardian spirit, the Black Thunder Frog, towards the dozen or so awakeners behind him on the ground. "Go ahead, big guy, sit on them and kill them. You can eat whoever you want." Tai Lang was shocked when he saw this. "Damn it, how many cards does this kid have?" Whoosh! Watching the Black Thunder Frog take off into the air as ordered, Mukin once again instantly chanted the third-order evolution of the trauma technique tarsal heart erosion. Add a layer of poison buff to the big frog. Boom! Seeing the big frog smash down on their heads, more than a dozen awakened people in the back row of the opposing camp were poisoned in an instant. Hateful! I can't bear it anymore, this big toad is actually poisonous. Mukin laughed indifferently and mockingly. Mob. Iron Wolf Mo ran, I leave this bunch of rubbish to you. Take care of them all within 2 minutes. If you hand over your ID card, I will ensure their safe exit. Otherwise, I will punish them regardless of life or death. As for this guy. Mukin slowly raised his head, finally freeing his hands, ready to pick up the 5th-ranked and most proud boy in the north. You haven't finished chanting yet? Then you may not have a chance to make a move. Mukin's mind moved. Yenji, let him feel what judgment is. Boom! In an instant, Yenji soared into the air, and as her mental power exploded, all the fire spirits on the battlefield below were detonated at the same time. The endless flame energy that was rising up poured into the king's blade like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Let this giant blade surrounded by flames ignite new inscriptions. The light of the awakened inscription turned into a mark, tightly sealing Beitengyu, who was still chanting in midair. And this mark also appeared between Yenji's eyebrows. Seal of the King's Landing, Judgment. Yenji let out a delicate cry, and the light blade flew into the air. Its outline instantly expanded several times and slowly pressed down towards Beitengyu's head. No! I can't move, what's going on? Beitengyu became more panicked than ever before. He found that he couldn't even call for his ID card. The revival of the old land rules made all the abilities he originally possessed become useless. The next moment, Mukin stepped on the back of the Black Thunder Frog and stared coldly at Beitengyu, letting the huge judgment light blade stay half a meter above his head. Submit or die! In an instant, all the bigwigs from all sides who watched this scene through external channels fell into complete silence in unparalleled shock. At this moment, in front of the big screen in the waiting area, Shang Hongfei and other leaders from other areas were completely dumbfounded. What kind of method is this? It can suppress the #1 pride of the Northern Alliance in an instant. Beitengyu seems to have been disarmed. He can't do anything but stand in the sky and be judged. This is too exaggerated. This Mukin is simply a monster. In the corner, several leaders of the Northern Alliance had livid faces and gnashed teeth. Before, Beitengyu led the team to crazily attack the students of the Eastern Alliance. These leaders were all showing off their might, but now they are completely confused. As he was chasing, he ran into Mukin, and the situation changed drastically. Can a pastor really turn the tide? Little did they know that this was just the beginning of the trial. On the battlefield, Mukin came to Beitengyu with an indifferent expression and said coldly, "It's time to make your decision." Beitengyu tried his best to struggle. But at this moment, he could not feel any energy fluctuation at all. It was as if I was completely isolated from this world and returned to the state before my profession was awakened. Mu Chen, I advise you not to be too drastic. You know my influence in the Northern Alliance. Mukin laughed back. Are you threatening me? Then he looked at the Iron Wolf below with a faint smile. Brother Tai, it seems like you were hunted down badly before. Now I allow you to pick someone you don't like and kill him. Puff. There was a flash of blood in Tielung's eyes, and he swung out his bloody claws in an instant. Ugh! A scream was heard, and the throat of the female summoner from the Northern Alliance camp who was closest to her was instantly cut. How dare you! Beitengyu was so furious that his hair stood on end and he roared hysterically, but unfortunately his rage was completely useless. Faced with Yenji's old land rules, he had no power to resist at all. You're just meat on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered by others. Don't look at me like that. What? You in the Northern Alliance are allowed to surround and kill my students in the Eastern Alliance, but we are not allowed to fight back and kill you. Mukin shouted coldly and looked at Moran again. I've killed all the Iron Wolves. Moran, I'll give you another head. Choose your own. At this moment, Mukin was like a decisive king on the battlefield, dominating the fate of those who disobeyed him. Presumptuous! In the waiting area, the great masters of the Northern Alliance roared angrily, and their powerful pressure swept through the entire waiting hall. The senior executives around were all horrified. So strong! The 7th stage and the 100th level is actually a watershed among the awakened ones. The peak of the 6th stage, before level 100, is actually the limit that ordinary people can achieve in their lifetime. Once you cross over to the realm of the 7th level Grandmaster, it involves a transition in life form. Once you cross this threshold, your strength will undergo a revolutionary transformation. When the Grand Master gets angry, no mortal can stop him. However, at the same time, the old Sword King, who had not spoken for a long time, spoke slowly. Xingyan, what's wrong with you, you old man? Didn't you hear what fellow friend Mukin said? You in the north are allowed to kill people, but we in the east are not allowed to resist? Grandmaster Xingyan looked at Jiang Yu with gloomy eyes and said coldly, I don't care if he kills others. But if he dares to touch Beitang Yu, how can the Beitang family let it go? Who can calm the anger of the entire Northern Alliance by then? The Beitang family is one of the 10 great families in the East Dragon Empire. And it is one of the top 5 powerful families. This Beitang Yu is the direct descendant of the Beitang family. His status is at the peak among the younger generation, and he is also a top talent. If you really fail in the 5th round of the college entrance examination, it will be a big trouble. Jiang Yu was intimidating Xingyan on the surface, but he naturally understood the pros and cons in his heart, and he also hoped that Mukin would not be too arrogant. However, with Mukin's clever mind, he knew that such nobles should not be killed easily, and he was just trying to intimidate them. Beitang Yu, for the sake of the Northern Alliance, I can give you one more choice. Mu Qin showed an amused look, and suddenly changed his mind, thinking of a good way to play. Either you go alone and the others stay. We have the final say on life and death. Or all the Northern Alliance students present here will hand in all their points, and all previous grudges will be written off. Hearing this, Beitang Yu seemed to be about to get angry again, but Yan Ji immediately unleashed a powerful pressure, and the king's blade on her head was pressed down another 2 inches. An unprecedented feeling of humiliation rose in his heart, but Beitang Yu understood that this time he would have to admit defeat. Cousin Bei, save us! Chapter 64, Crazy Leveling, Transformation of the Ancient Frog King. A shrill and panicked cry for help was heard. Beitang Yu glanced at the group of useless people below who were at the mercy of others and had to grit his teeth and compromise. It wasn't that he really felt sorry for these useless burdens, he wouldn't even blink an eye whether they lived or died. But Beitang Yu understood that if he abandoned others like this, the Beitang family's authority in the entire Northern Alliance would be shaken, and this was the bottom line that the elders could not allow. Forget it. I can kill more if I run out of points. Get away first, then I'll find a chance to settle accounts with you one by one. Beitang Yu was determined in this thought, took a deep breath, and finally chose to compromise. He just waved his hand and threw the ID card to Mukin. Others below followed suit. A moment later, this group of elite students from the Northern Alliance, more than a dozen people, with a total of more than 30,000 points, were directly divided up by Mukin and his companions. Ha ha! It feels so good. I was chased all the way, but I didn't expect that I could fight back. It was worth it! Several Eastern Conference teammates roared with joy. Mukin directly accepted all of Beitang Yu's points. Ding! Gained 4,287 points. Current battlefield score is 9,217 points. Mu Qin smiled with satisfaction and glanced at the battlefield below. Why don't you go away and wait for me to treat you to a meal? Upon hearing this, everyone in the Northern Alliance fled to the rear in disgrace. At the same time, Mukin waved his hand lightly, and the power of rules that Yanji had sealed on the other party dissipated. To prevent you from doing something desperate, I'll keep your ID card with me. See you later. After saying that, Mukin waved his hand, and Tailang Moran and the other 4 jumped onto the back of the Black Thunder Frog. After a few jumps, they quickly disappeared into the darkness. Mu-chun! Beitangyu was furious and clenched his fists tightly. The extremely violent wind attribute pressure wantonly destroyed everything around him. However, he was not aware that a paper man-shaped pattern had appeared behind him at some point. Why didn't you just tear up the ID card and force him to withdraw from the trial? Tailang let out a deep voice. Although Mukin saved them, Tailang still felt somewhat repulsed by Mukin in his heart. He admitted that Mukin was very strong, stronger than himself. But the pride in his bones did not allow him to surrender to others. Mukin snorted coldly. I'm just cleaning up your mess to protect the Eastern Alliance. I'm not interested in offending the Beitang family for you. But if we tear up his ID card, we will create a personal vendetta against the Northern Alliance, which is not worth the loss. After saying that, Mukin looked at Moran. What was the surrounding environment like when you came in? Did you find any densely populated areas with more monsters? The soldier in the team nodded quickly. Yes. The entrance area I came in from was a graveyard. There were many undead spirits, all above level 80. If I hadn't met classmate Moran, I would have died in there. Give me the coordinates. Mukin directly asked the man for the specific location and stopped the action of the Black Thunder Frog. Okay, you can go now. 4 people. Moran laughed awkwardly and said, Master Mukin, you're just sending me off to the west. We've only just left the battlefield. Mu-chin didn't say a word and kicked out with a flying kick, kicking all 4 people off their frog backs. Beitangyu's ID card was also thrown into Tialang's hands by Mukin like trash. Still want to take advantage of my experience? May the best be to you. As Mukin spoke, the Black Thunder Frog leaped hundreds of meters away and quickly disappeared in front of everyone. Damn! Isn't the boss too ruthless? I thought I could win this time without any effort since I had such a big partner. Tailang rolled his eyes at his 2 warrior teammates and sneered. Stop dreaming! Come back with me and find Beitangyu. What? Now, including Moran, 3 teammates were petrified on the spot. Just escaped, and now you want to go back to die? Tailang laughed and said, Do you really think that Mukin will let that guy go so easily? For the top 5 people on the list, letting the tiger go back to the mountains is digging their own graves. If I'm not mistaken, Mukin should have prepared a backup plan, so Beitangyu will be eliminated in no time. Let's go back now, maybe we can catch him again. The 3 teammates looked at each other in shock. Little did Mukin expect that the one who knew him best on the entire battlefield was his enemy, Tailang. At this time, Beitangyu was almost beaten into a sieve by the various bosses who came running over after smelling the scent. Boom! Ding! Gain 13,000 experience points. Ding! Gain 13,000 experience points. Nightmare Cage Battlefield, Reincarnation Ice Tomb Area. Guided by his teammates' coordinates, Mukin entered the area and started a new round of killing. Wherever he passed, the nearly 100 fire spirits he summoned directly launched an offensive. With the heaven-defying attribute blessing of Mukin's title of Hades Emperor, all the elite monsters from level 80 to 120 in the entire Ice Tomb area were not spared. In 43 minutes, Mukin had killed more than 3,000 high-level monsters in the Ice Tomb battlefield, and his total experience income reached more than 5.5 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the character level has reached level 50. Received Achievement Package 1. Duo Xiao? When Mukin opened the panel and looked at the level data, he was stunned. After he entered the battlefield, the experience gained from every monster he killed was not absorbed only by Yanji. However, because he did not complete the second stage of promotion task, the panel information was stuck at level 35. But the experience was not wasted, but stored in the form of reserve experience. Now, Mukin's character level has reached 50, and he can directly accept the third stage promotion task. Ding! You have new short messages waiting to be read. At this moment, Mukin's cell phone suddenly rang. You know, once you enter the Nightmare Cage battlefield, it is impossible for ordinary people to send information in. The only explanation is that this is an official news notification. When he opened it, Mukin was stunned again. Congratulations to the Awakener, Mr. Mukin. The Nanjiang Awakening Tower has detected that your level has reached 50. According to the regulations of the Awakener Alliance headquarters, Awakeners who have reached level 50 can apply to participate in the Border Relics virtual battlefield trial. Passing the high-level battlefield test will receive extremely generous rewards. Looking forward to your early arrival. Mukin curled his lips. Exclusive benefits for level 50? It came faster than expected. Mukin was not in Versailles. He really didn't expect that the Nightmare Cage battlefield could be used to gain experience. Greatly shorten the time to break through the 3 stages. Otherwise, with his current powerful combat capability, it would be impossible for him to achieve such an efficient and drastic upgrade in the wild map. Where are there so many monsters for him to kill? Now it provides him with great convenience. As for Yenji, her level has actually broken through to 80. Mukin decisively gave her full strength points, increasing her killing ability in her dominant posture. The God of Fire, Reincarnation Yenji. Current level 80. Current status, King's Arrival. Current weapon, King's Blade. HP, 143300/143300. Energy, 65,000/65,000. 5-dimensional data. Force, 2,250. Body, 2,567. Resistance, 1,554. Min, 1,654. Mental strength, 3292. Skills, passive skills, Flame Supreme. Old Earth Barrier. Fire Spirit Devouring. Fire Spring Rebirth. Elemental Evolution. Active skill, God Fusion. Junlin's exclusive skill, Forbidden Prison. Blank. What an exaggerated attribute growth! Is this the potential of a god? After increasing his level by 20, his 5 dimensions have increased so dramatically. There is a gap in Junlin's exclusive skills. Does this mean that she can also use the skill book to add additional skills? Mukin was overjoyed. Having additional learning abilities means that Yenji will have endless possibilities in the future. And this is just the improvement space for one form of Junlin. Perhaps if it switches to the Faith form, there may be more surprises. Boom! Another loud noise was heard at the end of the battlefield covered with icy ruins. Mukin was about to activate his insight, but he saw Yenji, whose strength had just increased, rushing out as if she had noticed something in advance. Master, I'll be back soon. Wait. Mukin tried to stop him, but it was useless. When did she become so impatient? Little did he know that at the same moment, Mukin faintly heard a familiar shout coming from the end of the battlefield. Master Hades, where are you? I can feel your presence. Mr. Mingwang, come and save me, I am Linger. Swish. A distorted feeling of steaming flames appeared in the void. The Hades Emperor did not come, but a beautiful girl who was also covered in flames came. The heat of the blazing flames and the coolness of the superior are perfectly combined in one person, but it does not seem out of place. At this moment, Yenji was not as gentle and amiable as she was in front of Mukin. She was completely like a deity from the old land returning to the world and giving off an oppressive vibe. When Lingyao faced her, she had an instinctive urge to worship her. Who are you? Such a powerful pressure! Lingyao's big eyes flickered with a hint of suspicion. Great Hades? Is that another name for the master? Owner? Lingyao was even more confused. Is your master the Dark Emperor? No, is it Brother Mukin? I see. Are you here to look for your brother Mukin? Lingyao nodded excitedly, like a chick pecking at rice. Her expectant look was cute and lively. Suddenly I grabbed a lifeline. Even the little Ahuang on her shoulder, who was as dirty as her, barked twice. Woof woof. I see. Yenji felt relieved. But then, she slightly raised the corners of her mouth, and her eyes flashed with a hint of cunning and a hint of smugness that only belongs to a winner. This place is really dangerous. The girl doesn't have many points and is ranked at the bottom, so you should wait outside. Huh? Lingyao was bewildered and panicked. No, what's going on, please? Isn't this beautiful sister a friendly soldier? Whoosh! A ray of hot flame enveloped Ling Yao and Xiao Huang on her shoulder. A man and a dog were neatly confined in place. The next moment, Ling Yao's ID card was instantly burned to ashes, just like Xiao Huang's dog hair. Ah hey! Please don't send me out! I finally found Brother Mukin! Woo woo! Ling Yao was so anxious that she almost cried. She and Ah Huang traveled a long way and braved untold hardships to find this place. She thought they were going to win and could curry favor with the powerful. As a result, he was forcibly sent out of the examination room before he even saw Mukin in person. A few seconds later, Ling Yao's name turned gray in the ranking list. Where are the people? Mukin came to Yanji, scratched his head, looked left and right, but didn't see a single hair. I could just barely smell some dog hair mixed in the air. Did you hear a dog barking just now? Yanji smiled and nodded. Master, don't be surprised. It's a yellow dog and a beautiful sister. I have already sent them out. Mukin. Hiss! There's something wrong with Yanji. Mukin looked at Yanji. The smile on her face was very gentle, yet a little proud. Her well-behaved appearance was completely different from her unbridled behavior just now. This couldn't help but make Mukin have some unrealistic fantasies. Is there a possibility? She sensed Ling Yao's presence in advance, heard her cries, and deliberately sent her away in advance? The purpose is to prevent us from joining together? She won't be jealous, will she? The reincarnation of the god of fire is jealous of a mortal like me? Mukin touched his chin and was about to test her when the information on his ID card suddenly refreshed again. Ding! The current copy scoreboard has been updated. Number 1. Dragon Emperor Tower 7th Vein, Xianyuan Dao Battlefield Points, 584,427. Total points, 590,427. Number 2 Western Alliance Ganlon City Tsungu Battlefield Points, 536,809. Total points, 544,809. Number 3 Eastern Alliance Nanjiang City Mukin Battlefield Points, 479,857. Total points, 487,857. No point for. Ding! Important reminder. The ultimate battlefield of the current dungeon space Nightmare Valley has been opened. Mark this place as the only safe zone on the battlefield. From now on, a nightmare storm is descending on the periphery of the Nightmare Cage battlefield. This force is spreading towards the Security Bureau at a speed of 100 km per minute. All candidates participating in the final showdown in Nightmare Valley should hurry up and enter the valley to avoid being attacked and exited by the storm. Ding! The forbidden area of Nightmare Valley has refreshed the battlefield-exclusive item Nightmare Cube. Mukin frowned and looked towards Yanji. How long have we been in this battlefield space? Replying to Master, it has been 48 hours. Mukin nodded lightly with a look of delight on his face. In 2 days and 2 nights, I reached level 50. This wave is worth it. All skills have been refreshed. It's time to start the final battle. I almost forgot one thing. Mukin was about to set off when he saw the big frog squatting in front of him, with an advanced Guardian Spirit Evolution crystal in his hand. Big frog, eat this and see what effect it has. Swish! The black thunder frog licked with its big tongue, and the evolution crystal instantly melted into its body. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying pressure that could destroy the world descended from the sky.